I am Zhu Jue, an exceedingly unfortunate individual traversing dimensions. Just as an ordinary citizen of Earth was reveling in his newfound existence as a wealthy magnate at the end of the world, he found himself abruptly reincarnated 3 months prior to the cataclysm. The two lives' memories intertwine, and the harrowing experiences of 8 years in purgatory impart a grim lesson. Extreme cold, searing heat, swarms of insects, and earthquakes. Natural disasters take turns tormenting me. Very well. If the heavens have granted me this journey only to demand a restart, then do not blame me for entering the mode of a protagonist in a light-hearted tale. I am well acquainted with the rules and the procedures. While clearing out the ancestral home, a rusted nail viciously pierced my palm, causing blood to spurt forth. The scalding warmth of my lifeblood soaked through the ancestral jade pendant resting on my chest. A hum emanated from the pendant, its warmth sending tremors through my soul, inundating me with a flood of information. This artifact is a treasure left by my ancestors. It possesses spatial capabilities. It can expand. It can upgrade. Food, gold, jade. With sufficient resources, I can construct a fortress of divine proportions. I understand now. This is precisely what it means to be equipped. Gold and jade are provisions, enough to satiate the pendant as well as my relatives who exploited me in my previous life. This time around, I shall utilize your fortunes as my initial investment. I will extract every last drop of your wealth to upgrade my spatial capabilities. And when the calamities commence, I shall observe as you miserable creatures writhe in purgatory while I bask in the VIP section of my fortress, relishing the apocalyptic spectacle. Uncle Joe, MOU, you are my destined kin across 2 lifetimes. Do not panic. This time, I will be the one to erect the protective barrier. In the core area of my fortress, with air conditioning and the aroma of Hotpot wafting through the air, we shall feast luxuriously amid the apocalypse. Those ravenous neighbors in the community below, in my past life, they betrayed me for supplies? I shall not engage with you this time. From the uppermost level of my iron fortress, I shall recline, savoring ice-cold refreshments while observing your plight. Chapter 1. Dual Rebirth, Countdown to Catastrophe. The sensation of death is the warmth of champagne gliding down the throat, swiftly followed by the excruciating pressure of a metallic window frame crushing the skull. Zhu Jue's final memory is of a luxurious apartment perched atop a skyscraper, one that offered a panoramic view of the post-apocalyptic metropolis. He, or rather, the original inhabitant of this body, a fortunate soul who miraculously survived the prolonged Great Cataclysm and amassed a staggering fortune, had just celebrated his 26th birthday, free from disaster and pain. Zhu Jue, a soul hailing from a peaceful Earth, carried a tinge of delight as he seamlessly took over the well-preserved yet weathered body at the moment the original blew out the candles. A mansion, fine wines, and wealth sufficient for a comfortable existence. As a benefit of being a time traveler, this felt akin to winning a cosmic lottery. He had yet to relish the warmth of the opulent massage bathtub when the neon lights outside abruptly transformed into a blinding crimson, shattering the tranquility with alarm bells. The expensive panoramic window exploded without warning, an invisible force sending him crashing into a sturdy desk. The sharp pain he felt was not from the shattered glass, but from the blunt impact against the hard wooden surface. His nostrils were assaulted by the musty scent of mildew, dust, and a faint metallic tang that prompted a violent cough. The luxurious ceiling had vanished. In its stead were weathered wooden beams, walls stained with age, and cobwebs fluttering in the corners of the room. Beneath him lay a rough wooden bed, covered with coarse cloth that pressed painfully against his bones. His consciousness felt as though it had been tossed into a washing machine, spun around, and then violently wrung out. Fragments of the earthly citizen Zhu Jue's memories, the benefits of the 996 were culture, the crushing weight of housing prices, discounted eggs at the supermarket, were as vivid as a brand. Fragments of the memories of the apocalyptic tycoon Zhu Jue, the frigid purgatory at -70 degrees, the steam-filled city at 50 degrees, the bloodthirsty locusts that darkened the sky, the abyss that devours the earth, exuded a cold and brutal essence, infused with the scent of rust and decay, mingled with an overwhelming bitterness and an extreme yearning for life, shattering the joy of the ordinary citizen in an instant. 2 memories, 2 lives, collided and compressed, ultimately merging into a tumultuous cacophony of pain. Cough, cough. Ugh. He lay on the cold ground, retching as cold sweat drenched his thin shirt. After a while, he shakily lifted his head to survey his surroundings. In the dim light, the room appeared so vintage. A round table, benches, faded portraits of great leaders. It was the ancestral home of his long-deceased grandfather in the countryside. He, or rather, they, the amalgamation of 2 souls, Zhu Jue, had returned. Not to Earth, nor to the body of a post-apocalyptic magnate. He had returned to the origin, back to 8 years ago, to this dilapidated ancestral home that held the intertwined memories of his childhood and nightmares. And at this very moment, Zhu Jue lunged toward the chipped wooden table beside the bed, where an obsolete flip phone lay. The screen flickered to life, the date glaringly displayed. 89 days until the arrival of extreme cold. The phone showed a full signal. The screen was inundated with notifications of entertainment gossip, celebrity scandals, and the grand openings of internet celebrity shops, a facade of peace and prosperity. Damn it. Zhu Jue squeezed a word through his teeth, a blend of absurdity, overwhelming fury, and a chilling shiver that felt familiar to the bone. Heaven? Hell? That damned deity has played a cruel double joke. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply the murky, dust-laden air, allowing the unyielding will to survive, forged over 8 years to suppress all other emotions. Extreme cold lockdown, scalding heat, venomous insects ravaging cities, the earth consuming. Each detail of the calamities, every agonizing struggle for survival, every instance of witnessing humanity's despair, transformed into the most profound admonition. Alongside those fragmented, yet ominous official emergency announcements that pointed toward a singularly hopeless future. He suddenly opened his eyes, no longer clouded by confusion, but sharp as ice, mingled with a hint of desperation. Fine. If I've crossed over, why can't I find peace? Why must I restart in the highest difficulty, nightmare mode? Zhu Jue grinned with a bloodthirsty smile. Then I shall embrace the role of the protagonist in a light novel. Hoard, kill, survive. The rules and procedures? I'm more familiar with them than you. The survival principles from his previous life instantly uploaded into his brain. Accumulating resources is fundamental. Fortress construction is essential. Strength is the sole currency of survival. And the damned truth hidden behind every disaster. This time he must unearth it. In the following 3 days, Zhu Jue operated like a clockwork automaton. He scarcely slept, his eyes bloodshot, yet his movements were astonishingly swift. He first unearthed a tattered oil paper package, hidden beneath an ancient camphorwood chest, containing the deed to the ancestral home, several faded banknotes, and that smooth, crescent-shaped jade pendant. The pendant felt cool to the touch, its texture seemingly that of ordinary jade. However, the frantic urgency within Zhu Jue seemed to find an outlet. Armed with a shovel, he charged into the cluttered underground storage room, laden with decades-old scrap metal. In his mind surged the myriad rumors from the end of days regarding extraordinary treasures. Blood acknowledgement? Energy resonance? Ancient artifact activation? Whatever it may be, he was now reduced to nothing but the memories of his past life and a deed whose validity was uncertain. He had to take a gamble. He rummaged frantically through the rusty farming tools, seeking any aged relic that might emanate an unusual aura. His movements were infused with a reckless frenzy, and his finger suddenly grazed a long, deeply rusted nail protruding from an old wooden box. Screech! A piercing pain shot through him. The cold rust punctured his flesh, and scalding blood surged forth, splattering onto the ancestral jade pendant he clutched tightly against his chest. The warm, metallic liquid instantly soaked the pendant. Buzz! Zhu Jue felt an indescribable heat emanating not from his wounded palm, but directly from the jade pendant pressed against his chest. The warmth surged like sentient molten lava, piercing through his clothing, skin, and bones, branding itself deep within his soul. It was more agonizing than being devoured by locusts, more despairing than plummeting into a frozen abyss. Darkness enveloped him, a scream lodged in his throat, as he felt himself being torn apart by this tremor rooted in blood and spirit. Time lost all meaning. Perhaps it was mere minutes, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. The onslaught of pain receded like a tidal wave, leaving behind an extreme clarity amidst the chaos. Zhu Jue gasped, looking down at his palm. The wound still oozed blood, the rust mingling with the dark crimson, sticky and thick. The white jade pendant now radiated a soft, almost breath-like milky glow, the bloodstains seemingly vanished, as if completely absorbed by the pendant. Meanwhile, within his mind, no, more accurately in the core of his consciousness, there vividly reflected a space. It was not large, approximately 50 cubic units, resembling a storage facility. The walls and floor appeared to be composed of an ancient, rough-hewn stone, gleaming with a frosty bronze luster. Above was an expanse of deep, seemingly solidified darkness. The space was empty, utterly devoid of any objects. Yet Zhu Jue's heart, after the intense pain and dizziness, began to race. Greed, ecstasy, and a tremor of having survived surged within him. A personal space. This wretched jade pendant was actually a storage-type spatial artifact, and he had obtained it before the calamities erupted. Zhu Jue clutched his injured hand, which still throbbed, and began to chuckle, the sound transitioning from hoarse to maniacal, echoing throughout the dim, damp basement. Zhu Jue promptly conducted a brief experiment. With a mere thought, the rusted shovel, on the verge of disintegration, vanished with a whoosh from the corner, only to reappear on the frigid ground of the space a moment later. With another flick of his mind, the shovel returned to its original place. The energy expenditure? Almost negligible. The speed of retrieval and storage seemed to be an extension of his very thoughts. He attempted to absorb several heavy, old bricks into the space, then extract them once more. There was no delay whatsoever. The space resembled an absolute void, a black hole solely governed by his consciousness. Following the ecstasy came an overwhelming urgency. Upon completing his tests, he immediately tended to his wounds. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rinsed them under running water, aware of the contamination risks but pressed for time, and hastily scattered the last remnants of the possibly expired Yunnan Baiyao, binding it tightly with strips of cloth. Every penny and every ounce of strength was now of utmost importance. He could not afford to waste them on a trip to the hospital. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny. The ancestral home was his greatest asset at present. The property deed, carefully wrapped in oiled paper, was stowed away in the innermost part of the space. From the dilapidated wardrobe's hidden compartment, he unearthed a small pouch of silver dollars, nibbled by mice. Though the quantity appeared modest, it could still fetch a decent sum at the scrapyard. Beneath the rice jar lay a waterproof oilcloth bag, which upon opening revealed a thick stack of vibrant 100 yuan bills. This was the life-saving money left by the original owner's grandfather. He recalled it amounted to a total of 80,000. In this era, that was an astounding fortune. He unearthed an old box containing dried deer antler and several packages of yellowed Korean ginseng, along with 2 small bottles of red-labeled trauma ointment. Though he was uncertain of their expiration dates, these resources were invaluable in the early days of a medical crisis. He collected everything into the space. After inventorying the inheritance from his ancestral home, Zhu Jue's gaze became icy and resolute. 80,000 in cash, several silver dollars, some expired supplements and medicines, along with this decrepit house and the Jade token of space. He sat cross-legged on the cold blue brick floor, his fingers stained with the blood that had dripped earlier, swiftly jotting down the details in the dust. The startup capital is sufficient. Time is of the essence. Only 89 days remain. No, it's actually 88 and a half. His eyes scanned the dimly lit room, blending memories of the apocalyptic scenes for his past life with the present. Beneath the facade of peace outside the window lay a volcano on the brink of eruption. The smoke rising from his neighbor's cooking appeared to him as the billowing smoke of a burning city. He retrieved an old flip phone, his only and most economical means of communication, and dialed a number. It belonged to the father of a friend from his previous life, who ran a scrapyard. They were not particularly close, but he was known to be reliable. "Hello, Uncle Chong? It's me, little Jew from the Lao Zhu family. Yes, about my grandfather's passing. I need a favor. Could you check if your shop is buying yuan data coins? I have dozens." "Great, I'll come by this afternoon. Also, do you know anyone who buys old furniture and wooden materials? There's a pile of junk in the ancestral home taking up space, and it's quite bothersome." "Yes, the price is negotiable. The sooner, the better. The sooner, the better." After hanging up the phone, he wasted no time. He opened the rudimentary browser on his phone and began frantically searching local forums, marketplace listings, and secondhand property advertisements. His sole objective was to convert that 80,000 cash and the ancestral home into liquid assets as swiftly as possible. He needed money, and he needed a substantial amount of immediately accessible cash. The ancestral home was situated in a remote location, with little potential for appreciation, but it did have the advantage of being an independent homestead. Gritting his teeth, he quickly posted on several local websites using an alias. "Urgent sale of ancestral home in the suburbs. Comes with a yard. All paperwork complete. Due to urgent financial needs, the price is absolutely 30 below market value. Cash only. Transactions must be completed within 3 days. Serious inquiries only. Contact number XXXXXXXXXX." Having completed this task, he tirelessly began compiling a list of essential supplies for survival in an apocalyptic scenario. He typed each word meticulously into his phone's notes, his fingers flying across the screen, creating a remarkably organized inventory. Core survival supplies, Phase 1 procurement list. Food. High-calorie compressed biscuits, military-grade preferred. Vacuum-packed rice, 50 kilograms. Flour, 50 kilograms. Canned goods, meat/fish/fruit/vegetables. Sugar, salt, cooking oil, bulk, dehydrated vegetable packets, multivitamin tablets. Drinking water, large-capacity sealed water storage containers, 500 L. Bottled mineral water in boxes, water filters, outdoor grade. Water purification tablets, rainwater collection system components. Energy, diesel generator, silent type, diesel, and metal drums. Large-capacity lithium battery packs, lithium iron phosphate, solar panels, yacht controllers, power banks, and units. Various dry batteries, AA/AAA/D size. Candles, kerosene lamps, jet fuel. Medicines, antibiotics, amoxicillin, and other broad-spectrum basics, painkillers, ibuprofen, antipyretics, acetaminophen, cold medicine, antidiarrheal medicine, disinfectants, alcohol/iodine/hydrogen peroxide, gauze/bandages/tape, sewing kits, first aid manuals, suturing kits, basic surgical instruments, tools, multifunctional army knife, entrenching tool, axe, crowbar, wrench/pliers/screwdriver set, high-intensity flashlight with sufficient batteries, waterproof matches/lighters, windproof Zippo, binoculars, preferably night vision, compass, ropes, static rope/parachute cord, waterproof plastic bags/drums. Protection, cold-resistant clothing, polar grade down jacket, tactical pants/jacket, high-top hiking boots, multiple pairs, puncture-resistant gloves, protective eyewear, gas masks, within filter sets, military tent, winter, high-quality sleeping bags, comfortable at low temperatures of -30 degrees, protective stab vests, arm shields. Miscellaneous, gasoline, sealed containers, in small quantities, flint, multiple senior mobile phones with radio functionality, with power banks, paper maps, national/provincial/city/detailed terrain, books, repair manuals/agricultural planting/wilderness survival/first aid, seeds, fast-growing vegetables/grains. Weapons, extremely sensitive, acquire cautiously, compound bows/recurve bows, carbon fiber arrows, in large quantities, powerful slingshots, steel balls, thick backwoods machete, high-quality expandables, metal, sharpening stones. Note: procurement should be dispersed across multiple locations, in small amounts and multiple times, to avoid drawing attention. Priority should be given to securing essential survival supplies. Weapons should primarily be substituted with tools. Ensure all medications are within their validity period. All supplies must be moved in batches to a safe, concealed location, ancestral home warehouse/space, to prevent theft. After typing the final word, Zhu Jue lifted his head and glanced at the time on his phone. Only 3.5 hours had passed since his rebirth. The strip of cloth wrapped around his palm was slightly soaked with blood. Against his skin, the jade pendant that had quieted down earlier radiated a steady warmth, akin to the faint yet persistent heartbeat of a heart in a frigid world. Outside, the sky had darkened, with distant thunder rumbling ominously. Zhu Jue's eyes held no trace of fear. Instead, they burned with a cold, decisive flame. The resource list was the framework. The jade token of space was the foundation, and time was his only mortal enemy and the most luxurious of commodities. The extreme cold will descend at midnight on the first Friday, 3 months from now. The first to fall will be the power transformation hub in the eastern suburbs. Fragments of memories from his past life churned incessantly. No, none of that matters now. What matters is that before everything descends into hell, I must fill every corner of this space to the brim. Chapter 2. Scheming the Second Uncle. The initial windfall, Zhu Jue hung up the phone and turned to enter the ancestral home's inner chamber. This was his grandfather's bedroom from when he was alive, filled with the scent of camphor wood and the weight of time. In the corner lay a pile of camphor wood boxes, and an old lantern hung from the rafters, gathering dust. In the center of the room sat a redwood box, half cleared by him, its copper lock rusted and the wood darkened by the passage of years. This box was undoubtedly an antique, yet it was empty, containing only a few stiff, washed-out old jackets and several volumes of bound medical texts. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was convincing his second uncle that treasures lay within. Zhu Jue crouched down and deliberately scratched new marks on the copper lock hole with a screwdriver, smudging a bit of dirt on the corners of the box to feign that he had struggled to pry it open for quite some time. He then found a piece of coarse cloth to wrap around his palm, where blood had ceased flowing after a minor injury. The jade pendant absorbed those few drops of blood, infusing the space with a subtle warmth, but the exposed wound was too conspicuous. It needed to be concealed. Just as he finished bandaging, his second uncle's distinctive boisterous voice echoed from outside the courtyard gate, mixed with the hurried sound of shoes scraping against the ground. "Xiao Ju, your second uncle is here. Open the door quickly." Zhu Jue adjusted his expression, suppressing the coldness in his gaze, and donned a mask of excitement mingled with youthful anxiety as he shuffled in his slippers to open the door. As soon as he pulled it open, his second uncle rushed in like a gust of wind. A man in his 50s, his hair slicked back and his floral shirt unbuttoned at the collar. He sported a beer belly that protruded like a basketball. His eyes barely flickered towards Zhu Jue's face. Instead, he scanned the yard's old furniture, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "Where's the treasure? Where's that box you mentioned? Bring it for your second uncle to see." "It's in the inner room," Zhu Jue replied, stepping aside to let him enter. He deliberately raised his bandaged hand, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. I was trying to pry the lock earlier, but I accidentally cut myself on a nail. I couldn't get it open, so I still don't know if there's anything inside. His second uncle glanced at his hand without lifting his gaze, his thoughts consumed by visions of gold bars and ancient jade. A little scratch is nothing. Let us go, we need to see that box, he exclaimed, pulling Zhu Jue's arm and nearly causing him to stumble as he rushed into the room. Once inside, his second uncle's eyes were riveted on the redwood box. He hurriedly squatted down, wrapping his fingers against the box's side, the sound echoing with anticipation. Leaning closer, he inhaled deeply, muttering, "What a fine piece. This is old redwood. Just the box alone must be worth several thousand. If there really are treasures hidden by your grandfather inside, the Zhu family will strike it rich." He attempted to pry the copper lock, but it was rusted solid, refusing to budge. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he turned to Zhu Jue, exclaiming, "Where's the screwdriver? Quickly, find me some pliers. We need to force this wretched lock open." Zhu Jue concealed his amusement, feigning hesitation. But won't he prying it open damage the box? This is grandfather's legacy. Damage? What does that matter? His second uncle waved dismissively. The treasure inside is worth 10 times more than the box. Hurry and find the tools. Stop dawdling. All right, Zhu Jue replied, turning to exit the inner room. He had prepared well. In his backpack, alongside the original owner's wallet and phone, lay a worthless jade pendant he had discovered on the first day he arrived, tucked away in the original owner's desk drawer. It was worth at most $500, perfectly suited as bait. When he returned with the pliers and the jade pendant in hand, his second uncle was still squatting in front of the box, muttering to himself. Old Zhu used to deal in jade. He must have hidden something valuable. Xiao Zhu is just a naive child. He is easy to manipulate. Once we get the treasure, I'll just give him a little pocket money. This remark drifted into Zhu Jue's ears, and a cold smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth before he suppressed it, pretending not to have heard. He handed over the pliers. Second uncle, here are the pliers. By the way, I found a little trinket at the antique market yesterday. Could you help me assess its value? As he spoke, he intentionally let the jade pendant slip from his fingers, clattering to the ground and rolling to his second uncle's feet. Quick as a flash, his second uncle picked it up, squinting at it in the light for a long moment. He scratched the surface with his fingernail. The quality of this jade is decent. Is this a piece of Tian jade, perhaps? Xiao Zhu, how much did you pay for it? 500. Zhu Jue scratched his head, feigning indifference. The vendor said it was Qingbai jade, and I thought it looked nice, so I bought it. I'm not sure if I got ripped off. Ripped off? You hit the jackpot. His second uncle's eyes widened in disbelief as he brought the jade to his nose for a sniff. This piece is worth at least 5,000. You got quite the luck, kid. Zhu Jue understood perfectly. His second uncle had taken a bait. He intended for him to believe that he not only possessed treasures from the ancestral home, but also had an eye for valuable finds and was foolish enough to be easily deceived. His second uncle held the jade pendant with an affectionate grip, casting another glance at the redwood box, swallowing hard. His tone suddenly softened. Xiao Zhu, your parents aren't home, and you're just a child. It's not safe for you to keep these treasures. What if a thief targets you, or if someone tricks you? That would be disastrous. Zhu Jue feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. Then what should we do? Second uncle? Simple. His second uncle patted his chest, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face. Just hand over the treasures in this box, along with your little jade pendant, for your second uncle to safeguard. I have a safe deposit box at the bank. It's absolutely secure. When your parents return, I'll give them back without a hitch. What do you say? Zhu Jue's heart was filled with scorn. The fox had finally revealed its tail. He lowered his head, feigning a conflicted expression, twisting the hem of his shirt. But these are grandfather-esque belongings. Wouldn't my parents be angry if they found out I just gave them away? Angry? Nonsense. His second uncle's impatience flared as he grasped Zhu Jue's arm. I'm your blood-related second uncle. How could I deceive you? Think about it. Haven't the news been rife with reports of extreme weather lately? What if something truly happens? Cash and treasures are the only hard currencies. If you place your belongings with me, I can help you convert them to cash and deposit it in your card. You could buy whatever you want then. It's so convenient. Zhu Jue suppressed a laugh. His second uncle had indeed caught wind of the impending disasters, but was merely seeking to exploit the situation for his own gain. He raised his head, as if resolved. Very well. However, second uncle, I cannot guarantee what's in the box. If there's nothing of value, you mustn't blame me. Blame? Never. His second uncle waved his hands eagerly, taking the pliers to the copper lock. Even if there's nothing inside, I'll still keep it safe for you. After all, you're my nephew. With the pliers gripping the copper lock, his second uncle twisted with all his might, and with a sharp snap, the rusted lock broke in two. He eagerly flung open the box's lid, revealing only old clothes and bound books. No gold bars or ancient jade in sight. His second uncle's face froze instantaneously, the smile fading as disappointment replaced the excitement in his eyes, soon giving way to suspicion. He rummaged through the clothes, flipping them over, shaking the books, and finally shot a stern glance at Zhu Jue, his tone heavy. Xiao Ju, are you playing me? Where are the treasures? Zhu Jue had anticipated this reaction, promptly feigning greater surprise than his uncle. He leaned closer to peer at the box's edge. Huh? How could this be? When I was cleaning yesterday, I distinctly felt the box was heavy. I thought there was something inside. Could I have remembered incorrectly? Scratching his head, he wore a look of regret. I'm so sorry, second uncle. I've wasted your time. Perhaps I confused it with another box of grandfather's. I think that one is in the attic piled too high for me to reach. His second uncle's expression softened slightly, but doubt lingered. He scrutinized Zhu Jue for a long moment, noticing the genuine guilt on his face, and his mind began to churn. Perhaps there truly was another box in the attic. Moreover, this boy had some spare cash and a knack for finding bargains. There were certainly more benefits to extract. Zhu Jue discerned his thoughts, sighed, and pulled out a bank card from his pocket, handing it over. Second uncle, I'm really sorry for the trouble. This card has $50,000. It's my allowance for this month. Take it as a token of my apology. Please don't be angry, all right? This card belonged to the original owner, and indeed, it contained $50,000 in pocket money. Zhu Jue deliberately revealed the card, intending to bait his second uncle into believing he was generous and easily deceived, hoping he would take the bait again in the future. Upon seeing the bank card, the second uncle's eyes instantly brightened, and the earlier displeasure vanished without a trace. He accepted the card, flicked it with his fingers, and his voice turned sweet. Ah, little Jew, why are you being so formal? How could your second uncle accept your money? Though he professed to refuse, his hand clutched the card tightly, as if fearing Zhu Jue might snatch it back. Zhu Jue sneered inwardly, yet feigned greater remorse. Second uncle, please keep it. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. He continued, by the way, there's a box in the attic that I can't reach. Could you help me bring it down next time you're free? I have a feeling there's something in it, but just too heavy. Of course. Why wouldn't I? The second uncle immediately agreed, his face breaking into a smile. I'll come by tomorrow morning. We'll move the box together and see what treasures lie within. He was already scheming in his mind. When he arrived tomorrow, he would first bring down the attic box, and regardless of its contents, he would find a way to swindle Zhu Jue's money. This lad was naive yet affluent. It would be foolish not to exploit that. Zhu Jue relished this very statement. He smiled and nodded. That's wonderful. Second uncle, you are truly kind. The second uncle engaged Zhu Jue in casual conversation, inquiring about how much money he had left and if there were any other treasures. Zhu Jue deliberately spoke ambiguously, stating that he received several thousand in pocket money each month, and that his parents had left some valuables in the study, which he did not dare to touch. This revelation further excited the second uncle, who was almost eager to rummage through the study immediately. However, he understood the necessity of restraint to avoid raising Zhu Jue's suspicions. So he feigned concern for Zhu Jue's hands before taking the bank card, humming a tune as he departed. Watching the second uncle's silhouette fade beyond the courtyard gate, Zhu Jue's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze turning as frigid as ice. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Qi. The phone rang twice before being answered, and Zhou Qi's steady voice came through. Little Jew, what prompted you to call Uncle Zhou? Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue softened his tone, laced with a hint of dependency only reserved for those close. Are you busy right now? I have something important to discuss with you regarding the weather 3 months from now. Zhou Qi paused for a moment, then chuckled. You child, Why the sudden interest in the weather? Have you been reading some apocalyptic novel again? Zhou Qi was aware of the original Zhu Jue's penchant for reading such themes, often teasing him about it. Yet, Zhu Jue did not laugh, his tone turning grave. Uncle Zhou, I am not joking. In 3 months, an extreme cold will descend. Temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees, causing power outages and burst pipes. I know you might not believe me, but could you assist me with a favor? Help me withdraw all the funds from the Zhu Foundation and convert them into gold, jade, and food supplies. Additionally, could you find a reliable construction team for me? I need to reinforce the ancestral home and build a fortress capable of withstanding extreme cold and earthquakes. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and Zhou Qi's tone grew serious. Little Zhu, what is going on? Is something wrong? He understood Zhu Jue well. Although the boy was somewhat pampered, he never spoke such nonsensical things. I'm not in trouble, Uncle Zhou. Zhu Jue took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. I merely had a very vivid dream, foreseeing events that will transpire over the next 8 years. Extreme cold, extreme heat, swarms of insects, earthquakes, and many lives lost. The second uncle will swindle my money. Mo, you will go missing on the day of the extreme cold, and you will be injured while protecting me. As for my parents and your beloved, their plane did not crash. They are merely missing, but they are still alive. The last statement, Zhu Jue nearly shouted. It was the apocalyptic obsession he had harbored in his heart for 8 years, a task he must accomplish in this lifetime, to find his parents and locate Aunt Zhou. Zhou Qi fell into complete silence on the other end. He was aware that Zhu Jue's parents and his own wife were aboard the missing plane, and he had sensed Zhu Jue's sorrow, but he never anticipated the boy's fixation could reach this extent. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Qi finally spoke, his voice imbued with a hint of weariness but still steady. Little Zhu, I understand you are distressed. However, dreams are ultimately just dreams. They cannot be taken seriously. The Foundation's funds were left by your parents and cannot be casually utilized. However, he hesitated, his tone softening. If you wish to reinforce the ancestral home, Uncle Zhou can help you find a construction team, and I will cover the expenses. As for food and heating equipment, I can prepare some for you, as a precaution for the winter. But gold and jade are excessively expensive. They are unnecessary. Zhu Jue recognized that Zhou Qi still did not believe him. Under any circumstances, anyone would deem such proclamations fantastical. He refrained from arguing, simply replying softly, Thank you, Uncle Zhou. I'll leave the construction team to you. I need it done as quickly as possible, ideally within a month. The more food and heating supplies, the better. I will transfer the funds to you. Moreover, please help me find a place to store a large amount of purified water and compressed biscuits. You need not worry about the funds. I have that covered. Zhou Qi sighed. Rest assured, I will arrange everything for you. But little Zhu, if you truly feel unwell, please see a doctor. Don't keep it to yourself. I understand. Uncle Zhou. Zhu Jue hung up the phone, feeling warmth in his heart. Regardless of whether Zhou Qi believed him, he had ultimately chosen to assist him. This was his family across 2 lifetimes, eternally loyal. After ending the call, Zhu Jue walked into the inner room, picked up the small jade pendant that the second uncle had seen, and retrieved the bank card that had just been taken. He had long memorized the card's password, which was the original's birthday. Second uncle, you desire money, do you not? Zhu Jue's lips curled into a chilling smile. Tomorrow, I shall have you relinquish all your wealth. He accessed his mobile banking app, checking the original account balance. Apart from the 50,000 on that card, there was another main card containing exactly 2 million, which was the pocket money left by his parents. He transferred the 2 million to a newly opened account, leaving the old card intact for tomorrow's performance for the second uncle. Then, he opened a shopping app and began to order frantically. Compressed biscuits, canned goods, purified water, down jackets, electric blankets, generators, gasoline, and medicines. Anything that could be useful in an apocalypse, he added to the cart. The delivery address was a warehouse near the ancestral home, which he had just arranged for Zhou Qi to rent. Having completed these tasks, Zhu Jue approached the redwood box, grasping the ancestral white jade pendant. He focused his mind, envisioning the old clothes in the box being absorbed into the space. In the next moment, the clothes vanished and the pendant vibrated slightly. He could distinctly feel the space expand from 10 cubic meters to 11. Indeed, it was possible. Zhu Jue's eyes sparkled with excitement. He picked up a thread-bound book from the table and tried to absorb it into the space. It expanded by an additional 0.5 cubic meters. Food gold. Jade. Any valuable items could facilitate the space's upgrade. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the pendant. Second uncle, your wealth shall be the first nourishment for my space's upgrade. The next morning, the second uncle arrived punctually, accompanied by his son, Zhu Chong, who was Zhu Jue's cousin. Zhu Chong was 5 years older than Zhu Jue, idle and often indulging in a life of leisure alongside the second uncle. In the apocalypse, it was he who would push the second uncle off a high building. Upon seeing Zhu Chong, the chill in Zhu Jue's heart deepened, yet his face remained placidly smiling. Second uncle, cousin, you've come. He continued. I checked the attic box yesterday with a ladder. It is indeed quite heavy. Let us move it down together. Chapter 3. False Jade Fishing for Gold. Underlying foreshadowing. As the lid of the box was pried open, the second uncle's eyes fixated intently on the red cloth, his breathing becoming almost imperceptible. Zhu Chong leaned closer, craning his neck to peer inside. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as a few pieces of jade, wrapped in newspaper, peeked out from beneath the red cloth, green and lustrous. White and translucent, at first glance, they appeared to be genuine antique jade. Last night, Zhu Jue crafted a remarkable masterpiece. He procured several inexpensive scraps of marble from the construction materials market, meticulously shaped them into smooth contours with sandpaper, and then artfully mixed ink and white paint to achieve a stunning hue. Finally, he wrapped them in old newspapers left behind by his grandfather, laying them within a box. At first glance, they bore an uncanny resemblance to genuine jade. Could this be the treasure concealed by old Zhu? Uncle Air's voice trembled as he reached out. Unsure whether to touch them for fear of damaging the delicate pieces, his fingers hovering in the air indecisively. Zhu Jue seized the moment, his tone infused with just the right amount of tension. Uncle Air, I cannot ascertain if this is indeed jade. I only heard from my father that my grandfather had amassed quite a collection of fine items. What do you think of this color? Could it be valuable? Valuable. Extremely valuable. Uncle Air abruptly snapped back to reality, shoving Zhu Chong aside with fervor as he gingerly lifted one of the jade pieces, squinting at it against the light for an extended duration. He then scraped his fingernail across the surface, which had already been sealed with a layer of varnish by Zhu Jue, leaving no marks. The more he examined it, the more enamored he became. Turning to Zhu Jue with a broad grin, Xiao Ju, your grandfather truly had an exquisite eye. This jade is rich in color and authenticity, undoubtedly an ancient find. If my friend sees this jade, he will surely offer a handsome price. Zhu Chong interjected from the side. Dad, are you certain this is genuine jade? It might just be dyed stone, right? Uncle Air shot him a glare and swiftly tapped his hand against the back of his head. What do you know? This is housed in an old rosewood box. Could it possibly be fake? Besides, would Xiao Ju deceive you, Uncle Air? He then turned back to Zhu Jue, eager to please. Rest assured, Xiao Ju, I will contact my friend right away to have him come over for an appraisal. However, his tone shifted as he rubbed his hands together with a calculating smile. You know, the jade business is fraught with intricacies. An appraisal must be conducted in person. But given the value of this item, it would be unwise to transport it frequently. Why don't I first take it to my home for safekeeping? When my friend arrives, we can conduct the transaction there. What do you think? Zhu Jue couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He had indeed anticipated Uncle Air's desire to clutch the treasure tightly in his grasp. He feigned hesitation, staring down at his clothing. Taking it to your place could work. But I'm concerned your friend might undervalue it. I've heard from classmates that jade dealers can be quite unscrupulous. What if he dismisses good jade as inferior? We would incur a loss. Uncle Air's eyes darted, and he immediately pounded his chest in assurance. Absolutely not. That's my childhood friend. We grew up together. He wouldn't dare swindle me. Moreover, if he attempts to undervalue it, Uncle Air simply won't transact with him. But I still have my doubts. Zhu Jue raised his gaze, his eyes radiating innocent concern. What if you call your friend here first, and we appraise it in this very spot? If the price is right, you can assist me in selling the jade, and the money can be directly transferred to my account. Once sold, I will share half with you as a token of gratitude. Half for me. Uncle Air's eyes lit up, although he pretended to be modest. Oh, Xiao Ju, you're too considerate. How could Uncle Air accept your money for helping you? It's essential. Zhu Jue insisted with feigned resolve. Otherwise, I will feel guilty. However, Uncle Air, I have another request. Speak, speak. As long as I can manage it, I won't hesitate. At that moment, Uncle Air was so entranced by the prospect of sharing the spoils that he was tempted to acquiesce to all of Zhu Jue's demands. Zhu Jue lowered his voice, adopting a mysterious demeanor. I heard from my father that the jade my grandfather concealed is worth at least several million. But I'm worried that the dealer might not have enough cash or may propose installment payments. Uncle Air, could you possibly lend me some money up front? Consider it a purchase of the jade. Once you sell it, you can reclaim your advance, and we shall split the remaining profit. Elise, Oncle Air momentarily faltered, his smile freezing. An advance? Several million is no trifling sum. Although he had savings and a vacant house, parting with such a large amount at once felt painful. Zhu Chong tugged at Uncle Air's sleeve, whispering, Dad, don't lend him money. What if this jade is fake? We'd be in deep trouble. Uncle Air glared at him, but his mind was also racing with uncertainty. He turned to Zhu Jue, who appeared utterly sincere, still clutching the small jade pendant from before. Uncle Air's thoughts began to race. Zhu Jue had casually given 5,000 in pocket money, so he likely possessed considerable funds. Furthermore, the rosewood box and jade did not seem counterfeit. If they could indeed earn millions, what was a small advance in comparison? Xiao Ju, how much do you need me to lend? Uncle Air licked his lips, his tone laced with a hint of trepidation. I'm not sure how much the jade is worth. How about you lend me 2 million to start? If it's insufficient, I'll make up the difference later. Once the jade is sold, I'll give you a larger share. 2 million. Zhu Chong gasped audibly, intending to protest further, but Uncle Air silenced him with a glare. Uncle Air was calculating. He had 1 million in savings and could mortgage the vacant house, which would just suffice for the 2 million. As long as the jade was genuine, selling it for 3 or 4 million would yield him over 100,000 in profit, far better than anything else. All right. Uncle Air bit his lip, smacking his thigh in agreement. I'll return to gather the funds. You just wait here. I'll bring the money to you this afternoon. Wonderful. Uncle Air, you are truly my savior. Zhu Jue's face instantly lit up with joy, and he intentionally pressed the small jade pendant into Uncle Air's hand. Here, take this as a deposit. Once the money arrives, I will hand over all the jade in the box. Uncle Air accepted the pendant, feeling more assured as he pocketed it and eagerly led Zhu Chong out, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Upon reaching the door, he turned back to remind Zhu Jue, Xiao Ju, you must ensure no one enters. Keep a close watch over that box. Resta suit unclair. Zhu Jue smiled and waved farewell. It was only after Uncle Air's figure had vanished from sight that his expression abruptly turned cold. Zhu Chong followed Uncle Air for quite a distance before he could no longer contain himself. Dad, 2 million is not a small amount. What if that jade is fake? We could lose everything. You know nothing. Uncle Air shot him a fierce glare. That box is made of old rosewood, and the jade appears genuine. Can Xiao Ju deceive me? Besides, he even gave me the pendant, which is worth at least 5,000. How could it possibly be fake? Zhu Chong fell silent, though a sense of unease lingered in his heart. However, seeing Uncle Air's unwavering confidence, he dared not voice further objections. In the room, Zhu Jue concealed his cold demeanor, approached the box, and swiftly gathered the counterfeit jade stones, which vanished into his space without a trace, clearly deemed worthless. He had anticipated this outcome. The false jade served merely as bait, while Uncle Air's 2 million was the true prize. He retrieved his phone and dialed Zhou Qi's number. Uncle Zhou, how is the construction team progressing? They just arrived and are currently dismantling the old walls in the backyard of the ancestral home, preparing to lay the foundation. Zhou Qi's voice bore a hint of fatigue. Xiao Ju, the warehouse you asked me to rent is now filled with the supplies you purchased. 2,000 boxes of compressed biscuits, 200 down jackets, and 10 generators. What exactly are you planning? Zhu Jue recognized the genuine suspicion in Zhou Qi's tone. He paused for a moment, then replied with a grave demeanor. Uncle Zhou, I assure you I am not deceiving you. The supplies are insufficient. Please help me contact several more suppliers. The more, the better. I need food, medicine, gasoline, and the finest steel to reinforce the walls of the fortress. Steel? Zhou Qi was momentarily taken aback. Are you building a fortress? Xiaoju, are you serious? Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue interrupted, his voice tinged with urgency. Please trust me this once. In 3 months, when the extreme cold arrives, the outside world will become a hellscape. What I am constructing is not an ordinary house, but a fortress that will safeguard our lives. As for the finances, you need not worry. I will soon receive a significant sum, sufficient to cover all expenses. There was a brief silence on the line before Zhou Qi's tone softened. All right, I believe you. I will help you procure the steel and continue to place orders for supplies. By the way, I have made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate. Zhu Jue's heart raced. About my parents? Yes. Zhou Qi's voice grew somber as he confided. I tasked a friend with investigating the missing airplane. The official narrative claims it succumbed to extreme weather conditions and plummeted into the Pacific Ocean. Yet no wreckage or bodies have been discovered. Strangely, just before your parents departed, they transferred a staggering $50 million to the Zhu Foundation, with a note indicating it was for emergencies, as if they had foreseen the impending disaster. Zhu Jue clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Indeed, his parents were not merely missing. They had orchestrated their disappearance. They must possess knowledge of something, or perhaps they are evading something sinister. Furthermore, just before boarding, my beloved sent me an encrypted message, which I dismissed at the time. Now, decrypted, it reveals only 3 words. Protect him. Zhou Qi's voice quivered slightly. Xiaoju. Could it be you he was referring to? It is I, Zhu Jue replied, his voice hoarse, as 2 lifetimes of memories converged in this moment. Zhou Qi had desperately shielded him. It turned out that from the very beginning, Aunt Zhou had cautioned him. Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising excitement. Please continue the investigation. No matter the cost, we must uncover the truth about the airplane. My parents and Aunt Zhou, they must still be alive. I will. Zhou Qi's voice resonated with determination. Rest assured, not only will I investigate, but I will also assist you in fortifying your stronghold. Even if an apocalypse looms, we shall survive. After ending the call, Zhu Jue proceeded to his parents' study. It remained untouched, with shelves crowded with business tomes, an antiquated computer perched on the desk, and beside it, a yellowed photograph. In the picture, his parents held a young Zhu Jue's hand, while Zhou Qi and Aunt Zhou stood nearby, cradling a newborn Zhou Mou, their faces radiant with joy. Zhu Jue gently caressed the photograph, his eyes welling with warmth. In his previous life, he had failed to protect Zhou Mou and locate his parents. This time, he would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. He opened the desk drawer, revealing his parents' passports, tickets, and a diary. The final entry in his mother's diary dated the day before their departure. Extreme weather warnings are becoming increasingly frequent. Perhaps the prophecy is true. We must leave to verify that matter. Xiaoju is still young. He must not know too much. Thankfully, Zhou Qi is here. The Jade pendant is the root of the Zhu family. He must keep it close. When we return, we will take him away from here. Prophecy? That matter? Zhu Jue furrowed his brow. His mother's diary concealed too many secrets. He carefully stowed the diary away, vowing silently. Regardless of what his parents were involved in or what they sought to verify, he would construct a fortress and await their return. At 3 in the afternoon, his second uncle indeed arrived, bringing a bank card. With a beaming smile, he handed it to Zhu Jue. Xiaoju, 2 million, every penny intact. Check it. Zhu Jue accepted the card and, in his presence, checked the balance, which confirmed exactly 2 million. He smirked inwardly. This was indeed the entirety of their family savings. Marvelous. Second uncle. Zhu Jue feigned ecstatic delight, handing over the key to a mahogany box. This is the key. Please retrieve the jade for me. Once you sell it, transfer the funds back. His second uncle took the key, his eyes squinting with delight. Fear not, Xiaoju. I assure you I will secure a good price swiftly. He, fearful of prolonged delays, immediately summoned a truck to load the mahogany box, whisking Zhu Chong away with haste. As he watched the truck vanish around the corner, Zhu Jue's smile evaporated instantly. He retrieved his phone and dialed the bank's customer service, providing his second uncle's card number and password, which was his uncle's birthday, a detail Zhu Jue had heard countless times before the last apocalypse. Hello, the account balance is 2 million. What services would you like to conduct? Transfer it all to this account, Zhu Jue stated coldly, relaying his newly established bank account number. After hanging up, he stepped into the courtyard, pulling out the ancestral Jade pendant from his pocket. In the next moment, a notification chimed. The transfer was successful, and 2 million had been deposited. Focusing intently, he mentally recited the incantation to exchange cash for gold. This was a feature he had discovered while researching the pendant yesterday. The space could directly convert cash into equivalent gold, storing it within. Buzz. The jade pendant warmed slightly, and a flash of golden light coursed through it. Zhu Jue distinctly felt a plethora of shimmering gold bars materialize within the space, and its volume surged from 11 cubic meters to a staggering 100 cubic meters. Exhilarating. Zhu Jue couldn't suppress a triumphant exclamation. 100 cubic meters of space would suffice to house a vast amount of supplies. Just then his phone rang. It was Zhou Mo calling. Zhu Jue, are you home? My dad asked me to bring you something. Her voice was bright and lively, imbued with youthful exuberance. Zhu Jue's heart skipped a beat. It was Zhou Mo. In his previous life, she would be attending classes at Huada around this time, frequently calling him. Yet once the extreme cold set in, she vanished. Yes, I'm at home. Zhu Jue's voice was slightly hoarse. Come over. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the ancestral home. After ending the call, Zhu Jue hurried to the entrance, his heart racing uncontrollably. He gazed down the lane, silently vowing, "Mou, this time, I will not allow you to disappear again." Minutes later, a young girl clad in a white dress appeared at the end of the lane. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and her fair complexion, she was none other than Zhou Mou. She approached him, carrying a bag, and smiled brightly. Zhu Jue, what happened to your hand? Why is it bandaged? Zhu Jue glanced down at his hand, recalling the wound was still healing. He chuckled softly. It's nothing. I accidentally cut myself while clearing some items. What did you bring me? My dad asked me to deliver cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs, as well as some cookies my mom made, Zhou Mou replied, extending the bag towards him, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Have you been busy lately? My dad mentioned you were reinforcing the house and buying a lot of supplies. Are you feeling unwell? Zhu Jue felt warmth swell within him as he observed her worried expression. He reached out to ruffle her hair, just as he had countless times before in his previous life. I'm fine. I just feel that the weather has been a bit off lately, so I'm preparing some supplies in advance. By the way, MOU, for the next 3 months, try not to venture far. Call me anytime if you need anything. All right? Zhou Mou appeared momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded with a smile. Got it. You sound just like my dad with all this nagging. By the way, I have no classes next weekend. Shall we go watch a movie together? Absolutely. Zhu Jue replied without hesitation. He intended to cherish every moment spent with Zhou Mou and to prepare thoroughly for the impending apocalypse over the next 3 months. After exchanging a few more words, Zhou Mou was called away by Zhou Qi's phone. Watching her retreating figure, Zhu Jue clenched his fists. With his second uncle's funds secured, the space upgraded, and supplies steadily accumulating, the construction crew was diligently fortifying the stronghold. What remained was to confront the approaching relatives, extracting their last vestiges of value, and making every preparation before the extreme cold arrived. The countdown to the apocalypse had already commenced, and Zhu Jue was ready. Chapter 4. The emergence of the nuclear defense fortress amidst the decadent city. The sounds of construction in the backyard of the ancestral home persisted from dawn until dusk. The shrill wail of cutting machines and the thunderous clamor of pile drivers stirring the entire old street into a frenzy. Zhu Jue stood upon the second-floor terrace, observing the workers as they embedded massive Q690 high-strength steel beams into the foundation, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This material, procured through Zhou Qi's connections from a specialized steel mill, was originally intended for protective walls at nuclear power stations, designed to withstand extreme cold, impact, and moderate levels of nuclear radiation, precisely the nuclear-grade defense he required. Young Master Zhu, This third layer of concrete has been fortified with lead plates and carbon fiber. The wall thickness has now reached 2 meters. Should we add more, we will need a more powerful crane. The construction team leader, Old Zhang, called up to Zhu Jue while wearing a hard hat, incredulity coloring his tone. This is not merely reinforcing a house. It's akin to constructing an underground bunker. Zhu Jue cast aside a bottle of water, the sound resonating with clarity. Follow the blueprint. There is no need to skimp on expenses. The nuclear-proof door for the basement should arrive tomorrow, right? It must be of military-grade quality, with impeccable sealing capabilities. Rest assured, the manufacturer assured me it will be delivered by dawn, with the installation crew accompanying the truck. Lao Zhang caught the water, harboring doubts in his heart about this reckless young master of the Zhu family. It had hardly been long since his parents had gone missing, and here he was, pouring the family fortune into this old house, investing in special steel and nuclear-proof doors. One might think he was preparing to hide from a world war. His sentiments were not misplaced. The entire neighborhood along the old street shared the same thoughts. Just as Zhu Jue turned to descend the stairs, he overheard the idle chatter of Aunt Wang and Aunt Li at the gate. Their voices, though not loud, pierced his ears with every word. Look at the commotion at the Zhu residence. They're demolishing walls and welding steel. I've heard the steel alone has cost over $1 million. This spendthrift truly doesn't care. Indeed, it hasn't been long since his parents went missing, and he is already siphoning off the foundation's money into this dilapidated house. And that Zhou Qi is helping him meddle. What a fool. Aunt Li sighed, catching sight of Zhu Jue emerging, and promptly fell silent, hastily pulling Aunt Wang away while stealing glances at him, her gaze akin to that of someone observing an incorrigible wastrel. Zhu Jue paid little heed. Such gossip had been relentless in recent days. Since the construction team had arrived, his reputation as a liberated scion of wealth had spread throughout the entire street, even reaching the ears of relatives in the city, precisely the effect he desired. Zhu Jue, come out. A sharp voice suddenly erupted from the alleyway. His second uncle, leaning on a cane, approached with a pallid face, followed closely by Zhu Chang, who clutched a bank card, his face flushed crimson. It was evident that his second uncle had discovered the disappearance of the money in the bank account. Zhu Jue sauntered over, feigning surprise. Second uncle? What brings you here? Didn't you say you were going to sell Jade? Did you get the money back? Money? What money? His second uncle seized Zhu Jue by the collar, trembling with anger. You little rascal! How dare you play me for a fool? My $2 million is gone. Did you take it? And the jade in that box? I had a friend look at it, and it's all just dyed, worthless stones. You better explain yourself. Zhu Jue deliberately feigned panic, pushing him away. Second uncle, don't wrongfully accuse me. How could I touch your money? Perhaps your friend scammed you? And as for that jade, how could it be fake? It belonged to my grandfather. It's fake. It's fake. His second uncle exclaimed, stomping his foot. My friend is a seasoned jade expert with 30 years of experience. He recognized it instantly. $2 million. I mortgaged my house to raise that sum. Are you saying you've squandered it all on this dilapidated house? Zhu Jue, you wasteful brat. If your parents knew how recklessly you're squandering the family fortune, they'd be furious. As his words echoed, neighbors from the alley gathered, pointing and whispering. So he was spending his uncle's money, even deceiving him into mortgaging his house. How unscrupulous! To be so reckless right after his parents went missing. Truly a heartless wolf. The murmurs pierced like needles, and Zhu Chang, exasperated, stamped his foot. Dad, stop wasting your breath. Call the police. Charge him with fraud. Call the police? Zhu Jue suddenly chuckled, striding forward with eyes as cold as ice. Second uncle, are you certain you want to involve the authorities? You used the money from mortgaging your house to buy my grandfather's jade, and now you claim it's fake and want to accuse me of fraud? But you were the one who insisted on helping me sell the jade and even volunteered to subsidize the costs. I never coerced you. If this escalates to the police, do you really think they will side with you? His second uncle paused, realizing that from the beginning, he had initiated the transaction without any evidence to support Zhu Jue's deceit. If this matter were to reach the police, he would not only lose his money, but also gain a reputation for being covetous of his relative's wealth. You tricked me. His second uncle was so furious he could hardly speak, pointing at Zhu Jue, his face pale with rage, nearly spitting blood. "Second uncle, let us not be hasty." Zhu Jue's tone softened as he patted his shoulder. "Perhaps your friend simply misjudged the jade? It might very well be genuine, and he just wanted to drive the price down by claiming it's fake. Besides, my house is nearly completed. Once it's finished, we can store the jade here and enlist a true expert to appraise it. I'm sure we can sell it for a handsome price, and you'll get your money back, plus some profit." Those words were like a lifeline, and his second uncle's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. He glanced at the construction site in the backyard, then back at Zhu Jue, his mind racing. This house was being built so grandly. Perhaps Zhu Jue truly had something valuable in hand that he had yet to reveal. Can it really sell for a good price? His second uncle's tone wavered. "Absolutely," Zhu Jue replied with a smile, "but I need to add a few more things to the house, like wind-resistant glass for the top floor and a storage facility for supplies in the basement. All of this requires funds. Second uncle, can you gather a bit more money? Once the jade sells, I'll ensure you receive a generous share, guaranteed to double your investment." His second uncle hesitated, yet the thought of doubling his profit was irresistible. He gritted his teeth. "Fine, I'll find a way to gather more. But Zhu Jue, if you trick me again, I'll let this go. Rest assured." "Second uncle," Zhu Jue replied, waving him off with a grin as he watched his second uncle and Zhu Chong leave, muttering curses. Internally, he scoffed at the old fool, who, it seemed, wouldn't shed a tear until he faced the grim reality of his own folly. Once he squeezed out the last of his money, he would be left to fend for himself in the impending apocalypse. The neighbors, having lost interest in the spectacle, gradually dispersed, still murmuring about the wastrel who had deceived his kin. Zhu Jue paid them no mind and turned back to the courtyard, just in time to encounter Zhou Qi and Zhou Mou approaching. Zhou Qi had just returned from the construction site, dust covering him. Upon seeing Zhu Jue, he frowned. "I witnessed everything that just transpired. You've swindled your uncle again, haven't you?" "It's not swindling. He offered willingly," Zhu Jue shrugged. "He wanted profit off me, and I merely went with the flow. This money is for building a fortress. Far better than allowing him to squander it away during the end times." Zhou Qi sighed, refraining from further argument. Observing the progress on the construction site over these past few days, his doubts had significantly diminished. Zhu Jue had amassed supplies filling 3 warehouses, from compressed biscuits to antibiotics, from generators to antifreeze oil, each a valuable commodity in the apocalypse, especially the nuclear-proof fortress. Should extreme natural disasters arise, this house would indeed be the safest haven. "The nuclear-proof door will arrive tomorrow. I've confirmed it with the manufacturer, and its sealing performance meets military standards. It won T-crack even at -50 degrees. Zhou Qi informed him, handing over a blueprint. The storage facility and water reservoir in the basement are nearly complete, capable of holding 100,000 pounds of grain and 50,000 liters of water, enough for the 3 of us for 10 years. "Not enough." Zhu Jue shook his head. "We need to double that, 20,000 pounds of grain and 100,000 liters of water. Furthermore, we should purchase another batch of seeds and establish a hydroponic growing chamber in the basement. If the external food supply runs out, we can grow our own." Zhou Qi was momentarily stunned, then nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll make the arrangements." He was now fully convinced of Zhu Jue's intentions. Regardless of whether the end times were real or not, the more prepared Zhu Jue was, the greater their chances of survival. Zhou Mou carried a bag filled with a list of supplies she had organized and handed it to Zhu Jue. "Here's the list of medications you asked me to categorize. I arranged the antibiotics and antipyretics by expiration date, and I've bought 100 tubes of the frostbite ointment you requested. By the way, regarding the extreme cold weather data you asked me to investigate, I consulted a meteorology professor from Huada University. He confirmed that there's indeed a warning for extreme cold waves in the next 3 months, although I didn't expect it to be this severe." Zhu Jue accepted the list, feeling warmth in his heart. Although Zhou Mou was unaware of the impending apocalypse, she had been diligently assisting him in preparations, from categorizing supplies to researching data without hesitation. "Thank you," Zhu Jue said, ruffling her hair. "I'll treat you to a movie next weekend. Zhu Montak you smeed it." Her eyes crescent-shaped. "Sound great. I want to see the latest sci-fi film." As the trio conversed, footsteps echoed at the entrance, and his third aunt and uncle led several relatives into the courtyard, each sporting a fade of forced smiles. Zhu Jue, I hear you are renovating your house. We must take a look. Aunt San led the way, her eyes scanning the yard. Upon spotting a pile of steel in the corner, her eyes sparkled with delight. This house is truly grand. It must have cost you quite a fortune, no? Not too much, merely a few million, Zhu Jue replied, deliberately downplaying the expense. A few million? Uncle gasped and sighed. Zhu Jue, it's not that I'm criticizing you. Your parents have just gone missing, and you're spending money so lavishly. It's rather inappropriate. Besides, no matter how well you renovate this old house, it won't be worth much. It would be better to distribute that money among our relatives. We are all family. After all, and we can help keep an eye on you. As soon as he said this, the other relatives chimed in. Yes, Zhu Jue, we only want what's best for you. You're just a child. It's unsafe to hold so much money. You should entrust it to us for safekeeping. Zhu Jue smirked inwardly, recognizing that these people, like his second uncle, were merely after his wealth. He feigned hesitation, saying, but my house isn't finished yet. I still need to spend more money. Besides, I don't have much left, just a few million. A few million is still not a small amount, Aunt Sen exclaimed, her eyes wide. Zhu Jue, listen to your aunt. Don't waste money on this dilapidated house. Take that money out and let us invest together. It will surely be more advantageous than spending on renovations. Invest. Zhu Jue's interest was piqued. Aunt San, do you have a good project? Of course, she declared, patting her chest. I know a businessman in the renewable energy sector. Invest $1 million and you will see returns in 6 months. Just hand me the money and I will handle the investment. When we profit, we will split it. Zhu Jue felt a wave of exhilaration. It was as if his desires were manifesting before him. He pretended to be tempted, saying, really? But I still need to finish the house. It will be cold in winter. Cold? Nonsense. Uncle interjected. With that money, you could buy a few down jackets. If worst comes to worst, you can come to my house for the new year. I have heating. Indeed, Zhu Jue, don't continue with the renovations. Investing the money is the sensible thing to do. The relatives clamored in agreement, none mentioning the impending calamities. All focused instead on how to swindle him out of his money. Zhu Jue pretended to ponder for a moment before nodding. All right, I will heed Aunt San and Uncle S advice. However, I lack sufficient funds and will need to ask second uncle for a bit more. He had invested previously as well, and we can split the returns. Aunt San and Uncle exchanged a glance, excitement flashing in their eyes. Great. We will help you contact second uncle. As the relatives hurried off in high spirits, Zhou Qi shook his head helplessly. Are you really going to swindle them out of their money? It's not swindling. They are willingly investing, Zhu Jue replied with a smile. This money will be used to fortify the fortress. It's far better than allowing them to perish for nothing during the apocalypse. Uncle Zhou, please assist me in procuring another batch of radiation-proof suits and air purifiers. I need the highest quality available. Zhou Qi nodded. Understood. By the way, I discovered that your parents are abroad for a project related to a laboratory called Arkansas. That laboratory has been researching extreme climate response strategies. I'm still investigating the details. Ark Laboratory? Zhu Jue furrowed his brow. The name sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered it in his mother's diary. I will continue to investigate, Zhou Qi assured him, patting his shoulder. Rest assured, no matter what happens, we will construct the fortress and await your parents' return. Zhu Jue nodded and walked to the construction site in the backyard, observing the workers installing the rebar. He took out the Jade pendant from his chest, concentrating his thoughts, silently reciting the incantation to exchange for nuclear-proof paint. Yesterday, while researching the pendant, he discovered that the space within it could not only exchange for gold, but also for special materials. As long as he possessed sufficient gold, he could acquire military-grade, nuclear-proof paint. Buzz. The pendant warmed slightly, and the bars of gold in the space diminished by half, replaced by a batch of silvery paint. Meanwhile, the space's volume surged from 100 cubic meters to 200. Wonderful. Zhu Jue couldn't help but exclaim. With this batch of nuclear-proof paint, the fortress's defensive capabilities would be elevated to a new level. At that moment, the gossip at the alley's entrance had yet to cease. Aunt Wang and Aunt Li were still lamenting his prodigality, while the relatives were busy scheming to pool their resources for investment. No one realized that in 3 months, this place would become the only safe zone amidst the apocalypse. Zhu Jue surveyed everything before him, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gossip as much as you wish, scheme as you might. When the extreme cold descends and calamity unfolds, you will understand that I, Zhu Jue, am not a spendthrift, but your only chance of survival. Unfortunately, by then, you will no longer be deserving. The countdown to the apocalypse continued, while his nuclear-proof fortress was gradually taking shape. Chapter 5. Black Market Transactions, Dark Web Communications. As the white dress of Zhou Mo vanished around the corner of the alley, Zhu Jue could still feel the softness of her hair at his fingertips. Lowering his gaze, he clenched his fists, burying that fleeting warmth deep within. Now was not the time for indulgence. The extreme cold looming in 3 months hung over him like an icicle. And what he clutched in his hands was not only the fate of himself and the Zhou family, but also the information accumulated over 2 lifetimes that could potentially alter the situation. In the ancestral courtyard, the sound of electric drills buzzed incessantly. The old wall in the backyard had been reduced to half, revealing a few decaying wooden pillars buried in the exposed yellow earth. Zhouqi had just messaged him that the first batch of steel had arrived at the warehouse, 3 days ahead of schedule, thanks to Zhouqi's connections at the Emergency Supplies Reserve Center that facilitated a special passage. Zhu Jue retrieved the Jade pendant from his chest, and with a thought, a palm-sized gold ingot appeared in his hand, its golden sheen blinding in the afternoon sun. This was gold that had been split in the space, each piece weighing 50 grams, perfectly suited for black market transactions. What he was about to do was far riskier than simply reinforcing the fortress. He would find an anonymous dark web account and send a warning about the impending calamity and specific unusual events occurring in 2 weeks to the official information collection channels. In his previous life, it wasn't until a month after the extreme cold had ravaged the land that the Regional Information Coordination Agency released the first official disaster warning. By then, power had been cut, transportation was paralyzed, and most areas had descended into chaos. Zhu Jue vividly recalled that the agency later disclosed in their files that prior to the disaster's outbreak, sporadic anonymous messages had flooded into the dark web information portal, but they were either vague or dismissed as pranks. His mission was to transform the scattered into the precise, using the specific events of the impending 2 weeks to exploit the chinks in the official trust. The black market rendezvous point was set at an abandoned textile factory warehouse in the western part of the city. Zhu Jue changed into a faded work uniform, dusting a layer of fine gray over his face. He slung an old canvas bag over his shoulder, which contained 3 gold ingots and a second-hand laptop retrieved from space. He had acquired this laptop from a flea market the day before, dismantled its hard drive, and reinstalled the system, ensuring no personal information remained. The warehouse was filled with the smell of machine oil and mildew, dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight filtering through the broken roof, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. In the corner, a figure clad in a black hoodie stood, their face obscured by a low brim and a mask covering half their face, nervously fiddling with an encrypted USB drive. "Where's the goods?" The hooded figure spoke, their voice altered by a voice modulator, sounding like sandpaper scraping against metal. Zhu Jue wasted no time. He pulled a gold ingot from his canvas bag and tossed it over. The hooded figure caught it, weighed it in their hand, then produced a small gold tester. Scanning the ingot, the screen lit up with 999 pure gold. The account was a phantom node, with all dark web access records wiped and an IP that jumped 3 layers, making it impossible to trace back to its source. The hooded figure tossed over the USB drive. "The password is in a text file at the root directory of the USB. It's best to format it after use. I've also stored the dark web endpoint for the Regional Information Coordination Agency in there. Just a heads up, that endpoint has AI monitoring, so avoid using vague language. The more specific, the safer." Zhu Jue caught the USB drive, placing it in the inner pocket of his canvas bag before tossing over 2 more gold ingots. "That's a generous deposit. Keep an eye on that account for a week. If anything unusual arises, notify me immediately." The hooded figure caught the gold ingots. their eyes glinting with excitement, and nodded. "Rest assured, I understand the rules of the trade." A week later, he remained here, stating that if there were no issues, he would accept the final payment. With that, he turned and vanished into the shadows deep within the warehouse, his footsteps light and soon out of sight. Zhu Jue did not linger, quickly shouldering his canvas bag as he exited the warehouse, hailing a taxi. He provided the address of a convenience store 3 streets away from his ancestral home. Adhering to a survival rule instilled in him over 8 years of apocalyptic existence: never direct unfamiliar vehicles near his residence. On the 2nd floor of the convenience store, there was a compartment by the window. Zhu Jue ordered a cup of hot coffee, placed a second-hand laptop on the table, and connected a USB drive acquired from the black market. The screen flickered to life, revealing an encrypted text in the root directory. After decompressing it, 2 lines appeared: account name, permafrost observer, password, a string of garbled characters. Beside it was a compressed file that, once extracted, revealed a dark web browser, with bookmarks already saved for the anonymous portal links of the Global Information Coordination Agency. Taking a deep breath, he connected the Ethernet cable, daring not to use wireless for fear of being tracked, and opened the dark web browser. The page unfurled against a backdrop of darkness, with a solitary blinking input box at its center, accompanied by a line of small text below. Anonymous information submission portal. Content must include specific events, time, and location. Any lack of substantial information will be automatically filtered. Zhu Jue's fingertips hovered above the keyboard, mentally reviewing the content he was about to submit, neither too vague nor revealing of his identity. He had to adopt the tone of an observer, distilling a lifetime of memories into precise warnings. 1. In 3 months, around month X, day X, a persistent extreme cold disaster will erupt globally, with minimum temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees Celsius for no less than 45 days, accompanied by widespread power outages and burst water pipes. It is imperative to stockpile heating equipment, frost-resistant supplies, and emergency power sources in advance. 2. In 2 weeks, on month X, day X, the following regions will experience extraordinary events, which will be verified. The suburbs of City A, latitude 30, 12, longitude 114, 25, will experience a magnitude 3. 2 shallow earthquake, with no casualties but resulting in cracked walls of aging residential buildings. The reservoir in the western part of City B, latitude 31, 05, longitude 113, 40, will encounter piping eruptions, necessitating prior reinforcement of the embankment to avert a small-scale breach. The wholesale fruit and vegetable market in City C, latitude 29, 58, longitude 115, 10, will suffer sudden low-temperature frost damage, with nighttime temperatures dropping to 5 degrees Celsius, causing all uncovered vegetables to freeze. 3. The subsequent sequence of disasters. Following the extreme cold, there will be an extended period of heat exceeding 60 degrees Celsius on the surface, subsequently triggering a wave of mutated insects and intensified seismic activity. The information is derived from long-term meteorological and geological observational data, not mere conjecture. Please promptly initiate emergency protocols, stockpile resources, and reinforce infrastructure. After typing the final character, Zhu Jue meticulously reviewed the submission thrice, ensuring that no detail could potentially expose his identity, and that there were no exaggerated or ambiguous expressions. Precise details were crucial for garnering official attention. In his previous life, he had witnessed too many warnings overlooked due to vagueness. The moment he clicked submit, a loading bar appeared on the page, and upon reaching 100, a line of red text emerged. Information received will be included in the priority verification queue. Please do not submit again. Zhu Jue immediately closed the browser, removed the USB drive, and with pre-prepared tools, formatted both the USB and the laptop's hard drive before stuffing the device into his canvas bag. This laptop could no longer be used. He would need to find a place to destroy it. Just as he completed this task, his phone buzzed. It was Zhou Qi calling. "Xiaoju, where are you?" Zhou Qi's voice was more urgent than usual. "The Public Security Coordination Bureau just contacted me, inquiring why our foundation has been procuring large quantities of steel and emergency supplies. and even renting 3 large warehouses. They were quite detailed in their questioning. Zhu Jue's heart tightened, then relaxed. He had anticipated that regulatory departments would notice the anomaly, especially given the conspicuous procurement of over 1,000 tons of steel and 5,000 boxes of compressed biscuits. Uncle Zhou, don't panic, Zhu Jue replied in a lowered voice. Just tell them we are conducting a post-disaster reconstruction simulation project, responding to the call of the Emergency Supplies Reserve Center, and rehearsing material stockpiling and site planning in advance. If they probe further, redirect the conversation to my parents' previous arrangements, stating that this was a plan set by my father during his lifetime in preparation for potential natural disasters. This statement was half-truth. Indeed, the Zhu family patriarch had always favored stockpiling, albeit not foreseeing an apocalypse. The name of the Emergency Supplies Reserve Center was a connection Zhou Qi had facilitated during a previous steel procurement, a mention that could quell the scrutiny. There was a brief silence on the other end, before Zhou Qi's voice softened. All right, I'll know how to respond. By the way, Mo, you just mentioned that you promised to take her to the movies next weekend. Don't forget. That girl has been saying how busy you are, and she's feeling a bit uneasy. Zhu Jue's lips curved into a smile, the tension in his nerves easing slightly. I want to forget. I've already booked the tickets for that sci-fi film she wanted to see. After hanging up, Zhu Jue sipped his now-cool coffee, gazing through the convenience store window at the bustling street outside. Among the hurried pedestrians, no one knew what this place would transform into in 3 months. Nor did they realize that someone had just dropped an early warning bomb in the dark web. He pulled out a jade pendant, his thoughts sinking into the space within, where gold bars piled like a small mountain, neatly arranged beside stacks of compressed biscuits and down jackets, as well as several newly arrived generators. The space had expanded to 120 cubic meters, an increase from yesterday when he exchanged the funds from his second uncle for gold. He could distinctly feel the energy within the space flowing slowly, as if it possessed a life of its own. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an anonymous text message, containing only a single line. Information has been marked. Verification initiated. Ghost. It was from the hooded figure in the black market. Zhu Jue felt a weight lift from his heart. Being marked was a good sign, indicating that the coordination agency had not dismissed his message as spam. Next, it would depend on whether the 3 events in 2 weeks could convince the authorities of his warning's validity. He tidied his belongings, shouldered the canvas bag, and exited the convenience store, hailing a taxi back to his ancestral home. Outside the car window, the sunlight was just right. Street vendors were hawking fruits, and children chased each other in playful brawls, a scene of tranquility. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the canvas bag, his knuckles whitening. He was determined to preserve this peace, wielding his space, his experience, and all the resources at his disposal. As he neared his ancestral home, his phone buzzed again. It was a WeChat message from Zhou Mou, accompanied by a screenshot of a movie ticket. I saw you NT booked, so I bought it in advance. Next Saturday at 2 p.m., don't be late. Followed by a tongue-out emoji. Zhu Jue looked at the screen, unable to suppress a smile as he replied, I promise to be on time, and I'll treat you to popcorn. Putting away his phone, the taxi came to a stop at the entrance of his ancestral home. The construction team, as foreman, greeted him immediately. Mr. Zhu, the foundation for the backyard has been completed. Mr. Zhou said to have you take a look. Shall we bring the steel over today to start assembling the framework? Yes, bring it over. Zhu Jue nodded, his voice resolute. The sooner, the better. Let us aim to erect the outer steel frame within a week. The foreman acknowledged and turned to make arrangements. Zhu Jue stepped into the courtyard, observing the exposed foundation in the backyard, silently calculating. Once the steel frame was up, concrete would need to be poured inside, and an additional layer of bulletproof steel plate added to the outer walls. The roof would need reinforcement to prevent collapse from accumulated snow during extreme cold. The basement had to be dug deeper for storing supplies and generators. Moreover, surveillance cameras and an electric grid needed to be installed in the yard to guard against future intruders. He pulled out the jade pendant from his chest, sunlight streaming through it, casting a warm halo on the ground. The dark web message had been dispatched, steel was en route, and his second uncle remained blissfully unaware, believing he had stumbled upon a great bargain. Everything was progressing according to plan, yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. as if he had forgotten something important. It wasn't until he passed the study and noticed his mother's diary on the desk that he suddenly recalled the prophecy mentioned within in that particular event. What could it be? Had his parents and Aunt Zhou's plane truly gone missing to confirm that matter? Zhu Jue pushed open the door to his study and picked up the diary resting on the desk, flipping to the final page. His mother's handwriting was elegant yet tinged with urgency. The data from the Arctic ice cap monitoring station was amiss. Lao Chan claimed that something was concealed within the ice cores, and we must investigate. Little Zhu's Jade pendant must be worn close to him. It is the key to the Zhu family. The Arctic ice cap monitoring station? Lao Jian. The key? Zhu Jue furrowed his brow. These terms were like fragmented pieces of a puzzle scattered in his memory, failing to form a coherent picture. He placed the diary back in the drawer, silently resolving that once the fortress was completed and supplies were secured, he would ascertain the truth behind his parents' disappearance, which was certainly not a mere aviation accident. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, displaying a message from an unfamiliar number, containing only 5 words. Who are you? Source? Zhu Jue's heart raced. This was a response from the Global Information Coordination Agency. They had indeed taken note of his message and were inquiring about the source. He stared at the phone screen, his finger hovering over the keyboard, contemplating for a long while before replying with just 4 words, survivor. Awaiting verification. After successfully sending the message, he silenced his phone and tucked it away in his pocket. The subsequent 2 weeks were filled with anticipation, awaiting the official validation of his warning, waiting for the steel to form the framework of the fortress, and also waiting for those exquisite relatives to voluntarily present themselves as the next batch of fodder for his spatial upgrade. The sound of an electric drill echoed in the yard once more, sunlight glinting off the foundation and illuminating the yellow earth. Zhu Jue stood at the doorway of the study, observing the bustling construction crew in the backyard with resolute determination. The countdown to the apocalypse continued unabated. Yet this time, he was no longer a mere ant at the mercy of others, but rather a chess player holding the trump card. The dark web's information was the first step, the fortress the second. Moving forward, every step he took had to be deliberate and cautious, until everyone he cherished was safely ensconced within that steel bastion. Chapter 6. Building the Fortress in Jiangsheng. Secret Passport Operations. Zhu Jue's fingertip hovered over the delete key on his phone, fixated on the sent message survivor, awaiting verification for 3 seconds before ultimately deciding against outright deletion. The coordination agency, having sent an inquiry, might have already backed up the information. Thus, deleting the message bore little significance. Instead, he opted for a long press to obliterate it completely and then remove the SIM card, tucking it into the concealed pocket of his canvas bag. This temporary card was purchased the previous day from a convenience store, and it was imperative to discard it after this use, ensuring no traces linked to the frozen soil observer remained. Caution is the mother of safety. This adage was a lesson learned at the expense of countless lives during the 8 years of the apocalypse. Zhu Jue touched the jade pendant against his chest, feeling its warmth seep through the fabric, providing him with a modicum of solace. Outside, darkness had begun to envelop the sky, and the dim streetlights flickered to life in the alleyways of the old town of Jiangsheng. In the distance, the neon lights of the new urban area along the river shimmered, and the city, embraced by the 2 river arms, resembled a piece of jade floating on water. Little did anyone know that in just over 2 months, this jade would shatter under the extreme cold. Jiangsheng, the place where Zhu Jue had rooted himself for 2 lifetimes. Built by the river, it was divided into the east and west cities. The east was a newly developed commercial area, towering buildings rising high, while the west city was the old quarter, akin to a piece of candy softened by time. The ancestral home lay hidden in the depths of Zhu Family Alley in the west city, characterized by its narrow alleys and populated by longtime neighbors. However, its intricate layout and the ancestral house, constructed by his grandfather as a rudimentary fortress, boasted a deep foundation and thick walls, rendering it perfectly suited for conversion into a nuclear-level stronghold. "Mr. Zhu, come take a look at this steel frame." The foreman's voice from the backyard interrupted Zhu Jue's thoughts. He tucked his phone into his inner pocket and strode towards the backyard. As he rounded the moon gate, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The old wall, previously reduced to a mere half, had been razed to the ground, and a dozen steel beams, as thick as a wrist, stood firmly in the foundation. Welders donned their masks, fusing joints as sparks danced upon the steel plates, casting a glow upon the surrounding yellow earth. The foreman approached, holding a blueprint. This new design sent by Mr. Zhou this morning. Look at the spacing of the steel frame. It adheres to the seismic resistance standards you specified. The steel is of special grade, 12 millimeters thick, thicker than a bank vault's walls. And as for the entrance to the underground shelter, I propose it be located beneath the study floor for concealment and ease of access. Zhu Jue accepted the blueprint, his fingertips tracing the annotations for the 3 underground levels. The lowest designated as a supplies reserve, the middle for the generator room and water purification system, and the uppermost as an emergency refuge, all designed to nuclear-grade specifications. Walls poured with C80 concrete reinforced with steel mesh, doors and windows fitted with blast-proof seals, and a ventilation system equipped with filtration units. Not only would it withstand extreme cold and earthquakes, but even in the event of a nuclear shockwave, remaining inside the shelter would allow for survival of up to half a month. Proceed according to the blueprint. Zhu Jue nodded, his gaze sweeping over the bundles of special steel plates piled in the corner. These were what he had exchanged from his space yesterday, 3 times thicker than the steel available on the market. When he retrieved them from his space, he had instructed Zhou Qi to inform the foreman under the guise of special procurement by the Foundation, ensuring that this batch of materials was delivered directly from an out-of-town manufacturer to the backyard without passing through the front entrance, thus averting any suspicion from the workers and maintaining his discretion regarding his spatial abilities. By the way, do not use this batch of steel today, Zhu Jue added. I'll have someone enclose the backyard with color steel panels tomorrow before work continues, to prevent the neighbors from seeing and asking questions. The foreman nodded in understanding. I see. There are many gossips in the old town. We must be cautious. Having said that, Zhu Jue turned and returned to the front yard. He needed to take advantage of the darkness to transfer some supplies from the warehouse into his space. During the day, with the construction crew around, the warehouse, although monitored by Zhou Qi's personnel, would still attract attention if it appeared too full. It was better to first store the moisture-sensitive items, such as compressed biscuits, medicines, and down jackets into his space, leaving only a thin layer on the surface to appease the occasional inspections by the Public Security Coordination Bureau personnel. With a thought, the jade pendant on his chest warmed slightly, and Zhu Jue could vividly visualize the scene within his space. 120 cubic meters divided into sections, with golden bars stacked on the left, 2,000 boxes of compressed biscuits neatly arranged in the center, a generator and gasoline barrels on the right, and in a corner, a reformatted second-hand laptop. In a couple of days, he would need to find a deserted location to dismantle the computer, disposing of the parts in different trash bins to ensure no complete chassis remained. As he was busy organizing, his phone rang, a message from an unfamiliar encrypted number. Zhu Jue answered, and a familiar altered voice came through. I've got my eyes on the frozen soil observer matter. The coordination agency's AI has flagged your message for verification. It hasn't been deleted. Furthermore, I have found a channel for the items you requested. However, authentic passport from our nation and M Nation, which can pass through the customs system, will cost 5 gold bars each. A half deposit is required up front. It was the ghost of the black market. Zhu Jue's request for passports had yielded results. He had anticipated that acquiring real passports would not be inexpensive. 5 gold bars, each weighing 50 grams for 1 passport, totaling 10 for 2, was manageable given his current resources. His space held nearly 100 gold bars, all exchanged with the funds from his second uncle. Send me the address. I'll meet you in half an hour. Zhu Jue did not haggle. At such a time, money was the least valuable asset, while a reliable channel was paramount. He withdrew 5 gold bars from his space, wrapped them in old newspaper, and tucked them into his canvas bag. Changing into a dark coat and pulling the brim of his hat low, he exited the ancestral home. This time, the meeting point was chosen at the abandoned wharf beneath the Jiangxing Bridge, sparsely populated, with many blind spots for surveillance, suiting his cautious nature. The wind at the wharf was fierce, causing the river to roar, while distant cargo ships illuminated with lights, resembled solitary islands adrift in the night. As Zhu Jue approached the designated container, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Indeed, it was the ghost clad in a hooded sweatshirt. Deposit. The ghost extended a hand. Voice colder than the last time. Zhu Jue handed over the newspaper package, which the ghost opened for a quick inspection, confirming its authenticity before producing 2 envelopes from their pocket and tossing them over. Inside are the semi-finished passports, photos and information fields left blank. Once you provide the remaining deposit, I will fill in the details for you, and they will be ready for delivery in 3 days. Just a reminder, these passports are borrowed. They use the identities of 2 recently deceased overseas Chinese nationals. The identity information can be verified, so don't use them for too long. After all, it's borrowed. Zhu Jue took the envelope, feeling the texture of the passport within. Its hardcover was undeniably authentic. He refrained from opening it immediately, instead slipping it into his inner pocket. 3 days hence, the same place, at 10 o'clock in the evening. The ghost nodded, turned, and vanished behind the shipping container. Zhu Jue remained rooted in place for 2 minutes, ensuring no one was tailing him, before retracing his steps along the path by the river. The river breeze caressed his face, a bit chilly. He touched the passport in his pocket. These 2 passports were his contingency plan. Should anything go awry with the fortress in Jiangcheng, or, if leads concerning his parents pointed abroad, he would at least have an escape route. As for the plans for a week hence, he could not afford to leave any traces just yet. He needed to wait for the coordination office to validate his warnings and ascertain whether the authorities would take action before crafting further strategies. Upon returning to the ancestral home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The construction crew in the yard had long since wrapped up, leaving only the streetlight at the entrance aglow. As Zhu Jue pushed open the gate, he noticed the living room was lit. Zhou Miyu sat on the sofa, holding a thermos. Upon seeing him enter, she immediately stood up. "Where have you been?" "My dad sent me to bring you dinner. I've been waiting for almost 2 hours." She wore a light blue sweatshirt, her hair cascading over her shoulders, and her eyes bore a hint of grievance, akin to a kitten awaiting its master's return. Zhu Jue felt a softening in his heart as he approached to take the thermos from her. Sorry. I just want to check on supplies in the warehouse and forgot to message you. You can't skip meals even while checking supplies." Zhou Miyu pouted, reaching to touch his outer garment. "Why is it so cold? Did you go to the riverside again?" Zhu Jue's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Miyu knew him too well, aware that he often sought solace by the river when troubled. He quickly diverted the conversation. "No, I just took a longer route. By the way, don't you have class tomorrow? Why are you here so late?" "Tomorrow is Saturday. No classes." Zhou Miyu sat beside him, watching as he opened the thermos. "My mom made your favorite braised pork and rice. Hurry and eat while it's hot. Oh, I bought the movie tickets for next Saturday. It's at 2 in the afternoon, don't forget." Not likely to forget. Zhu Jue picked up a piece of the braised pork and tasted it. The familiar flavor evoking memories of the dish made by Aunt Zhou in his previous life, a taste he cherished amidst the apocalypse. Gazing into Zhou Muyu's bright eyes, he silently vowed, in this lifetime, not only would he ensure her survival, but he would also see to it that she enjoyed her mother's braised pork every day. Zhou Muyu continued to chat about school, mentioning that their class was organizing a spring outing to the botanical garden on the outskirts of the city, asking if he would like to join. Zhu Jue felt a stir of interest. The botanical garden was not far from the location he had reported to the coordination office regarding the anticipated earthquake in the suburbs of City A in 2 weeks. It would be an opportune moment to assess the condition of the old residential buildings there, as well as to caution Zhou Muyu against venturing into dangerous areas. "I'll go with you all." Zhu Jue nodded. "I could use a stroll in the botanical garden myself." Zhou Muyu's eyes lit up. "That's wonderful. I'll tell the class leader tomorrow." After Zhou Muyu left, Zhu Jue tidied up the thermos and walked into the study. He retrieved a notebook from the drawer, a paper one rather than an electronic version, filled with densely written addresses from his previous life. Places in Jiangcheng where supplies had been hoarded, Li's grain and oil shop in the West City, where the owner inflated rice prices to 100 yuan per jean at the onset of the apocalypse, a hardware store in the East City, which stockpiled numerous heaters and generators, only to be looted by thugs, leading to the owner's demise, and the cold storage warehouse in the suburbs, which contained a significant stock of frozen meat and vegetables, a location he had searched for half a month but was beaten to by others. These locations formed the basis of his plan for zero-cost procurement, not to seize them outright, but to take advantage of the chaos in the early days of the apocalypse, utilizing space to collect the hoarded supplies from these merchants. Documenting them was a preparatory measure to ascertain the inventory's location and quantity, thereby avoiding any last-minute scrambles. As he recorded, he mentally calculated. In 1 week, the coordination office would validate the 3 matters he had raised. In 3 days, he would acquire the passports. The fortress's steel frame would be completed next week, followed by the pouring of concrete and installation of equipment. As for supplies, he had enough food and medicine. It still required some medical instruments and weapons. He needed to consult with the ghost about procuring stab-proof vests and crossbow arrows in the apocalypse. Cold weapons were more practical than firearms and less likely to attract scrutiny from regulatory bodies. After noting the last address, Zhu Jue tore the page from the notebook, igniting it with a lighter, watching as the paper turned to ash before disposing of the remnants in the toilet, leaving no trace. This was his habit. Having completed this, he moved to the window, gazing at the dark steel frame in the backyard. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the steel plates, resembling a slumbering giant. Zhu Jue retrieved the jade pendant from his chest, his thoughts drifting to the passport that lay quietly beside the gold bars within the space, the supplies piling higher, and the fortress's outline gradually becoming clearer in reality. He understood that every step he took was akin to walking a tightrope. Information from the dark web could arouse official suspicion. Black market transactions could lead to double crosses. Troublesome relatives might show up at any moment, and even the secret of the space could be exposed. Yet, he had no choice but to rely on the memories of 2 lifetimes and proceed with utmost caution, fortifying the fortress further and ensuring the safety of those around him. His phone vibrated again. It was a text from the coordination office, simply 5 words, awaiting validation. Zhu Jue looked at the message, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He would wait. Once the validation results emerged in 2 weeks, he would know whether he could triumph in this preemptive battle against the impending apocalypse. The river wind continued to blow outside, and the night in Jiangcheng remained tranquil. Yet Zhu Jue was acutely aware that beneath the calm surface, currents were already stirring. His fortress, his passports, his supplies, and the secrets buried deep within his heart were all weapons in his struggle against the apocalypse. In the week ahead, all he needed to do was to remain vigilant in his planning and await the right moment. Chapter 7. Revealing the Apocalypse, Seizing the Jade from Myanmar. The night breeze, entwined with river mist, swept into the study of the ancestral home as Zhu Jue had just flushed away the ashes of the burnt notebook. Turning around, he saw Zhou Qi standing at the door, clutching a document, his brow furrowed in distress. The living room lights were off, with only the study's illumination casting light on his face, revealing the bloodshot eyes that indicated he had just rushed over from the foundation without rest. "Uncle Zhou, why are you still awake at this hour?" Zhu Jue felt a pang of concern, knowing that Zhou Qi had likely come regarding the procurement of supplies. Though he had not anticipated his urgency, Zhou Qi entered the study, slapping the document onto the table. It was an asset list. "The properties you asked me to handle, the shops in the West City and the apartment in the East City, are already listed. The buyers are pressing hard on the prices. They won't go above 12 million. As for the foundation's liquid funds, after necessary operational expenses, only 8 million can be allocated. What do you need so much money for?" His voice was tinged with suppressed urgency. Previously, Zhu Jue had only hinted at its significance without elaborating, but now that financial matters were becoming tangible, he could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhu Jue gazed at the list on the table, his fingertip lingering over the figure of 20 million, just enough to deceive Kuan Yi from Myanmar regarding the collateral. He took a deep breath, moved to the window, and drew the curtains. Turning back, he held a yellow diary, the very one left behind by his mother. "Uncle Zhou, please read this first." Zhu Jue handed over the diary, his voice heavy with gravity. "This was written by my mother before she left. The last entry mentioned an extreme weather warning that proved true and the emergency fund of 50 million that my dad transferred. They are not missing. They went to investigate matters in advance. Zhou Jue accepted the diary, quickly flipping to the last few pages, the delicate handwriting pricking at his eyes. He and Zhu Jue's parents had been friends for over 20 years, well aware that the elder Zhu and his wife never spoke lightly. Especially the phrase "to protect little Zhu," which mirrored a coded message from his own spouse. And this. Zhu Jue extracted his mobile phone, summoned the text message history with the Global Information Coordination Agency, concealing the account details of the permafrost observer and retaining only the content of the pending verification warning. 2 weeks prior, I had sent a warning to the agency using an anonymous account, indicating that an extreme cold would descend in 3 months, along with an earthquake in City A and a reservoir breach in City B. Events that the agency has now marked awaiting validation. Zhou Jue's fingers clenched white as the diary and text messages struck like hammers, shattering the illusions he had long clung to. He looked up at Zhu Jue, finding no trace of jest in the boyish eyes, only a weight that belied his years. "Zhou Jue, how do you know all this?" "I had a very long dream." Zhu Jue refrained from mentioning the dual reincarnation, opting instead for the most palatable explanation for Zhou Jue. "I dreamt of the next 8 years. Extreme cold claiming lives, scorching heat turning the earth to ash, swarms of insects devouring humanity, earthquakes leveling cities. My second uncle swindled all my money, and you vanished on the 3rd day of the extreme cold. You broke your leg protecting me from a falling slab. And my parents and Aunt Zhou, they did not perish in a plane crash merely." His voice grew hoarse as he reached the end. "In this lifetime, I will never allow those scenes to replay." Zhou Jue remained silent for an extended period, the only sound in the study being the ticking of the wall clock. Finally, he exhaled heavily, returning the diary to Zhu Jue, his expression shifting from shock to resolve. "I believe you. I will gather 20 million by tomorrow. What do you propose we do?" "Acquire Jade artifacts, a substantial quantity of them." Zhu Jue pointed to the Jade pendant at his chest, an ancestral talisman of the Zhu family, capable of storing items and upgrading gold and jade. The more artifacts, the greater the space. Currently, the storage was only 120 cubic meters, insufficient for the forthcoming supplies, necessitating an urgent expansion. He paused momentarily, articulating a plan he had long contemplated. "There is a businessman named Kuan Yi in Myanmar. After the last extreme heat, he amassed a fortune through hoarding weapons and supplies, killing at least 1,000 people in Jiangsheng. He is a ruthless character. He possesses a jade artifact warehouse, hoarding at least 200 million worth of raw and finished stones. I wish for you to accompany me to Myanmar, under the guise of a collaborative jade mine development, deceiving him into pawning the jade artifacts to us, claiming we would provide 20 million as a deposit, borrowing 200 million worth of jade for circulation. 3 months later, we would return 230 million to him. If we fail to repay, the jade would belong to us." Zhou Jue quickly grasped the implications, realizing that by then, the extreme cold would have arrived, rendering repayment unnecessary. Indeed, Zhu Jue did not disguise the truth. It was the most expedient method, allowing them to acquire a vast quantity of jade to upgrade their space, while also avenging the grievances of the past. He owed the people of Jiangsheng, and in this life, it was time to extract some interest. Zhou Jue nodded without hesitation. "Very well, I will accompany you. Tomorrow, I will contact channels in Myanmar, prepare the false documentation for the collaboration, and secure a reliable translator. By the way, should we also handle the villa and resort left by your parents?" "Yes." Zhu Jue's eyes sparkled, nearly forgetting these 2 properties. They must clear out the antiques, calligraphy, and precious metals from the villa, placing the more cumbersome items directly into the space. The resort, situated in the mountains on the outskirts of the city, had been converted into an armory by Kuan Yi in the past, concealing a considerable number of firearms and cold weapons. Before heading to Myanmar, they needed to dismantle the weapon cache at the resort. Those weapons would fortify the defenses of their stronghold. Zhou Jue noted down the arrangements. "I will assign people to manage this. We will move the antiques and precious metals from the villa at night. And for the resort's armory, I'll find a few trustworthy veterans to quietly clear it out, minimizing noise." The 2 conferred for nearly an hour, deliberating on the details of the meeting in Myanmar, the timeline for asset management, and the storage plans for supplies post-space expansion, meticulously considering every step. Zhu Jue feared revealing the space, while Zhou Qi was wary of unforeseen complications. Both were intent on leaving nothing to chance. The following morning, Zhou Qi brought the fabricated Jade Mine collaboration proposal to the Foundation, while Zhu Jue contacted Ghost, this time opting for encrypted messaging without a face-to-face meeting. I required detailed information on Kuan Yi from Myanmar, including the address of his Jade artifact warehouse, recent transaction records, and a list of enemies. Name your price. Ghost promptly replied, 50,000, delivered to your email in 2 hours. Additionally, the anti-stab vests and crossbows you requested are available. 10 sets of vests, 20 crossbows, 500 bolts, totaling 100,000, payable upon delivery. Zhu Jue swiftly transferred 50,000 from the gold bars he had exchanged through Zhou Qi, now stored in a newly opened bank account, designated for these clandestine transactions. 2 hours later, he indeed received the information on Kuan Yi, a man in his 50s, a Chinese national from Myanmar, who had risen to wealth through jade smuggling, cold-hearted and ruthless, with a jade artifact warehouse located in the outskirts of Yangon, currently searching for partners due to financial strain. Truly, fortune favors me. Zhu Jue scoffed at the mention of financial distress in the documents. Kuan Yi had previously exploited this very pretense to deceive many, and now it was his turn to fall victim to his own tricks. In the afternoon, Zhou Qi called, reporting that the clearing of the villa and resort had commenced. The antiques and precious metals from the villa are being moved to the warehouse in batches by the bodyguards. Once night falls, you can quietly store them in the space. The armory at the resort has been located. It contains 5 shotguns, 30 machetes, and a considerable amount of ammunition. The veterans are currently transporting them to the warehouse. Be ready to receive them. Understood. Zhu hung up, seizing the opportunity during the construction crew's break to stealthily visit the warehouse. Inside, there was a pile of mahogany furniture, blue and white porcelain vases, and several boxes of gold bars and silver coins, with weapons transported from the resort tucked away in a corner. Zhu Jue glanced around to ensure no one was present, focused his mind, and silently invoked the jade pendant, which began to heat. Instantly, the contents of the warehouse vanished, the space transforming rapidly. Next to the original pile of gold bars were now several boxes of silver coins. The mahogany furniture leaned against the wall, and the weapons were set aside in a corner. The volume of the space expanded from 120 cubic meters to 150 cubic meters. Only an increase of 30 cubic meters? Zhu Jue frowned. It appeared that ordinary antiques and precious metals did not possess the same energy as pure gold and jade, reinforcing his determination to seek Kuan Yi in Myanmar. On the third day, Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi boarded a flight to Yangon, Myanmar. On the plane, Zhu Jue showed Zhou Qi the passport Ghost had provided, filled with information. The photo featured both Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi, with their identities linked to 2 recently deceased overseas Chinese, leaving no trace. Is this passport reliable? Zhou Qi touched the cover, a hint of concern in his voice. Rest assured, Ghost assured me it will pass through customs, and it will be valid for just 3 months. Once the extreme cold arrives, it will be of no use. Zhu Jue tucked the passport away, leaning back in his seat to rest, recalling Kuan Yi's weaknesses from the previous life: greed, suspicion, a penchant for discussing business over drinks, and a strong desire for face. If he could flatter him, any terms could be negotiated. Upon arriving in Yangon, the 2 contacted Kuan Yi's assistant as planned. The following day, at a luxurious hotel in Yangon, they met Kuan Yi in a private room. The man, in his 50s, donned a floral shirt, adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, and idly twirled a jade pendant in his hand, his gaze akin to that of a venomous snake as it swept over Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi. Mr. Zhou, I hear you have a jade mine you wish to collaborate on? Kuan Yi lifted his teacup, not drinking but merely skimming the foam with the lid. Zhou Qi seized the opportunity to speak, handing over the fabricated proposal. Kuan Yi, our mine is located in northern Myanmar, and we have just discovered high-quality green jade. It is merely the funds for extraction that we lack. We have heard of your esteemed reputation in the jade industry and wish to collaborate. We can provide a deposit of 20 million. borrowing 200 million worth of Jade for circulation. In 3 months, we will return 230 million to you. Should we fail, both the mine and the Jade will be yours. Kuan-Yi flipped through the proposal, his skepticism evident in his gaze. A 20 million deposit. Borrowing 200 million worth of Jade? Are you so confident? Zhu Jue seized a moment, raising his glass in a toast to Kuan-Yi. Kuan-Yi, our Zhu family is not without standing in Jiangcheng. How could we deceive you? Furthermore, the exploration report for the mine is from a reputable institution. If you doubt it, you may send someone to verify. We are merely in urgent need of Jade for circulation. Once the mine yields Jade, the repayment will not just be 230 million, but 500 million. He deliberately proclaimed the sum of 500 million with great emphasis, then removed the Jade bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Mr. Kuan. This is an heirloom Jade from my grandfather. Take a look. The Zhu family is not lacking in strength. Mr. Kuan accepted the bracelet, inspecting it against the light, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes. This indeed was an authentic old mine piece, worth at least 1 million. His suspicions diminished as he considered his recent financial strain. Securing a 20 million deposit and subsequently loaning out 200 million worth of Jade would either yield 230 million in 3 months or reclaim the mine, an assured profit. Excellent, Mr. Kuan exclaimed, slapping the table. I believe you. Tomorrow, I will take you to the warehouse to count the goods. We'll sign a contract, and once the deposit is received, you can take the Jade whenever you wish. Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi exchanged glances, a trace of amusement evident in their eyes. The fish had taken the bait. The following day, Mr. Kuan escorted them to a warehouse on the outskirts of Yangon. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a dizzying array of Jade raw stones and finished products, jadeite, Hittian jade, and nephrite, an overwhelming spectacle. Zhu Jue suppressed his excitement, feigning a count while discreetly using his mind to absorb the Jade pieces one by one into his space. He dared not take them all, only half, while the remainder was loaded onto a truck, feigning an intent to transport them back to Jiangcheng to avoid raising Mr. Kuan's suspicions. The space was currently undergoing an upgrade, holding a volume of 1,200 cubic meters. A prompt echoed in his mind from the Jade pendant. Zhu Jue felt a surge of elation. 1,200 cubic meters. It was ample to accommodate all the supplies and weapons. After signing the contract, Zhou Qi transferred the 20 million deposit to Mr. Kuan's account. Mr. Kuan, clutching the transfer receipt, wore an ear-to-ear grin as he personally escorted them to the truck. Mr. Zhou, I await your good news in 3 months. As the truck pulled away from the warehouse, Zhu Jue glanced at Mr. Kuan's figure in the rearview mirror, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Kuan, in 3 months, prepare to receive the Doomsday gift. Zhou Qi patted his shoulder, cautioning, don't celebrate too soon. We need to expedite the transport of the remaining Jade back, and the fortress in Jiangcheng awaits our return. Zhu Jue nodded and pulled out his phone to send a text to Phantom. Keep an eye on Mr. Kuan. If he senses something amiss, inform me immediately. Just as the message was sent, his phone rang, a strange number from the homeland. Upon answering, the voice of the coordination office came through. Permafrost Observer. The earthquake in the outskirts of City A has been validated. The reservoir in City B has been reinforced, and the frost damage warning in City C is effective. Please provide detailed data on subsequent disasters promptly. The coordination office will initiate an emergency response. Zhu Jue's heart jolted. The warning had been validated. The authorities were finally taking action. He glanced at the scenery whizzing by outside, touched the Jade pendant against his chest, silently vowing, Mom, Dad, and Zhou, MOU, wait for me. I will ensure you all reach the fortress and endure through this apocalypse. The truck headed towards Yangon Airport. The Jade within was merely a ruse, while the true treasure lay safely in Zhu Jue's space. In 3 months, during the Battle of the Apocalypse, his confidence would be further fortified. Chapter 8. Acquiring Weapons in Northern Myanmar, the Dark Golden Cave. As the truck departed from Mr. Kuan's Jade warehouse, the sun in the outskirts of Yangon had just passed noon, the asphalt road softening under the heat. Outside the window, patches of rubber trees flew by, the incessant cicada calls becoming irksome. Zhu Jue leaned against the passenger seat, his fingertips tracing the Jade pendant on his chest. his mind vividly recalling the sight within his space. Nearly 10,000 pieces of jade stacked like a small mountain. The green glow of jadeite raw stones shimmering in the dark compartment. The space's volume had surged to 1,200 cubic meters, 10 times what it had been before. Yet he knew this was still insufficient. "Uncle Zhou, have you made contact with the arms dealer?" Zhu Jue turned his head to look at Zhou Qi, who was intently observing the rearview mirror to ensure they weren't being followed. "Yes, I made contact with Scarface, a tough character in the local scene who has access to military supplies," Zhou Qi replied, pulling out a folded map from the glove compartment, pointing to a red dot on the northern Myanmar border. "The transaction will take place at an abandoned sugar factory 2 hours from here. I specifically instructed that only 2 people are allowed and no electronic devices other than communication equipment. They will conduct a body search." Zhu Jue nodded, having anticipated this protocol for black market arms transactions. He retrieved a palm-sized metal box from his space, containing disassembled components of a miniature night vision device, skills honed from his previous life amidst ruins. This contraband was cleverly concealed within the waistband of his belt, undetectable by ordinary scanners. "Let them search. No need to panic, I am prepared." After circling the rubber forest 3 times to confirm they were not being tailed, the truck finally turned onto a bumpy dirt road leading to the abandoned sugar factory. The factory's iron gate was rusted, and 2 men in camouflage uniforms stood guard with AK-47s. As the truck approached, they raised their hands to signal it to stop. "Mr. Zhou?" A scar man approached. It was Scarface. His gaze scanned the truck window, landing on Zhu Jue. "And who might this be?" "My nephew, Zhu Jue, responsible for counting the goods," Zhou Qi replied, opening the truck door and raising his hands. "As per protocol, proceed with the search." The 2 men in camouflage approached, wielding handheld metal detectors. They meticulously searched Zhou Qi, going through his coat to his shoes, even disassembling his phone for inspection. When it was Zhu Jue's turn, the detector beeped at his waist. Scarface squinted. "What do you have?" Zhu Jue, maintaining his composure, produced the metal box from his waist. "A family heirloom pocket watch. If you don't believe me, take a look." He opened the box to reveal an old pocket watch. The night vision components had already been absorbed into his space using his mind's instantaneous retrieval function, perfectly timed for this moment. Scarface examined the watch, finding no anomalies, and gestured for his men to let them through. "Follow me. The goods are inside." The sugar factory was eerily empty, with a makeshift platform in the center displaying an array of weaponry. 2 M24 sniper rifles wrapped in matte black cloth, their scopes glimmering coldly. 3 M249 light machine guns with hefty barrels. 15 RPG rocket launchers leaning against the wall, accompanied by piles of dark warheads. And on the ground, 20 M67 grenades along with 10 boxes of ammunition marked for 7. 62mm machine guns, each box containing 2,000 rounds, totaling 20,000 rounds. 1 box of sniper-specific 7. 62mm rounds with 1,000 rounds, branded with NATO standard markings. "These are solid goods, military surplus, performance guaranteed," Scarface stated as he picked up an M24 and handed it to a nearby subordinate for demonstration. The subordinate approached a target in the corner of the factory, aimed the sniper rifle, and with a resounding bang, a bullet pierced through the steel target 50 meters away. Another subordinate hefted an RPG aimed at a vacant wall, and with a deafening roar, created a half-meter deep crater, debris scattering everywhere. Zhu Jue stood 3 meters away, his gaze swiftly scanning each weapon, mentally calculating. The M24 has an effective range of 800 meters, suitable for perimeter sniping around the fortress. The M249 has a rapid rate of fire, capable of suppressing oncoming assailants, and the RPG is ideal for large obstacles or cluster targets, with 15 rounds being just right for the task at hand. "How are we calculating the price?" Zhou Qi interjected, restraining Zhu Jue, who was eager to touch the weapons. He was aware of Zhu Jue's principle of refraining from handling unfamiliar arms to avoid leaving fingerprints or traces. Scarface squatted on a box of ammunition, extending his finger. For the M24, each is $8,000 million. The M249, each is $150,000 M. The RPG with ammunition, each is $1,200 million. Grenades are $300 million each. And ammunition is priced by the box, with machine gun rounds at $1,200 million per box and sniper rounds at $5,000 million per box. If you take the whole lot, I'll give it to you for $500,000, not a penny less. This price was lower than Zhu Jue had anticipated. The black market in northern Myanmar, being close to the arms source, generally offered prices about 30 lower than the international market. $500,000 converted to Chinese currency would be roughly $1.9 million, which was manageable for him at this moment. Deal, but we want to handle the goods ourselves. Have your people pack it and load it onto our truck. Zhu Jue stipulated. The money will be transferred to your account now. Scarface grinned widely, revealing yellow teeth. Pleasantly straightforward. I am particularly fond of individuals who comprehend the value of decorum. On the spot, Zhou Qi utilized a cryptocurrency account to transfer $500,000. Upon receiving the notification of funds, Scarface promptly instructed his subordinates to wrap the arms in waterproof tarpaulins, forming 3 sizable bundles to be loaded onto the truck's rear compartment. Zhu Jue stood by throughout the process, appearing motionless, yet having already mentally designated the packages, ready to secure them into a space as soon as the truck departed the sugar factory and found a secluded spot. As they exited the sugar factory, dusk had already descended. Zhou Qi maneuvered the vehicle into an abandoned logging road, ensuring the surroundings were unoccupied before signaling Zhu Jue with a nod. Zhu Jue closed his eyes, concentrating intently as the jade pendant on his chest radiated warmth. In an instant, the 3 bundles in the truck's rear compartment vanished. The dark compartment within his space automatically designating a weapons area where sniper rifles, machine guns, and RPGs were neatly arranged, with ammunition boxes stacked alongside. Following the spatial upgrade, the automatic zoning feature had been activated, and he had deliberately set the weapons area as a non-absorption zone to prevent his currently voracious space from consuming the weaponry. Is there enough space? Zhou Qi inquired. Indeed, it is just upgraded to 1,200 cubic meters, ample room for these items, Zhu Jue replied. He then pivoted the conversation. Uncle Zhou, please wait here for half an hour. I have some matters to attend to, and I shall return shortly. Without waiting for Zhou Qi to probe further, Zhu Jue opened the car door and vanished into the night, heading towards Lord Kuen's backyard. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a hidden vault in Lord Kuen's warehouse basement, containing a stash of top-tier jade artifacts that had not yet been put on the market. What had been taken before was merely the superficial stock, while the true treasures lay concealed within the dark compartment. Relying on memories from his former life, Zhu Jue circumnavigated to the rear wall of the warehouse. He retrieved night vision goggle from his space and brandished a multifunctional military knife, an item he had salvaged from the villa's armory. The wall soared 3 meters high. With a few running strides, he scaled the wall effortlessly, landing softly like a cat without making a sound. The warehouse was guarded by only 2 individuals, huddled in the guardroom engrossed in a game of cards. Zhu Jue stealthily approached the back door of the warehouse, using the knife to pry open the rusted padlock before slipping inside. The entrance to the basement was nestled in the corner of the warehouse, obstructed by a pile of raw stones. He cleared away the stones to reveal an iron cover, which he opened to reveal a steep staircase. A musty odor mingled with the scent of money filled the basement. Activating the night vision goggles, Zhu Jue discerned 3 iron boxes positioned against the wall. The first box brimmed with cash, neatly stacked bundles of M$ and Huabei currency. A cursory count revealed at least 3 million M$ and 2 million Huabei. The second box contained exquisite jade artifacts, including a palm-sized jade guanine and a string of Hetian jade beads, each worth over 1 million. The third box housed antiques, such as bronze mirrors and blue and white porcelain vases, all illicitly acquired by Lord Kuen. What a bountiful prize! Zhu Jue scoffed, his thoughts coalescing as he mentally summoned the 3 iron boxes into his space. The accumulation of jade artifacts surged once more, and as the cash made contact with the jade pendant emitted a powerful tremor. The space upgrade consumed 500 pieces of jade and 1 million M$ in equivalent cash, yielding a current volume of 2,000 cubic meters. activating the resource preservation zone and energy reserve area. A surge of joy coursed through Zhu Jue. 2,000 cubic meters. That was more than sufficient to accommodate all the supplies necessary for the fortress in Jiangxing. Moreover, the newly established resource preservation zone was perfectly suited for storing vegetables and meat, while the energy reserve could hold generators and gasoline, effectively alleviating previous concerns. He wasted no time retracing his steps, and as he scaled the wall again, the guards remained oblivious in their guardroom, engrossed in their game, entirely unaware that the basement had been emptied. "Where have you been? Why is your face so flushed?" Zhou Qi inquired upon his return. "Oh, nothing. Just ran a bit too quickly." Zhu Jue deflected, omitting any mention of the vault, not due to distrust in Zhou Qi, but rather because the fewer individuals privy to such clandestine dealings, the better, to avoid future complications. The truck roared back to life, heading towards Yangon Airport. Zhu Jue pulled out his phone and sent a secure text to Phantom. "The basement of Lord Kuen's warehouse has been cleared. Keep a close watch on him and ensure he doesn't discover it prematurely." Moments later, Phantom replied, "Rest assured, he's currently preoccupied bragging about his grand business deal and hasn't checked the warehouse. When do you plan to return home?" "The flight is tomorrow morning." After responding, Zhu Jue stowed away his phone, leaning back in his seat, gazing out at the night sky. The stars over northern Myanmar shone brightly, yet could not illuminate the impending apocalypse. However, the cards he held were sufficiently strong. The following dawn, Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi boarded the plane homeward. As the aircraft descended, Zhu Jue peered out the window towards Yangon, silently vowing, "Lord Kuen, what you owe the people of Jiangxing, I shall collect a portion of the interest on your behalf in this lifetime. When the apocalypse arrives, we will settle the accounts." The plane traversed the clouds, heading towards Jiangxing. Within the confines of his space, the 2,000 cubic meters of dark compartment brimmed with jade artifacts, weaponry arranged in formation, cash and antiques resting in the corners, along with supplies collected from the villa and mountain estate, forming the most robust core of the impending fortress. Upon disembarking, Zhou Qi proceeded to manage the visible jade artifacts being returned to Jiangxing, which were, in truth, empty boxes containing only a few worthless raw stones, while Zhu Jue made his way directly to the ancestral residence. In the courtyard, a construction crew was pouring concrete, and the steel framework had begun to take shape, gradually forming a nuclear-grade wall. "Mr. Zhu, you have returned," the foreman exclaimed, rushing over to present a progress report. "As per your request, the 3 underground layers of a shelter have been excavated, and we can commence pouring next week. The external blast-proof doors have also been ordered and will arrive in 10 days. Zhu Jue nodded, accepting the progress report while contemplating. "In 2 months, the fortress will be complete with ample supplies, adequate weaponry, and sufficient space. Next, we await the emergency response from the coordination agency and the arrival of those exceptional relatives eager to offer their assistance." Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A message from the coordination agency. "Level 3 emergency response initiated. We require a list of key protection areas during the extreme cold period. Respond promptly." Zhu Jue gazed at the message, a smile curling his lips. The authorities were finally taking action. This impending battle against the apocalypse would no longer be fought alone. Yet, he understood that the response from the coordination agency was merely the beginning. The true test awaited during the arrival of the extreme cold in 2 months' time. He entered his study, retrieving the cash from Lord Kuen's hidden vault from his space, dividing it into 2 portions, one to be given to Zhou Qi for the ongoing construction of the fortress, and the other to be deposited into a secure account as emergency funds. He then opened his notebook and penned the forthcoming plans. 1. Provide the coordination agency with a list of key protection areas, avoiding the ancestral residence, safeguarding the Zhou family and the general populace. 2. Clear out the remaining stockpiling merchants in Jiangxing, Li's grain and oil store, the hardware and building materials shop. 3. Fortify the fortress's surveillance and electrical grid, and install weapon racks. 4. Await the arrival of exceptional relatives, extracting their final value. Once finished, he locked the notebook in his drawer and approached the window, observing the industrious construction crew in the backyard. The sunlight glinted off the concrete, casting a blinding glow akin to a formidable barrier. Zhu Jue caressed the jade pendant at his chest, relishing its warm touch. The jade artifacts within his space continued to exude energy, the weaponry resting quietly in the designated area, and the cache and supplies forming a mountain. He knew he was prepared. In 2 months, regardless of whether the calamity was a natural disaster or man-made, he would be ready to confront it. The countdown to the apocalypse continued, but this time, his fortress would be unassailable. Chapter 9. Secret Report to the Coordination Agency. Outwitting Numerous Relatives. The desk lamp in the study of the ancestral residence cast a warm yellow light, and Zhu Jue hovered his fingertips over his phone screen for 3 minutes before finally typing out a response to the Coordination Agency. He refrained from listing all the vulnerable areas of Jiangxing. Instead, he selected 3 critical points: the old residential district in the west, the hospital cluster in the east, and the suburban reservoir. He deliberately omitted the area surrounding Zhu Family Lane, where the ancestral residence was located, and even marked the vicinity of Zhou Mou's school merely as a suggestion for enhanced patrols, without detailing specific protective measures. Key protection areas: 1. The old residential district in the West City, characterized by numerous dilapidated buildings with poor resistance to cold and seismic activity, necessitating the prior distribution of heating devices and reinforcement of walls. 2. The medical cluster in the East City, housing 3 top-tier hospitals, requiring guaranteed power supply and stockpiling of medicines to serve as a subsequent disaster relief transit station. 3. The Hongfeng Reservoir on the outskirts, linked to the urban water supply, necessitating reinforcement of the dam and insulation of pipelines. Further details of the impending disaster will be submitted following additional observations. As an observer of frozen ground, Zhu Jue swiftly silenced his phone and concealed it deep within a drawer, wary of approaching the coordination office. His anonymity served as his greatest shield. Should his true identity be unveiled, no one could ascertain whether the authorities would treat him as a special subject for control. "Mr. Zhu, Mr. Zhou asked me to deliver this to you," a voice from outside announced, as a bodyguard presented an envelope. Upon opening it, Zhu Jue discovered detailed information regarding Li's grain and oil shop and the hardware and building materials store. The owner of Li's, Old Man Li, hoarded grain year-round, with his warehouse located in the basement behind the shop, the key hidden beneath the doormat, while the proprietor of the hardware store, Zhao Tuzi, had illicit dealings with Kuan-Yi, with unregistered generators and heaters concealed on the 2nd floor, and only an elderly man keeping watch at night. Uncle Zhou had indeed done his homework. Zhu Jue chuckled softly, folding the documents and tucking them into the inner pocket of his coat. At 9 in the evening, the alleys of the old city had emptied of life, providing the perfect opportunity for his undertaking. He donned a black tracksuit, pulling the brim of his cap low, retrieved a pair of thin gloves from his space to avoid leaving fingerprints, and armed himself with a multifunctional military knife for precaution. Exiting his ancestral home, he refrained from taking his car. Instead, he swiftly made his way towards Li's grain and oil shop, navigating through the shadows of the alley. The shop shutter was tightly secured. Zhu Jue circled to the back entrance, and as expected, found the key beneath the doormat. Upon opening the back door, a musty odor of old grain wafted towards him. The basement entrance was nestled in the kitchen corner. Lifting the cover, he shone his phone's flashlight, revealing a steep staircase lined with several large burlap sacks. All contained unhulled rice and flour, perfect for storage in his space. Donning his gloves, he refrained from touching the sacks directly and instead utilized his mind to activate the remote access function of his expanded space, which now extended to 5 meters. In an instant, the sacks vanished, the preservation zone of his space illuminating softly as the rice and flour were neatly arranged, labeled for storage of up to 180 days. Just as he finished securing the grain, footsteps echoed from the alleyway. Zhu Jue promptly extinguished his flashlight and concealed himself behind the staircase. It was the elderly shopkeeper, humming a tune as he returned to retrieve something. He circled the kitchen, failing to notice anything amiss before locking the door behind him. Once the footsteps faded, Zhu Jue emerged from the basement, secured the back door, and replaced the key beneath the mat with such precision that even he could find no fault. Next on his agenda was the hardware and building materials store. Zhao Tuzi's shop was located 3 kilometers away in the East City. Zhu Jue hailed a taxi, disembarking 2 streets away, proceeding on foot. The shop lay in darkness, save for a small light on the second floor, where the elderly shopkeeper appeared to be watching television. Zhu Jue circled to the rear of the store, retrieving a thin wire from his space, employing lock-picking skills honed in a past life amidst the ruins. Swiftly prying open the back door, the ground floor was cluttered with hardware parts, which he ignored as he ascended to the second floor. The old man was sprawled on the sofa, asleep, with the television still playing, surrounded by several cardboard boxes labeled for diesel generators and fuel heaters. Holding his breath, Zhu Jue used his mind to transport the boxes one by one into his space, moving as silently as a whispering breeze. Upon collecting the final box, the energy reserve area of his space automatically expanded, the generator and heater meticulously categorized and labeled for regular oil checks. As he reached the staircase, the old man suddenly shifted in his sleep. Zhu Jue froze, waiting a few seconds to ensure the man remained undisturbed before stealthily descending the stairs, locking the back door, and vanishing into the night. Upon returning to his ancestral home, it was nearly midnight. Zhu Jue stepped into the study, his thoughts immersed in the space where nearly a third of the 2,000 cubic meters had been filled, grain, medicines, weapons, and energy devices meticulously categorized. Even the cash acquired from Kuan Ye's small treasury had been converted into gold, glimmering in the non-absorption zone. Only one step remained, awaiting the arrival of those relatives. Zhu Jue leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. He was well aware that it was only a matter of time before his second uncle discovered the deception. The $2 million was a sum mortgaged against his uncle's house, and once he realized that the jade in the redwood box was counterfeit, he would surely come storming after him in a frenzy. As anticipated, early the next morning, the door of the ancestral home was pounded upon with a resounding thud. Zhu Jue opened the door to find his second uncle, accompanied by his third aunt, fourth uncle, and several distant relatives, all standing at the threshold with faces ashen as if they had seen a ghost. Zhu Jue, you little rascal, how dare you deceive your second uncle? His uncle lunged forward, attempting to seize his collar, only to be intercepted by Zhou Qi, who had arrived early to the ancestral home precisely to prevent such a ruckus. Second uncle, one mustn't speak recklessly. Zhu Jue retreated a step, a cold smile curling at his lips. What did I deceive you? That jade in the box was left by grandfather. How was I to know it was fake? Perhaps you swapped it out yourself, and now seek to blame me? You lie. His uncle's face flushed crimson with anger. I brought the box home, sought out a gem dealer, and found all dyed stones. $2 million. I mortgaged my house for that $2 million. You must compensate me. Compensate you? Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow. Was it not you who insisted on helping me sell the jade and willingly advance the funds? Now that the jade is fake, why do you not seek recompense from the gem dealer? Instead, you come to me? Furthermore, you took my small jade pendant and $5,000 in pocket money. Why do you not mention that? His third aunt chimed in. Little Jew, your second uncle is only looking out for your best interests. Now that he has lost his house, you can't just turn a blind eye. Your parents left behind so much money. What's wrong with taking a little out to help your second uncle redeem his house? Exactly. His fourth uncle added, we are all family. You cannot be so selfish. Zhu Jue regarded the pack of wolves before him, his heart filled with scorn. In his previous life, it was precisely these individuals who, during his most trying times, not only offered no assistance, but also pilfered his grain. Now, they had the audacity to return seeking payment. If you wish for my assistance, I might have a proposition. Zhu Jue suddenly shifted his tone. I have recently been collaborating with a businessman from Myanmar to open a jade mine, and am in need of startup capital. If you were to mortgage your houses and savings to me, I could lead you in making a profit. By then, not only could you redeem your house, but I could also arrange for you to live in a villa. His uncle's eyes brightened, though skepticism lingered. Really? You aren't deceiving me? Of course it's true. Zhu Jue produced a piece of jade rough-hewn from Kuan Ye's small treasury, presenting it to him. Look, this is a raw stone, freshly extracted from the mine, worth at least $1 million. If you trust me, mortgage all your assets to me. In 3 months, I will return double the amount. If you don't trust me, then I'm afraid I can't help you. You'll have to find a way to redeem your house yourself. His uncle took the raw stone, turning it over in his hands, recalling the jade bracelet Zhu Jue had previously held. His doubts began to wane. His third aunt and fourth uncle also leaned in to examine it, their eyes glimmering at the green sheen of the raw stone. They had spare cash and property. If they could indeed double their money, why wouldn't they? All right, I will mortgage it. His uncle gritted his teeth, being the first to agree. I will give you both the house and my savings, but you must not deceive me again. I will mortgage as well. His third aunt and fourth uncle quickly followed suit, eager not to miss the chance for profit. Zhu Jue's heart soared with joy as he instructed Zhou Qi to retrieve the mortgage contract he had prepared in advance. The document stipulated voluntary asset mortgages for participation in the jade mine investment, with risks borne by the signatories. When the extreme cold arrives, these assets would become his. Once the relatives signed the contracts, they departed joyfully with the grand prospects Zhu Jue had laid before them. Observing their retreating figures, Zhou Qi could not help but inquire, "Aren't you afraid they will discover something amiss?" And if they do, Zhu Jue stored the contracts in the important document area of his space. By the time they realize the truth, the extreme cold will have arrived, rendering their houses and savings mere scraps of paper. What do they do then? As he spoke, Zhu Jue's phone rang, a secure message from Ghost. Master Kuan has discovered the theft in the basement of the warehouse and is furious. He has dispatched people to investigate your identity and has reached out to the underworld forces in Jiangsheng to locate your address. Furthermore, the coordination department has sent 3 messages requesting the precise temperature decline curve for the extreme cold, stating they need it to formulate a resource allocation plan. A wave of apprehension washed over Zhu Jue. Master Kuan had indeed uncovered the truth, and the demands from the coordination department were becoming increasingly specific, indicating that the authorities were genuinely taking the matter seriously. "Uncle Zhou, are you familiar with the underworld forces in Jiangsheng?" Zhu Jue inquired. "Yes, I have dealt with them before. They are motivated solely by profit," Zhou Qi replied with a nod. "I will make some arrangements to ensure they do not assist Master Kuan. As for the coordination department, how do you intend to respond?" Zhu Jue pondered briefly before replying. "Send them a vague temperature curve, avoiding precision to prevent raising their suspicions. Additionally, instruct the construction team to expedite their progress, reinforcing the fortress's outer walls and installing the electrical grid and surveillance systems as soon as possible. Master Kuan's men may arrive in Jiangsheng at any moment." Zhou Qi nodded. "I will attend to it immediately." Watching Zhou Qi's retreating figure, Zhu Jue approached the window, gazing at the construction team installing the blast-proof doors in the backyard. Sunlight cascaded over the nuclear-grade walls, emitting a cold, hard glow resembling an insurmountable barrier. He touched the jade pendant at his chest, where the weapon area in the spatial realm shimmered with metallic luster, the sight of the M24 sniper rifle scope trained on an imaginary enemy. The impending retribution from Master Kuan, the relentless inquiries from the coordination department, and the approaching extreme cold. All these pressures converged upon him. Yet, Zhu Jue felt no fear. He understood that as long as the fortress was complete, the space sufficiently expansive, and those around him safe, nothing could break him. The countdown to the apocalypse was drawing ever closer, yet Zhu Jue's fortress was becoming ever more formidable. The next fierce battle was on the horizon. Chapter 10. Fortress Sealed. Undercover investigation thwarted. The autumn heat of Jiangsheng had yet to recede, but the construction in the ancestral home's backyard was already nearing completion. Zhu Jue stood atop the newly poured fortress, his fingers gliding over the wall of C80 concrete reinforced with 3 layers of rebar. The outer layer encased in 15 millimeters of specialized steel plating. Striking it produced a dull thud. This was genuine nuclear-grade hardness. Not only could it withstand extreme cold and seismic shocks, but it could also endure at least 3 shockwaves from a close-range explosion. "Mr. Zhu, the surveillance and electrical grid on the top level have been installed." The foreman, wearing a hard hat, rushed over, handing him an acceptance form. For infrared night vision cameras were mounted at each corner, covering a radius of 500 meters. The electrical grid operated on 380 V high voltage, insulated for safety, capable of being adjusted to 1000 V in emergencies and connected to the fortress's internal alarm system. Zhu Jue accepted the form, his gaze sweeping over the markings for the anti-climb, barbed wire, and blast-proof observation windows. What about the filtration system on the third basement level? It's already installed. The foreman pointed to the ventilation opening in the corner of the top level. The intake was equipped with a 3-level filter to guard against dust and toxic gases, and it could preheat the air during extreme cold. The exhaust had a soundproofing device, rendering it silent from the outside. The insulation layer of the underground storage had also been completed. Even if the outside temperature plummeted to -40 degrees, the interior would maintain a temperature above 5 degrees. Ideal for storing food. Zhu Jue approached the blast-proof observation window, looking down at the backyard now encircled by 2-meter-high steel walls. With a facial recognition access control system at the entrance, allowing only him, Zhou Qi, and Zhou Mo to pass. The old locust tree in the front yard had been preserved, with 3 concealed shooting holes hidden beneath it, perfectly aligned with the alleyway. Should anyone intrude, they could be suppressed from the shadows. Excellent. The next step is the interior decoration. Following the previous blueprints, we will reserve 3 rooms in the core area for Uncle Zhou, Mou, and myself. The remaining rooms will serve as storage for supplies and emergency shelters. Zhu Jue tucked away the acceptance form, feeling a sense of reassurance. The nuclear-grade fortress shell was now taking shape, and the next phase involved the soft protection within, specifically the supplies and weaponry in the spatial realm. Just as he descended to the first floor, his phone vibrated with a message from the coordination department, already containing 5 unread notifications. Permafrost observer, why was the temperature decline curve only provided to 30? According to meteorological models, extreme lows may be even lower, necessitating precise data to support resource allocation. Frowning, Zhu Jue retreated to his study and closed the door before responding. The observational data contains discrepancies. Initial assessments suggest a minimum temperature between 35 and 40 degrees, with precise values requiring calibration in 2 weeks. I recommend prioritizing the stockpile of level 40 cold-resistant clothing and diesel generators, particularly to secure medical and water supply systems. He refrained from providing overly precise figures. In his previous life, the lowest temperature recorded was 42 degrees, but disclosing that number now would prompt the coordination department to question the data's source. A predicament he could not explain given his anonymous status. This ambiguous approach would prepare the authorities while safeguarding his secrets, the most prudent course of action. No sooner had he sent the message than Zhou Qi entered, holding a document. I have finalized the assets mortgaged by relatives, totaling 8 million huabei, along with the property deeds for 5 houses. I have converted all the money into gold and jade. There are 100 kilograms of gold and 500 pieces of jade, all stored in the warehouse. When will you transfer them to the space? Right now, Zhu Jue replied, rising to accompany Zhou Qi to the warehouse. Inside, several wooden crates were piled high. Upon opening one, he found the gold bars neatly arranged, while the jade consisted mainly of bracelets and pendants. All mid-range items sourced from the Jiangxing antique market, perfect for upgrading his space. Zhu Jue looked around, confirming they were alone, then focused his thoughts, mentally reciting the incantation as the jade pendant grew warm. In an instant, the wooden crates vanished, and within the non-absorption area of the space, gold formed small hills. And the jade was neatly arranged beside it, untouched by the space's consumption. The next moment, a notification for an upgrade echoed in the space. 50 kilograms of gold and 300 pieces of jade consumed. Current volume, 3,000 cubic meters. Activating the defense system linkage function will allow control of the space's weaponry in conjunction with the fortress's external shooting ports. Defense linkage? Zhu Jue's eyes brightened. This feature was incredibly useful. In the future, even if he were not on the top level of the fortress, he could control the sniper rifle within the space through sheer will, enhancing his safety significantly. The space has upgraded? Zhou Qi, witnessing the crates vanish, was unfazed. Since discovering the existence of the space, he had grown accustomed to Zhu Jue's ability to retrieve items from afar. Yet he could not help but marvel at the pendant's magic each time. Yes, it has increased to 3,000 cubic meters and gained a defense linkage function, Zhu Jue confirmed. Then shifted the topic. Have there been any updates from Master Cohen? Has his man tracked us down in Jiangxing? Upon mentioning Master Cohen, Zhou Qi's expression grew grave. They have traced us, but they did not find us. I had previously made arrangements with the Righteous Hall in Jiangsheng. They informed Master Cohen's men that Boss Zhu, collaborating with Myanmar, has long since left Jiangsheng and gone south for Jade business. Master Cohen's men searched the city for 3 days without finding any leads and returned to Myanmar yesterday. However, Master Cohen has made it clear that if he discovers your whereabouts, he will skin you alive. Zhu Jue let out a cold laugh. Skin me alive? Whether he survives until the end of the extreme cold is uncertain. By the way, how is MOU doing? Has she been asking about anything lately? MOU hasn't inquired much, just mentioned that you seem too busy. Zhou Qi sighed. Yesterday, she told me that the movie tickets for next Saturday are about to expire and asked when you'd be free. You shouldn't be too preoccupied with fortress matters. Take some time to accompany her. That girl is concerned about you. A warmth spread through Zhu Jue's heart as he glanced at his phone, noting that next Saturday would mark 1 month until the countdown to the extreme cold, coinciding with the day the coordination department would begin large-scale resource stockpiling after verifying his warning. All right, I will arrange to meet her tomorrow to watch the movie. The following afternoon, Zhu Jue arrived at the cinema half an hour early. Zhou Mou, clad in a white dress and sporting a high ponytail, came running towards him, 2 cups of milk tea in hand. You finally have time. I thought you were going to flake on me again. How could I? I always keep my promises. Zhu Jue replied, accepting the milk tea and ruffling her hair. Have you been busy at school lately? Is the spring outing settled? It has been decided. Next Friday, we will venture to the suburban botanical garden. The class monitor mentioned the necessity of bringing a tent for our picnic. Zhou Moyu, biting on her straw, gazed at me with anticipation. You must come, she insisted. My mother even promised to prepare sandwiches for us. Zhu Jue felt a stir of emotion. The suburban botanical garden was not far from a city's outskirts, the very place where he had previously issued a warning about an earthquake. Though the tremor had passed, the area nearby was dotted with dilapidated houses that would undoubtedly crack under the extreme cold, likely resulting in refugees migrating towards Jiangsheng. All right, I shall go. However, on the day of the spring outing, make sure to steer clear of those old houses. They are unsafe, he advised. Got it. You are even more nagging than my dad. Zhou Moyu laughed, playfully punching him as she pulled him into the cinema. The film they watched was a science fiction piece, telling the tale of humanity's struggle against extraterrestrial calamities, as he observed the protagonists defending their fortress from external threats. Zhu Jue couldn't help but think of his own stronghold, quietly calculating. When the bitter cold arrives, his fortress would serve as Jiangsheng's Noah's Ark, tasked not only with safeguarding the Zhou family, but also preparing for the potential retaliation from refugees and Lord Cohen. After the film concluded, Zhu Jue escorted Zhou Moyu back home. As they reached the entrance of her house, she suddenly halted, fixing a serious gaze on him. Zhu Jue, have you been concealing something from me lately? You are building a house, buying numerous items, and frequently traveling out of town. Is something amiss? Zhu Jue's heart tightened momentarily before he relaxed. Aware of Zhou Moyu's perceptiveness, she had certainly sensed something amiss. Yet, he could not divulge the truth, not now. It's nothing. I merely feel that the weather has been unusual lately, so I'm preparing some supplies to avoid the cold of winter. Do not worry. I will take care of everything, he assured her, ruffling her hair with a firm tone. No matter what happens, I will protect you and Uncle Zhou. I will not allow any harm to come to you. Zhou Moyu, catching the seriousness in his eyes, nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Just make sure to take care of yourself as well. Don't overexert. Upon returning to the ancestral home, it was already 8 in the evening. As Zhu Jue entered the study, he received an encrypted message from Phantom. Lord Cohen has not given up. He has assembled 20 mercenaries in Myanmar and plans to come to Jiangsheng next month to settle accounts with you in person. Additionally, the Coordination Bureau has initiated the construction of emergency supply depots in Jiangsheng, selecting an old warehouse in the East City. Would you like to take a look? Zhu Jue's pupils constricted. Lord Cohen was actually coming to Jiangsheng, accompanied by mercenaries. It seemed that his previous warning had fallen on deaf ears. This scoundrel was determined to exact revenge. Understood. Keep a close watch on Lord Cohen's movements. When he departs, what transportation he uses, I want to be informed of everything. He commanded. After responding to Phantom, Zhu Jue approached the window, gazing at the surveillance camera atop the fortress. The moonlight cast a cold glow upon the steel walls, reminiscent of a slumbering giant. He touched the jade pendant against his chest, his thoughts delving into the expansive 3,000 cubic meter space within. Where the weapons area housed neatly arranged M24 sniper rifles and M249 machine guns, and RPG launchers leaned against the walls, their 15 rounds glimmering ominously. The supplies area boasted mountains of food, medicine, and purified water, sufficient for their trio to last 3 years, while gold and jade rested in the non-absorption zone. Silent reservoirs of energy. Lord Kuan, if you seek to come to Jiangsheng to meet your demise, I shall accommodate you. Zhu Jue smirked coldly. When the bitter cold descends, the outside world will resemble hell, while my fortress shall serve as paradise. At that time, I will relish the sight of you and your mercenaries struggling to survive in the frigid winds of -40 degrees. He moved to his desk and opened his notebook, jotting down the forthcoming plans. 1. Contact Phantom to procure night vision goggles and tactical vests, fortifying the fortress's defense system. 2. Inspect the power supply system of the fortress to ensure that the generator and backup power can operate smoothly. 3. Keep a vigilant eye on the Coordination Bureau's supply depot. If necessary, borrow some official supplies. 4. During the spring outing to the suburban botanical garden, assess the conditions of the nearby houses and prepare accordingly. After finishing, Zhu Jue locked the notebook in the drawer and ascended to the top of the fortress. The night breeze carried a hint of chill, a harbinger of the impending bitter cold. 1 month remained until the extreme cold would descend. 1 month until Lord Kuan's mercenaries would arrive in Jiangxing. 1 month until his fortress would face its first true test. Standing at the pinnacle, Zhu Jue surveyed Jiangsheng's nightscape. The distant neon lights flickered, and the nearby alleys echoed with the barks of dogs, painting a scene of tranquility. Yet he knew that this peace would linger for merely 1 final month. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, he declared inwardly, "The apocalypse. I'm ready. Lord Kuan, I await your arrival." A subtle hum emanated from the fortress's ventilation system, akin to a great beast breathing steadily. Zhu Jue understood that this nuclear-grade fortress would be his most formidable weapon against both the apocalypse and human calamity. The next storm was on the horizon. Chapter 11. Stockpiling snacks, preparing for battle with honesty on the redwood table in the ancestral home's living room. The screens of 3 smartphones glared brightly. Zhu Jue and Zhou Moyu sat side by side, their fingers swiftly gliding across the screens. The pending orders on the food delivery app had accumulated to over 30 pages, each page indicating 500 portions, 500 servings of hot, dry noodles with extra sesame sauce, 500 servings of bean curd skin, steamed to a soft consistency. And from that renowned establishment, 500 each of chicken wings, tendon skewers, and crispy bones, with a mild spice level to avoid overpowering flavors. Zhou Moyu recited the list, her finger poised to submit the order. "Oh, and don't forget the sugar cakes and fried spring rolls from the south of the city. You said they were delicious. So let us order 500 of those too. Order them all." Zhu Jue replied without looking up, engrossed in placing an order from Jiangxing's most popular fried chicken shop, 500 of each flavor, original, spicy, and garlic, requesting the owner to include extra packets of ketchup, as that would be essential for flavoring during the apocalypse. He also added 3 types of milk tea, tapioca, coconut jelly, and taro balls, 200 portions of each, all hot to facilitate freezing and conserve space. The two appeared as though they were intent on emptying every snack shop in Jiangxing. From dawn until noon, their phones remained incessantly active, with food delivery orders encompassing nearly 100 various eateries across Jiangxing. From breakfast offerings of rice noodle soup and fried dough sticks to late-night snacks of crayfish and marinated delicacies. Zhu Jue ordered 500 portions of anything that could be vacuum-packed for easy storage, totaling nearly 50,000 snacks, enough for their trio to enjoy a variety of meals for 8 years without repetition. "I can't take it anymore. My fingers are sore from all this clicking," Zhou Moyu lamented, setting down her phone and massaging her wrist as she surveyed the mountain of delivery receipts piled on the table. "Zhu Jue, Are you planning to move all of Jiangxing's snacks into the fortress? Just the three of us, even if we ate for 8 years. We wouldn't finish all of this. That is precisely the point, Zhu Jue replied, also putting down his phone and sipping the tea Zhou Moyu had just brewed. In times of scarcity during the apocalypse, these snacks can serve not only as sustenance, but also as a form of currency. If we encounter trustworthy survivors, a couple of packs of sugar cakes could easily yield valuable information. Besides, Uncle Zhou loves these treats, so stockpiling a bit more will surely bring him joy. Just then, Zhou Qi entered the room, holding a logistics slip. Upon stepping inside, he was astonished by the sight of the receipts on the table. Have you two single-handedly crashed the food delivery platform? Uncle Zhou, you arrived just in time, Zhu Jue said, rising to hand him a paper filled with notes. Please assist me in contacting Jiangxing South Logistics Park. Based on this list, procure summer beverages and spirits from Xia country, be it white wine, red wine, beer, or cigarettes and cigars, with a budget of 100 million huabian. I require a minimum of 2,000 different brands, ranging from local beers costing a few yuan to vintage Maodai worth tens of thousands. The more diverse, the better. Zhou Qi's eyes brightened as he read the paper. And upon noticing the 100 million budget for 2,000 brands, he couldn't help but chuckle. You rascal, what a filial son you are. Knowing that your Uncle Zhou has a penchant for fine spirits and cigars, you're stockpiling them by the millions. In his early years, he accompanied Zhu Jue's father in business, which cultivated his penchant for drinking and smoking. In the direst of times, the most unbearable affliction was the absence of liquor and tobacco, relegating him to scavenging discarded cigarette butts for solace. Now, Zhu Jue's every venture commenced with a staggering 100 million in tobacco and alcohol, specifically requesting 2,000 brands, which resonated deeply with him. It's not merely for your stockpiling, Zhu Jue remarked with a smile. Baijiu wards off the chill, beer satisfies cravings, and in the apocalypse, a single cigarette proves more valuable than gold. One can barter it for a sip of clean water, while a pack can secure a reliable ally. Stock up generously. It will serve you well. Zhou Qi, suppressing his smile, nodded in agreement. Your considerations are thorough. I shall contact General Wang from the logistics park. He is an old acquaintance with access to national channels for tobacco and alcohol. Securing 2,000 brands will pose no issue, and the 100 million limit will ensure you acquire the best prices. However, he shifted his gaze toward Zhou Moyu beside him, contemplating whether certain truths ought to be disclosed to her. Both Zhu Jue and Zhou Moyu were momentarily taken aback, with Zhu Jue quickly realizing that Zhou Qi intended to reveal the grim reality of the impending apocalypse to Moyu. Previously, he had withheld this information out of concern for her fear, but as the preparations for stockpiling and fortification intensified, her suspicions had already been aroused. Rather than conceal the truth, they would be better served by being forthright and involving her in their preparations. Zhou Moyu sensed the gravity of the situation as she observed the solemn expressions on their faces, her heart sinking. Dad, Zhu Jue, are you hiding something from me? Zhou Qi pulled a chair closer, sitting opposite his daughter. He retrieved encrypted messages left by her mother and records of alerts from the coordination office, presenting them to her. Moyu, it is not my intention to deceive you. The circumstances are too extraordinary. In the near future, a global catastrophe will unfold, marked by extreme cold that will plunge temperatures to -40 degrees, followed by intense heat, waves of insects, and earthquakes, much like an apocalypse. He paused, handing her a copy of Zhu Jue's mother's diary. Your brother Zhu Jue does not suffer from nightmares. He understands these events because he is aware of the future. Our fortifications and stockpiling are all in preparation for this impending doom. The disappearance of your mother and Zhu Jue's parents was not an accident. They ventured forth to investigate matters pertaining to the apocalypse. Clutching the evidence, Zhou Moyu felt her fingers tremble slightly. She examined the encrypted messages warning to protect him, the verification of the extreme cold alert from the coordination office, and recalled Zhu Jue's recent unusual activities surrounding the fortification and the frantic stockpiling of supplies, all while keeping her from dangerous places. Suddenly, all doubts converged. She was no ordinary girl. Possessing a genius mind, she rapidly processed this astonishing truth without tears or outbursts. simply raising her gaze to Zhu Jue, her eyes searching for confirmation. Zhu Jue, is what my dad said true? Will the extreme cold truly come? Is my mother still alive? It is indeed true, Zhu Jue replied, kneeling beside her, meeting her gaze. The extreme cold will arrive punctually in 3 months. Your mother and my parents did not perish in a crash. They simply went missing. I have a premonition that they are still alive. We refrained from telling you earlier to spare you fear, but now I share this so that you may join us in our preparations. You are more astute than we are. With your assistance, our fortress will be all the more secure. Zhou Mo, you remained silent for a few moments before rising abruptly and striding to the table to retrieve her phone, opening a food delivery app. Since we were stockpiling, I overlooked several time-honored pastry shops and imported chocolates and cookies. I must place orders for 500 of each. In the apocalypse, we ought to have a touch of sweetness. She turned to Zhou Qi, her determination resolute. Dad, in addition to tobacco and alcohol, we should also order maternal and infant supplies and feminine hygiene products from the logistics park. Should we encounter survivors, these items will be even more sought after than tobacco and alcohol. And we need to stockpile medications. Beyond common ones, we must gather plenty of antibiotics and frostbite ointment. These will be in high demand during extreme cold. Zhou Qi and Zhu Jue exchanged glances, both recognizing the relief in each other's eyes. Mo, you not only accepted the truth, but immediately entered a state of preparedness, her calmness and meticulousness compensating for their oversights. Excellent. We shall heed your counsel. Zhou Qi responded with a smile, promptly messaging General Wang from the logistics park to include the list of maternal and infant supplies and medications. In the following days, the ancestral home transformed entirely into a stockpiling base. Delivery personnel arrived in succession, transporting delicacies to the nearby warehouse. Seizing moments of solitude, Zhu Jue utilized his spatial abilities to transfer supplies in batches, designating areas within the preservation zone for snacks, pastries, and beverages, each labeled with expiration dates and storage methods. Meanwhile, the logistics park's trucks continually delivered tobacco and alcohol, categorized by alcohol content, with beer and red wine stored in climate-controlled sections, while cigarettes were kept in a dry, dark compartment. 2,000 brands amassed like a small mountain. The 100 million in tobacco and alcohol occupying nearly 1/3 of the non-absorption area in the space. Zhou Mo, you leveraged her genius advantage, creating a detailed inventory management system on her computer, cataloging every item in the house, including quantities, expiration dates, and storage locations. She even set low stock alerts. For instance, when a specific snack dwindled to 100 portions, the system would automatically notify them for replenishment. Zhu Jue, take a look at this, Zhou Mo, you said, presenting her tablet to him. I have categorized the supplies into survival, enhancement, and trading categories. Survival includes food, water, and medicines. Enhancement encompasses snacks, tobacco, and alcohol, and trading involves maternal and infant supplies, lighters, and batteries. This way, it's clear when we need to use them. Zhu Jue leaned closer, examining the interface, which was clear and intuitive, featuring a search function that instantly displayed quantity and storage location upon entering frostbite ointment. Montague, this system is incredibly useful. It surpasses my previous notes by a mile. Of course. Who do you think created it? Zhu Montague replied proudly. But then her expression turned serious. By the way, I reviewed the map of Jiang City, and during the extreme cold, the water pipes in the old town will surely burst. We need to reinforce our underground water source in the fortress and stockpile more water purification tablets. In case the water source becomes contaminated, we'll need an emergency supply. I'd already made arrangements. Zhu Jue nodded. Uncle Zhou has contacted a construction team to drill a deep well beneath the fortress, equipped with a purification system. Even if the outside water is cut off, we will have clean water available. I have also ordered 100,000 purification tablets, sufficient for our needs for a decade. As they discussed, Zhou Qi returned from outside, holding a list. The tobacco, alcohol, and maternal and infant supplies from the logistics park have all been delivered. General Wang mentioned he sent us an extra 500 cases of beer as a gesture of goodwill. Additionally, I've contacted the retired soldiers who previously assisted us in dismantling the villa's armory. They are willing to help guard the fortress when the extreme cold arrives, provided we supply meals for them and their families. That is fantastic. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up. These veterans are knowledgeable about weaponry. With their assistance, our fortress defenses will be fortified. Let them know we will provide not only meals, but also some tobacco and alcohol. As long as they guard the fortress diligently, we will ensure they are well compensated. Zhou Qi nodded with a smile. That is precisely what I conveyed, and they agreed, stating they would come over next week to familiarize themselves with the fortress's defense systems. As the sunset streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow across the living room, the delivery receipts had been neatly organized and stored away. The inventory system on the tablet remained lit, while the space brimmed with grains, snacks, tobacco, alcohol, weapons, and the fortified fortress stood resolutely in the yard, akin to an indomitable bastion. Zhu Jue gazed at Zhou Qi and Zhou Mou beside him, feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart. In his past life, he had struggled alone during the apocalypse. This time, he was surrounded by family, fortified by a sturdy stronghold, stocked with ample supplies, and soon to be joined by allies. He was no longer fighting a solitary battle. In 1 month's time, the extreme cold would arrive. Zhu Jue stood up and approached the window, surveying the fortress in the backyard. Our preparations are nearly complete. Now, we await the arrival of the apocalypse, the arrival of Kuan Ye's people, and the return of my parents and Aunt Zhou. Zhou Mou approached him, speaking softly. Zhu Jue, do not worry. With my father and me by your side, we will undoubtedly endure the apocalypse and find them. Zhou Qi also stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. Indeed, our bastion in Zhujiang is fortified to withstand nuclear attacks. Even if the sky were to fall, we would endure. At that time, we would relish snacks and sip drinks within the fortress, observing the apocalypse outside. A delightful prospect. Zhu Jue could not help but chuckle at Zhou Qi's words, for they resonated deeply with him. The air within the fortress was suffused with the faint aroma of smoke and alcohol, while the snack area exuded the enticing scent of sesame sauce from the hot dry noodles. The sniper rifles in the armory glistened coldly. All preparations were meticulously in place. The countdown to the apocalypse drew ever closer. Meanwhile, far away in Myanmar, Lord Kuan remained oblivious to the fact that he was about to confront an indomitable nuclear-grade fortress brimming with supplies and guarded by adept warriors. As he made his way towards Jiangsheng accompanied by mercenaries, a confrontation amidst the end times was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 12. The Return of Old Comrades. A Journey to Our Nation. On the 23rd day of the extreme cold countdown, the morning mist enveloped Jiangsheng with a damp chill. Clinging to the specialized steel plates of the ancestral nuclear fortress, forming a delicate layer of water droplets, Zhu Jue stood atop the fortress, his fingertips brushing against the frigid shooting aperture, his gaze sweeping over the entrance as he calculated the remaining time until the extreme cold outbreak. Less than a month remained, and they had only 10 days left to seize gold in our nation and secure an aircraft carrier. They must depart immediately after Old Chun and his companions stabilized the fortress. Xiao Ju, why are you dazed? Zhou Qi's voice called from below. Clutching a list inscribed with the names of Old Chun, Li Rue, and Lu Meng, his fingers repeatedly stroking the edges of the paper. These three were brothers who had fought alongside Zhu Weiguo in Africa, now the only ones he could trust with the fortress's defense. Snapping back to reality, Zhu Jue hurried downstairs, only to encounter three familiar figures standing amidst the fog, burdened with their packs. Old Chen's scarred face shimmered faintly in the mist, a mark left from shielding Zhu Weiguo from gunfire. Li Rue remained tall and upright. His old injuries still ached in the cold. Lu Meng carried 2 hefty bags of cured meat from their hometown, his smile still radiating the same earnestness as in years past, with family members trailing behind, children clutching toys and shyly hiding behind the adults. Uncle Chun, Brother Rue, Brother Meng. Zhu Jue rushed forward, giving Old Chen's shoulder a hearty slap, his eyes slightly misty. In the 3rd year of the last apocalypse, he had heard tales of how these three had defended their village, dying at the hands of marauders while trying to procure food for the villagers, leaving no remains behind. To be able to bring them here before the extreme cold struck felt like a redemption of past regrets. Little rascal, it's been years, and you've grown quite sturdy. Old Chun clapped him back, his gaze sweeping over the fortress behind Zhu Jue, raising an eyebrow. Brother Zhou, this place looks quite impressive. The steel plates are even thicker than those we use to guard the munitions depot. Not just for appearances, Zhou Qi replied with a smile, guiding them into the courtyard. Next month, we're holding an anniversary celebration for the Foundation. I'd like you all to help out. With the recent surge in unrest, I thought it prudent to conduct a safety drill, and who better than seasoned veterans like you to oversee it? This statement was half-truth. The anniversary was indeed a reassurance for the families, while the drill was intended to familiarize Old Chun and his companions with the fortress. Yet Zhu Jue understood that upon his return from our nation, the fortress would face real threats, and every moment spent training now would enhance their chances of survival later. As they entered the courtyard, Zhou Moyu was already leading the nanny in setting up breakfast. Upon seeing the newcomers, she quickly approached Uncle Chun, Brother Rui, Brother Meng. And the ladies, please take a seat. I've made milk for the children and warmed some buns. She held several paper bags. Having ventured to the department store the previous day to procure warm coats for the children, knowing the cold weather would soon set in, Zhu Jue glanced at the garments within the bags. All designed to withstand temperatures as low as -30 degrees, supplies he had arranged to be drawn from his space a few days prior. Moyu was thoughtful, using the excuse of the anniversary celebration held outdoors to distribute the supplies naturally and considerately. After breakfast, Zhou Qi led Old Chun and the others to inspect the fortress. Zhu Jue deliberately opened the supply room door. Within lay several boxes of compressed biscuits, 20 down jackets, and a few bundles of steel wire retrieved from his space. These are for the drill. Zhou Qi pointed to the supplies. In case we get trapped, this should sustain us for 3 months. Li Rui crouched down to feel the fabric of the down jackets, his eyes lighting up. These are polar grade. Brother Zhou, you've really invested here. Zhu Jue chimed in. I had a friend source them from the south, and I also picked up some antiques to showcase during the anniversary. His words were directed at Zhou Qi. The mention of antiques a pretext he had devised to later explain his need to travel south, while in reality, he intended to raid our nation for cultural relics. When they reached the monitoring room on the top floor, Zhou Qi pointed at the screen and casually remarked, the surveillance pixels are average. It doesn't matter if we can't clearly see faces. No need to be too serious for the drill. Zhu Jue chuckled inwardly. It was not merely a matter of pixel quality, but rather a function of the space's image blurring effect. He had intentionally tested it the previous night, and his face remained obscured by a faint blue glow on the monitor screen. Even if someone were to scrutinize it, half an hour later, they would only recall fragmented memories of a figure clad in black, rendering his exposure in our nation inconsequential. Begin the drill. Zhou Qi's voice echoed through the fortress at 2 in the afternoon. Old Chun manned the northeast shooting aperture. Li Rui monitored the southwest corner. Lu Meng guarded the back door's electric fence, while Zhu Jue and Zhou Qi held command in the control room. At the entrance, 2 workers posing as adversaries revealed themselves. Li Rui's voice rang out. 2 individuals 50 meters to the northeast. Adjust the electric grid to 380 V. Zhu Jue pressed the switch, and the electric fence erupted in a blue glow. He leaned closer to the surveillance camera, causing his face to blur into a luminous spot on the screen. Old Chun, watching from the shooting aperture, later reported to Zhu Jue, I only caught a glimpse of shadow. The details escaped me. Zhu Jue understood that the space's forgetfulness feature had activated, granting him greater peace of mind regarding his trip to our nation. As the enemies approached within 20 meters, Lu Meng shouted, power on! Zhu Jue pressed the button, and the electric grid crackled to life, causing the adversaries to feign collapse, marking the end of the first phase of the drill. A flaw has emerged. Old Chun rushed back to the control room, pointing at the schematics. The angle of the southeast shooting aperture is too steep. The corner is a blind spot. We need to adjust it down by 10 degrees. I'll procure soundproofing equipment. Lu Meng thumped his chest. The alarm is too loud. If something goes wrong, it could attract more attention. Observing the 3 of them bustling about, Zhu Jue felt assured that the fortress's defenses were solidifying. After dinner, he pulled Zhou Qi into the study, retrieving a bank card from his pocket. Uncle Zhou, I need to head south tomorrow to acquire a batch of textile raw materials and antiques for the anniversary celebration, and to stockpile some supplies. Zhou Qi took the card, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this really necessary? There is still half a month until the anniversary. The suppliers down south mentioned that this batch will be unavailable by the end of the month. Zhu Jue fabricated an excuse. I'll return as quickly as possible. Within 10 days at most. With Uncle Chun and the others here, you need not worry. He refrained from mentioning his trip to our nation, knowing Zhou Qi would undoubtedly fret. It was better to keep it under wraps and explain upon his return. Zhou Qi scrutinized him for several seconds before ultimately returning the card to his hand. Be cautious. If you run short on funds, just say so. Don't push yourself. I will keep a close eye on Uncle Chun and the others. Take care of yourself out there. Stepping out of the study, Zhu Jue encountered Zhou Moyu organizing his luggage. She neatly folded several thick sweaters and stuffed a hand warmer into his bag. It's cold in the south too. Take this, don't let your hands freeze. Come back early after you've made your purchases. Uncle Zhou and I will wait for you to enjoy Hotpot together. Zhu Jue accepted the luggage and affectionately ruffled her hair. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. By the way, I've arranged for some items to be sent to the fortress. If I don't return, please collect them with Uncle Zhou. He referred to the supplies transmitted remotely from his space. Having designated the fortress as a safe point to ensure that he could send back the gold and cultural relics obtained from our nation. Zhou Mei nodded, her eyes slightly reddening. Don't overexert yourself. Send me a WeChat message every day to let me know you're safe. Okay, Zhu Jue replied. Yet a pang of sorrow stirred within him. He was heading into the gunfire-ridden territory of our nation, not the tranquil south. Such thoughts could not be spoken aloud. He could only bury the guilt within his heart. The following morning before dawn, Zhu Jue stepped out of his home, burdened with his luggage. Zhou Qi and Zhou Moyu stood at the entrance to bid him farewell. Zhou Qi handed him a tactical knife, saying, "Take this for self-defense." Zhou Moyu stuffed a bag of snacks into his hands, urging, "Eat on the way, don't go hungry." He departed. Zhu Jue waved his hand, but did not turn back, fearing that a glance might tether him to the moment. Upon reaching the end of the alley, he retrieved a family heirloom jade pendant, channeling his intent to manipulate space. The coordinates for Tokyo Bay and our country had already been marked, and the image blurring function activated automatically. As the morning mist began to dissipate and sunlight pierced through the clouds, Zhu Jue gazed into the distance, a fierce smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Our country, I am coming. Gold, aircraft carriers, cultural relics, none shall remain. Upon my return, I shall ensure that everyone endures this winter well. He turned, hailed a taxi, and provided the address for the airport. Outside the window, the streets of Jiang City gradually receded, the shadow of the fortress diminishing, while within Zhu Jue's heart, the flames of battle had already ignited. This journey was not merely about stockpiling supplies. It was also about laying the most solid foundation against the impending extreme cold. Chapter 13. Night Raid on Tokyo Port. Steel gates torn asunder, gold stained with snow. 5 days later, the night enveloped Tokyo Port, mingled with the briny sea breeze, as the alloy door of the Morikawa Group's underground vault glimmered with a cold light. Zhu Jue stood in the shadows atop the ventilation duct, his fingertips caressing the white jade pendant. Having expanded his spatial capacity to 5,200 before leaving Jiang City, he now sensed the treasure trove of stacked gold, jade, and the pendant, which began to radiate warmth. The power within him surged like a tempest, threefold the weight he felt when he overturned Ma Jun's SUV last time. With a click, he broke the grating of the vent with 2 fingers, letting it silently drop to the ground. Below, 5 bodyguards were gathered around the vault door, smoking, their USP handguns gleaming with a matte finish. The surveillance camera on the wall slowly pivoted, sweeping across shelves filled with rosewood boxes, which contained the Tang and Song porcelain stolen from Huagua by the Morikawa family. In his previous life, he had seen photographs of these on the dark web. They had ultimately become bargaining chips for the consortium's upper echelons when fleeing to Europe and America. Zhu Jue leapt down, and as his feet met the ground, the granite tiles cracked beneath him. The closest bodyguard turned just in time for Zhu Jue to seize his throat. A sharp crack resonated as the man crumpled to the floor. In the same motion, Zhu Jue grasped the weapon of a nearby bodyguard, forcibly snapping the gun in two. the jagged metal slicing through the opponent's carotid artery. Enemy attack. As the remaining 3 bodyguards drew their weapons, Zhu Jue had already charged to the vault door. That thick alloy door, measuring 30 centimeters, would have required explosives to breach in his past life. Now he gripped the handle with both hands, his forearm muscles bulging, knuckles whitening with exertion. With a low growl, he yanked the door and its frame from the wall, crashing it heavily to the ground, causing the porcelain vases on the shelves to vibrate with a dull hum. The sight within the vault chilled his gaze. Dozens of 1-meter-long gold bars piled like a mountain. Glass cases displaying no fewer than 100 jade artifacts. And in the corner, an iron box locked away, 2 Northern Way stone Buddhas, and 3 psalm paintings. With a thought, the gold swiftly transformed into shimmering light, diving into the space. The jade pendant emitted a searing warmth, and a notification echoed in his mind. Stored 20 tons of gold, spatial capacity expanded to 8,000, power attribute enhanced by 150. What's going on in there? Footsteps echoed from the hallway, as a dozen men from the Yamaguchi-gumi appeared, clad in black suits, wielding samurai swords and shotguns. At the forefront was a bald man with a snake tattoo etched on his face, the Yamaguchi-gumi's subgroup leader in service to the Morikawa group, Yamamoto. Just as Zhu Jue stored the last stone Buddha into the space, he turned to find shotgun pellets already bursting forth. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his left arm shielding himself as the bullet struck, sending sparks flying, merely grazing his skin. The enhanced strength of his body post-upgrade had long surpassed that of ordinary body armor. In Yamamoto's momentary stupor, Zhu Jue surged forward, seizing his samurai sword and crushing the blade with his bare hands. A swift punch to Yamamoto's chest resulted in a clear crack of ribs, sending him crashing into the shelves, the sound of shattering porcelain mingling with screams, scattering fragments everywhere. The remaining Yamaguchi-gumi members lunged at him in a frenzy. Zhu Jue snatched a shard of the alloy door and hurled it like a frisbee, slicing through 2 men's throats and embedding into a third heart. He casually picked up a golden ornament and smashed it against the head of an approaching bodyguard, the gold caving in as the man's skull shattered. In mere moments, several corpses lay in the corridor, blood seeping through the tile cracks into the vault, staining the remaining gold shards crimson. A piercing scream erupted from the stairs. Zhu Jue turned to see a woman in professional attire, clutching documents, her face a mask of terror. It was Keiko Sato, the secretary of the Morikawa group, who had fled to M Country with the consortium's upper echelons in his past life, holding numerous records of transactions involving Huaguo antiques. Keiko Sato turned to flee, but Zhu Jue swiftly caught up, his hand gripping the back of her neck. The woman struggled and cried, "Don't kill me. I didn't see anything." Zhu Jue's gaze remained impassive. He applied slight pressure. "I'm sorry. You were destined to die." With a final snap, her head lolled to one side as he released her, watching her body collapse to the ground, his tone flat. "I set you free." Having just stored the documents, noting the coordinates of the Ginza vault, into his space, the distant roar of helicopters reached his ears. Zhu Jue dashed to the rooftop, spotting 3 military helicopters approaching, emblazoned with the emblem of the Our Country Self-Defense Forces, missiles hanging beneath their wings. They arrived with remarkable speed. He let out a cold laugh and turned to rush into the stairwell. Upon reaching the first floor, he heard a deafening blast as a missile from the helicopter obliterated the headquarters front door, debris flying as a dozen soldiers armed with rifles stormed in, also wielding sprayers that released a pale yellow powder into the air. It's nerve-paralyzing powder. Zhu Jue narrowed his eyes. In his past life, the Our Country military had used this against insurgents, rendering them paralyzed within 3 minutes of inhalation. He could not afford to be careless. With a thought, the steel plates he had just stored flew out, forming a barrier before him, the powder settling harmlessly to the ground, bubbling white foam. Seeing the powder ineffective, the soldiers opened fire. Zhu Jue seized a nearby vehicle, a Toyota SUV, exerting his strength to lift it as a shield and charged forward. Bullets riddled the car, leaving a myriad of bullet holes. He barreled into the soldiers, slamming the vehicle down, severely injuring 3 men. As the others began to retreat, Zhu Jue closed the distance, raining down punches like a storm, each strike capable of shattering a rib, their screams echoing in the air. One helicopter swooped low, its cannon aimed directly at Zhu Jue. He rolled on the ground, grasped a street lamp, twisted it into a spiral, and hurled it at the helicopter. The lamppost pierced the fuel tank with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the helicopter erupted in flames, its wreckage raining down onto the street. The other two helicopters, witnessing the chaos, immediately ascended, launching missiles toward the rooftop of the headquarters. Zhu Jue dashed into the underground parking lot, the missiles collapsing the roof, debris burying half of the first floor. Just as he caught his breath, his phone vibrated with a dark web message from Phantom. Our country's self-defense forces have activated the Tokyo emergency plan, deploying an armored company. Target, port area. International media is in an uproar. Dark web live streams show a mysterious figure in Tokyo resisting the authorities. Netizens suspect you are from Huagua. Additionally, the Ginza vault is doubly guarded by the Yamaguchi-gumi and Capital Armed Forces. Be cautious. Zhu Jue replied. Understood. Send me the coordinates for the Yasukuni shrine. As he stored his phone away, the rumbling of armored vehicles echoed from the parking lot entrance. Zhu Jue approached an abandoned truck, gripping the rear with both hands and, with a powerful heave, overturned it to block the entrance. He glanced at the approaching armored vehicles, flexing his wrists as the spatial notification chimed again. Stored Morikawa Group assets, 20 tons of gold, 120 antiques. Spatial capacity expanded to 120,000. Speed attribute enhanced by 120. Next stop, Ginza. His gaze turned steely as he vanished into the shadows of the parking lot. Meanwhile, the international dark web and social media erupted with fervor. The Freedom Lighthouse Forum of Country M reported. Breaking. An explosion occurred in the Tokyo port area, with witnesses claiming a mysterious individual overturned a car with bare hands and even shot down a helicopter. The power displayed in the video is beyond that of an ordinary person. The Arctic Bear military network of country, he noted. Our country self-defense forces confirmed the deployment of an armored company with an unclear objective, but netizens captured footage of a missile striking the headquarters of the Morikawa Consortium. Could this be a targeted strike against our country's capital? The Dragon Group's secret forum of country H exclaimed. Did you see that mysterious individual's combat techniques? They resemble military boxing. Moreover, someone just captured footage of him hurling a streetlight pole, which is manufactured in Country H. He is undoubtedly one of our own. The most explosive piece of footage showcased a shaky camera aimed at the sky, wherein our country's self-defense forces helicopter was seen flying towards the port area. Suddenly, a dark shadow, the streetlight pole thrown by Zhu Jue, hurtled towards it, resulting in an immediate explosion. The accompanying caption read, "Oh my goodness, what was that? He actually shot down a helicopter. Who is our country self-defense forces waging war against?" Meanwhile, an emergency meeting was convened at our country prime minister's residence. The Minister of Defense slammed his hand on the table, shouting, "Seal off the port area immediately. At all costs, capture that mysterious individual. He has destroyed the Morikawa Consortium's vault and shot down our helicopter. This is a blatant provocation." The intelligence minister, pale with fear, replied, "Minister, news from the dark web indicates that the mysterious individual appears to be moving towards Ginza, and someone has captured him holding a map with a marked location that seems to be Yasukuni Shrine." What? The Minister of Defense's pupils dilated sharply. Deploy the missile units immediately. He must not be allowed to approach there. Far away in Jiangcheng, Zhou Qi was watching the video sent by Phantom, his brow furrowed. Zhou Mo stood beside him, gripping his phone with trembling hands, her voice quivering. "Uncle, is Aju really in Tokyo? Is that person in the video truly him?" Zhou Qi sighed, observing the figure in the video who effortlessly overturned a car, murmuring, "Who else possesses such strength? This kid is not behaving in our country either. His ferocity in combat is even more intense than when he was in Jiangcheng." At that moment, Zhu Jue had arrived in Ginza. Standing atop a building opposite the Mitsubishi vault, he gazed at the guards from the Yamaguchi-gumi and self-defense forces soldiers at the entrance, a cold smile playing on his lips. The gold and antiques within the vault still radiated heat, and the power within him stirred restlessly. He retrieved his phone, glancing at the Yasukuni Shrine coordinates sent by Phantom, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. The sins committed by our country military against Country H in his previous life must be settled, and it would begin here. The rumble of armored vehicles could be heard from below as more self-defense forces soldiers gathered. Zhu Jue took a deep breath and leaped from the rooftop, landing with such force that the ground cracked beneath him. He surveyed the advancing soldiers, fists clenched, knuckles whitening. Another battle was about to commence. Chapter 14. The Frenzy in Ginza. Live missile pursuit. High-rise Capitol buildings explode amidst cries of despair. Half a day later, the streets of Ginza, Sanchome still lingered with residual smoke. Zhu Jue grasped the alloy handle of the Mitsubishi vault door, his arm muscles rippling like forged steel. Just moments after stowing the last Tang Dynasty painted pottery figurine into his space, he sensed the roar of engines approaching from outside. With a sudden surge of strength, he twisted the 25-centimeter thick vault door into a spiral shape, using it as a shield in front of him. Suddenly, 3 modified black Toyota Land Cruisers burst around the corner, adorned with the wolf-headed insignia of the Yamaguchi-gumi. As the windows rolled down, dark gun barrels aimed directly at the vault entrance. Zhu Jue's eyes narrowed, and he sidestepped the initial wave of gunfire, swiftly hurling the alloy door, which crashed into the windshield of the lead vehicle. Shattered glass mingled with metal debris, showering the occupants, and the driver screamed as he desperately swerved the wheel, crashing into a nearby Chanel boutique and shattering its display windows. This marked Zhu Jue's third target in our country. From the Tokyo Port Morikawa Vault to the Ginza Mitsubishi Treasure Vault, in a mere 2 hours, he had already amassed 35 tons of gold and 210 pieces of antiques lost by Country H, with his storage capacity surging from 120,000 to 180,000, and his power attributes further enhanced. As he twisted the vault door, his knuckles did not turn white as they had previously. Instead, the alloy door felt as pliable as cardboard. Zhu Jue dashed to an abandoned modified Nissan Patrol parked by the roadside, which belonged to a Yamaguchi-gumi lieutenant. Its body reinforced with steel plates and equipped with bulletproof tires. He grasped the door frame, effortlessly tearing it off and tossing it into a space as makeshift armor. As he settled into the driver's seat and turned the key, his phone vibrated violently with messages from Phantom. The dark web is going wild. At least 3 streamers are broadcasting you live. The camera followed from the port area to Ginza, and the online viewer count has surpassed 500,000. Our country's self-defense forces official website has crashed, inundated with inquiries about the identity of the mysterious individual. Zhu Jue glanced at his phone screen, where a masked streamer was shouting into the camera, "Brothers, look, that patrol, the mysterious individual, is getting in the car. The Yamaguchi-gumi vehicles are closing in. Oh my goodness, he's south about to drive off." Indeed, in the rearview mirror, the remaining 2 Yamaguchi-gumi Land Cruisers were accelerating towards him, with 2 men standing on their roofs, wielding shotguns. Zhu Jue smirked, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, the patrol shooting forward like an arrow, its engine roaring, rattling the shop signs along the roadside. Bang! The shotgun pellets struck the armored rear, leaving 2 shallow dents. Zhu Jue executed a sharp turn, drifting at the intersection, tires screeching and smoking as he maneuvered to collide with the side of the pursuing Land Cruiser. Grabbing the bulletproof steel plate from the front passenger seat with his left hand, he forcefully swung open the door, using the plate as a shield to smash against the Land Cruiser's window with a resounding crash. The glass shattered, and the steel plate struck the driver's head, causing the vehicle to veer wildly, crashing into a roadside vending machine, with the ensuing explosion mingling the screams of Yamaguchi-gumi members with the sound of bursting soda cans. The livestream chat exploded. Netizens from Country H. "Wow, that drift. That barehanded car smash. He is definitely one of our fierce warriors from Country H." Netizens from Country M. "Oh my god, is he holding a steel plate? He can lift it with one hand." Netizens from our country, run. The self-defense forces helicopters are coming. Just as Zhu Jue shook off one Land Cruiser, the thunderous sound of helicopter rotors echoed overhead. 3 self-defense forces helicopters flew low, their missile launchers gleaming coldly beneath their wings and the cameras on their bodies were clearly aimed at his vehicle. Evidently, the self-defense forces were also broadcasting live, attempting to pinpoint his location through the footage. Captain Sato, requesting missile launch. The target has entered the core area of Ginza. The pilot's voice crackled urgently over the helicopter's radio. In the temporary command center of the Tokyo Defense Ministry, Minister Fukuda fixated on the screen, displaying the real-time trajectory of the patrol, while his phone incessantly rang with calls from capital magnates. The president of the Morikawa Consortium had just called, reporting that the port area vault had been robbed, with a loss of 20 tons of gold. The chairman of Mitsubishi Capital was on the line, lamenting the theft of 3 Song Dynasty paintings from the Ginza vault. And now, as the helicopters pursued into Ginza, Fukuda gritted his teeth and shouted, "Launch! Don't let him escape. Be careful to avoid the Capitol buildings." Boom! A portable missile was launched from the helicopter, streaking towards the patrol, trailing a fiery orange tail. Zhu Jue caught sight of the missile in the rearview mirror, his gaze sharpening. He slammed on the brakes, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and swung the vehicle sideways, resulting in the patrol carving a long arc on the pavement. The missile narrowly grazed the rear of the car, exploding against the base of the Mitsui Capitol building. Glass curtain walls cascaded down like a waterfall, and the luxury shops in the lobby were immediately engulfed in flames. In the live stream footage, the streamer screamed in retreat. "Oh my God, a missile! That's a missile! It just exploded the Mitsui building. Good heavens, how much is that building worth?" In the command center of the Defense Ministry, Fukuda's phone was inundated with calls. The furious voice of the Mitsui Capital chairman echoed through the receiver. "Fukuda, are you insane? The missile just destroyed my building. The loss is at least 10 billion. If you fail to apprehend him, I will have you dismissed." Fukuda barked into the phone, trembling with rage as he pointed at the screen, cursing. "A bunch of useless fools. They can't even aim a missile properly. Dispatch 2 more helicopters. Deploy drones to disperse nerve gas. We must capture him." Zhu Jue had no time to concern himself with the lamentations of our country's high-ranking officials. The shockwave from a missile explosion jolted his vehicle, providing a moment for him to slam down on the accelerator and surge through the flames. In that instant, he summoned a stash of platinum from the Mitsui Capital warehouse he had sensed earlier, absorbing 5 tons into his spatial storage, expanding its capacity to 20,000, while enhancing his speed attribute by 130. As he rounded a corner, a buzzing sound filled the air. 6 small drones approached, equipped with sprayers, releasing a pale yellow powder into the wind towards his vehicle. Zhu Jue had anticipated this. He quickly retrieved the gas mask he had stashed away in his space, slammed on the brakes, and leaped out of the car. The drones swooped low, attempting to disperse the powder over him. With a cold glare, Zhu Jue leaped 2 meters into the air, seizing one drone's body with precision. With a forceful grip, he shattered its casing, discarding the drug canister into his spatial storage. The remaining 5 drones scattered in panic. Upon landing, Zhu Jue seized a nearby lamppost, made of rebar, and hurled it like a javelin. Each lamppost struck a drone with lethal accuracy, their wreckage crashing to the ground, emitting plumes of dark smoke. The livestream's chat exploded once more. "E-country netizen Arctic Bear. My goodness. Can he fly? He jumps so high." Chinese netizen Antique Enthusiast. "Look at how he throws the lamppost. Is he protecting those antiques? He seemed to collect something just now." Our country netizen in panic. What is the self-defense force doing? They can't even catch this mysterious figure. Missiles are hitting their own. Drones are being crushed. Zhu Jue jumped back into the vehicle, ready to drive, only to see a convoy of armored vehicles from the self-defense force charging towards him, machine guns trained on his position. He let out a cold laugh, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle hurtling forward like a rampaging bull. Gripping the steel plate beneath his seat, he wrenched it upwards. Despite its thickness of 5 centimeters and weight of 300 kilograms, it felt like a mere sheet of tin in his hands. Bang! The steel plate met the front of the vehicle, deflecting the machine gun fire, sparks flying. Zhu Jue jerked the steering wheel, crashing into the side of the armored vehicle, using the opportunity to hurl the steel plate at the observation window, shattering it and eliciting screams from the soldiers inside. Boom! Another missile struck, this time launched from the ground. Zhu Jue had already anticipated this. He drove into the adjacent underground parking lot, the missile obliterating the entrance and burying half the front of his vehicle under rubble. He exited the car, eyeing the pursuing soldiers of the self-defense force. Grabbing an abandoned Honda, he effortlessly lifted it overhead with his enhanced strength, feeling it lighter than the last SUV he had overturned in Jiangxing. "Those in my way shall perish," he barked, smashing the Honda towards the soldiers, who scattered in terror. Two unfortunate souls, unable to escape in time, were knocked unconscious on impact. He then dashed deeper into the parking lot, locating a ventilation shaft, squeezing inside. The ghost sent a message, indicating that the next target, the Sumitomo capital's treasure trove, lay 3 levels below, and tanks were being dispatched. He needed to act swiftly. Meanwhile, international media coverage erupted. Chinese news outlet Eastern Express reported, a mysterious figure is confronting our country's authorities in Tokyo. Footage reveals multiple missile launches and damage to several capital buildings. Speculation arises that this individual may be a Chinese citizen, targeting our country's capital and looted antiques. American Global Times reported, our country's self-defense force has deployed missiles, helicopters, and armored vehicles in pursuit of this mysterious figure, yet has faced repeated failures, with numerous military vehicles destroyed. Dark web live streams showcase this individual's extraordinary strength, capable of overturning cars and crushing drones. E-country military observations noted, based on combat style, the mysterious figure appears to be adept in close combat and possesses exceptional physical capabilities, possibly indicating a special ability. The losses to our country's high command are severe, with numerous capital consortiums suffering damage, potentially igniting internal strife. In the Tokyo Defense Command, Fukuda smashed a teacup in frustration upon reviewing the incessant reports of losses. The complaints from the 4 major conglomerates, Morikawa, Mitsubishi, Mitsui, and Sumitomo, were overwhelming, each demanding the capture of the culprit and compensation for their losses. Meanwhile, the dark web live stream revealed the figure of the mysterious individual vanishing into the underground parking lot, while the self-defense force's tanks remained stuck at the entrance, failing to catch a glimpse of him. "Useless. All of you are useless," Fukuda roared, immediately ordering a lockdown of the entire Ginza area. "We must dig down to the very earth to find him. He has destroyed our buildings and stolen our gold. He cannot be allowed to leave Tokyo." At that moment, Zhu Jue was crawling through the ventilation duct towards the underground 3rd level. The gold and antiques in his space were still radiating warmth, and the Jade pendant vibrated subtly as he absorbed materials from the Yamaguchi Gumi, 3 tons of gold bars and a cache of weapons, expanding his spatial capacity to 200,000 and enhancing his endurance attribute by 140. He touched the map in his pocket. The next target, the Sumitomo capital treasure trove, was just ahead, where a collection of bronze ceremonial vessels, lost from the Yuan Mingyuan in China, was hidden. "In the last life, you robbed us. In this life, I shall return the favor double." Zhu Jue's gaze turned icy as he gripped the grating of the ventilation shaft, effortlessly crushing it. A new battle was about to begin. Chapter 15, Rooftop Sniping. A 3,000-meter headshot that shocks live streams. A weapon snatch and counterattack. A day later, the air in the Sumitomo capital's underground treasure trove still carried the stale scent of oxidized bronze. Zhu Jue crouched as he slipped through the ventilation shaft. Upon landing, he made no sound. His spatial awareness had already mapped the entire underground layout like a spider's web. 3 rows of reinforced steel cabinets in the center, piled high with gold bars. In the corner, glass display cases housed 10 bronze ceremonial vessels from the Yuan Mingyuan, glowing faintly. These were the core objectives of his mission. Click. He deftly manipulated the lock on the first steel cabinet, the enhanced strength in his fingers allowing him to crush the lock cylinder. As the cabinet swung open, golden bars tumbled to the ground. With a thought, he summoned the entire cabinet's worth of gold into his storage. A notification sounding in his mind. Stored 12 tons of gold, 10 bronze ceremonial vessels. Spatial capacity expanded to 250,000. Visual acuity enhanced to 180. His vision sharpened suddenly. revealing even the scars on the faces of Yamaguchi-gumi members 100 meters away at the parking lot entrance. Just as he reached for the second cabinet, a sudden whizzing sound sliced through the air. A sniper rifle. He swiftly dodged, the bullet grazing his shoulder and embedding itself in the steel cabinet, creating a gaping hole. Zhu Jue rolled behind the display case, glancing through the glass to spot 3 beams of light flickering from the rooftops of distant skyscrapers. Sniper scopes. At least 3 marksmen, crossfire. He licked his lips. Just as he reached for the tactical knife at his waist, his phone buzzed intensely. A message from the ghost came through, filled with urgency. The dark web live stream has captured it. On the rooftops of the 3 buildings across from you, there are self-defense force snipers. The streamer's camera is focused on you. Over 8 million viewers online. Zhu Jue opened the live stream, and, on the screen, a figure in a gas mask was crouched at the edge of the rooftop, the camera shaking uncontrollably. Brothers, do you see those 3 buildings? The Self-Defense Force's elite snipers. They say the one on the far left is the king of guns in Tokyo, with a record of hitting targets at 3,000 meters. They're aiming at the mysterious figure. Oh my god, that last shot nearly grazed him. The chat exploded instantaneously. Our country netizen desperate worker. Hurry and shoot. Kill that robber. Chinese netizen sniper fan. Stop bragging. 3,000 meters? What nonsense. Our sniper's longest shot is only 2,800 meters. Country netizens. Arms enthusiasts, look at that sniper rifle. It is the self-developed 89 style sniper rifle from our country. Its effective range is 1,200 meters. The claim of 3,000 meters is sheer nonsense. Zhu Jue fixated on the figure of the sniper on the far left rooftop, clad in a ghillie suit, with the muzzle resting on a tripod, gradually adjusting his scope. His spatial awareness extended outward, capturing the opponent's breathing rate and the subtle movements of his finger on the trigger from a distance of 3,200 meters, all vividly imprinted in his mind. He let out a cold laugh, abruptly rose, and hurled a piece of bronze scrap, a remnant from the earlier collection, toward the sniper on the right rooftop. Enhanced by spatial augmentation, it flew with the swiftness of a bullet. Bang! The fragment struck the concrete railing of the right rooftop, causing the sniper to instinctively turn his head. Seizing this fleeting 0.5 seconds, Zhu Jue darted from his hiding place like a cheetah, ascending the stairs with rapidity. Just as the members of the Yamaguchi-gumi poured into the underground vault behind him, he retaliated with a steel cabinet door, toppling several of them, their screams mingling with the clattering of gold on the floor, echoing through the corridor. Upon reaching the rooftop of the 18th floor of the office building, the sniper on the right had just re-established his aim. Zhu Jue exerted force beneath his feet and leaped across the 2-meter gap between the buildings, landing behind the foe. By the time the sniper sensed the presence of danger, it was too late. As he began to turn, Zhu Jue's grip tightened around his throat, a crisp snap resonating as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhu Jue retrieved the fallen 89 style sniper rifle, weighing it in his hands. It felt as light as a toy. He squinted towards the sniper on the central rooftop, who was aiming at his chest, finger poised to pull the trigger. Without hesitation, Zhu Jue raised his hand, pointing the rifle at the center of the opponent's forehead, and decisively squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullet, slicing through the air, struck true at 1,500 meters, piercing the sniper's brow. The sniper's body lurched backward, his rifle tumbling from the rooftop and rolling several times. The live broadcast froze in that instant. The host, with his gas mask askew, exclaimed in a faltering voice, "Oh my God." He seized the sniper rifle. He fired. The sniper in the middle has fallen. Did he really hit a target from 1,500 meters? Is this even humanly possible? The barrage of comments erupted. Netizens from Hua country roared, "Incredible. Such marksmanship, even surpassing the legendary sniper." Military enthusiasts from E country. His arm didn't even tremble. 1,500 meters without a scope? Impossible. Netizens from our country panicked. This is fake. It must be fake. How could our sniper be killed? Zhu Jue remained unfazed by the chaos in the live stream, his gaze fixed on the sniper on the far left rooftop. The man was clearly flustered, frantically adjusting his scope, the rifle wavering towards Zhu Jue's direction. A smirk of derision crept onto Zhu Jue's lips as he propped the sniper rifle against the railing, cradling the stock with his left hand and resting his finger on the trigger. His spatial awareness meticulously calculated the effects of wind speed, humidity, and gravitational pull. The 3,200 meters distance appeared to him as if it were mere arm's length. He scoffed softly, playing the sniper game. With a swift motion, he pressed down on the trigger. Bang! The bullet traced a delicate arc through the air, shattering the lens of the sniper's scope at 3,000 meters before penetrating his brow. Blood splattering onto the ghillie suit like a dark red bloom. The live broadcast captured this moment perfectly. The host leaped up, shrieking. The camera fixated on the left rooftop. Did you see that? Did you all witness that? 3,000 meters. He actually scored a headshot from 3,000 meters. The bullet pierced the scope. My God, this is a miracle. He must be a super soldier from Hua country. The online viewership surged past 10 million. The comments flooding the screen. Netizens from Hua country beamed with pride. Hua country is incredible. This is the true sniper god. Netizens from M country could hardly believe it. I just measured it with a rangefinder. A full 3,200 meters. The limits of humanity. Netizens from our country were in a state of panic. It's over. Even the gun king has fallen. We cannot stop him. Zhu Jue discarded the sniper rifle, bent down to retrieve the ammunition box from the ground, and stowed it away in his space, storing 2 units of 89 style sniper rifles, 500 rounds of 7.62 millimeters ammunition, increasing spatial volume to 260,000, dynamic vision enhancement 200. Just as he straightened up, the whirring of helicopter blades echoed from above. 4 self-defense force helicopters were approaching from the distance, their missile launchers glowing ominously. Coming again? He chuckled coldly, racing into the elevator shaft atop the building. After descending 2 floors, a deafening explosion reverberated as the helicopter missiles obliterated the rooftop, debris raining down like hail. Zhu Jue grasped the steel cable of the elevator. Leaping down, the cable groaned under the strain but held firm, his enhanced strength allowing him to easily withstand the impact of his own weight and the falling rubble. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the sounds of battle echoed through the corridor as members of the Yamaguchi-gumi shouted and clashed. Zhu Jue released the cable, kicked open the elevator doors, and collided with 5 Yamaguchi-gumi members wielding samurai swords. He sidestepped the first strike, seized the wrist of one assailant, twisting it sharply. The sword flew from his grasp, embedding itself in the adjacent wall. In quick succession, he delivered a powerful punch to the assailant's chest. The sound of breaking ribs unmistakable as the man crumpled to the ground, blood spurting forth. The remaining 4 members of the Yamaguchi-gumi, terrified, began to retreat. But Zhu Jue offered them no mercy, charging forward with fists flying, each blow landing with lethal precision. In under 3 minutes, all 5 lay lifeless on the floor. He approached the window at the end of the corridor, pushing it open to gaze down below, where the self-defense force armored vehicles surrounded the building. Machine guns aimed at every exit. Trying to trap me? Zhu Jue retrieved his phone, messaging Phantom. Send me the detailed map of the Yasukuni Shrine, and check the locations of the self-defense force missile positions as well. Just as he sent the message, a notification for an international news update popped up on his phone. Hua Country Eastern Network. The mysterious figure in Tokyo has once again performed a miraculous sniper feat, headshotting our country's elite sniper from 3,000 meters, with live streaming on the dark web, igniting global speculation about his ties to Hua Country's special forces. M Country Wall Street Journal. Our country's self-defense forces encirclement efforts have repeatedly faltered, with snipers wiped out, multiple Capitol buildings damaged, estimated economic losses exceeding $5 billion. And our country's financial consortium exerting collective pressure on the government. E-Country Truth Report. Analyzing the combat data. The mysterious figure demonstrates physical capabilities and sniper skills beyond human limits. Genetic modification or special abilities cannot be ruled out, prompting intelligence agencies worldwide to initiate urgent investigations. In the command center of the Tokyo Defense Ministry, Minister Fukuda was yelling into the phone, "I don't care what methods you employ. Even if you have to level Ginza, capture that mysterious figure. He has killed our gun king and destroyed our building. If we fail to apprehend him, we will all be out of a job. The voice of the Self-Defense Force commander came through the line. Minister, we have deployed Sam's 6 surface-to-air missiles, positioned near the Yasukuni Shrine. If he dares to approach, he won't escape. Furthermore, the Yamaguchi-gumi has dispatched assassins equipped with specialized explosives, prepared to die alongside him. Fukuda hung up the phone, staring at the screen depicting Zhu Jue's vanishing figure within the office building, his gaze dark and menacing. This time, you shall not escape. Meanwhile, Zhu Jue was concealed within a conference room on the 10th floor, stowing the satellite phone he had confiscated from the sniper into his space. His spatial awareness spread out, already detecting missile lock signals emanating from the direction of the Yasukuni Shrine. A cold smile graced his lips as he caressed the bronze relic in his pocket. Remnants of the Our Country army that had obliterated 3 villages in Hua Country with missiles in a past life. This time, he would use their missiles to deliver a grand gift to the Yasukuni Shrine. Next stop, Yasukuni Shrine. He pushed open the back door of the conference room, slipping into the shadows of the staircase. Behind him, the Self-Defense Force helicopters continued to hover, the roar of missiles growing ever closer, while the dark web live stream relentlessly followed his figure, broadcasting this deadly game of cat and mouse across Tokyo to the world in real time. Chapter 16. Scaling the Eaves and Running on Walls. Amidst the towering edifices, a daring display of parkour unfolds, with a sniper's precision sweeping the battlefield for military supplies. The iron door of the 10th floor conference room has just been blasted open by a missile from a helicopter, and Zhu Jue charges forth, stepping over the shattered debris. A mere 20 meters to his right stands a glass-clad office building, 3 stories lower than his current level, with a considerable gap of 8 meters between the 2 structures. Below, police cars and armored vehicles rush by, their red and blue lights flashing in a dizzying spectacle. To leap or not to leap? The dark web stream captures every moment. The host, crouched on a distant rooftop, shouts with fervor. What is he planning? That gap is 8 meters wide. Beneath him lies the Self-Defense Forces. A jump would spell certain death. The barrage of comments floods the screen. Chinese netizen. Parkour fan. I bet 50 cents he LL dare to jump. This guy can hit targets from 300 meters away. Parkour is a triviality. Russian netizen. Hoping for a fall? Just fall already. A splatter would be delightful. American extreme sports enthusiast. An 8-meter leap? Even top parkour athletes need a running start. Is he out his mind? Zhu Jue pays no heed to the broadcast. His fingers grip the railing of the rooftop as he keenly assesses the structural limits of the glass facade across from him. The position of the air conditioning unit 30 meters away, and even the trajectory of the elevator within, all vividly manifesting in his mind. Drawing a deep breath, he propels himself off the railing with his left leg, soaring through the air like an arrow released from its bow. In those 3 seconds of flight, the wind rushes into his collar as he focuses on the glass wall ahead. With a sudden motion, his right hand retrieves a steel nail, pried from a safe in a treasure trove, and he drives it forcefully into the seam of the glass. With a crack, a web of fractures spreads across the surface. And leveraging the force, he swings his body, landing squarely on the air conditioning unit below with a jarring metallic screech, yet holds his weight steadfastly. In the live feed, Zhu Jue's figure resembles that of a monkey bouncing off the glass facade. The host, in disbelief, exclaims, "My heavens! He is not human. Is he Spider-Man?" Look at his landing. Every step is on the strongest support. As Zhu Jue ascends the air conditioning unit, he barely reaches the 12th floor rooftop when he hears the whoosh of air slicing behind him. 2 snipers stationed atop a hotel 150 meters away. Their M24 rifles train on his back. His reaction is swift. With a smirk, he doesn't T-turn but deftly reaches for the high-precision sniper rifle, Model T-76. Effective range 1,800 meters. He recently acquired from the Tokyo Gun King, slung across his back. The barrel spins in his grip, locking onto the forehead of the right-side sniper. Bang! The bullet pierces through the opponent's sight before he can adjust his scope, blood splattering across the solar panels on the hotel rooftop. The left-side sniper, petrified, attempts to flee, but Zhu Jue has already leapt to the edge of the rooftop, his left foot planted on the railing, body suspended in midair. The rifle pivots, And with another crack, a bullet grazes the enemy's rifle stock before exploding the nearby ammunition box. Boom! Flames erupt skyward, and the sniper is hurled off the rooftop by the shockwave. Zhu Jue retracts his weapon, licking his lips as he gazes at the torrent of comments streaming across the live feed. Chinese netizen, sniper aficionado. That shot. A backhanded snipe. He even predicted the ammo box's location. This is a true gun king, a country military expert. The T-76 in his hands is like a toy, shooting in midair without deviation. His muscle control surpasses human limits. Russian netizen, overwhelmed. Stop shooting. We concede. ISNT that enough? Ignoring the barrage of comments, Zhu Jue races towards the water tank on the hotel rooftop. This building is a landmark hotel in Tokyo's Ginza, with a sniper position temporarily fortified by the self-defense forces on the 32nd floor. His spatial awareness has already detected at least 10 boxes of ammunition stacked there, along with 2 portable anti-aircraft missile launchers. Supplies delivered to his doorstep are too good to pass up. He climbs the hotel's exterior drainage pipe, moving with the speed of a gecko. Upon reaching the 28th floor, 3 Yamaguchi group assassins burst through the windows, clutching detonators packed with explosives. Die. Zhu Jue leans back sharply, using the wall to propel himself forward, narrowly dodging their attack. Simultaneously, he draws his tactical knife, spinning his wrist, the blade flashing as he slits the throats of all 3 assassins, causing their detonators to clatter to the ground. He swiftly collects the detonators into his space. Detection. 3 C4 explosives, 3 detonators. Space volume expanded to 270,000. Explosive resistance enhanced by 150. As he flips onto the 32nd floor rooftop, he encounters 4 self-defense soldiers wielding machine guns. Yes, here. The soldiers are about to pull the trigger when Zhu Jue raises the T-76 sniper rifle, not even bothering with the scope. The barrel sways side to side, bang, 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 bang. 4 shots ring out, each bullet striking precisely between the soldiers' eyes, causing them to collapse. On the rooftop sniper position, 2 heavy machine guns are mounted behind sandbags, flanked by 10 sealed ammunition boxes labeled with 762mm armor-piercing rounds and 127mm high-explosive shells, with 2 Stinger portable anti-aircraft missile launchers standing in the corner. Zhu Jue strides over, kicking open an ammo box, golden bullets rolling across the floor. With a thought, he draws the entire box of ammunition and the missile launchers into his space. System notification. Stored 1,200 rounds of 762mm armor-piercing ammunition, 800 rounds of 127mm high-explosive shells for Stinger anti-aircraft missiles. Space volume expanded to 30,000. Firearm control precision enhanced by 250. His accuracy has increased again. Zhu Jue raises the T-76, targeting another office building 1,800 meters away, where 2 snipers are stealthily aiming at him. He squints, gauging the wind speed at 3 ms and humidity at 60, raising his weapon to fire 2 shots. The bullets carve 2 straight lines through the air, precisely penetrating the sniper's scopes, blood splattering onto the rooftop. The live feed captures this moment perfectly, the host's gas mask slipping off as his voice trembles. 1,800 meters. A double snipe. Both shots hit. He didn't even look through the scope. Is he even human? Is he the god of sniping? Viewership skyrockets to over 15 million. And the comments flood the screen. Chinese netizen, bringing glory to the nation. This maneuver has our country's self-defense forces pinned down. Awesome. American arms dealer. What kind of gun is the master using? I have a T-76 too, but why can't I achieve this effect? Russian netizen. In despair. Defense Ministry. Just surrender already. It's futile. Just as Zhu Jue stores the heavy machine guns atop the building, his phone vibrates. Goes to send a message. Accompanied by a satellite map. The missile position at Yasukuni Shrine has been located. 6 SAM. 6 anti-aircraft missile vehicles are concealed in the parking lot 500 meters east of the shrine. Additionally, the self-defense forces have dispatched 3 Apache attack helicopters heading your way. He glances skyward as the distant roar of helicopters approaches, the silhouettes of 3 Apaches drawing nearer, their missile launchers gleaming ominously beneath the wings. Zhu Jue smirks, hoisting the recently acquired Stinger missile launcher, aiming at the foremost Apache, his finger squeezing the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! The missile streaks into the sky, striking the Apache-S engine with pinpoint accuracy, causing the helicopter to erupt in black smoke, spiraling uncontrollably into a nearby building, the explosion shaking the ground. The remaining two Apaches, frightened, swiftly turn to flee, but Zhu Jue raises his hand and fires another two shots with the T-76, the bullets piercing the helicopter's glass cockpit, instantly killing the pilot. Both helicopters crash onto the streets of Ginza, igniting a raging inferno. In the live broadcast, flames color half the sky red. The host slumps onto the rooftop, struggling to articulate. He shot down the Apache with a Stinger missile. My heavens! This is no longer sniping. This is war. Zhu Jue tosses aside the missile launcher, brushing the dust off his hands. As the spatial awareness expanded, the missile lock-on signal directed towards the Yasukuni Shrine intensified, while in the distance, the Self-Defense Forces tanks rumbled forward, their cannons aimed squarely at the hotel. Having exhausted his amusement, it was time to seek greater rewards elsewhere. He approached the edge of the rooftop and gazed down at the throngs of Self-Defense Forces soldiers, weapons raised and aimed upwards. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Zhu Jue's mouth as he suddenly leapt off, his body landing deftly on a cable strung between buildings, propelling himself towards a taller skyscraper. His figure vanished like a fleeting swallow into the shadows of the urban landscape. Behind him, the ammunition depot atop the hotel was struck by tank fire, the explosion reverberating through the air, while the dark web livestream captured every moment, broadcasting this thrilling parkour assassination spectacle sweeping across Tokyo to every corner of the globe in real time. Chapter 17. Spatial Penetration. The missile tore through the defensive line amidst a three-pronged siege. The remnants of the parking lot outside Yasukuni Shrine were still smoldering. Zhu Jue had just stored the last box of laser rifle ammunition in his spatial pocket, stored 800 rounds of laser rifle ammunition, expanding spatial volume to 410,000, enhancing ammunition penetration limit to penetrative level, when he felt a low-frequency tremor beneath his feet. At the end of the distant street, 3 Patriot Pack, 3 missile launchers were advancing over the rubble, their launchers elevated, radar antennas spinning frantically, lock-on signals piercing his skin like countless steel needles. This is bad. The Patriot missiles. The Ghost emergency call crackled with static. The Self-Defense Forces had deployed their most formidable assets. These missiles have a range of 15 kilometers and an interception accuracy of 0.5 meters. You're targeted by 3 missile launchers. Additionally, 2 tanks approach from behind, while the Eastern Laser Unit had already readied their weapons. You are surrounded on all sides. Zhu Jue lifted his gaze, scanning his surroundings. Directly ahead, 12 laser troops of the Sacred Guards fanned out, their gun muzzles glowing increasingly bright, the 1,000-meter range precisely covering the wreckage of the missile launcher he occupied. To his rear, the barrels of 2 Type 90 tanks were trained upon him, their cannons glinting coldly. Above, 2 Black Hawk helicopters hovered low, gunners poised with their triggers, fingers trembling slightly. The dark web livestream captured the scene from 3 angles simultaneously, the host's voice quivering with panic. It's over. The sharpshooter is trapped, surrounded by death. Patriot missile, laser rifle, tank. This is a certain death scenario. The barrage of comments erupted instantly. Chinese netizens anxiously urged, don't panic. The sharpshooter surely has a plan. Activate spatial abilities again. Russian netizens rejoiced. This time, he cannot escape. The Patriot missiles will reduce him to ashes. Military enthusiasts from the United States noted, the Patriot is primarily designed for intercepting missiles. Using it against an individual seems excessive, but its power is sufficient to annihilate everything within a 50-meter radius upon impact. Zhu Jue did not watch the livestream, his spatial awareness fully engaged. He pinpointed the locations of the 3 Patriot missile vehicles, eastern side, 800 meters, southern side, 1,000 meters, western side, 1,200 meters, the countdown to missile launch, 30 seconds. The energy charging status of the laser rifles, 70, and the ammunition status of the tank cannons, loaded, all projected like a holographic data panel in his mind. 30 seconds was ample time. With a cold smirk, he crouched down, retrieving 3 62mm armor-piercing rounds from his spatial pocket, acquired from the SAM 6 munitions depot. At that moment, he pressed his fingertip against the bullet's tip, channeling spatial energy into it, causing a faint silver glow to envelop the bullet. System prompt. Initiating penetrative level spatial enhancement. Bullet penetration increased by 500, capable of piercing 100mm homogeneous steel armor. He raised his T-76 sniper rifle, first targeting the Patriot missile vehicle on the eastern side, whose launcher had already been elevated, smoke beginning to billow from the missile's tail. Zhu Jue took a deep breath, locking his spatial awareness on the junction between the missile body and the launcher. With a decisive pull of the trigger, he fired. Bang! The silver bullet soared forth with a piercing shriek, tracing an almost invisible line through the air, tearing apart the surrounding atmosphere as it did. At a distance of 800 meters, the bullet reached its target in just 0.9 seconds, striking the connection axle between the missile and the launcher with a crisp snap. The enhanced penetration power cleanly severed the metal axle, causing the missile to lose its tether and crash to the ground, flames erupting from its tail, while the driver frantically pressed the emergency button. The livestream captured this moment perfectly, the host leaping up in a scream. He fired. He shot the missile with a sniper rifle and hit the connection axle. Is this level of accuracy even achievable by a human? Before the comments could react, Zhu Jue swiftly adjusted his aim, targeting the southern missile vehicle, which had already launched its missile, trailing a fiery orange tail straight towards him. Traveling at a speed of 6 Mach per second, the distance closed in 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Now, Zhu Jue's pupils constricted as his spatial awareness calculated the missile's flight trajectory and the weakest point of its guidance system. With a slight tremor of his wrist, he fired the second enhanced bullet. This shot flew faster than the last, leaving a trail of pale silver light in the air. At 300 meters, the bullet collided head-on with the missile. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the enhanced bullet penetrated the missile's guidance system, igniting the explosives within. The missile erupted into a fireball mid-air, debris cascading down like rain. The comments exploded in frenzy, flooding the screen with white. Chinese netizens hailed him as a god. He penetrated the missile. He shot through the missile with a bullet. This must be black technology. Incredible. Military experts from each country scoffed. Impossible. Even enhanced, a 7.62mm bullet cannot breach a missile's exterior. This defies the laws of physics. Russian netizens were in despair. Fake. It must be special effects. How could our Patriot missile be penetrated by a sniper rifle? Zhu Jue paid no heed to the comments. The third missile vehicle on the western side had become frantic. The driver swerved wildly in an attempt to escape, only to have Zhu Jue raise his weapon and accurately strike its tire, sending the missile vehicle careening into a roadside utility pole, the launcher collapsing to the ground. The missile clattering down beside it. One direction neutralized. Just as he prepared to rise, a sudden high-frequency drone buzzed behind him. The 12 laser rifles from the laser unit had simultaneously completed their charging, unleashing a barrage of blue laser beams aimed directly at him. Simultaneously, the two tanks opened fire, their shells screaming through the air towards the wreckage where he stood. Perfect timing. Zhu Jue rolled away, seeking refuge behind the wreckage of a SAM 6 missile vehicle. Boom! The tank shell struck the debris, ripping a gaping hole through the steel, debris scattering everywhere. The laser beams struck the wreckage, instantly melting 12 small holes into it. Wisps of smoke rising. Taking advantage of the chaos, he suddenly dashed out from cover, an electromagnetic pulse grenade in hand. Pulling the pin, he hurled it towards the laser troops. ZZZZ. The grenade detonated, blue electromagnetic waves radiating outward, causing the 12 laser rifles to immediately power down, their blue glow extinguished. The soldiers scrambled, desperately attempting to reactivate their weapons, but to no avail. Without their lasers, they were mere targets. Zhu Jue steadied his sniper rifle, swinging the barrel left and right. Bang! 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 A rapid succession of 12 shots rang out, each bullet hitting the gaps in the masks of the laser soldiers. 12 men collapsing in unison. Their laser rifles all stored within his spatial pocket. System prompt. Stored 12 laser rifles. Spatial volume expanded to 420,000. Energy weapon control enhanced by 150. Seeing the laser unit decimated, the tanks hastily turned to flee, but Zhu Jue had already retrieved a mortar from his spatial pocket. Its accuracy maximized. Without needing a scope, he fired 2 rounds, the shells landing perfectly on the tracks of the 2 tanks. Boom! The tracks exploded, leaving the tanks incapacitated, like limping behemoths sprawled on the ground. The number of live viewers on the dark web surged past 25 million. The host slumped in the helicopter cabin, struggling to articulate. The encirclement has been broken. The sharpshooter pierced missiles with spatial projectiles, while electromagnetic pulses rendered laser guns useless, and mortars obliterated tanks. This was not a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Zhu Jue approached the disabled tank, poised to retrieve it into his spatial domain, when suddenly an alarm blared through his spatial perception as the main gate of the Yasukuni shrine slowly opened. Out emerged 3 oddly shaped armored vehicles emblazoned with the sacred defense emblem. Their rooftops adorned with launchers pulsating with violet light. These were the plasma cannons secretly developed by Country R. The foremost armored vehicle blared through a loudspeaker, its tone still rigid in Chinese. Mysterious one, you have destroyed our missile array and slain our guards, thus provoking our sacred threshold. This is your final warning. Surrender immediately, or the plasma cannon shall reduce you and this region to scorched earth. Zhu Jue squinted at the plasma cannon's launcher, his spatial perception detecting an extremely potent energy fluctuation emanating from the muzzle, with an effective range of 800 meters, capable of melting through a steel plate 1 meter thick. A sardonic smile crept across his lips as he retrieved the confiscated Patriot 3 missile launcher from his spatial domain, which he had not yet had the chance to store. And with a mere thought, the missile launcher materialized securely behind him. Scorched earth? He raised his hand to pat the missile launcher's launch pad, directing a chilling sneer towards the loudspeaker. Today, I shall utilize your missiles to present a grand plasma gift to the Yasukuni shrine. With that, he leapt onto the missile launcher, deftly manipulating the control panel. Thanks to the spatial enhancement's information decryption capabilities, he swiftly bypassed the missile launcher's encryption, and the launch pad gradually elevated, aligning itself with the 3 plasma cannon armored vehicles. The air above Yasukuni shrine reverberated with the sound of air raid sirens once more, while the dark web livestream fixated intently on the standoff between the missile launcher and the plasma cannons, with 25 million viewers worldwide eagerly anticipating this ultimate showdown of spear against shield. Chapter 18. The Golden Ultimatum, a 100-ton deep-sea delivery. With a countdown locked at 6 hours for the high-ranking officials of Country R, the plasma cannon armored vehicles before the Yasukuni shrine remained idling, their muzzles flickering ominously with violet light. Yet the voice from the loudspeaker had lost its earlier bravado, now trembling. Mysterious one, we are the Extreme Defense Unit directly under the National Security Council of Country R, tasked with negotiating with you. The shrine is a symbol of our nation's spirit. If you cease your assault, we are willing to meet all your reasonable demands. Let's discuss this amicably. Zhu Jue sat in the driver's seat of the Patriot missile launcher, his fingers drumming on the control panel, as the energy readings of the plasma cannon were being remotely decrypted by the Phantom. He scoffed into the vehicle's communicator, his voice echoing across the dark web. Reasonable demands? When you're using laser guns and missiles to besiege me just moments ago, why did you not advocate for a civil discussion? Silence enveloped the other end of the communicator before a few seconds passed and an elderly yet urgent voice broke through. It was the former defense minister of Country R, Morita, a core figure of the extremists, now stripped of his former arrogance. It was our mistake. Do you want weapons? Intelligence? As long as you do not bomb the shrine, we can provide anything. What I desire, you may not be able to afford, Zhu Jue interjected, pressing the pre-warm button on the missile launcher, slightly adjusting the muzzle to aim at the rooftop of the main hall of the Yasukuni shrine. I demand 100 tons of gold bullion, with each bar weighing no less than 10 kilograms. The communicator crackled with a sound of shocked inhalation. 100 tons? Our national treasury holds just over 2,000 tons of gold. That is utterly impossible. Impossible? Zhu Jue suddenly disengaged the missile launcher's safety latch, and the red light indicating readiness began to flash on the control panel. Then I shall press the launch button now, and the Patriot missile will obliterate the plasma cannon, along with the main hall of the shrine. Which do you think holds more value, your symbol of national spirit or 100 tons of gold? The dark web livestream's camera immediately switched to the main hall of the shrine, the host's voice quivering. He is serious. The missile is already prepped. 100 tons of gold. This is the most outrageous negotiation condition I have ever heard. The comments flooded in. Bravo. Let them cough up our gold. 100 tons is merely the beginning. We can't afford that much gold. This is going to ruin us. 100 tons of gold is nearly 5 billion US dollars. Even the extremists of country would need to rally the reserves of major financial groups. Morita's voice crackled with urgency over the communicator. Do not act rashly. We will gather it. But how will we deliver the gold to you? Do you want a cash transfer? A transfer? I fear you might play tricks and freeze the accounts. Zhu Jue pulled up the satellite map sent by Phantom, revealing a deep blue sea area, 200 kilometers southeast of Tokyo Bay, at a depth of 3,000 meters. Place the gold into sealed, pressure-resistant containers and deliver them using a naval transport vessel. After delivery, send me the GPS coordinates. Deep sea? 3,000 meters. Morita was taken aback. How can we confirm the drop? We cannot monitor it in real time. You need not verify. I will see for myself. Zhu Jue's spatial perception had already expanded to cover that marine area. The topography of the 3,000-meter deep trench and the current's velocity clearly manifesting in his mind. Moreover, I grant you a countdown of 6 hours, commencing now. Exceed this by a minute, and I will demolish a corner of the shrine. Exceed it by 10 minutes, and I will obliterate the main hall. He paused for effect, adding, do not attempt any clever tricks. Once the transport vessel departs the port, it must not be escorted by armed guards, nor equipped with a locator. If the container is tampered with or undermeasured, you shall bear the consequences. Phantom will decrypt your naval communication channels. Every move you make shall be visible to me. On the other end, Morita's hurried commands could be heard, clearly mobilizing resources in a panic. After 5 minutes, his voice returned, tinged with a note of desperation. We have contacted the Mitsubishi and Sumitomo conglomerates. They have agreed to release their gold reserves. The transport vessels are on standby at Yokosuka Harbor, but for a 3,000-meter deep-sea delivery, we need time to modify the pressure-resistant containers. Can you grant us an additional hour? Zhu Jue glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist, the countdown now reading 5 hours and 55 minutes. I can allow a maximum of 30 extra minutes starting now. Remember, my patience is limited. With that, he terminated the call and opened the encrypted channel sent by Phantom, where satellite images displayed 3 large transport vessels being urgently mobilized at Yokosuka Harbor. Cranes along the shore were already hoisting gold bars onto the ships. Golden boxes piled like small mountains. Phantom confirmed the purity and weight of the gold. Zhu Jue instructed. I am currently decrypting Sumitomo's inventory system. Phantom replied. The sound of keys clicking in the background. Confirmed. Each gold bar has a purity of 999, weighing 12 kilograms each, totaling 8,334 bars, amounting to precisely 100,008 tons. Quite substantial. However, Phantom hesitated, pulling up another satellite screenshot. Outside Yokosuka Harbor, 3 submarines are lurking in the shadows, likely a contingency left by the extremists, waiting for the gold delivery to launch a surprise attack. Zhu Jue chuckled coldly, his spatial perception instantly covering the positions of the 3 submarines in Tokyo Bay, 50 kilometers north of the transport vessel's route, their depths 200 meters, and the status of their torpedo launch tubes, armed, all vividly floating in his mind. Trying to play dirty? He retrieved the previously confiscated SAM-6 missile launcher from his spatial domain, and with a thought, deployed 2 missile launchers directly on the high ground east of the shrine. Their launch pads aimed at the submarine's maritime zone. Phantom synchronized the submarine coordinates with the missile system. Should they dare approach within 10 kilometers of the transport vessel, they shall be sunk without hesitation. Received. The missile system has been decrypted and synchronized. At this moment, the dark web livestream had switched to a real-time feed from Yokosuka Harbor, with 28 million viewers observing as cranes lifted gold bars onto the transport vessels. The comments section erupting. Do not let them tamper with it. Zhu Jue must keep a close eye. That is the savings of several generations. Just like that, it's being stolen. M-Nation's netizens' conspiracy theory. The extremists are certainly not so innocent. They have submarines ready, waiting to settle scores after autumn. Zhu Jue paid no heed to the barrage of comments. Leaning against the missile vehicle's seat, his fingertips caressing the launch button on the control panel. His spatial awareness swept through the interior of the Yasukuni Shrine's main hall, where several priests were frantically evacuating with ancestral tablets, while the extremist soldiers secretly set up surface-to-air missiles. However, he swiftly obliterated the missile supports with his sniper rifle, instilling fear that rendered them motionless. 5 hours and 20 minutes remained. Zhu Jue glanced at the tactical display and reconnected to Morita's channel via the communicator. Should the transport ship deviate from its course? Or should the submarine dare to surface? I will first obliterate the Torii gate of the shrine, leaving your sacred site with a missing corner. On the other end of the communicator, Morita's voice trembled with desperation. I wouldn't dare. Absolutely not. The transport ship has set sail and is expected to arrive at the designated maritime area in 3 hours. You may rest assured. Zhu Jue ended the communication, raising his gaze to the dazzlingly reflective glazed tiles of the Yasukuni Shrine's main hall, glinting in the sunlight, reminiscent of the military insignias flaunted by their nation's forces as they trampled through the villages of the Hua Nation in the past life. He clenched his fists, his spatial perception extending once more to the deep-sea trench at a depth of 3,000 meters, where dark currents swirled. And that 100 tons of gold was about to become the first interest on his path of vengeance. The countdown interface of the dark web livestream was pinned, the crimson numbers ticking away. 051958, 051957. Global viewers were fixated on their screens, anticipating how this wager of gold for the shrine would ultimately conclude, whether their nation would timely deliver the gold, or if Zhu Jue would press the missile launch button and witness the Yasukuni Shrine collapse amid flames. Chapter 19. Deep Sea Gold Verification. Submarine ambush met with bombardment. 6-hour countdown. The clouds loomed low over Tokyo Bay as Zhu Jue sat in the driver's seat of the missile vehicle. The countdown on the tactical display flashing a stark red. 1 hour and 03 minutes remaining. On the onboard screen, real-time images from Phantom showed 3 our nation transport ships cleaving through the waves, heading towards the deep sea trench at latitude 35. Douzaine, longitude 141. 30. Their sterns trailing long white wakes, akin to 3 unwavering lines. The transport ships were 40 kilometers from the target area, cruising at a speed of 18 knots, expected to arrive in 28 minutes. Phantom's voice was punctuated by the urgent sound of keyboard strikes. Having just decrypted Morita's encrypted communications to send a secret order to the submarine, instructing the Soryu-class submarine to remain silent. After the gold was delivered, it was to surface immediately and torpedo the transport ship, crafting an illusion that the gold had mysteriously sunk into the abyss, thereby compelling them to concede that they had not received the gold and abandon the idea of bombing the shrine. A cold smile tugged at the corners of Zhu Jue's mouth as his spatial perception instantly spread to the 3 Soryu-class submarines lurking 20 kilometers south of the transport ship's route in Tokyo Bay. Their depths ranging from 200 meters to 300 meters, the torpedo launch hatches quietly opened, cold torpedoes primed for firing. Attempting to destroy evidence and evade responsibility, he pressed the control button of the SAM-6 missile vehicle, prompting the 2 missile vehicles on the eastern hillside to spring into action, their launchers slowly turning to target the submerged area where the submarines lay. Phantom synchronized the real-time coordinates of the submarines and send a warning to the transport ship indicating that they have underwater visitors if they wish to survive. They should not stop the ship and must deliver the gold as planned before promptly returning. Received. Coordinates synchronized. The warning has been sent. As anticipated, the transport ship suddenly accelerated its hull swaying slightly, clearly rattled by the news. Meanwhile, on the submarine's end, seeing the transport ship speed up, they mistakenly assumed they had been discovered and prematurely ascended by 100 meters. The locking alarm of the torpedo launch tube resonated through the decrypted submarine communication channel, reaching Zhu Jue's ears clearly. No more waiting. Zhu Jue's finger pressed down on the missile control panel. SAM 6, 2 missiles launched simultaneously, targeting latitude 35. 0 longitude 141. 25 E, at a depth of 200 meters. With a whoosh, 2 orange-red trails sliced through the sky, the missiles streaking towards the submarine's territory. 30 seconds later, 2 muffled explosions echoed from the deep sea, massive water columns erupting to the surface, akin to white giants rising from the depths. Among the 3 submarines, 2 were struck directly on their reactors, instantly erupting into fragments. The last submarine, in a panic, attempted to flee but was met with another missile from Zhu Jue, its hull severed, sinking into the abyss. The live stream captured the water columns at that moment, the host shrieking with excitement. It exploded. The shrine directly obliterated the submarine. Our nation's extremists have been thoroughly dealt with. This preemptive strike is exceptional. They simply cannot outsmart the divine. The barrage of comments flooded the screen with 660 SXS. Hua Nation's netizens' prediction god. I knew they would try to evade responsibility. This preemptive strike was brilliantly executed. Our nation's netizens utterly convinced. Stop struggling. Even the submarines couldn't withstand the blast. Do they still dare to play tricks? M Nation's military enthusiasts. The SAM 6 was originally an air defense missile, and he modified it into an anti-submarine missile. This capability is unparalleled globally. 28 minutes later, the transport ship arrived at the designated deep-sea trench. On the screen, cranes hoisted silver-sealed, pressure-resistant boxes from the deck, plunging them into the ocean with splashes, creating ripples. Zhu Jue's spatial perception penetrated 3,000 meters of seawater, precisely scanning each gold ingot's pattern, purity markings, and even the weight of each piece, 12 kilograms precisely. Not a gram more or less, with clarity as if they were before his eyes. Confirmation: 8,334 pressure-resistant boxes, totaling 100,008 tons of gold, purity 999, no adulteration, no locator. Zhu Jue spoke into the communicator, his voice reverberating across the dark web live stream. Morita, I have received the gold. On the other end, Morita's voice was tinged with relief mixed with reluctance. Since the gold has been delivered, you must honor your promise and not bomb the shrine, right? I will keep my promise. Zhu Jue pushed open the vehicle's door, ascended to the top of the missile vehicle, his gaze fixed upon the main hall of the Yasukuni shrine. Yet, the account for your previous ambush on me, using laser guns to blast me, and deploying submarines to launch a surprise attack, must be settled separately. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned 12 laser rifles, previously confiscated from the Sacred Guardian's armory, from his spatial storage, injecting spatial energy into the gun bodies, the barrels instantly glowing with blinding blue light. Zhu Jue raised his hand, aiming at the sacred Torii Gate, a 12-meter wooden archway considered a divine entrance by the Our Nation, and squeezed the trigger. 12 beams of blue laser simultaneously shot forth, accurately striking the pillars of the Torii Gate. With a crack, 2 wooden pillars were severed by the laser, and the massive Torii Gate collapsed with a thunderous crash, crashing onto the stone-paved path before the shrine, raising a cloud of dust. The live-stream camera zoomed in on the collapsing Torii Gate, the host's voice cracking. He didn't blow up the main hall, but he dismantled the Torii Gate. That is the Yasukuni Shrine's main entrance. This is an additional lesson for the Our Nation's extremists. Morita screamed into the communicator, You dare to dismantle the Torii Gate. You are desecrating the sacred. Desecrate? Zhu Jue scoffed, summoning the previously confiscated mortar to target the defensive structures surrounding the shrine, barbed wire, surveillance towers, laser defense positions. Questioning why they did not consider it desecration when they cordoned me with defensive fortifications. Boom, boom, boom. 3 shells were fired. The surveillance tower was blown in half. The barbed wire shattered into fragments. and a massive hole was blown open in the foundation of a laser defense array. The shrine's outer defenses were instantly reduced to rubble. Zhu Jue sheathed his weapons and coldly addressed the communicator. "Remember, this 100 tons of gold is compensation for your ambush against me. The collapsed Torii Gate and defensive structures are the consequences of your clever tricks. If you dare to harbor ulterior motives again, what I dismantle next will not be the Torii Gate, but your main hall." With that, he ended the communication, turned, and leapt back onto the missile vehicle, commanding Phantom, "Locate the next target, the Our Nation National Museum, where 3 bronze beast heads lost from the Yuan Minjuan are stored. Send me the satellite map." Received. The coordinates of the National Museum have been synchronized. However, the Spectre paused for a moment, displaying a new satellite image. There was activity at the Self-Defense Force headquarters. They had deployed the Izumo helicopter carrier, which was now hastening toward Tokyo Bay, intending to intercept him. Zhu Jue lifted his gaze toward the distant sea, where he could faintly discern the silhouette of a colossal ship. A flicker of battle fervor curled at the corners of his mouth as his spatial awareness swept across the deck of the Izumo, where 12 F-35 fighter jets were stationed, and the anti-aircraft missile launchers at the bow had already been elevated. A helicopter carrier? He touched the fragment of a bronze artifact in his pocket, a thought crossing his mind as he stored the Patriot missile launchers and SAM-6 missile vehicles into his spatial realm. System prompt. Heavy missile vehicles stored. 3 units. Spatial capacity increased to 450,000. Let us experiment with these weapons. The missile vehicles departed from the Yasukuni Shrine, racing toward the National Museum. Behind them, beside the collapsed Torii Gate, our nation's priests wept bitterly while clutching ancestral tablets. The number of online viewers on the dark web surged past 30 million. Global audiences fixated on the retreating silhouette of Zhu Jue, eagerly anticipating how he would confront the storm unleashed by the Izumo carrier, which was not only unyielding but poised to incite an even greater wave. Chapter 20. Silent Assault from the Deep. The Izumo's crew fell into silence as they prepared to eliminate the threat, their carriers shaking the very foundations of our nation's defenses. Chapter 20. Return to Tokyo Bay. The carrier's blockade was instead captured, blades drawn before the Kyoto Museum. The waters of Tokyo Bay, imbued with ash from Sakurajima, glimmered a murky gray-black in the night. Zhu Jue drove his modified off-road vehicle over the gravel of the coastal highway, the screen in the vehicle flickering with satellite signals from a Spectre, indicating that the Izumo helicopter carrier had departed from Yokosuka port, accompanied by 3 Soryu-class submarines in a triangular escort, heading directly for his return route. He glanced at the small positioning detector on the passenger seat. The red dot pulsating on the screen was the residual signal from the gold drop point. 100 tons of gold had been completely stored in his spatial realm half an hour prior, and the spatial capacity had surged from 450,000 to 520,000, easily accommodating the previously seized SAM-6 missile vehicles. The reason he hadn't stored the off-road vehicle was to deliberately leave a flaw, as our nation's military was tracking his trajectory through surface surveillance. An overly conspicuous disappearance would only invite more aerial interceptions. Sato, that old fool, truly dispatched the last of his trump cards. Zhu Jue sneered, tapping the vehicle S panel to bring up the real-time defense map of the Izumo. 12 F-35s were on the deck, and the close-in weapon system was rotating 360 degrees, while the sonar waves from the 3 submarines, positioned 200 meters underwater, were expanding in layers, evidently attempting to corner him along the Tokyo Bay coastline before he could reach Kyoto. He turned the steering wheel, veering into an abandoned fishing port by the roadside. Once a supply transfer station for the Yamaguchi Gumi, now reduced to a few rusty fishing boats. Zhu Jue turned off the engine, not hurrying to exit, but instead retrieving an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his spatial realm, previously confiscated from a self-defense force soldier, capable of disrupting electronic devices within a 500-meter radius. He opened the car door and hurled the grenade toward the surveillance pole at the port's entrance. With a dull thud, the monitor screen instantly went black, and the surrounding streetlights extinguished in unison. Having completed this, he activated his spatial storage, silently engulfing the off-road vehicle within. Under the moonlight, He summoned the Nightingale reconnaissance helicopter from his spatial realm. Its body was coated in stealth material, and the engine had been modified with spatial energy, starting up with only a faint whisper of airflow, inaudible even to fishing boats 10 meters away. It was time to confront this steel behemoth. Zhu Jue piloted the helicopter into the air, maintaining an ultra-low altitude flight just below 30 meters above the sea surface. His spatial awareness extending like radar up to 20 kilometers away, tracking the colossal hull of the Izumo as it moved across the water. Inside the bridge, Sato was fixated on the radar screen, his finger firmly pressing the missile launch warning button, while the F-35s on the deck had already ignited their engines, their afterburners glowing an orange-red in the night. He maneuvered to the blind spot behind the carrier, a dead zone for the 3 submarines' detection systems. Taking a deep breath, he activated the maximum authority of his spatial storage. A pale blue, invisible vortex unfolded beneath the helicopter, its suction extending across the water surface, like an ethereal hand precisely gripping the Izumo's hull. Suddenly, Sato felt his seat violently shake, just as he was about to call for a check of the power compartment. The lookout rushed in, scrambling. "Captain, the hull is lifting off." Sato dashed to the window, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks as he beheld the 270,000-ton hull of the Izumo slowly ascending from the sea, water cascading down from the deck without a sound, causing the F-35s on the deck to lose their support and begin sliding toward the stern, the close-in weapon system's barrels wildly wobbling in midair. "Fire! Quick fire!" Sato screamed, slamming the missile launch button, but just as the launchers elevated, the entire hull was tilted by the vortex's pull, jamming the missiles in their launch tubes, smoke billowing forth. The 3 escort submarines detected the anomaly and immediately surfaced, preparing to launch torpedoes, only to be caught in the vortex's residual waves, their hulls instantly deformed. And screams from the crew echoed over the communication channels before the signal was entirely severed. Zhu Jue watched as the Izumo was gradually engulfed by the vortex, the spatial capacity expanding synchronously to 140,000, smoothly accommodating the 3 submarines and 12 F-35s. He retracted the vortex, maneuvering the helicopter toward Kyoto, knowing that her nation's maritime defenses had been breached, and it was time to retrieve the national treasures buried beneath the museum. Meanwhile, chaos reigned within our nation's Ministry of Defense Command Center. Minister Fukuda, witnessing the vanished carrier signals on the radar and hearing reports of the submarine's loss, seized a teacup from the table and smashed it to the ground. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. They can't even defend a single carrier. The intelligence minister, trembling, handed over a dark web screenshot. In the image, the hull of the Izumo hovered in midair, surrounded by a pale blue glow, with the caption reading, "A mysterious figure from Huagwood demonstrates spatial manipulation capabilities. Our nation's carrier has vanished in a thin air, rendering the maritime self-defense force utterly paralyzed." Fukuda gazed at the screenshot, darkness enveloping his vision as he nearly collapsed into his chair. He understood that our nation no longer possessed any cards to block Zhu Jue. By the time Zhu Jue piloted the helicopter to Kyoto, dawn was just breaking. He stored the helicopter within his spatial realm and walked toward the vicinity of the Kyoto National Museum, where defenses were 3-fold stricter than at Tokyo Port. Barbed wire surrounded the area in 3 layers, with a soldier stationed every 10 meters. And the radar antennas atop the museum rotated incessantly. Even the surrounding residences were temporarily requisitioned to serve as soldiers' outposts. They had truly invested heavily. Zhu Jue retrieved a reinforced tactical knife from his spatial realm, its blade forged from F-35 titanium alloy, boasting a 300 increase in sharpness. Under the cover of the morning mist, he circled to the rear wall of the museum, his spatial awareness sweeping across the defenses within. 5 soldiers patrolled along the wall, their assault rifles chambered, and vibration sensors were installed atop the wall. Taking a deep breath, he leaped, lightly tapping the wall with his feet, silently flipping over like a cat. Upon landing, he skillfully avoided the patrolling soldiers, then retrieved the disassembled components of the electromagnetic pulse grenade, delicately applying a small interference chip to the vibration sensor. The sensor's indicator light instantly turned green, losing its warning function. Once inside the museum, Zhu Jue headed straight for the Eastern Antiquities Museum on the second floor. According to the information provided by the Spectre, 3 bronze animal heads lost from the old summer palace were housed here: the ox head, the monkey head, and the tiger head. He pushed open the exhibition hall door, only to find the animal heads encased within bulletproof glass display cases, surrounded by infrared sensors. Any object approaching would trigger an alarm. Such rudimentary measures were far from sufficient. Zhu Jue activated spatial energy, forming an invisible barrier around his body, isolating the infrared sensors. He raised his hand toward the bulletproof glass display case, and with precise spatial suction, the case was instantaneously dismantled into small fragments, the bronze animal heads securely landing in his grasp. As his fingertips brushed against the cold, intricate patterns of the animal heads, Zhu Jue's gaze softened momentarily. These national treasures, which rightfully belonged in a museum in Huagua, were finally on their way home. He stored the beast's head within the spatial realm, causing its volume to further expand. With even the intricate patterns on the surface of the beast's head being meticulously safeguarded by spatial energy. Just as he was about to leave the exhibition hall, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed from outside, signaling the arrival of reinforcements from the self-defense forces. Zhu Jue approached the window and observed the soldiers gathering below, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. He summoned a previously confiscated Xuanwu 4 ballistic missile, the warhead having been removed, leaving only the launch tube from the spatial realm, propping the missile tube against the window, and shouted down, "You wish to stop me? First, you must inquire whether this contraption agrees." The soldiers, upon sighting the missile tube, were instantly thrown into disarray, retreating in haste. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue summoned a motorcycle from the spatial realm and sped out through the museum's back door, the gunfire behind him fading into the distance. His next target was Osaka Castle, which harbored even more national treasures yearning to return home. The dark web live stream captured this moment, the host's voice brimming with excitement. The mysterious figure has successfully reclaimed the bronze beast's head. The self-defense forces of our nation can't even catch a glimpse of him. This is true cultural vengeance. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, Chinese netizens exclaiming, "National treasures returning home. This maneuver is utterly magnificent." Next stop, Osaka. Our nation netizens lamenting, "If we can't even protect the National Museum, what can stop him?" Military enthusiasts from M Nation. He could take an aircraft carrier and dismantle display cases with precision. This ability is simply unfathomable. Zhu Jue rode his motorcycle through the streets of Kyoto, sunlight filtering through the clouds to bathe him. He touched the fragment of the bronze beast's head in his pocket, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. The artifacts looted by our nation from China in his past life would all return home with him in this lifetime, without exception. Chapter 21. The Zicken Garden, a Hidden Dragon. Chapter 21. The Zicken Garden, Beneath the Cherry Blossoms. The horsehead fragment meets Masako. 3 days of solitude spark controversy. The smoke from Tokyo Bay mingled with the ash of Sakurajima, dissipating into morning mist by the time it reached Kyoto. Clinging to Zhu Jue's sleeves and leaving a trace of gray. Having just stored his motorcycle in the spatial realm, he walked along the bluestone path outside the Zicken Garden, his shoes crunching over the cherry blossom petals that had fallen the night before, crumbling into powder and mingling with the morning dew at the edges of his shoes. His spatial awareness unfurled, detecting an old cherry tree behind the courtyard wall, a hidden sentry's crossbow tightened with a quiver, the red light of night vision flickering in the mist. Beside the corridor outside the study, 12 imperial samurai stood pressed against the wooden pillars, their scabbards aligned flawlessly with the column, breaths so light they seemed to be snuffed out by the morning fog. In the innermost chamber, adorned with a plaque reading "Elegant Room," warm yellow light seeped through the paper windows, accompanied by the soft scratch of a pen gliding over washy paper, even overshadowing the deliberately muted heartbeat of the hidden sentry. With a swift motion, Zhu Jue produced fragments of an electromagnetic pulse grenade from the spatial realm, flicking a shard that struck the night vision device behind the cherry tree with precision. The apparatus erupted in smoke, just as the sentry was about to cry out, Zhu Jue vaulted over the courtyard wall. Upon landing, his hand moved with lightning speed, delivering a swift chop to the back of the opponent's neck. As the sentry collapsed silently, he was swiftly stored in the spatial realm. The cherry branches undisturbed save for a few petals that fell onto the spot where the sentry had stood. The samurai, behind the corridor, finally sensed something amiss. And 12 blades were unsheathed simultaneously, their metallic sound piercing the morning mist. The foremost samurai swung his sword, only for the blade to strike an invisible spatial shield, snapping in two with a resonating clang. Zhu Jue's tactical knife was already pressed against his neck, the titanium blade glinting coldly, more frigid than the morning fog. Move, and it won't be just your sword that breaks. The samurai stood frozen, yet none retreated. Zhu Jue's gaze hardened, with a flick of his wrist. The tactical knife danced through the air, the faint sounds of 12 throats being cut blending seamlessly with the falling cherry blossoms, as light as the dissipating morning mist. 12 corpses were casually stored in the spatial realm, leaving only a few drops of blood beside the corridor, soon to be washed away by the morning dew. Pushing open the paper door to the innermost chamber, a blend of agarwood and the sweet scent of wagashi enveloped him. Masako, holding her pen, suddenly froze. The pen clattered onto the washi paper, the ink spreading like a black cherry blossom that had just exploded. She did not scream. Instead, she lifted her gaze to him, her eyelashes trembling violently, her eyes filled with alarm, yet more so with confusion, like a lost deer encountering a wolf, forgetting to flee. The horse head fragment is in the golden pavilion study. Zhu Jue's voice was low, his breath mingling with the agarwood, devoid of warmth. I intend to take it back to my homeland. Cooperate, and I shall ensure your safety. Masako's fingers curled slightly. As she picked up her pen, her knuckles turned pale. She wrote on the washi paper, "The key lies beneath the cosmetics box. There's a mechanism on the left side of the study. Do not touch." Her voice faltered as she looked up at Zhu Jue, her tongue lightly licking her lower lip. Her words as delicate as falling cherry blossoms. "Only when I am present will the explosives not detonate." Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow. His spatial awareness immediately swept across the corners of the golden pavilion study, revealing micro-explosives hidden there, with a fuse as thin as a strand of hair. One end entangled with the jade pendant at Masako's waist. He remained still, leaning against the gilded chrysanthemum-patterned screen, lightly tapping his wooden sandals against the tatami mat. Masako's skirt drew back slightly, revealing a glimpse of her ankle, so pale it dazzled, glimmering like fine porcelain in the morning light. Morning mist seeped through the window crevices, settling upon the 3 plates of wagashi on the table, forming a delicate frost. Masako resumed her writing, the tip of her pen gliding across the washi paper. Yet the words were unrelated haikus. Cherry blossoms fall upon the steps, uncleaned. A guest arrives at the cold door, tea unheated. Zhu Jue glanced over, noticing her pen paused at the character for guest, the ink softening the stroke as if intentionally leaving a gap. "Yeah?" Zhu Jue suddenly inquired. Masako's pen quivered, an ink blot landing beside the character for tea. She did not turn back, reaching for the teacup at the corner of the table. Just as her fingertips grazed the cup's handle, Zhu Jue's hand reached out first, his fingertips cool, dusted with the ash of sakurajima, brushing against her warm fingertip. Masako recoiled sharply, her ears flushed like ripe cherries. She lowered her head, continuing to write the haiku, yet her script grew chaotic. The last stroke of the character for warm, trailing long, like unfinished words. Zhu Jue leaned against the screen, chuckling softly, no longer pressing for answers, merely observing the plate of wagashi. The plum-flavored one was arranged most neatly. As the morning mist began to dissipate, a piece was missing from the plate. A hint of pale pink fruit filling smudged at the corner of Masako's mouth, which she discreetly wiped away with her fingertip. No one knew that during those 2 days, the door to the innermost chamber remained shut, the warm light seeping through the paper windows from dawn to dusk, and then from dusk to dawn again. They only knew that Masako had ruined 3 sheets of washi paper, each bearing unfinished lines. The swan returns with traces, cherry blossoms bloom for a second time, guests linger. They only knew that the wagashi on the table had been replaced 3 times, leaving only half a plate of plum flavor, the edge smeared with ink. They only knew that as Zhu Jue dozed against the screen, Masako had risen to refill the tea, her skirt brushing against his wooden sandals. He had reached out to steady her, his fingertips lightly grazing the jade pendant at her waist. She did not shy away, but her shoulder trembled slightly, as if startled by morning dew upon cherry branches. On the third morning, as Masako retrieved the golden key from beneath the cosmetics box, her fingertip rubbed against the keyhole before handing it over, her voice as soft as a sigh. In the third hidden compartment of the study, there's a mechanism on the left. Do not touch. Her voice paused as she raised her hand to gather the stray cherry blossoms at her temple, her fingertip gently brushing against Zhu Jue's sleeve. My brother wants to take me to M Nation, saying it will be a safe haven from this chaos. Zhu Jue accepted the key, the metal as cold as morning mist. He did not look at her, simply stating, "Your brother's notion of safety may not align with your own. And what about yours?" Masako suddenly asked, her eyelashes lowered, revealing the glimmers of light within her eyes. "Will you return after taking the fragment?" Zhu Jue turned to face her, the morning light illuminating the cherry blossom petals at her temple, dazzlingly bright. He did not answer, merely extending his hand, his fingertip brushing against the fallen blossom, gently sweeping it away. "Survive first. Only then will you be qualified to speak of the future. Last time, our nation ended in tragedy." Suddenly, alarms blared, and the shouts of Blackwater mercenaries surged from outside the courtyard, causing cherry blossoms to cascade down. Masako's face turned pale in an instant. She grasped the jade pendant at her waist and prepared to dash out. "I will draw them away. You go to the study through the back door." Zhu Jue grasped her wrist, his palm warm, enveloping her wrist like a protective embrace. "No need." As he released her hand, his fingertip lightly traced her wrist, leaving an invisible mark. "You follow your path. I will handle matters here." Yako bit her lip, and, as she turned to flee through the back door, couldn't help but cast a lingering glance back at Zhu Jue, who was engrossed in adjusting his collar. The morning light cascaded over his shoulder, casting an ethereal golden hue, while on the table, a half plate of sweets and plums remained, with only one piece left, marked with a smudge of ink. When Zhu Jue finally pushed open the main door of the boudoir and stood beneath the cherry blossom tree, the mercenaries raised their weapons. Yet none dared to pull the trigger. They beheld the half-open paper door behind him, the unfinished poem on the table, and the plate of ink-stained confections, and they froze in realization. Everyone knew that Sayaka Yako was the Emperor's most cherished sister, moments prior, when the alarm had sounded. Someone had seen her dash out the back door, clutching the hand that had just brushed against Zhu Jue's. The dark web livestream captured the scene from afar, with the host's voice trembling like sifted chaff. He just emerged from Princess Yako's boudoir. There are still uneaten confections on the table. They had been alone for a full 2 days. The comments erupted. Chinese netizens were ecstatic. Help! Those confections! That unfinished poem! Who understands this atmosphere? Russian netizens were in a frenzy. How could Princess Yako be alone with him? What did he do to her? Mongolian netizens were gossiping. "I think I just saw Princess Yako's jade pendant flash at his sleeve. Was it a gift from her?" Zhu Jue paid no heed to the chaos in the comments as he strode towards the golden pavilion study, a golden key in hand. The mercenaries and the self-defense force behind him remained motionless, anxiously watching his silhouette vanish behind the cherry tree. They feared injuring someone dear to Yako, and, even more, feared that when she turned around to search, she might see him. Zhu Jue bitterly mocked himself, considering it a case of lust ignited by sight. Upon retrieving the fragment of the horse's head from the secret compartment of the study, the other half of the fragment suddenly emitted a faint glow, with a precise click. As the two pieces aligned, Zhu Jue glanced back towards the boudoir, where the figure behind the window paper had long since vanished, leaving only the untouched white porcelain cup on the table, still holding the last remnants of morning mist. Chapter 22. Submarine Hunt in Tokyo Bay. Hand to hand with the captain. 3 days later, the morning fog over Tokyo Bay had yet to dissipate. Zhu Jue drove the military off-road vehicle he had commandeered from the Kyoto Museum, crunching over the gravel road outside Haneda Airport, with 2 trails of light dust trailing behind him. In his earpiece, Ghost's voice crackled with the static of deciphering data. Intermingled with the sound of a system crash, the Russian Maritime Self-Defense Force has gone mad. The Changlong-class submarine, Qinglong, is carrying 3 pieces of the Emperor's secret bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties and is heading for the Mongolian nation. Captain Sato, a former Naval Special Forces operative, possesses half the coordinates to the Ark of the Apocalypse. Moreover, their surveillance system just crashed again while analyzing your combat data at the museum, and the hard drive burned out. They can only dispatch helicopters to search blindly now. Zhu Jue raised his eyes to scan the surface of the sea, his spatial perception penetrating 50 meters deep into the water. Swiftly locking onto the gray-black submarine marked with the indistinct insignia of Qinglong. The torpedo launch tube at the bow was already loaded, with 30 crew members huddled around the control panel, and Captain Sato stood at the center, clutching a Zeton wooden box, its corners revealing intricate bronze patterns. The bronze artifacts must be seized, and the submarine must be taken. Zhu Jue halted the vehicle, retrieved a half-face carbon fiber mask from his spatial pocket, though unnecessary, as the space had already activated image interference, traced his fingers over the mask, and leaped into the sea. The water was icy and piercing, yet he surged towards the submarine with the speed enhanced by his spatial abilities, slicing through the water like a shark. 2 helicopters from the Russian Self-Defense Force soared overhead, their propellers spraying water droplets onto his back, while soldiers peered intently at the surface. The radar screen displayed only a shadowy silhouette, and when the camera focused on Zhu Jue, the image suddenly blurred, morphing into a wash of pale blue light. Report. There's an unidentified target on the surface, but the camera could not capture a clear image. The soldiers shouted, jerking the control sticks to pull back as the helicopter spiraled low. Zhu Jue paid them no mind, deftly retrieving fragments of an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his spatial pocket, charged it, and hurled it toward the submarine's periscope. A crackling sound ensued as the periscope's screen instantly blacked out, causing Sato to bang the table in dismay. What's happening? Why is the periscope blacked out? Seizing the moment of confusion, Zhu Jue grasped the outside maintenance ladder of the submarine with his bare hands, exerting force until the steel rungs deformed. He climbed up the ladder, reaching the hatch just as 2 guards brandished shotguns, cursing about the source of the waves. Zhu Jue suddenly leaned forward, covering the mouth of the guard on the left with his left hand while seizing the shotgun barrel with his right, yanking it towards him until the barrel bent at a right angle. As the stock struck the guard's temple, the moment he crumpled, Zhu Jue pivoted, using the fallen body as a shield. The right guard was about to pull the trigger when a shotgun discharged into his comrade's corpse. Zhu Jue swiftly kicked the guard's knee, the sharp crack echoing as he knelt, and in a flash he delivered a precise strike to the nape of his neck, rendering him lifeless. The body was effortlessly absorbed into his spatial pocket. With a mighty heave, Zhu Jue pried open the hatch, the sound of grinding steel reverberating through the submarine. He crouched and slipped into the passage, colliding head-on with 3 crew members bearing rifles. Bullets sprayed towards him, but Zhu Jue activated his spatial shield, deflecting the projectiles as they ricocheted off the barrier, igniting sparks against the steel walls. He pressed forward, moving like a specter, seizing the rifle of the foremost crew member and twisting it aside. The stock struck the second crew member's nose, blood gushing forth as, with a swift motion, Zhu Jue sliced the throat of the 3rd crew member. The 3 collapsed without uttering a sound, and Zhu Jue stepped over their corpses, the blood from his blade dripping onto the steel floor, spreading into a small dark crimson pool. "Who is out there?" Captain Sato's voice echoed from the command cabin, mingled with the sound of a bolt being pulled back. Zhu Jue approached the entrance of the command cabin, his spatial perception sweeping across the 15 crew members inside. 5 were aiming machine guns at the door, while 10 huddled around the control panel. Sato clutched the Zeton wooden box in one hand, while his other hovered over the torpedo launch button. "Listen, outsider. If you come in, I will detonate the torpedo. We will perish together." A smirk curled at the corners of Zhu Jue's mouth as he suddenly kicked open the command cabin door, the machine guns erupting in a cacophony of gunfire. He sidestepped behind the door, grasped the nearest machine gun barrel, and yanked it outward, sending the crew member tumbling outside. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jue commandeered the machine gun and fired a volley into the ceiling, splintering wood and sending crew members diving for cover. Seeing this, Sato raised his gun to aim at Zhu Jue, but hesitated to pull the trigger. He fixated on Zhu Jue's face, only able to discern a wash of pale blue light, unable to make out any features, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "Who are you? Dare to touch the Qinglong, and Russia will not spare you. Who needs your mercy?" Zhu Jue discarded the machine gun and advanced step by step towards Sato, his spatial perception locking onto the Zeton wooden box in Sato's hand. Panicking, Sato reached for the torpedo launch button, but Zhu Jue surged forward, seizing his wrist with his left hand and gripping his throat with the right. Sato's face flushed crimson as the wooden box fell from his grasp with a thud. Zhu Jue stepped down on the box and, with a sudden force, snapped Sato's throat, his tongue protruding and his eyes bulging wide. The body was casually discarded beside the control panel, like refuse. The remaining crew members trembled in fear, two attempting to flee towards the hatch. Zhu Jue swiftly flung two tactical knives, their blades glimmering as they pierced through the knees of both, sending them crashing to the ground in a cacophony of screams for mercy. Zhu Jue ignored them, bent to retrieve the Zeton wooden box, and opened it to reveal 3 bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the intricate Taotai patterns clearly visible, tinged with ancient verdigris. With a thought, he absorbed both the bronze vessels and the wooden box into his spatial pocket. System prompt. 3 Shang and Zhou bronze vessels stored. Spatial capacity expanded to 38 million. Image interference strength increased by 20. Bring the submarine to shallow waters, or we will all perish, Zhu Jue commanded, his voice as cold as the sea. The crew members dared not resist, trembling as they scrambled to operate the control panel, and the submarine slowly ascended, navigating towards the shallow waters of Tokyo Bay. Zhu Jue leaned against the wall of the cabin, pulled out his phone, and activated the dark web livestream, directing it towards the sea's surface. The host's voice trembled with urgency. "Look, the Qinglong is surfacing. The mysterious figure must be inside, but the camera can't capture him. The screen is filled with light spots." The comments flooded in instantaneously. The enigmatic man from Huawei netizens. "Another light spot. Brother Nyo, is your face welded in the fog?" The Our Country netizen in despair. "The surveillance footage is unclear. The analysis system has crashed. We don't even know who he is." The M Country intelligence officer. "I just tested the combat data matching, and there's not a single match in the global database. Where on earth did this mysterious person come from?" Ghost. Anonymous bullet screen stopped searching. "It's futile. The data 1T last half an hour." Zhu Jue chuckled as he ended the live stream, when suddenly his phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhou Qi, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Xiao Ju, why is your business taking so long? I just heard Zhang Hai say that things are quite chaotic over in our country, claiming a mysterious person has stolen their submarine and artifacts. Are you all right? Also, where did you get the gun you brought back last time?" Leaning against the cabin wall, Zhu Jue glanced at the trembling backs of the crew, his voice calm. "Uncle Zhou, I'm fine. There are some complications with the business here, but I'll be back in a few days. The laser gun was procured through a friend. Rest assured, it's from a legal channel." "Legal?" Zhou Qi's voice dripped with skepticism. "Don't you dare lie to me. Zhang Hai mentioned that the mysterious person is also in our country and has stolen artifact from museum." "You too wouldn't, uncle. I don't possess such capabilities," Zhu Jue interrupted, deliberately calling out toward the deck. "Hey, boss, when will this batch of goods be loaded?" Pretending to act, then turning back to Zhou Qi. "I'm busy. I'll hang up now. I'll bring you a gift when I return." After ending the call, Zhu Jue stowed his phone away, his spatial awareness detecting that the submarine had reached the shallow waters. Approaching the hatch, he glanced back at the crew huddled on the ground. "For Yazi's sake, the submarine can stay. You may leave now." The crew, as if granted a pardon, scrambled aboard the lifeboat, heading towards the distant warship. Standing on the submarine's deck, Zhu Jue focused his thoughts, and the 3,000-ton Changlong-class submarine slowly ascended, water cascading down from beneath, creating lines in the morning light before being absorbed into the void. System prompt. Stored 1 Changlong-class submarine, including 10 torpedoes, 30 standard rifles for crew members, expanding spatial capacity to 45 million, unlocking underwater spatial access function. On the distant warship, our country's soldiers peered through binoculars, watching as the submarine suddenly vanished, coffee splattering as they exclaimed, "Report. The submarine is gone. The mysterious person has vanished too." The surveillance only captured a shadow. In the command center, our country's defense minister glared at the blurry surveillance footage, furiously slamming the table. "Not again. It's always like this. No face. No data. Is this mysterious person even human or a ghost?" Zhu Jue paid no heed to the chaos in the command center, leaping into the sea and swimming towards the off-road vehicle. The water surged over his head. The bronze Jew and submarine lying quietly within the space, as Ghost's voice echoed in his earpiece. "Yazzie has already arrived in Los Angeles, country. The Blackwater Company has her confined in an underground base, guarded by 200 mercenaries. Furthermore, in country at the secret base in Nevada, Smith's code 7392-154-8001 has been verified. There are indeed survival supplies for 100,000 people." Zhu Jue reached the shore, climbed into the vehicle, and shook off the water. As the morning fog began to dissipate, sunlight fell upon the vehicle, and he retrieved a rosewood box from the space. Glancing at the bronze Jew, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, "The accounts with our country are nearly settled. It's time to head to country. Yazzie, and I want those supplies for the 100,000 people." The off-road vehicle roared to life, heading towards Tokyo port, leaving two trails of dust that were swiftly scattered by the sea breeze. The dark web live stream still pointed at the ocean's surface. The host slumped in the helicopter cabin, shouting at the screen, "The mysterious person has disappeared again. The submarine is gone. Our country is completely bewildered. Where'll he go next? Country." The bullet screen was flooded with the words "mysterious person," yet no one knew his name was Zhu Jue, nor did they know his next destination. Only the sea breeze, carrying the briny scent of Tokyo Bay, drifted towards the distant ocean, where country's Blackwater base stood on high alert, oblivious to the fact that they were about to face a riddle that could not be captured on film or leave any data behind. Chapter 23. The Dark Night Infiltration of Los Angeles. The night in Los Angeles wrapped itself in the desert's hot winds, rustling against the barbed wire surrounding the Blackwater base in the suburbs, creating a crisp sound as if countless hands were tugging at the wire. Zhu Jue parked a stolen old pickup behind a sand dune 3 kilometers away. The truck bed was draped with camouflage fabric dismantled from the Our Country submarine, still stained with the salt from Tokyo Bay, blending with the night and dust, making the pickup resemble an abandoned construction vehicle, hidden inconspicuously in the shadow of the dune. Ghost's voice crackled in his earpiece, accompanied by the static of decryption. "The base's defenses have been thoroughly analyzed. Yazzie is in the underground VIP cell on the 3rd level, guarded by 4 mercenaries with electromagnetic shields at the entrance. It's quite formidable. The outer 3 layers of defenses consist of: the outermost layer is a 30,000-volt electrified barbed wire. The middle layer has infrared sensor mines. And the innermost layer is a patrol team of 10, changing shifts every hour. By the way, there's an Apache helicopter on the helipad. The pilot just went inside and could take off at any moment." Zhu Jue retrieved a tactical knife from the space, its blade forged from the Our Country Imperial sword, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Without wearing a mask, he glanced up at the surveillance camera on the base's tower, which was aimed directly at him. Yet the screen only reflected a faint blue light. The guard atop the tower rubbed his eyes and returned to sipping his coffee, evidently mistaking it for the distortion caused by the desert heat. He began dismantling the barbed wire. Zhu Jue crouched down, sliding down the dune, moving as softly as if treading on cotton. His spatial awareness was already spread out, precisely locking onto the power supply box 50 meters to the east of the barbed wire, concealed behind a concrete pillar, secured with a heavy iron door adorned with a high-voltage warning sign. He circled to the back of the power supply box, produced an electromagnetic pulse grenade fragment, and inserted it into the lock. With a sizzling sound, smoke erupted from the lock cylinder as Zhu Jue gripped the edge of the iron door. applying force with his fingertips to forcibly pry it open, tearing apart the insulated cables within. The high voltage was instantly cut off, causing the barbed wire to droop like a lifeless serpent. Just as he slipped through the barbed wire, a faint click echoed beneath his feet, and the indicator light of an infrared sensor mine lit up. Zhu Jue reacted swiftly, leaping into the air while mentally retracting the mine into the hazardous area of the spatial depths, landing perfectly in the blind spot of the patrol team. 10 mercenaries, armed with shotguns, passed by, the sound of their boots crunching on the gravel distinctly audible as the lead man cursed the unbearable heat. Unaware of the shadow lurking behind the dune, Zhu Jue moving like a poised predator. Once the patrol team was far enough away, Zhu Jue produced the barbed wire he had collected from the Arcountry warehouse, deftly twisting it into a 2-meter-long noose, and suddenly accelerated towards the last 2 mercenaries trailing behind. As the wire ensnared the first mercenary's neck, he barely had time to shout before Zhu Jue yanked backward, the wire digging into flesh with a sickening crunch as it severed the cervical spine. The second mercenary turned back upon hearing the commotion, and Zhu Jue raised his hand, throwing the tactical knife, which accurately penetrated his throat, causing him to collapse lifelessly. The 2 corpses were swiftly retracted into the spatial realm, leaving not a trace of blood on the sand. The remaining 8 mercenaries sensed something amiss and began to flee, but Zhu Jue maneuvered to their side, scooping up gravel from the ground, and with a flick of his fingers, the gravel was hurled like bullets, striking the eyes of the first 2 men. They screamed, clutching their faces, as Zhu Jue charged forward, seizing one mercenary shotgun barrel to pull it towards him, smashing the stock against the other's chin, sending teeth scattering. With his other hand, he gripped the wrist of the second mercenary and twisted violently, a loud crack signaling the arm's deformation, causing the mercenary to faint from the pain. In the blink of an eye, only 3 members remained in the patrol team. Terrified, they turned to flee, but Zhu Jue picked up the shotgun from the ground and intentionally fired at their legs, the bullets piercing through their trousers, blood seeping out instantly as they collapsed in agony. The last man sprinted towards the base's entrance when Zhu Jue launched a wire noose, tightening it around his neck once more, dragging him behind a sand dune. With a knee pressed against the man's back, he demanded, "What is the password to the underground level 3 prison? Where is Yako?" The mercenary, his throat constricted and face turning a deep purple, mumbled, "The password is Blackwater 2024. Yako is in the innermost room, guarded by an electromagnetic shield." No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhu Jue exerted pressure with his fingertips. A sickening crack resounded from the mercenary's neck, and the lifeless body was absorbed into the void. The dark web livestream captured the scene from a distant drone, where Zhu Jue's figure appeared as a shadow in the night, his actions, strangling, throwing knives, twisting arms, swift and elusive. Only a faint blue glow remained visible as the surveillance swept over him. The host's voice was charged with excitement, nearly breaking. "The mysterious figure has struck. The Blackwater Patrol is no more." Throat squeezed, knife through the throat. This technique is more ruthless than that of a professional assassin. Suddenly, an anonymous message flooded the screen from a user known as Phantom, who had previously issued multiple warnings. Just a reminder, the U.S. has buried a large granary in Nevada, hidden deep, likely a contingency for the privileged class. If the mysterious figure intends to cause a significant disturbance, he will most likely head there. The host, upon spotting the message, eagerly responded, "Brothers, a great revelation just dropped. There's a secret supply point in Nevada. The mysterious figure aims to take Yako there. It is said to contain enough resources to sustain tens of thousands at a secret base level." The comments section erupted. Chinese netizen, Night Stalker. So there was insider information. No wonder he knows to head to Nevada. This mysterious figure has someone backing him. American netizen, lives nearby. Nevada? That is where I'm from. I've never heard of a secret base. Could it be true? Russian netizen, totally impressed. He dares to target even the U.S. secret bases. Is this mysterious figure planning to stir the entire world? Zhu Jue, oblivious to the live stream, retrieved the access card he had taken from the mercenary and made his way to the base's entrance. The guards atop the tower, seeing him clad in the mercenary's camouflage and brandishing the access card, thought nothing of it and pressed the door-opening button, mistaking him for a fellow shift worker due to the obscured visage in the surveillance footage. Upon entering the base, Zhu Jue's spatial perception swept towards the helicopter pad, where an Apache helicopter's rotor blades spun rapidly, and the pilot was bent over, climbing into the cockpit. First, he needed to deal with this iron bird. Zhu Jue maneuvered to the side of the helicopter pad, retrieving a ship-to-ground missile he had retrofitted from the R country's Changlong-class submarine, now portable. Resting on his shoulder as he aimed it at the Apache's engine, he pulled the trigger, and with a whoosh, the missile, trailing an orange tail flame, sped toward its target. The ensuing explosion engulfed the Apache in a fireball, debris scattering across the ground, and fuel igniting to form a wall of flames. Instantaneously, alarms blared throughout the base, the shrill ringing drowning out all other sounds. Mercenaries brandished their weapons, rushing towards the helicopter pad, while Zhu Jue seized the opportunity to dash towards the underground entrance. Two guards stationed at the entrance brandished electromagnetic shields, their surfaces glowing a faint blue. "Halt. Present your identification." Without uttering a word, Zhu Jue charged, delivering a powerful kick to the left guard's knee. As he fell to one knee, Zhu Jue seized the edge of the electromagnetic shield and violently hurled it aside, pinning the guard to the ground. His hand struck like lightning, delivering a swift blow to the guard's neck. The right guard raised his weapon to fire, but Zhu Jue sidestepped the bullet, his tactical knife slicing through the man's abdomen. Intestines spilling onto the floor as he let out a piercing scream and collapsed. In the corridor of Level 3, mercenaries wielding electromagnetic shields sprinted towards the entrance. Zhu Jue produced a complete electromagnetic pulse grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it with a crackle. The shields instantly lost their luster, transforming into mere lumps of iron, rendering the mercenaries' weapons useless. Zhu Jue surged forward, grabbing the head of the foremost mercenary and smashing it against the wall with a resounding thud, brain matter splattering. The remaining three, terrified, stumbled back. Zhu Jue leapt into action, driving his knee into the chest of the central figure, the sound of cracking ribs unmistakable, while he grasped the hair of the other two and forcefully collided their heads together, knocking them unconscious. Reaching the prison door, Zhu Jue entered the password Blackwater 2024, and the heavy iron door swung open with a click. Yako sat at the edge of the bed, clutching the Jade pendant she had brought from the R country, lifting her gaze at the sound and seeing the faint blue glow at the door. Stunned, she softly inquired, "Is it you? How did you come?" "Your brother left out many things," Zhu Jue replied as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him, blocking the sounds of footsteps from outside. "He intends to use you as a bargaining chip to trade with Blackwater for the Ark of the Apocalypse. Did you not know?" Yako's complexion paled instantly, her fingers gripping the bed sheet tightly, knuckles whitening. "I knew he was unreliable, but I never imagined he would sell out his own sister." She looked up at Zhu Jue, her eyes reflecting shattered stars. "You came specifically to rescue me, didn't you? Not just by chance." Zhu Jue did not confirm, but instead retrieved a purple sandalwood box from the void, one he had taken from the R country's Qinglong submarine, containing 3 pieces of bronze vessels from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. He opened the box. The antiquated bronze vessels glimmered with verdigris, the patterns visible under the light. "These are what your brother hid. I brought them back for you." Yako stared at the bronze vessels, a sudden smile breaking through her tears as they streamed down her cheeks. "You are truly stubborn." She reached out, attempting to touch Zhu Jue's face, but her fingertips passed through the faint blue glow, grasping nothing. "They all say you are the mysterious figure, that your face cannot be captured, and your identity remains unknown. My brother grits his teeth when he mentions you, claiming you have ruined all his plans." Suddenly, Zhu Jue's phone vibrated, a message from Zhou Moyu. "Zhu, what exactly are you doing abroad? Uncle Zhanghai said there's a mysterious figure causing chaos in the U.S., even seizing Blackwater's base. You're not him, are you? I'm a bit scared. When will you return?" He glanced at the message, his fingers hesitating for a moment before he replied, "Don't overthink it. I'm just negotiating a business deal. I'll be back next week, bringing you a gift." As he pocketed his phone, the sounds of combat grew closer. The mercenaries had already tracked them down to level 3. This place is not safe. Come with me, Zhu Jue urged Yako. We're heading to Nevada, where a secret base lies, containing supplies capable of sustaining 100,000 lives for 10 years, along with the coordinates for the ark your brother seeks. Yako stood, clutching her jade pendant as she followed him. I know of a secret passage in the base. It was inadvertently revealed by a former Blackwater operative, leading directly to the highway outside, saving us considerable time. As they exited the prison room, a swarm of mercenaries flooded the corridor, their machine guns aimed at them. Secure the passage. Don't let the mysterious figure escape. Zhu Jue glanced back at Yako, signaling her to hide behind him, then retrieved a laser rifle from a void, taken from the Our Country's Kyoto Museum, its body gleaming coldly. Aiming at the corridor's end, he pulled the trigger, unleashing a blue laser that sliced through the air, mercenary screams echoing as their machine guns melted into useless scrap. The dark web livestream drone had followed them to the secret passage entrance, capturing only the blue laser and vague cries. The host, fixated on the barrage of comments, trembled. They are indeed heading to Nevada. The secret base mentioned by the expert is right there. The mysterious figure aims to cut off the U.S.S. retreat. Comments flooded in, the word Nevada appearing in rapid succession. Zhu Jue and Yako plunged into the secret passage, the damp, musty air swirling around them. Yako led the way, her steps steady, while Zhu Jue trailed behind, feeling the weight of his phone in his pocket. The screen lingered on his chat with Zhou Moyu. He understood that once he secured the resources and coordinates in Nevada, it would be time to return to Jiang City, where certain matters needed clarification with Zhou Moyu and Zhou Qi. As the faint light at the end of the passage grew brighter, revealing the road outside the base, Zhu Jue quickened his pace, the laser rifle firmly in hand, eyes vigilantly scanning the Nevada desert ahead. Awaiting them would be defenses more ruthless than those of Blackwater's base. Yet he had never known fear and would not succumb to it now. Chapter 24. The Dawn Assault in Nevada. Supermarket warehouses are stocked full, vaults being pried open for gold. In the early morning of the Nevada desert, a chill enveloped the grains of sand, stinging the face like fine needles. Zhu Jue stood atop the tin roof of the safe house, gazing at the distant outline of Los Angeles, where the blue sign of the Walmart distribution center peeked through the morning mist, 3 kilometers away in the direction of Beverly Hills. The spire of a capitalist private vault loomed behind palm trees, emanating a cold glow. A soft sound emerged from behind him. Yako, draped in her black combat uniform, approached the edge of the roof, her fingertips gripping the jade pendant she had brought from Our Country, rubbing it gently. It's cold in the desert this morning. You're wearing something so thin, and you're going out to confront danger? Zhu Jue turned around, the morning light casting a glow upon her face. The light makeup she had worn the previous night had smudged slightly, and strands of hair clung to her temples, speckled with bits of rooftop sand. She appeared less regal than when they were at the Zicken mansion, infused with a touch of earthly warmth. He reached out to adjust the collar of her combat uniform, his fingertips brushing against her earlobe, warm as the midday desert sun. Don't worry, I'll just gather some supplies and return before nightfall. Stay inside. I've set a spatial barrier at the door. No one can enter except me. Yako bit her lip, retrieving a neatly folded handkerchief from her pocket, embroidered with a delicate cherry blossom that she had hurriedly stitched under the lamplight the previous night, its stitches slightly askew. Take this, use it to wipe your sweat. As she handed it over, her fingertips brushed against Zhu Jue's hand, quickly retracting, her ears flushing red. Don't overexert yourself tonight. There are many guards in the warehouse. If it's too much, what happened last night? Zhu Jue teased her deliberately, accepting the handkerchief and tucking it into his chest, leaning closer to her ear, lowering his voice. Are you referring to the incident where you sewed the buttons of my combat uniform until the wee hours? Yako's face flushed a deep crimson, and she pushed him away playfully. You just love to tease me. Hurry back. I made you porridge with the rice from your space. If you don't return, it will go cold. As she spoke, her gaze remained glued to Zhu Jue, as if fearing he would vanish the moment he turned away. The lights of the safe house had burned late into the night, and though no one mentioned the boudoir of Zicken Mansion, they all remembered the half-dish of plums and fruits on the table, recalled his gentle fingers brushing away the fallen cherry blossoms from her hair, and the way his eyes had watched her while she sewed the buttons. Zhu Jue smiled, ruffling her hair. Just wait, the porridge won't cool. With that, he leaped from the rooftop, landing as lightly as a grain of sand, turning to blend into the morning mist, his black silhouette swiftly merging with the desert's hues. Inside the safe house, Yako moved to the window, watching his figure disappear before pulling out her phone, which still displayed the interface of the dark web livestream from her country. But it had lost signal since last night, a deliberate act by Zhu Jue to prevent M-Country from tracking. She traced her fingertip over the dim blue light on the screen, a smirk forming at her lips. The mysterious figure is clearly a tough exterior with a soft heart. Meanwhile, Zhu Jue had reached the outskirts of the Walmart distribution center. The warehouse spanned the size of 2 football fields, surrounded by a 2-meter-high barbed wire fence, adorned with signs indicating private property and a prohibition on entry. Guards were dozing with their rifles in the watchtowers at each corner. His spatial perception swept through the warehouse, discerning 3 zones: the fresh produce section, housing 50 tons of beef and lamb; the dry goods section, 200,000 bags of compressed biscuits and 100,000 bottles of drinking water; and the daily necessities section, 50,000 sets of cold-resistant clothing and 30,000 pairs of non-slip boots. Additionally, a small arms cache lay hidden at the back door, stacked with 10 boxes of shotguns and 5,000 rounds of ammunition. First, eliminate the guards in the watchtowers. Zhu Jue retrieved some wire from his space, twisting it into a noose as thin as a hair. He threw it toward the nearest watchtower, the noose expertly encircling the guard's neck, yanking sharply backward. The guard fell without a sound, his body collapsing within the watchtower. Zhu Jue swiftly took his gun, receiving a notification from the system. Acquired shotgun, 1 unit, volume 0. The remaining 3 guards in the watchtowers met the same fate, their bodies concealed within his space to avoid leaving any traces. Zhu Jue approached the barbed wire fence, gripping the wire with his bare hands and exerting force outward. With a snap, the wire broke in 2. He slipped through and made his way to the front door of the warehouse. The electronic lock on the main entrance glowed red. Zhu Jue produced an electromagnetic pulse fragment, inserting it into the lock, which fizzled with a sound as the locking mechanism failed. As he pushed the door open, the warehouse's sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the shelves like a chain of mountains. 2 patrolling security guards approached, flashlights in hand. "Who's there?" Zhu Jue remained silent, charging forward and landing a punch on the left guard's temple, causing him to crumple. The right guard attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue seized his collar and slammed him against a shelf. With a thud, a cascade of compressed biscuits rained down upon him, knocking him unconscious with a pain scream. Time to gather the goods. Zhu Jue stood at the center of the dry goods section, mentally commanding the 200,000 bags of compressed biscuits to ascend like a flowing stream, disappearing into an invisible spatial entrance. Following closely were the 100,000 bottles of drinking water, the clinking of the bottles reverberating through the warehouse. The 50 tons of beef and lamb in the fresh produce section, along with the freezers, were also collected. The system notified him, acquired 200,000 bags of compressed biscuits, 100,000 bottles of drinking water, 50 tons of beef and lamb, 50,000 sets of cold-resistant clothing. Upon reaching the daily necessities section, he retrieved the laser rifle he had taken from our country, aiming it at the iron door of the arms cache, cutting a large hole through it with a sizzling sound. Inside, the shotguns and ammunition were promptly collected into his space. Receiving another notification, acquired 10 boxes of shotguns, totaling 50 units, 5,000 rounds of ammunition, volume expanded to 362 million. Outside the warehouse, the morning mist began to dissipate, and the desert sun rose, baking the tin roof until it was scorching hot. Zhu Jue stood alone within the empty warehouse, brushing the dust off his hands, and turned toward Beverly Hills, where M-Country oil tycoon Locke's private vault awaited him, rumored to contain 10 tons of gold, 200 antiques, and 3 boxes of uncut diamonds. On the streets of Beverly Hills, the shadows of palm trees stretched long, Locke's vault was hidden 3 levels beneath a villa, disguised as a wine cellar's wooden door. Zhu Jue circled to the villa's backyard, his spatial perception detecting 8 bodyguards, all former Navy SEALs, armed with M4 rifles and grenades at their waists. He drew a tactical knife from his space, leaping over the yard wall like a cat, landing in the shadows by the pool. One bodyguard leaned against the wine cellar door, smoking. Zhu Jue crept up from behind, covering his mouth with his left hand while his right hand swiftly slashed his throat, blood dripping into the pool, creating a small patch of crimson. The remaining 7 bodyguards sensed something amiss and rushed toward the wine cellar, weapons drawn. Zhu Jue tossed an electromagnetic pulse grenade into the crowd. With a crackle, their firearms all malfunctioned. He charged forward, grabbing the nearest man's head and plunging it into the pool, the bubbles rising until he ceased to breathe. 2 others were seized by their arms, twisted with a snap, their limbs contorted. The last 4 attempted to throw grenades, but Zhu Jue instantaneously moved behind them, executing swift strikes that felled them one by one, their bodies absorbed into his space. Behind the wooden door of the wine cellar lay a keypad lock. Zhu Jue retrieved the fingerprint he had taken from the bodyguard, pressing it against the recognition area. The iron door clicked open. Inside the vault on the 3rd underground level, gold bars were stacked like small mountains, and antiques adorned the shelves, including a Van Gogh painting, Song Dynasty porcelain vases, and boxes of diamonds gleaming in the corner. Now, this is what I call treasure. Zhu Jue smiled, fully activating his spatial abilities as he first collected the 10 tons of gold, the clinking of gold bars sounding like music. The 200 antiques followed closely, with Van Gogh's painting carefully stored in the space's cultural relics section. The 3 boxes of diamonds were collected, with the system notifying him, acquired 10 tons of gold, 200 antiques, 3 boxes of diamonds, totaling 500 carats, volume expanded to 40,000, unlocking the space's temperature-controlled storage function. As he exited the vault, the sun had ascended to its zenith, and the hot desert wind made it difficult to keep his eyes open. Zhu Jue took out the cherry blossom handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his sweat. It still held the lingering scent of sandalwood from Yako. He pulled out his phone, sending her a message. "I'm almost done gathering the goods. Save the porridge for us to eat together when I return." A swift reply came. "Don't rush. I made soup with the beef from your space. Be careful on your way back. I just heard on the radio that the M-country military is investigating the warehouse theft in Los Angeles. It seems they're serious about it." Zhu Jue stowed away his phone, lifting his gaze towards the distant expanse of desert where a military helicopter from Country M was approaching, the whirring of its blades growing increasingly prominent. A cold smile crept across his face as he retrieved an anti-ship missile from his spatial storage, aiming it in the direction of the helicopter. "Are you truly prepared to engage? Let us first see if your helicopter is worthy of my collection." Sunlight cascaded upon him, glimmering off the flecks of gold dust that clung to his black combat attire, souvenirs from the treasury. In his grasp, the missile gleamed with a chilling radiance. In the nearby safe house, Yako stood by the window, clutching a jade pendant, anxiously awaiting his return. No one was privy to the events that transpired within the safe house the previous night. They only remembered the smile at the corner of Zhu Jue's lips when he departed, Yako's flushed ears, and a handkerchief embroidered with cherry blossoms, which had become the warmest foreshadowing amidst the morning mist of the desert. Within Zhu Jue's spatial realm, gold, antiques, and supplies were piled like small mountains. His next target lay deep within Nevada, a secret base that harbored the hopes of 100,000 souls and the coordinates to the Ark of the Apocalypse he sought. Chapter 25. A new journey begins with spatial upgrades, exploring Nevada's mysteries. The morning light of the Nevada desert streamed through the tattered curtains of a safe house, casting a slanted golden streak upon the floor. Zhu Jue was roused by the thunderous roar of the helicopter outside. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the remnants of a silk pajama top, adorned with cherry blossoms, hanging loosely above him, its neckline revealing a delicate pink lining. Yako's. He shifted his arm and discovered a long strand of raven hair entwined around his waist. Turning his head, he saw Yako nestled beneath the blankets, her profile pressed against his shoulder, her lashes fluttering like a butterfly resting on a petal. At some point, the covers had slipped down to her waist, exposing a slender leg, her ankle delicate enough to be encircled by a single hand, the tips of her toes painted a soft pink and shimmering in the morning light. As the blanket slipped further down, a small portion of her fair instep became visible, rising and falling gently with her breath. Awake? Zhu Jue's voice was thick with sleep as he gently brushed his fingertips against her exposed foot, feeling its coolness. Yako recoiled as if scalded, curling her toes tightly, retreating further into the blankets, revealing only her misty eyes. Why is it so loud outside? The military helicopter is investigating the warehouse we lost last night. Zhu Jue chuckled as he sat up, the blanket sliding off him to reveal his sculpted back, marked with faint red imprints, traces of Yako's lipstick from the previous night. He casually grabbed the black combat suit draped at the foot of the bed, but as he slipped his arm into it, a gleaming gold earring tumbled from his pocket. Clattering to the floor and colliding with the kimono sash kicked into the corner. A sash Yako had brought from Country R, woven with chrysanthemum patterns, now skewed and disheveled. Nearby lay his tactical boots, Yako's satin slippers, and a half block of gold that had fallen from his spatial storage, all kicked beneath the bed. Don't wear that. It has a cut from last night. Yako suddenly reached out, gripping the cuff of his combat suit, revealing a knife mark where a bodyguard had slashed him during the treasury raid. She sat up, the blanket sliding to her thighs, exposing her porcelain neck, adorned with faint blue marks. I've stitched up another one for you. It's on the sofa. Zhu Jue glanced in the direction she indicated, spotting a freshly pressed combat suit on the sofa, its cuff embellished with a small cherry blossom patch, the stitches meticulously neat, far more orderly than his own handiwork. He walked over to retrieve it, casually tossing his old suit onto a chair, where it landed atop Yako's lace lingerie. The sound of fabric brushing against fabric causing her ears to flush a deep crimson. While washing up, Zhu Jue noticed a faint red lipstick mark still lingering on his left cheek, a remnant from Yako leaning in to speak to him the previous night, which he had somehow overlooked. As his fingertip brushed against the mark, an alert chimed in his mind from the spatial realm. Detected an abundance of high-value assets, 10 tons of gold, 200 antiques, 500 carats of diamonds. Merging, the space has completed its unique evolution. 1. Volume expanded to 450,000. 2. Unlocking precise zoning control, independent spaces for cultural relics, weapons, and supplies, with no interference. 3. Activating unique permissions. Only Zhu Jue can perceive and manipulate. Any external force cannot detect, replicate, or seize. 4. New remote marking access can mark 3 safe points for instant cross-regional access. He paused, his thoughts focused, and with a mere flicker of intent, the virtual panel of his space unfurled before his eyes. The previously jumbled gold and diamonds were now neatly arranged within the precious metals section. The antiques were displayed in a designated area lined with velvet, with Van Gogh's painting adorning the virtual wall. In the weapons section, laser rifles and anti-ship missiles were organized by type. Even the bullets were neatly stacked. This upgrade certainly simplified many matters. Zhu Jue chuckled as he wiped away the lipstick mark from his face, pulling out a mint from his spatial storage and tossing one into his mouth. As he stepped outside, he found Yako standing by the stove, ladling soup, clad in his oversized black t-shirt, its hem dangling down to her thighs, revealing her slender calves. Barefoot against the floor, her toes gripping the edges of her slippers. Take this, she said, handing him a canvas bag embroidered with a cherry blossom, matching the handkerchief. It contains beef jerky and water. Also, the ghost just messaged me, saying 2 additional teams of SEALs have been added outside the Nevada secret base. An infrared surveillance has been set up. Be careful. Zhu Jue accepted the bag, ruffling her hair affectionately. Don't worry, I have ways to deal with infrared surveillance. Stay inside. Don't open the door. I'll return by evening. After speaking, he bent down to retrieve the half block of gold he had stuffed into his pocket during the treasury raid. It would now serve to test the remote marking feature. With a flick of his mind, the gold block vanished, and the marker for Safe Point 1, Safe House, lit up on the panel, indicating the assets had been stored. Yako watched in astonishment as the gold block disappeared into thin air, her eyes widening. "What exactly is this ability of yours?" "I'll tell you later," Zhu Jue replied with a smile, turning toward the door. Just as his hand brushed the doorknob, he glanced back at Yako, still at the stove, the neckline of her t-shirt slipping slightly, revealing a portion of her fair shoulder. Sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, as if she were enveloped in a delicate sheen of gold dust. He waved goodbye and stepped outside. The hot winds of the desert greeted him, carrying the coarse sensation of sand. Zhu Jue pulled out the cherry blossom handkerchief from the canvas bag, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and adjusted the collar of his combat suit where Yako had loosened it the night before, now allowing a refreshing breeze. In the distance, military helicopters from Country M continued to circle above, their rotors sounding like distant thunder. Zhu Jue smirked as he retrieved an electromagnetic pulse grenade from his spatial weapons section, holding it firmly in his hand. Instead of heading directly to the Nevada secret base, he circled to the sand dunes behind the safe house, extending his spatial perception 5 kilometers away. 2 teams of SEALs were patrolling along the road, each armed with infrared detectors and Stinger missiles at their waists. The base entrance was concealed within an abandoned mining site, where 2 heavy machine guns were mounted at the cave's mouth, flanked by infrared-sensitive landmines. Infrared surveillance. A perfect opportunity to test my new capabilities. With a flick of his mind, the remote marking button for Point 2, mine entrance, illuminated on the spatial panel. Zhu Jue drew out a laser rifle from his spatial storage, aiming it at the machine gun at the cave entrance. With a swift motion, a beam of laser sliced through the air, striking the machine gun's circuitry with precision. The weapon sputtered to silence with a crackling sound. The patrolling SEALs, alerted by the commotion, sprinted towards the mine. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jue flanked them, pulling out the electromagnetic pulse grenade, pulling the pin and tossing it into their midst. The resulting zap rendered their infrared detectors useless, and the weapons in their hands turned into scrap metal. Zhu Jue lunged forward, seizing the wrist of the nearest soldier and twisting it violently. The audible crack of breaking bone rang clear. Another soldier lunged at him with a knife, but Zhu Jue deftly sidestepped, grabbing the assailant by the hair and slamming him into the sand dune with a thud, rendering him unconscious. In less than 2 minutes, both teams of SEALs had been neutralized, their bodies stored within the temporary section of Zhu Jue's spatial realm, to be disposed of in the depths of the desert later. He approached the mouth of the mine and retrieved a tactical knife from his spatial storage, carving a mark into the cave wall. This was remote marking 3, a convenience for future resource retrieval. At the entrance of the mine, Zhu Jue extracted some beef jerky from his canvas bag and took a bite, finding its flavor quite satisfactory. Ayako's culinary skills far surpassed his own. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Phantom. The entrance to the mine has been cleared and the infrared surveillance is down. What is the situation inside? A swift reply came. There are 3 layers of defenses. The first is a laser net, the second is a gas pipeline, and the third consists of 10 bio-soldiers armed with neurotoxin guns. The core supply cache is located 5 levels underground and can only be accessed with Smith's password, 7392-154-8001. Inside, there are supplies for 100,000 people, along with the complete coordinates for the Ark of the Apocalypse. Zhu Jue pocketed his phone, crumpled the beef jerky wrapper into a ball, and tossed it into the space debris area. He raised his gaze towards the depths of the mine, which loomed dark and cavernous like a gaping maw. Yet he felt no fear. The gold, weapons, and supplies piled high like small mountains in his spatial storage. And there were those waiting for his return to share the spoils. Ahead lay the coveted resources and coordinates. This journey to the United States was just reaching its most exhilarating phase. The wind whipped through the mine's entrance, causing Zhu Jue's black combat suit to rustle audibly, while the cherry blossom patch on his collar glimmered in the morning light. He gripped his laser rifle tightly and stepped into the mine, his figure quickly vanishing into the shadows. Behind him lay the warmth of the safe house awaiting his return, while before him was the secret-laden abyss of the mine's depths. With each step, his spatial awareness expanded, preparing to embrace new discoveries. Chapter 26. The Dark Battle in the Mine, breaking through the 3 defenses. Deep within the abandoned mine in Nevada, a damp breeze carrying the scent of rust enveloped him. the gravel beneath his feet crunching ominously. Zhu Jue raised his laser rifle, the beam slicing through the darkness to reveal the first layer of defense, a pulsing blue laser net with beams spaced less than half a meter apart. A mere touch would incinerate any object to ash in an instant. "Phantom, what is the frequency of the laser net?" Zhu Jue whispered, his voice low. Static crackled through his earpiece, mingling with the rhythmic ticking of data analysis. "It's been decrypted. 3 pulses per second, with a gap of 0. 3 seconds. You must time your movements accordingly. Additionally, there are sounds 50 meters behind, likely the footsteps of bio-soldiers." With a flick of his finger on the spatial panel, the weapons section unfolded instantaneously. His mind locked onto an electromagnetic pulse device, procured from a submarine in our country, now halved in size due to upgrades. Clutching the pulse device, he observed the flickering pattern of the laser net, timing his leap perfectly as the beams extinguished momentarily. He sprang into action, his toes finding purchase on a rocky outcrop, moving through the gaps like a nimble cheetah. Simultaneously, he pressed the pulse device's switch, creating chaos in the laser net's frequency. The once dense beams created a half-second window of opportunity. As he landed, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed behind him. 5 bio-soldiers clad in protective gear rushed forward, brandishing sleek black neurotoxin guns that glimmered ominously. As the barrels were aimed at him, a low hum of energy charged the air. Just in time, Zhu Jue sidestepped the first pulse round, the beam grazing his shoulder and striking the rock wall, creating a shallow crater. He refrained from firing back, instead retracting his laser rifle into his spatial storage and charging towards the foremost soldier. Just as the soldier's gun was poised to fire again, Zhu Jue swiftly grasped his wrist, applying precise force to twist it, resulting in a sharp crack as the arm bent at an unnatural angle, sending the gun flying from his grasp. Seizing the weapon mid-air, Zhu Jue turned it toward the nearby bio-soldier and pulled the trigger. The pulse round grazed the soldier's protective suit, striking the laser net's trigger mechanism with a resounding bang, extinguishing the entire network in an instant. The remaining 4 bio-soldiers, witnessing the chaos, raised their weapons to fire. Utilizing spatial precision, Zhu Jue summoned 3 electromagnetic fragments from his equipment section and hurled them at the joint mechanisms of their guns. A series of clicks echoed as the energy cores of all 4 pulse guns failed simultaneously, rendering them useless. Zhu Jue advanced, seizing one soldier by the collar of his protective suit and yanking him sideways, causing him to lose balance and crash against the rock wall, unconscious. With his other hand, he gripped another soldier's arm, leveraging his strength to hurl him towards a 3rd soldier, who collided with him, both tumbling to the ground. The final bio-soldier attempted to draw a dagger from his waist, but Zhu Jue swiftly kicked his knee, causing him to kneel. With a lightning-fast maneuver, Zhu Jue struck the back of the soldier's neck, rendering him incapacitated. With all 5 bio-soldiers neutralized, Zhu Jue wasted no time, mentally storing their protective suits and pulse guns in the processing area of his spatial storage. A notification pinged, stored 5 sets of protective suits and 5 pulse guns. Volume slightly expanded, repair function activated. Not having ventured far, a pungent, sweet odor suddenly assaulted his senses, the unmistakable scent of the gas pipeline. His spatial perception swept the passage ahead, revealing 20 small nozzles on either side of the rock wall, slowly releasing a faint green mist. Phantom's voice crackled urgently, its VX nerve agent. The nozzles connect to the main valve on the 2nd underground level. You must locate the main valve, or the toxic fog will fill the entire corridor. Zhu Jue retrieved the night vision goggles from his spatial storage and donned them, the faint green mist trajectory becoming starkly visible. He followed the path to a hidden access door on the side of the corridor, concealed behind a loose rock face. Equipped with a keypad lock, Zhu Jue produced the magnetic card he had pilfered from the bio-soldier and swiped it through the lock. With a click, the door opened to reveal a cramped control room of less than 10 square meters, dominated by a silver main valve in the center. Just as he was about to turn the valve, he heard the unmistakable sound of fabric rustling behind him. 3 more bio-soldiers had appeared. This time they bore no pulse guns, wielding instead glinting high-frequency vibration knives that sliced through the air with a menacing hum. Zhu Jue did not turn. He kicked up a metal pipe from the ground with his left foot, striking the foremost soldier's wrist with precision, sending the vibrating knife flying. At the same time, he twisted the main valve with his right hand, producing a creaking sound as the nozzles of the gas pipeline sealed shut. The faint green mist in the corridor gradually dissipating. The remaining two bio soldiers attempted to flank him, their knives aimed at his vital points. He sidestepped the left soldier's strike and grasped his wrist, pushing him towards the right, where their blades clashed with a resounding clang, creating a chip in the blades. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue raised his leg, his knee colliding with the left soldier's abdomen, causing him to grunt and bend over. Zhu Jue then followed up with an elbow strike to the soldier's back, sending him crumpling to the ground. As the right soldier attempted to rise, Zhu Jue snatched up the fallen vibrating knife and struck the back of his head, sending him crashing to the floor. With all obstacles cleared, Zhu Jue approached the end of the corridor where a heavy alloy door awaited, embedded with a keypad. Below it, a line of text read, Smith Authorization Verification. He entered the password 7392-154-8001, the keypad illuminating with a green glow as the alloy door slowly swung open, a gust of cold air rushing forth. Inside lay the core supply cache on the 5th underground level. The room was brightly lit, with shelves stacked from floor to ceiling. To the left, neatly arranged were compressed nutrient packs, labeled with a total of 100,000 portions, each capable of sustaining energy for 24 hours. In the center stood rows of sealed seed banks, glass jars containing 500 varieties of crop seeds, marked as resistant to extreme climates. To the right lay the medical equipment area, with surgical tables, ventilators, and radiation suits piled high like small mountains, and hidden within were 10 compact nuclear generators, their casings gleaming silver. This was the true treasure trove. Zhu Jue smiled, mentally activating the spatial bulk storage feature. The 100,000 nutrient packs ascended first, flowing into the storage area like a cascade. The 500 seed banks followed closely, being carefully placed in a specialized section, isolated from the previously collected Dunhuang scrolls and Shangzhou bronze vessels. As the 10 nuclear generators and the entire set of medical equipment were stored, a notification appeared on the spatial panel. Core supplies, including seed banks, medical equipment, nuclear generators, stored, volume expanded to 50,000, energy conversion efficiency increased by 50. Arc of the Apocalypse coordinates chip detected, now stored in the confidential area. Upon receiving the supplies, the canvas bag suddenly vibrated with a message from Yako. There are fewer helicopters outside. I've heated the soup. When will you return? By the way, Ghost mentioned that the military of Country M seems to have located the mine, so you should hurry. Zhu Jue glanced at the message, his fingertips pausing momentarily before he replied, I'll be back soon. I just need to secure some crucial items. Let us drink the soup together. He then stowed away his phone, his gaze landing on an inconspicuous metal box in the corner of the storage area. Inside lay the coordinates chip for the Arc of the Apocalypse, which was inserted into a reader displaying a string of coordinates. 68. 1240. Shijishjivu. He tucked the metal box into a secure compartment, turned, and walked towards the mine exit. As he reached the cave mouth, the distant roar of helicopters echoed, confirming the arrival of Country M.'s military. Zhu Jue let out a cold laugh, mentally activating a spatial marker to relocate the incapacitated bio-soldiers in the mine to a remote desert area 5 kilometers away to avoid detection by the military. He then retrieved his laser rifle, aiming it at the hovering helicopters, the beam flaring to life. Time to return. Yako is still waiting for the soup. Zhu Jue mused, his figure melting into the shadows of the dunes outside the mine, his black combat attire blending seamlessly with the night. Behind him, the mine fell silent once more. The scattered debris and the sealed alloy door silently narrating the recent covert battle. Meanwhile, within Zhu Jue's space, the newly acquired supplies awaited the moment when the Arc of the Apocalypse coordinates would be unveiled, amassed alongside previous treasures of gold, antiques, and weaponry. Chapter 27. Conversations in the Safe House. The night in the Nevada desert was as dense as unyielding ink. Zhu Jue drove a military off-road vehicle borrowed from outside the mine, the gravel scattering like fragmented stars beneath the headlights as he traversed the dunes. The warm yellow light of the safe house shone in the distance, filtering through the curtain seams, casting a gentle glow in the pitch-black desert, a light left on by Yako. When the off-road vehicle halted at the back door of the safe house, the door clicked open. Yako, clad in his faded black t-shirt, its hem barely covering her thighs, stood barefoot on the threshold, clutching an unfinished cherry blossom handkerchief. Upon seeing him return, her eyes brightened, and she hurriedly approached. However, her fingertips retreated as they brushed against his arm. His combat attire still bore the chill of the desert, and the cherry blossom patch on his sleeve had frayed from the grit. "You're back. The soup is still warm. Let me serve you a bowl," Yako said, turning toward the kitchen, her slippers slapping against the floor, her long, dark hair swaying behind her, the tips still tinged with steam from the kitchen. Zhu Jue followed, observing her silhouette, and suddenly reached out, his fingers catching the back of her t-shirt, which was oversized enough to slip slightly, revealing a portion of her fair neck adorned with faint bruises that had yet to fade. Yako stiffened, her steps halting, her ears flushing crimson. "Don't mess around. The soup will get cold." Her voice was as soft as a whisper, yet she did not truly push his hand away. Zhu Jue chuckled, releasing his grip, and, in a smooth motion, produced the coordinates chip he had retrieved from the mine, placing it on the kitchen table. "I found this, the coordinates for the Ark of the Apocalypse, hidden deep within the supply cache." Yako paused, her hand hovering over the soup as she glanced at the chip, her expression complex, yet she refrained from asking further questions. Instead, she pushed the steaming bowl of soup toward him. "Drink first. The beef is tender. You must be hungry." The bowl, coarse porcelain he brought from Country Yard, had a small chip on the rim, which Yako had covered with a cherry blossom sticker. It now held a creamy soup topped with 2 green scallion slices. Zhu Jue took a spoonful, the warmth of the soup sliding into his stomach, dispelling the lingering chill. Yako sat across from him, resting her chin on her hand as she watched him eat, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the edges of the handkerchief. "Did you encounter any dangers in the mine? I heard on the news that the military of Country M lost a lot of equipment and sealed the mine entrance." "What danger could there be?" Zhu Jue nonchalantly replied, chewing on a piece of beef. "Just a few in protective suits. They were easily dealt with." He intentionally downplayed the situation, yet he did not miss the fleeting concern that flickered in Yako's eyes. She reached out, wiping the soup from the corner of his mouth. But when her fingertip brushed against his lips, she recoiled as if shocked, quickly bowing her head to feign adjusting the handkerchief. "Next time, don't make it sound so trivial. I will worry." Zhu Jue observed her reddened ears, refraining from exposing her feelings. Instead, he nudged the chip closer to her. "Did your brother already know about these coordinates? Did he send you to Country M to exchange for a spot on the Ark?" Yako's fingers froze over the handkerchief, and after a few seconds of silence, she quietly replied, "He mentioned the Ark, saying it was the only place to survive, and that he would take me with him." She met Zhu Jue's gaze, uncertainty shimmering in her eyes. "But I don't trust him. He could use his own sister as a bargaining chip. How could he genuinely take me away?" Zhu Jue remained silent, gently ruffling her hair, reminiscent of their time at the Zichengbin, its softness delightful. Yako did not shy away, but leaned closer to his hand, resting her head against his palm like a docile cat. The kitchen's warm light enveloped them, the steam rising from the soup obscuring their figures, while the scattered combat boots, satin slippers, and the glimmering coordinates chip on the table became unspoken understanding in the night. For the next 3 hours, none knew what transpired within the safe house. They only knew that Zhu Jue took a shower, changed into a clean combat uniform Yako had sewn for him. Emerging with damp hair, Yako held a towel, gently drying his hair with the tenderness reserved for fragile treasures. They knew the two sat on the sofa, examining the amassed supplies in the space, Yako's eyes widening at the mountain of gold and seed stock, while Zhu Jue laughed, pulling her into an embrace and whispering about the coordinates chip in the confidential area. They knew Yako leaned against Zhu Jue's shoulder, clutching the Jade pendant taken from Country Yard, while Zhu Jue rested his hand on her waist. both gazing at the starry desert sky until the first meteor streaked across the night. Suddenly, the phone in the canvas bag vibrated, shattering the tranquility of the room. It was an urgent message from Ghost, the illuminated screen casting light upon Zhu Jue's face. Bad news. The military of Country M has locked onto the location of the safe house through residual energy traces from a mine. They will arrive in 30 minutes. Additionally, Blackwater Company has allied with remnants of Country R and is heading this way. They seem to know you possess the coordinates for the Ark and intend to seize it. Zhu Jue's expression darkened instantly as he glanced down at Yako, who slept soundly against him, her brow slightly furrowed as if troubled by a bad dream. He gently lifted her, laying her on the bed in the bedroom and covering her with the blanket. As it slipped, revealing her delicate calf, he adjusted the blanket, his fingers brushing against her ankle, cool to the touch. Yako seemed to stir awake, groggily grasping his hand, her voice raspy from sleep. "What's wrong? Is something happening?" "It's nothing, just a minor inconvenience. I'll take care of it and be back." Zhu Jue bent down, placing a soft kiss on her forehead. "Stay here obediently. I've set up a spatial barrier. No one can enter. When I return, we'll leave Country M and head to the Ark coordinates." Yako tightened her grip on his hand, her eyes sharpening. "I'll go with you. I know a secret passage from Blackwater Company that can help." After a moment's pause, she added, "Moreover, my brother is surely rushing to the Ark coordinates as well. I need to confront him about why he deceived me." Zhu Jue regarded her resolute expression, not rejecting her knowledge of secrets. Perhaps she knew more than he anticipated. He nodded, tenderly tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "All right, come with me, but you must promise to follow my lead and not run off." Yako nodded vigorously, sitting up from the bed, hastily throwing on her clothes. Still that black t-shirt paired with a pair of jeans he had scavenged from the supermarket, accentuating her long, slender legs. She snatched the cherry blossom handkerchief from the table, stuffing it into her canvas bag, then retrieved the jade pendant, putting it around her neck. "Let us go. I know a shortcut to avoid the military patrols." As the two approached the entrance of the safe house, the distant roar of helicopters echoed in the air. The military of M Nation had arrived. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the laser rifle, glancing back at Yako, who smiled at him, her eyes devoid of fear. "Do not worry, I am here." Zhu Jue smiled back, intertwining his fingers with hers, and together they dashed into the desert night. The lights of the safe house faded behind them, while ahead loomed not only the military's relentless pursuit, but also the sinister machinations of Blackwater Company, alongside the secrets concealed within the Ark coordinates. Secrets that held the hope for survival in this apocalypse and challenges that Zhu Jue and Yako must face together. The coordinate chip nestled in the canvas bag emitted a faint glow in the darkness, as if guiding their path. Zhu Jue grasped Yako's hand tightly, moving swiftly between the dunes. The sound of helicopters grew ever closer, yet his heart remained remarkably calm. There were people to protect, tasks to complete, and a space filled with supplies. In this deadly game of survival, he had yet to lose. Chapter 28. The sandstorm pursuit the night wind in the Nevada desert suddenly shifted, whipping sand and grit into their faces. Zhu Jue pulled Yako's hand, bending down to hide behind a dark rock as the thrum of helicopter rotors filled the air. 3 Apaches hovered low, their searchlights casting beams like pale, monstrous eyes. As they swept across the dunes, the grains of sand glimmered, and even the scattered stones were laid bare. 50 meters to the left, there was a depression in the sand dune, a perfect refuge from the searchlight. Yako leaned closer to Zhu Jue's ear, her voice nearly lost to the wind. Clutching his hand tighter, her fingertips slick with sweat. Zhu Jue nodded, seizing the moment when the searchlight shifted to the opposite side, dragging her toward the dune. Sand poured into their combat boots, painfully grinding against their feet, and the sound of bullets whizzing by echoed from behind, striking the rocks and sending sparks flying. Once they tucked into the hollow of the dune, Zhu Jue retrieved the spatial panel, mentally locking onto 2 electromagnetic pulse missiles, upgraded from a nation's submarine. Clutching the missiles, he focused on the helicopter gliding just above, and in the split second before the searchlight swept back, he sprang up and pulled the trigger. 2 faint blue beams sliced through the night sky, striking the engine of the foremost helicopter with precision. Attendre l'explosion ensuite. Black smoke billowing from the fuselage as it careened into the adjacent dune, erupting in flames. The remaining 2 helicopters, thrown into disarray, attempted to escape, but Zhu Jue offered them no reprieve. With a flick of his mind, he maneuvered the space equipment, positioning the recently acquired M4 rifle, captured from the SEALs, atop the dune, its muzzle automatically aligning with the helicopter's tail. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, bullets penetrating the tail, causing the helicopter to lose balance and plunge into the desert, debris scattering like rain. Run! Zhu Jue urged, pulling Yako to her feet. They had barely taken a few steps when the heavy sound of footsteps reached their ears. Blackwater's mercenaries, numbering at least 30, each wielding rifles outfitted with grenade launchers. Accompanied by 5 remnants of our nation warriors, samurai swords glinting coldly in the moonlight at their waists. Capture them alive. Retrieve the ARC coordinates. And earn a reward of $100 million. The leading mercenary bellowed, firing a grenade that hurtled toward Zhu Jue's back. Yako, quick-witted, yanked Zhu Jue aside just in time. The grenade detonated on the dune, creating a deep crater and showering Zhu Jue's face with stinging sand. Zhu Jue sprang to his feet, summoning 3 electromagnetic pulse grenades from the spatial equipment, and hurled them backward at the pursuing mercenaries. A crackling sound erupted as the grenades detonated, enveloping the area in blue electric light, rendering the mercenaries' rifles useless and sparking from the metallic sheaths of their swords. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue charged forward, grasping the rifle barrel of the foremost mercenary, wrenching it upward to send the grenade skyward. With a swift punch, he struck the mercenary's face, the sound of shattering bone echoing as he collapsed. 2 our nation's samurai swung their swords at him. Zhu Jue sidestepped, grabbing one's wrist and, using the momentum of the blade, swung it toward the other, their swords clashing with a resounding crash, chips flying from the blades. Zhu Jue then kicked the left samurai's knee, causing him to kneel, and with a swift motion, he struck the back of his neck, rendering him limp. The right samurai attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue caught his hair and slammed his head into the dune with a sickening thud, brains splattering as the body was swiftly absorbed into the spatial temporary zone. Yako was not idle. She retrieved the compact electromagnetic pulse device Zhu Jue had given her and aimed it at the 3 advancing mercenaries. Pressing the switch, a flash of blue electricity surged forth, and the 3 men convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Zhu Jue rushed over, crushing their ribs beneath his boots, their screams echoing through the desert. In under 10 minutes, the 30 pursuers had dwindled to just 5, who, terrified, turned to flee. Zhu Jue drew his laser rifle, aiming at their knees. Zing! Zing! A few shots rang out, the laser beams slicing through their kneecaps, blood gushing forth as they fell to the ground, howling in agony. Speak! Who sent you? Who else knows about the ARC coordinates? Zhu Jue demanded, standing over the lead mercenary, the rifle's muzzle pressed against his temple. It's Blackwater's boss, and the emperor of our nation. They said if they obtain the coordinates, they can enter the ARC and survive. The mercenary stuttered, trembling uncontrollably. Without further inquiry, Zhu Jue raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. The laser beam pierced through his skull, while Yako subdued the remaining 4 with her electromagnetic pulse device, leaving them on the dune for the approaching desert wolves. 2 kilometers ahead, there's an abandoned M-Nation army supply station. My brother mentioned it. There's a wealth of military supplies inside, Yako panted, pointing towards a distant shadow, her t-shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to her back and outlining her slender spine. Zhu Jue nodded, pulling her towards the supply station. The spatial panel indicated that they had just collected 30 rifles, 5 samurai swords, and 20 grenades, expanding the spatial capacity to 510,000, while unlocking a new feature for weapon maintenance. The supply station's door was rusted and bore a sign declaring it off-limits. Yako circled to the side and pointed to a loose piece of metal. We can enter through here. There's an underground warehouse inside. The code is 1776M. Zhu Jue pried open the metal with his bare hands, revealing a pitch-black passage. Yako handed him a glow stick procured from the supermarket, and together they ducked inside. At the end of the passage stood a metal door. Zhu Jue input the code, and with a click, the door slowly opened. The underground warehouse was as large as half a football field, shelves overflowing with supplies. To the left, 20 tons of compressed military rations, labeled with a 5-year shelf life. In the center, 100,000 rifle rounds and 50 boxes of grenades. To the right, 30 sets of extreme cold weather gear, 10 individual tents, and further inside, 2 Humvee off-road vehicles in pristine condition, their fuel tanks full. "Now, this is the real deal," Zhu Jue exclaimed with a smile, mentally directing the space to bulk store the 20 tons of compressed rations first, which flowed into the supply zone like a stream. Prompting the space to notify capacity expanded to 520,000. The 100,000 rounds of ammunition and grenades were stored in the weapon area, alongside the previously acquired laser rifle and electromagnetic pulse device. The 30 sets of cold weather gear and tents were allocated to the daily necessities zone, while the 2 Humvees were carefully parked in the vehicle zone, triggering a new notification on the spatial panel: military-grade supplies stored, unlocking vehicle modification function, capable of optimizing Humvee off-road performance. Yako wandered to a corner of the warehouse and suddenly called out, "Zhu Jue, there's a secret door here." Approaching her, Zhu Jue saw her pointing at a metal plate embedded in the wall, which featured a fingerprint scanner. "Let me try my brother's fingerprint," Yako said, pressing her finger against the scanner. She shared a blood relation with her brother, Shojiro, and their fingerprints bore a 50% similarity. With a beep, the secret door swung open, revealing a small chamber within, housing an iron chest. Upon opening it, they discovered 5 tons of gold bricks and 10 Renaissance oil paintings hidden by M-Nation capitalists. "We've struck it rich." Zhu Jue smiled as he stowed the gold bricks and oil paintings into his spatial storage. The moment the gold made contact with the precious metals zone, the panel suddenly lit up. High-purity gold detected, triggering secondary upgrade of space. 1. Volume expanded to 550,000. 2. Precious metal purification function unlocked, allowing or to be refined into pure gold. 3. Strength of spatial barrier increased by 100, capable of withstanding missile strikes. Just as he had finished collecting the supplies from the secret chamber, Yako's phone vibrated with a message from the ghost. The glow of the screen illuminated her face, revealing a hint of anxiety. "This is bad. The military of Country M has dispatched an Arleigh Burke-class destroyer, sealing off the waters surrounding Nevada, and they've deployed satellites to monitor the desert. Blackwater Company has joined forces with Country R, setting an ambush near the ARC coordinates, waiting for you to walk into their trap." Zhu Jue took the phone, read the message, and frowned slightly. The ARC coordinates were situated near the Arctic, and to reach it, they would have to traverse the waters, making the destroyer a significant obstacle. He glanced at Yako, who was fixated on the Hummer displayed on the spatial panel, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "If we modify these 2 vehicles, can they outrun the military patrol cars? We could take a detour through the Canadian border to the Arctic. It's worth a try." Zhu Jue affectionately ruffled her hair and turned to walk out of the warehouse. First, they would modify the Hummer, adding bulletproof armor and night vision equipment, and then set off for Canada. As for the destroyer, he paused, glancing at the anti-ship missiles in the weapons zone of his space, a smile tugging at his lips, eager to test the upgraded missile's power. Yako followed closely behind, clutching the Jade pendant, her steps lighter than before. The recent skirmish and the collection of supplies had bolstered her confidence, and the gaze she cast at Zhu Jue now held an added touch of admiration and dependence. As they exited the supply station, the first rays of dawn broke over the desert, painting the eastern sky in hues of crimson. The rumble of the Hummer's engine echoed across the sands as they drove towards the Canadian border, with pursuers trailing in the distance and challenges awaiting ahead. Yet, within Zhu Jue's space, resources were abundant, and he had companionship. Their journey through this apocalyptic world was only just beginning to unfold its splendor. Chapter 29. The Border Breakout Battle. The sandstorm in a Nevada desert struck suddenly. Grains of yellow sand and pebbles pelting against the Hummer's bulletproof glass with a crackling sound. Zhu Jue gripped the steering wheel as the modified Hummer roared to life, its tires fitted with anti-skid chains deftly weaving through the dunes. The spatial vehicle modification function had reinforced the car with an additional 3 centimeters of bulletproof steel plating. and equipped it with night vision and infrared evasion systems. The coordinates flashing on the dashboard indicated they were only 15 kilometers away from the Canadian border. 10 o'clock on the left, there's a military off-road vehicle. Yako exclaimed, her voice tinged with tension as she gripped her cherry blossom scarf on her knee, her fingertips turning pale. Zhu Jue glanced at the rearview mirror, with a silhouette of a camouflaged off-road vehicle emerged through the sandstorm, a machine gun mounted atop. Rapidly approaching, it was the Border Patrol of Country M. Hold on tight. Zhu Jue suddenly jerked the steering wheel, veering the Hummer into a narrow dune ravine. Bullets from the pursuing vehicle rattled against the walls of the ravine, sand splattering against the car's body. He pulled out the spatial panel, mentally locking onto two M249 machine guns in the weapons zone, which instantly mounted onto the Hummer's roof. Want to get a try? Yako's eyes brightened as she grasped the control stick at the passenger seat, aiming at the chasing vehicle before pulling the trigger. The machine gun unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets, accurately striking the off-road vehicle's tires. With a resounding bang, the vehicle lost control, flipping into the dunes and exploding into a fireball. Impressive. Zhu Jue chuckled, tousling her hair. Yako's ears flushed crimson as she quickly released the control stick, feigning interest in the detector. Up ahead, there's a border outpost. Zhu Jue looked up. The sandstorm was easing, and in the distance, he could faintly see two watchtowers, barbed wire strung between them, with searchlights sweeping towards their direction. Two armored vehicles were stationed by the outpost, their heavy machine guns already aimed at the Hummer. Should we force our way through? Yako asked, instinctively reaching for the electromagnetic pulse device at her waist. Not necessary. Zhu Jue grinned, using his mind to activate the spatial long-range marker, temporarily storing the Hummer in the vehicle zone. He then pulled Yako down to crouch in the dune ravine. Let us wait for them to change shifts. The two huddled in the ravine, the remnants of the sandstorm still swirling around them, grains of sand seeping into their collars. Yako nestled closer to Zhu Jue, her shoulder brushing against his arm, radiating warmth like a little furnace. 10 minutes later, the outpost patrol guards switched shifts. The two emerged with their guns, heading towards the watchtower, leaving two guards to monitor the barbed wire. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue yanked Yako along, darting out like shadows across the dunes. The guard on the left was just about to pull the trigger when Zhu Jue was already upon him, covering his mouth with one hand while swiftly slicing his throat with the other. The body was seamlessly absorbed into the space. The guard on the right swung his gun, but Yako was quick to react, pressing the electromagnetic pulse device against his firearm. With a crackle, the gun became useless scrap. Zhu Jue kicked him in the chest, sending him crashing into the barbed wire, struggling until he breathed his last. There are 5 more inside the watchtower. Yako pointed towards the windows of the tower. Zhu Jue nodded, retrieving 2 smoke grenades, which he had collected from the supply station, pulling the pins and tossing them inside. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the watchtower, and the patrol guards coughed as they stumbled outside. Zhu Jue and Yako split up to encircle them. Yako incapacitated 2 of them with her electromagnetic pulse device, while Zhu Jue swiftly snapped the necks of 3 others. The watchtower soon fell silent. There's an armory inside, Yako shouted from the control room of the tower. Zhu Jue approached to see her pointing at a metal door secured with a combination lock, the digits Border 2024 engraved on it. He entered the code, and the door clicked open, revealing a stockpile of 5 tons of rifle ammunition, 10 boxes of grenades, 3 anti-tank missiles, and 10 sets of protective suits. Collect it, Zhu Jue commanded, and with a thought, the armory's contents were instantly absorbed into his space. The panel indicated, border military supplies collected, spatial volume expanded to 560,000, weapon auto-reload function unlocked. Just as they left the outpost, the distant sound of helicopter blades echoed. Reinforcements from Country M had arrived. 3 helicopters hovered low, searchlights sweeping across the dunes. And 2 Apaches were on their way as well. There's an abandoned military camp 3 kilometers ahead. My brother mentioned that it contains an underground oil depot and spare vehicles. Yako urged, pulling Zhu Jue towards the camp as the sandstorm rose again, conveniently obscuring their figures. The rustic gates of the abandoned military camp creaked open at Zhu Jue's touch. Inside, the barracks had collapsed in places, but the central warehouse remained intact. His spatial senses detected an underground oil depot, concealing 50 tons of diesel, along with 3 military trucks loaded with 10 tons of compressed biscuits and 50,000 bottles of drinking water. Let's extract the oil first. Zhu Jue retrieved an oil pipe from his base, connecting one end to the depot's valve and the other to the energy zone of his space. The 50 tons of diesel flowed smoothly through the pipe, and the panel notified him. Energy reserves sufficient. Nuclear generator S endurance extended by 5 years. Next, he collected the military trucks and supplies. The 3 trucks were stored in the vehicle zone, parked alongside the Hummer. The 10 tons of compressed biscuits and 50,000 bottles of drinking water were transferred to the supply zone, expanding the spatial volume to 570,000. Yako discovered an iron box in the corner of the warehouse. Upon opening it, she found 2 tons of silver and 3 pieces of Qing dynasty cloison, illegally hoarded by the border officers. Zhu Jue smiled and absorbed them into his space. As the silver touched the precious metal zone, the purification function was triggered, instantly transforming it into pure silver ingots. Buzz! Yako's phone vibrated with an urgent message from the Ghost. The Arleigh Burke-class destroyer from Country M has reached the Arctic waters, sealing off the shipping routes near the Arc coordinates. The remnants of Blackwater Company, in alliance with Country R, have laid mines around the Arc base and set up a laser cannon. Additionally, Zhou has sent several messages asking when you'll return. And Zhou Qi is also inquiring if the business negotiations have concluded. Zhu Jue read the message, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked at Yako. Things are complicated at the Arc. The destroyer and laser cannon are formidable obstacles. Yako stepped closer, brushing the sand off his face. I know of a secret entrance to the Arc base beneath the glacier. Only the royal family knows the password. My brother told me before, and the password is my birthday. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up as he grasped her hand. Really? Yako nodded vigorously, her fingertips brushing against his palm. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Moreover, my brother is currently at the Arc base. He surely intends to seize the coordinates, and we must outpace him. Just as the two exited the warehouse, the deafening roar of helicopters drew nearer. Reinforcements from the United States had arrived, and the explosions of the watchtower had attracted more patrols. Zhu Jue tugged at Yako, urging her to run towards the military camp's exit. He summoned a Hummer with his thoughts, and they swiftly climbed into the vehicle, its engine roaring as it sped towards the Arctic. The sandstorm gradually subsided, the morning light piercing through the clouds and illuminating the Hummer's bulletproof glass. Yako leaned against the passenger seat, observing Zhu Jue's focused profile as he drove, a smile curling at her lips. Zhu Jue, gripping the steering wheel, cast a sidelong glance at her and took her hand in his. Their fingertips entwined as they journeyed towards the Arc coordinates. Inside the vehicle, an abundance of newly acquired military supplies and equipment filled the space, the nuclear generator humming ominously, while the Hummer and trucks in the vehicle area stood ready for deployment. Their next destination was the secret entrance to the Arc beneath the Arctic glaciers. The forthcoming battle would involve sinking a destroyer, dismantling a laser cannon, and reclaiming control of the Arc from Yako's brother. In this apocalyptic chess game, Zhu Jue sought not only resources and survival, but also the safety of those by his side. Chapter 30. The glacier's secret path initiated transmission. Entangled emotions stir Yako's anger. The Arctic winds bit like daggers, stinging their faces. Zhu Jue and Yako set up a tent at a temporary camp beside a glacier crevice. The polar sleeping bags they had summoned from their space laid warmly on the ground. Yako crouched outside the tent, organizing supplies, neatly stacking the compressed biscuits acquired from the U.S. supply station. Her long, dark hair was tousled by the wind, clinging to her cheeks, revealing a delicate neck. Inside the tent, Zhu Jue pulled out his phone, the screen still displaying the WeChat interface, with Zhoumoyu's chat window pinned at the top. He tapped the screen with his fingertips, composing a message. Moyu, I'm in the Arctic. The glaciers here are exceptionally beautiful. When I return, I'll show you the photos I took. Actually, images stored in my space. After a moment's thought, he added, I found the gift I promised to bring you last time, a cherry blossom bookmark from the capital of our country. More exquisite than the one you admired at the antique shop. I'll send it back to you shortly. No sooner had he sent it than Zhou Moyu's reply came back in an instant. You still remember to contact me. Uncle Zhou has been asking when your business will conclude. I can hardly keep it a secret anymore. Is it cold in the Arctic? Dress warmly, don't freeze. There's no rush for the gift. Your safe return is the most important. Zhu Jue read the message, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face, and quickly replied, Rest assured, I'm wearing the cold-resistant gear I acquired from the US. It's quite warm. I've asked a friend to send the gift back first, so please let me know when you receive it. After sending, he activated the space panel, where the previously marked safe point at Jiang Fortress was illuminated. The panel suddenly displayed a notification. 3 marked safe points detected. Emotional trigger for cross-regional resource transfer identified. Unlocking remote transmission capability, single transfer limit, 5 tons. Proceed with transmission. Finally, it was unlocked. Zhu Jue felt a surge of joy. Mentally locking onto the cherry blossom bookmarks, 2 pieces, 5 kilograms of compressed biscuits, and 2 antiquities from our country, ceramic trinkets. Clicking to transmit them to Zhou Moyu's room at Jiang Fortress. A flash of blue light coursed through the panel, the air inside the tent rippling slightly as the items vanished in an instant. The panel notified, remote transmission completed, consumed spatial energy. 5 remaining transmission attempts today. 2. His phone chimed, revealing a voice message from Zhou Moyu, her voice soft and sweet. Zhu Jue, Uncle Zhou just mentioned receiving a package, said it was sent by you, containing biscuits and a bookmark. The bookmark is so beautiful. Did you sneak back to Jiang City? How could it arrive so quickly? Just as Zhu Jue was about to respond, the tent flap was suddenly lifted, and Yako stepped in, the camping lamp clattering to the ground, its light flickering across Zhu Jue's phone screen. Yako's expression darkened, her lips pursed. Oh, so while I'm busy organizing supplies, you're here messaging her and secretly sending gifts? Do you consider me heir? Zhu Jue quickly tucked his phone away and reached for her. How could I ever consider you heir? You're the one braving the glaciers and confronting ambushes with me. She's waiting for my return at home. It's not the same. He brushed the ice particles from her hair, explaining that the earlier message was transmitted remotely, that he hadn't returned to Jiang City, and that the new space function was to alleviate her worries about favoritism. Yako huffed, but didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned closer into his embrace. I'm not worried about favoritism. I just feel like you've been glued to your phone, and Haven Tea said much to me. She looked up at him, ice particles still clinging to her eyelashes like tiny diamonds. So, you sent her a bookmark. What are you giving me? Zhu Jue chuckled, beckoning a diamond earring he had acquired from the U.S. Treasury from his space, presenting it before her. This, far more valuable than a bookmark, and it looks stunning on you. Yako's eyes sparkled as she accepted the earring, adorning it, her ears flushing slightly. Now that's more like it. The warm light from the tent illuminated their silhouettes, the sleeping bags discarded to the side, the camping lamp's glow swaying gently, while the winds outside began to quiet. 2 hours later, Zhu Jue rose first, donning his combat gear and informing Yako, it's time to go. The secret entrance to the Ark lies within the glacier crevice ahead. We must reach it before your brother. Yako nodded, touching the earring on her ear before following him out of the tent. As they approached the glacier crevice, the spatial sensors suddenly alerted them to the presence of 20 ambushers hiding behind the ice walls on either side, each wielding laser guns, with 3 others shouldering anti-tank rocket launchers, their clothing emblazoned with the insignias of Blackwater Company and the Our Country royal family. It's my brother's doing. Yako gritted her teeth, reaching for the electromagnetic pulse device at her waist. Don't worry, I'm here. Zhu Jue concentrated, summoning a light machine gun from Jiang Fortress, its blue light flashing as it materialized in his hands. The ammunition belt automatically loaded, thanks to the unlocked weapon auto-loading feature. Bang! Bang! Zhu Jue squeezed the trigger, the bullets sweeping towards the ambushers on the left, 2 of them collapsing in response, their laser guns sliding across the ice and into the crevice. To the right, Yako shouted, simultaneously activating the electromagnetic pulse device, stunning the 5 ambushers on the right as their laser guns malfunctioned with a flash of blue light, their bodies convulsing in agony. Zhu Jue seized the opportunity, lunging forward, gripping the wrist of the foremost ambusher, twisting it brutally with a sharp crack as the bone shattered, then delivering a powerful punch to his face, the sound of breaking bones echoing in the glacier. The man fell lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, the 2 ambushers with rocket launchers pulled the triggers, launching 2 rockets straight at Zhu Jue. Yako reacted swiftly, hurling a grenade that exploded just before the rockets could reach their target, the shockwave sending the rockets careening into the ice wall, creating a massive crater and scattering ice shards everywhere. Zhu Jue seized the moment, rushing forward to wrest the rocket launcher from the ambusher's grip, aiming it at the remaining foes, pulling the trigger as the rocket detonated amidst them, sending 5 flying. The remaining ambushers, terrified, turned to flee. But Zhu Jue hurled 2 tactical knives, their blades flashing as they pierced the knees of 2 men, who collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. The last ambusher was a remnant warrior from our country, brandishing a sword as he swung it towards Yako. Zhu Jue instantly teleported in front of her, seizing the back of the warrior's sword and forcefully bending it, the blade snapping with a resounding clang. Zhu Jue then plunged the broken sword into the warrior's chest. He uttered a muffled groan before collapsing onto the ice, his blood swiftly freezing into shards. Having secured the weapons, Zhu Jue urged quickly into the crevice. He concentrated, drawing the ambushers 5 laser guns, 3 rocket launchers, and 20 rifles, the panel notifying him. Ambushers' armaments collected. Spatial capacity expanded to 580,000. Yako approached the glacier crevice, touching the jade pendant around her neck, and said to Zhu Jue, "The entrance password is my birthday, 0417. There are 2 stone doors inside that require consecutive input." Zhu Jue nodded, taking her hand as they stepped into the glacier crevice. Inside, it was pitch black, illuminated only by the glow sticks summoned from their space, with faint sounds of flowing water echoing from a distance, the direction of the Ark's secret entrance. Zhu Jue pulled out his phone, sending a message to Zhou Moyu. "I'm almost at the destination. Once I finish here, I'll come back to enjoy Hotpot with you." Then, he tucked away his phone, tightened his grip on the laser rifle, and his gaze grew resolute. "Yako, stay close to me. Your brother owes you, and today he shall pay." Yako nodded vigorously, trailing closely behind him, her diamond earrings glimmering under the fluorescent light. Outside the glacial fissure, a military helicopter from the United States was approaching, the sound of its rotors drawing nearer. Within the fissure, the secrets of the Ark were on the verge of revelation. While in Zhu Jue's spatial realm, the function for long-distance transmission had been activated. The longing for Jiang Cheng, the companionship of those nearby, and the abundance of supplies had all become the foundation for his determination to confront this arduous battle. Chapter 31. The Dual-Door Code, Breaking Battle Zhao Hao. The bloodbath at the glacier for the secret pathway. The frigid winds deep within the glacial fissure enveloped icy shards, scraping against his face like a dull knife cutting flesh. Zhu Jue strode ahead with a laser rifle, Yako closely following, clutching the jade pendant inscribed with 0417, her birthday, which also served as the code for the Ark's secret door. Ahead, a dark stone wall gradually revealed an engraved door adorned with runes, the first layer of the secret door. This was the place to input the first password. Yako approached the indentation beside the stone door, her fingertips trembling as she pressed in 0417. The indentation glowed with a faint blue light. The runes danced along the door's patterns, and with a resounding roar, the stone door slowly pushed inward, a gust of cold air carrying a scent of rust rushing forth. "Be careful." Zhu Jue suddenly yanked Yako behind him. Almost simultaneously, 3 green glowing neurotoxin darts shot from behind the door, thudding against the opposite ice wall, their tails still quivering. 5 biochemical soldiers clad in black protective suits emerged, rifles equipped with toxin dart launchers in hand, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Their allegiance belonged to Zhao Renhao. "Brother has indeed laid an ambush inside." Yako gritted her teeth, ready to press her electromagnetic pulse device. Yet Zhu Jue restrained her hand, his thoughts skimming across the spatial panel. Rapidly retrieve the M249 ammunition belt from Jiangcheng's stronghold. Hurry! The panel flickered with blue light, and a heavy ammunition belt materialized in his grasp. Zhu Jue swiftly loaded the belt into his rifle and pulled the trigger with a resounding bang. Bullets rained down upon the biochemical soldiers. The first two were caught off guard, their protective suits pierced, collapsing with agonized screams. The remaining three retaliated, their toxin darts whizzing past Zhu Jue's shoulder, embedding into the ice wall with a puff of white smoke. Zhu Jue rolled sideways, simultaneously tossing an electromagnetic pulse grenade, which detonated with a sizzling sound, enveloping the biochemical soldiers in a blue glow. Their rifles instantly malfunctioned, and the toxin dart launchers clattered to the ground. Onward! Zhu Jue leapt into action, gripping the mask of the leftmost biochemical soldier with his left hand, yanking it upward with force. His right hand struck like lightning, slicing across the soldier's throat, blood splattering onto the ice, instantly crystallizing. Yako charged forward, seizing the fallen toxin dart launcher, aiming for the knee of the central biochemical soldier and pulling the trigger. The dart pierced through the protective suit, causing him to buckle and collapse. Zhu Jue followed with a flying kick, his knee impacting the soldier's chest with a sound of cracking ribs. The last biochemical soldier attempted to flee toward the door, but Zhu Jue hurled his tactical knife, the blade spinning as it penetrated the soldier's calf. With a wail, he fell. Zhu Jue pursued, stepping on his back and delivering a swift blow to the back of his neck, rendering him lifeless. Collect the weapons. The second door is about to open. Zhu Jue concentrated, and 5 sets of protective suits, along with 5 toxin dart rifles, were drawn into the spatial realm, the panel indicating biochemical soldier equipment stored. Volume expanded to 5.85 million. As anticipated, once the first door fully opened, a thicker stone door materialized 10 meters behind, adorned with the royal family crest, the second layer of a secret door. Yako hastened forward and input 0417 once more. This time, the indentation glowed red, the crest illuminating, and the stone door groaned as it slowly opened. Behind the door stood not biochemical soldiers, but 10 elite warriors of Zhao Runhao clad in silver samurai armor, each wielding an extended katana that shimmered coldly under the icy light. The lead samurai stepped forward, directing his blade at Zhu Jue. Intruder, halt. The Ark's secret pathway is forbidden to those without royal blood. Royal blood? Zhu Jue scoffed, positioning Yako protectively behind him. She is Zhao Rin Yako, the emperor's sister. Does that not qualify as royal blood? And what of you, serving a man who treats his own sister as a mere pawn? Does that not seem worth it? The samurai leader's expression darkened, and without further ado, he swung his blade, commanding, "Kill." The 10 warriors surged forward, their katana arcs illuminating the icy fissure. Zhu Jue, undeterred, summoned the samurai sword he had acquired from the Ark Country royal warehouse, the blade trembling as he blocked the incoming strike. With a sharp clang, the samurai's sword was knocked from his grasp. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue thrust forward, the samurai sword piercing through the warrior's armor and embedding itself in his chest. 2 more samurai flanked him, but Zhu Jue deftly evaded, reversing his grip to slash horizontally, severing their throats simultaneously, blood splattering onto his combat suit, warming him amidst the frigid air. Yako was not idle. She produced a laser pistol from her spatial realm, acquired from the Blackwater mercenaries, targeting the gaps in the samurai's armor and firing. The laser beams penetrated the metal, and 3 warriors fell with cries of anguish. Seeing his comrades decimated, the samurai leader's fury ignited. He raised his blade high, swinging down towards Zhu Jue's head. Zhu Jue raised his sword to block, yet the sheer force left his arm numb. The leader seized the chance, delivering a kick to Zhu Jue's abdomen, causing him to stagger back. Just as he regained his footing, the leader's blade descended once more. Remote retrieval of the anti-tank missile. Zhu Jue shouted in haste. The spatial panel flickered blue, and a portable missile materialized in his hand, aimed at the ice wall behind the samurai leader. He pulled the trigger. Boom! The explosion's shockwave hurled the samurai leader away. A large chunk of the ice wall collapsing and crushing two warriors who had not managed to escape. Seizing the moment, Zhu Jue lunged forward, stepping on the leader's chest. The samurai sword poised at his throat. Speak. Where is Zhao Renhao? How does one access the core area of the ark? The leader, defiantly holding his ground. Spat blood. You shall not succeed. The prince awaits you in the core area. Entering means certain death. With that, he violently thrust himself against the blade, his throat severed, and he fell lifeless. The remaining two samurai, witnessing their leader's demise, turned to flee. Yako raised her weapon and fired, the laser beam piercing their knees, causing them to collapse. Zhu Jue dashed in, delivering swift blows to the back of their necks, rendering them unconscious. Quickly, into the core area. My brother is surely activating the ark's program, Yako urged, pulling Zhu Jue toward the stone door. As they crossed the threshold, a familiar voice echoed ahead. It was Zhao Renhao. Sister, you have indeed come. Zhao Renhao stood before a glowing metallic door, flanked by 5 bodyguards wielding heavy machine guns. Casually toying with a black chip, the key to activating the Arkansas. Regrettably, you are too late. I have secured the key, and once the ark is activated, I alone shall survive. You and this outsider will perish here. Hand over the key. Yako trembled with rage. You sent me to the United States, trading me for Blackwater support, and now you wish to monopolize the ark? You are unworthy to be my brother. Zhao Renhao scoffed. Worthiness is not for you to decide. Today, you will either help me eliminate him, and I shall take you into the ark, or you both shall die. As he spoke, he signaled to his bodyguards. 5 heavy machine guns aimed squarely at Zhu Jue and Yako. No need to choose. Zhu Jue stepped forward, thoughts directing the spatial realm to retrieve a batch of 10 grenades from the U.S. supply station, which materialized in his hands. You wish to monopolize the ark? First, let us see if the weapons in my hands agree. He hurled the grenades toward the bodyguards, simultaneously rolling to the side with Yako. Boom! Boom! The series of explosions reverberated within the icy fissure, obliterating the 5 bodyguards and rendering their heavy machine guns as scrap metal. Zhao Renhao's face paled in terror as he turned to flee into the metallic door, shouting, "The ark has been activated. You shall not enter. Stop him." Zhu Jue sprang to his feet and gave chase, summoning a portable anti-ship missile from the spatial realm, aiming at the metallic door and pulling the trigger. With a deafening roar, the door was blasted open, and Zhao Renhao tumbled inside, scrambling to escape deeper into the facility. Zhu Jue and Yako followed closely behind, bursting through the metallic door into a lengthy corridor, its walls adorned with luminous conduits. At the end, a massive circular chamber loomed, the core of the Arkansas. Zhao Renhao. Don't run, Yako shouted as she chased after him, but Zhu Jue suddenly seized her arm. Be careful, there are traps on both sides of the corridor. No sooner had he spoken than numerous laser cannon tubes sprang forth from the corridor walls, aimed directly at them, ready to fire. Zhu Jue swiftly activated a spatial shield, the laser beams striking the barrier and erupting in a cascade of blue light, retrieving all electromagnetic pulse devices in the vicinity. Now, Zhu Jue barked urgently. Yako immediately grasped his intent, channeling her thoughts to summon a dozen electromagnetic pulse devices, which simultaneously launched and positioned themselves along the corridor sides. Activate, with Yako's command. All the devices ignited simultaneously, emitting a crackling sound as the laser cannon tubes instantly malfunctioned, smoke billowing from the conduits. Seizing the opportunity, the two sprinted forward, just as they were about to catch up with Zhao Renhao. Suddenly, the door to the core chamber slammed shut, and Zhao Renhao's voice echoed from within. Ha! You can't get in. The ark will launch in 10 minutes, and when it does, the glaciers will collapse, burying you both here. Zhu Jue fixed his gaze on the sealed core chamber door, then glanced at the watch on his wrist, his expression darkening. Yako, do you know the password for this door? Yako shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. I don't know. This is the core chamber. Only the Emperor and my brother know the password. Stay calm. Zhu Jue pulled out his phone and quickly sent a WeChat message to Zhou MOU. MOU. I'm outside the ark's core chamber. We have 10 minutes before it launches. I'll be back once I sort this out, don't worry. He then pocketed his phone. his thoughts scanning the spatial panel where lay the half of the Ark's coordinate chip obtained from our nation. Perhaps this chip could serve as a key. He extracted the chip and inserted it into the slot of the core chamber door, which instantly illuminated with a green glow, the door beginning to open slowly. Inside, Zhao Renhao's voice erupted in disbelief and anger. Impossible. How could you have the coordinate chip? A smile crept onto Zhu Jue's lips as he dragged Yako into the core chamber. There is much you don't know. Today, you will not take the Ark. Inside the core chamber, Zhao Renhao was frantically pressing buttons on the control console. Zhu Jue lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar and violently smashing him against the console. A loud bang echoed as cracks splintered the control console screen, the countdown for the Ark's launch flashing wildly. 0500. Zhao Renhao grimaced in pain, his left hand stealthily reaching for a dagger at his waist, suddenly stabbing it toward Zhu Jue's abdomen with lethal intent. Seeking death, Zhu Jue reacted swiftly, his left hand gripping Zhao Renhao's wrist with precision, twisting sharply in the direction of the stab. With a sickening crack, Zhao Renhao's wrist bent at an unnatural angle, the dagger clattering to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue snatched the dagger and pressed it against Zhao Renhao's shoulder. With a sickening thrust, the blade pierced flesh, blood instantly staining his silver royal robe. Speak. Who is a researcher from Xian Nation involved in the Ark project? Zhu Jue intensified the pressure, driving the dagger deeper by another half-inch. Zhao Renhao's cold sweat streamed down his face, yet he stubbornly replied, I don't know. The Ark from our nation has nothing to do with Xian Nation. Nothing to do. Zhu Jue scoffed, wrenching him toward the other side of the control console. Last time at the Our Nation Royal Warehouse, I saw early documents of the Ark indicating support from Xian Nation's technology. Do you dare to claim there is no connection? He raised his fist and struck Zhao Renhao squarely on the face, blood gushing from his nose and splattering across the console. Dazed from the blows, Zhao Renhao's mind was a haze, shouting incoherently, Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me! Zhu Weiguo and Su Qing weren't this ruthless. They never hit me like this. What did you say? Zhu Jue halted abruptly, the dagger frozen mid-air. Zhu Weiguo, Su Qing, these were the names of his parents. In his previous life, during the 8 years of the apocalypse, he had searched everywhere in Xian Nation for news, only knowing that his parents had gone missing after an expedition to Antarctica a decade ago. He never expected to hear their names from the mouth of a prince from our nation. Zhao Renhao, realizing his slip, suddenly covered his mouth, panic flashing in his eyes. I didn't say anything. You heard wrong. Heard wrong? Zhu Jue yanked Zhao Renhao's hand away, pressing the dagger against his throat. Say it again. What happened to Zhu Weiguo and Su Qing? Where are they? The blade sliced through skin, blood trickling down Zhao Renhao's neck, and he trembled in fear, finally breaking down. I'll tell you, 10 years ago, our nation intercepted Xian Nation's Polar No. 1 research vessel, which had Zhu Weiguo, Su Qing, and a woman named Lin Hui on board. They were all top researchers from Xian Nation, forced by the Emperor to participate in the Ark's energy development. And then, Zhu Jue's voice trembled, his grip on the dagger unconsciously tightening. Then, they defected 3 years ago. Zhao Renhao gasped for breath, saying they had fled to Antarctica, where there was a backup energy station for the Arkansas. The Emperor sent many people to search for them, but couldn't find them. That is all I know, really. Yako suddenly interjected. My brother mentioned the Antarctica energy station, saying it was the heart of the Ark. Without it, the Ark couldn't launch. So it was related to Zhu Jue's parents. Zhu Jue stared into Zhao Renhao's eyes, confirming he spoke the truth, his heart churning. His parents were still alive. In Antarctica, he suppressed his excitement, flinging Zhao Renhao to the ground and stepping on his chest. How do I shut down the Ark's launch procedure? Zhao Renhao groaned in pain. The red button on the console requires a key, which is with me. Zhu Jue bent down and retrieved a black key from his grasp. As he touched the key, the spatial Jade pendant on his chest suddenly heated up, causing the key to magnetically adhere to it, emitting a soft blue light. The console beeped, and the countdown abruptly halted, the screen displaying a message indicating the detection of a corresponding key, pausing the launch procedure. Suddenly, the door of the core chamber exploded open, and 15 remnants of the black water rushed in, the leader brandishing a rocket launcher, shouting at Zhu Jue, "Drop the key, or we'll blow this place up." Zhu Jue's eyes turned cold as he mentally activated the previously marked safe point on the spatial panel. He clicked to remotely summon a mini M1A2 tank cannon. A flash of blue light illuminated the panel, and a mini tank cannon materialized in his hands. Zhu Jue aimed at the rocket launcher wielder and pulled the trigger. With a deafening boom, the rocket launcher operator was obliterated, the shockwave sending 3 others flying. "Yako, take care of the left side," Zhu Jue commanded. Without hesitation, Yako retrieved an electromagnetic pulse device from her waist and pressed the switch. A surge of blue electricity coursed through, instantly disabling the rifles of 5 mercenaries on the left, who convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Zhu Jue charged forward, seizing the head of the foremost mercenary and crashing it against the control console. With a resounding thud, the mercenary fell unconscious. Zhu Jue then grasped another mercenary's arm, twisting it violently, the sickening sound of breaking bones echoing in the air. The remaining 7 mercenaries closed in, but Zhu Jue stood his ground, meeting them barehanded. A punch shattered one's ribs, a kick sent another flying, and he grasped a third's throat, squeezing with lethal force until a sickening crack signaled the end. In less than 3 minutes, all 15 remnants were dealt with. Their bodies stored in a temporary space zone, as the panel indicated. Stored Black Water Remnants weapons. Spatial capacity expanded to 590,000. Zhu Jue turned to look at Zhao Runhao on the ground, who was staring at his face, confusion in his eyes. "What do you look like? The more I look, the more blurred it becomes." The spatial memory effect was taking hold. Zhu Jue smirked, ignoring him as he rifled through the control console drawers, unearthing a yellow document labeled Arc Secrets. Opening the document, the first page read, "Core energy of the Arc, developed by Zhu Weigua, requires a bloodline key to shut down, to prevent misuse by our nation." Zhu Jue's heart sank as he flipped to the last page, where his parents' handwriting appeared. "If you see this document, hurry to the backup energy station in Antarctica. We are waiting for you. Bagwell, Suing, Antarctica." Zhu Jue clenched the document tightly, his eyes welling with heat. He lifted his gaze towards Yako and declared, "The Ark cannot remain. Destroy the control console. We must retreat." Yasuko nodded slightly, retrieving a grenade from her spatial storage. She pulled the pin and hurled it towards the control console, which erupted in a thunderous explosion, reducing it to rubble. Zhu Jue knocked out Zhao Renhao and stored him in the spatial waiting area, preparing to dispose of him in the Antarctic ice fields. Utilizing a Jade pendant inscribed with his parents' names, he unlocked the energy compartment on the side of the core chamber, revealing a trove of 10 tons of energy crystals pulsating with a cerulean glow. With a mere thought, Zhu Jue absorbed all the energy crystals into his spatial storage. Receiving a notification, stored arc energy crystals, spatial volume expanded to 60,000, unlocking energy resonance positioning, capable of sensing the location of shared bloodlines. "Let us go to the helicopter pad," Zhu Jue urged, pulling Yasuko along as they exited the core chamber. The Jade pendant warmed slightly in his grasp, and he could distinctly sense 2 familiar bloodlines awaiting him in the direction of Antarctica. Yasuko gazed at his profile and softly inquired, "Are you going to find your parents?" "Indeed," Zhu Jue affirmed with a resolute nod. After the extreme heat subsided, he would venture to Antarctica. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Zhou Moyu. "Moyu, I have found clues about my parents in Antarctica. Wait for my return, and I will share the details." He then messaged Zhou Qi. "Uncle Zhou, I've remotely transmitted a batch of Arc archives to the fortress. Please keep them safe. There are significant matters to attend to after the extreme heat." Upon reaching the helicopter pad, Zhu Jue summoned an Apache helicopter from his spatial storage and climbed in with Yasuko. As the helicopter ascended, Zhu Jue cast a glance back at the receding Arc base, a repository of clues about his parents and secrets of the apocalypse. Within his spatial storage, the energy crystals glimmered in the energy zone, his parents' essence flickering on the positioning panel, and with Yasuko by his side, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. In Jiangcheng, Zhou Moyu and Zhou Qi awaited him, This journey through the apocalypse finally bore a more significant goal of reuniting with family and then returning home. Chapter 33. The journey home. The wind in Jiangxing whipped about, scattering fine shards of ice that crackled against the steel plates of the nuclear fortress. Zhu Jue drove a modified Hummer from M Country, coming to a steady halt at the fortress entrance, the polar anti-slip chains still coated with northern grit. He had traveled for 3 days and nights from the Huada base in M Country to Jiangxing, and the countdown on his spatial panel glowed a vivid crimson. Extreme cold eruption, 5 days remaining. Xiaoju. The fortress doors creaked open, revealing Zhou Qi, clutching freshly printed weather forecasts, the spatial data transmitted by Zhu Jue, and hastening towards him. He paused abruptly, his brow furrowed in confusion. You've been gone for quite a while gathering materials from the south, haven't you? A few days ago, I saw on my phone that there was a major incident in our country and M Country. Something about a lost aircraft carrier and a warehouse being robbed. But I can't quite recall the specifics. Zhu Jue discerned the effects of spatial memory interference at work. He leapt from the vehicle and patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder, deliberately shifting the topic. I took a slight detour and gathered some good supplies. Your memory must be muddled from too much news. He then inquired, by the way, how have Old Chin and the others adjusted the fortress's defenses? Don't get me started. After you left, they changed all the firing ports and added 3 layers of security to the electric grid. Zhou Qi, as expected, was led astray, guiding Zhu Jue into the courtyard. Just as they entered, a figure lunged towards them. Zhou Mayu, donned in the cherry blossom patterned down jacket Zhu Jue had brought from her country, her hair hastily styled, eyes glistening red. Zhu Jue, you're finally back. I've been messaging you daily, and you only replied with I'm fine, which terrified me. Zhu Jue caught her and ruffled her hair, retrieving a cherry blossom bookmark procured from Kyoto, though he refrained from revealing its stolen nature. The signal was poor on the way back. This is for you. More exquisite than the last one you liked. Zhou Mayu grasped the bookmark, tears streaming more fiercely, but suddenly looked up, gripping his arm. By the way, did you encounter any danger in the south? And what about Yasuko? You mentioned she was at a friend's place. When is she coming back? I wanted to learn how to embroider cherry blossoms from her. Just as Zhu Jue was about to respond, the rear door of the Hummer swung open, revealing Zhao Runhao Yasuko, clad in a black combat uniform and carrying a canvas bag, her ears still flushed from the journey back from M Country. She had wrestled with her decision all the way, ultimately resolving not to return to our country. The Emperor treated her as a pawn. Her brother Zhao Runhao was confined in the spatial isolation zone, and her country was no longer her home. It was better to stay with Zhu Jue, where at least there were those who genuinely cared for her. Mayu, Yasuko called gently, clutching the diamond earring Zhu Jue had given her. I returned with Zhu Jue. Can I stay here with you? Of course. Zhou Mayu's eyes sparkled with delight as she immediately took Yasuko's hand, leading her indoors. I've saved a room for you, right next to mine. It has a hand warmer I bought for you. We can sleep together tonight. And I have so much to tell you. Watching the 2 girls retreat, Zhou Qi scratched his head, muttering, wait a minute. I really did see news about M Country losing a large warehouse filled with food. And what happened to our country again? Why can't I remember? He slapped his forehead, suddenly giving up. Forget it, can't remember. What matters is that you're back. By the way, what about the good supplies you mentioned? I had Old Chin clear out the second basement. Is it enough space? Enough? Not just enough. We'll need to expand. Zhu Jue replied as he led Zhou Qi toward the underground warehouse. With a thought, he activated the spatial remote transmission function, sending 18 tons of gold collected from our country, 533 pieces of ancient Chinese artifacts, 100,000 packets of compressed nutrients from M Country, 500 varieties of seeds, and a scaled-down model of a Songlong-class submarine flooding into the underground warehouse through the spatial passage. Zhou Qi stood at the entrance of the warehouse, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is all of this your collected materials? And what about this submarine model? It's incredibly lifelike. He reached out to touch a bar of gold, quickly retracting his hand. Wow, this much gold will last our foundation for 10 years. Zhu Jue refrained from correcting him, simply stating, I had a friend help with the collection. There are also some large equipment, referring to the Ark, They'll be transported in a few days for the extreme cold. He then added, by the way, Uncle Zhou, with just 5 days until the extreme cold erupts, have Old Chun and the others double-check the Fortress S heating system. I brought back 10 nuclear generators from M country, enough to maintain a constant temperature of 25 degrees for 5 years. 5 days? That's quick. Zhou Qi immediately grew serious, pulling out his phone to call Old Chun. Old Chun, hurry and take Li Rue and Lu Ming to check the heating system. Also, recount the supplies in the 3rd basement. After 5 days, there will be a significant drop in temperature. We have to secure the doors tightly. After hanging up, Zhou Qi gazed at the mountain of supplies piled in the warehouse and suddenly recalled something, slapping his forehead. What was I going to ask you? It seems to be about our country, no? It was about your trip to the south. You really didn't encounter any trouble, did you? I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Zhu Jue understood that this was the residual fuzzy sensation from the spatial memory interference. Even if those unaware had forgotten the details, they would still retain an instinctive sense that something significant had occurred. He patted Zhou Qi on the shoulder, speaking with conviction. Don't worry, you could trust me, right? The journey went smoothly. I simply took longer due to the abundance of goods I collected. He added, by the way, well, you mentioned that you've been having trouble sleeping lately. I brought back some soothing tea from M country. Brew it and drink it. As they spoke, Old Chun, Li Rue, and Lu Ming arrived, tools in hand. Old Chun stepped inside and exclaimed, Zhou Gu, Xiao Ju, the heating system has been checked. Everything is fine. We just need to add 2 more locks to the electric grid. Li Rue and I are considering installing a few infrared sensor lights. They illuminate at the slightest disturbance. Excellent. Zhu Jue nodded, retrieving 3M249 machine guns from his spatial storage and placing them on the ground. These are for training exercises. Take them and familiarize yourselves with the handling. The extreme cold is approaching, and we can't rule out the possibility of uninvited guests trying to seize our supplies. Old Chun and the others' eyes lit up, eagerly surrounding the machine guns to examine them. Li Rue touched the barrel and remarked, these guns look like military-grade models from M country. Xiao Ju, your connections down south are quite impressive. Zhu Jue smiled without answering, his gaze sweeping across the warehouse filled with supplies, gold stacked in the corner, antiques carefully placed on shelves, seed vaults locked in temperature-controlled cabinets, and a submarine model displayed on a table. He understood that these items were not merely supplies. They represented the foundation upon which the fortress stood and the hope for the survival of those around him. As evening fell, the aroma of Hotpot wafted through the kitchen. Zhou Mou and Yako sat at the table, one serving meat to Zhu Jue while the other ladled soup. Zhou Qi and Old Chun were gathered around, engrossed in discussions concerning defense strategies against the impending extreme cold. The children frolicked in the courtyard, clutching toys that Zhu Jue had brought back from M country. As Zhu Jue observed the bustling scene before him, he absent-mindedly touched the ancestral Jade pendant resting against his chest, which had melded into his palm, leaving only a faint imprint. The countdown on the spatial panel continued to tick down, extreme cold eruption, for days and 18 hours remaining. He understood that this tranquility was merely fleeting. Once the extreme cold struck, Jiang City would transform into an icy cavern. Looters would seize supplies, and Kuan-Ye's mercenaries would assault the fortress, not to mention the myriad of other unknown dangers that might arise. Yet, he no longer felt panic. He had loved ones to protect, sufficient resources at hand, an impregnable fortress behind him, and a spatial refuge capable of confronting any adversity. Zhu Jue, what are you pondering? Hurry and eat. The meat will overcook. Zhou Mou nudged his arm, while Yako offered him a plate of sweets. I made these while in M country. Try them. Are they sweeter than those from our country? Taste and see. Zhu Jue smiled as he picked up a piece, savoring its sweetness mingled with a hint of tartness. Reminiscent of the journey he had undertaken, the perils of resource acquisition, the tug-of-war with Yako, the lingering concern for his parents. Yet all ultimately converging back to this steaming hot pot and the smiles of those around him. As night deepened, Zhou Qi and Old Chun continued their examination of the defense schematics, while Mou and Yako engaged in animated conversation in the room. Zhu Jue stood atop the fortress, gazing out at the distant streets of Jiang City, where pedestrians still roamed and supermarkets buzzed with activity. None knew the transformation that awaited in 5 days. He took out his phone and messaged Phantom. Returned to Jiang City, 5 days before the extreme cold. The Ark and submarine are in position, prepared for the impending challenges. Phantom replied instantly. The royal family of our country is searching for Yako, and the military of M country is still investigating the mysterious figure. However, their surveillance has all been reduced to mere light spots, and the data collapses upon further scrutiny. Rest assured. Additionally, I have located the approximate site of your parents' Antarctic expedition aircraft wreckage. Once the extreme cold subsides, we shall investigate. Zhu Jue pocketed his phone, the cold wind brushing against his face, yet he felt no chill. He understood that the extreme cold was merely the precursor to further calamities, extreme heat, insect plagues, earthquakes. But as long as his loved ones remained by his side and the spatial refuge endured, he was confident that he could guide them all through one apocalyptic tempest after another. The countdown to the extreme cold read 4 days remaining. The last vestiges of warmth in Jiang City were quietly ebbing away, while within the ancestral home's fortified shelter, lights flickered on like stars in the night, awaiting the imminent arrival of ice and snow, ready to protect those unwilling to be consumed by the end of days. Chapter 34. The sudden announcement of cold omens. Chaotic messages from the dark web. With warm breath against the nape of his neck, Zhu Jue opened his eyes to find the screen of his phone glowing beside him, illuminating Yako's flushed profile as she lay with her arm draped around his waist, her long, dark hair cascading across his chest, her ears tinged with a blush. Upon noticing his awakening, she hastily buried her face into the pillow, her voice muffled. "Are you awake? The alarm you set last night went off twice." Zhu Jue pinched her warm earlobe, withholding his response as he reached for his phone, which displayed 3 messages: a notification from Zhou Qi in the community group warning of a rapid temperature drop, a dark web encrypted message from Phantom half an hour prior, and an official announcement just released by the Jiang City Emergency Coordination Office. He decided to read the announcement first. The bold black text was jarring to his eyes. Emergency notice, due to abnormal climatic conditions. The temperature in this city is expected to plummet to 10 C, 25 degrees lower than the same period last year, within the next 5 days. From today, temporary controls on essential goods will be implemented. Supermarkets will have their grain, oil, and winter clothing regulated by the Coordination Office, with citizens allowed to purchase limited quantities upon presentation of identification. The Power Department will conduct repairs by region, with an anticipated daily power outage of 2 hours. Please make preparations accordingly. Is it really going to drop to 10 C in October? Yako leaned closer to inspect the screen, her eyelashes brushing against Zhu Jue's arm. When I was in our country, the coldest January only reached 5 C. This is quite strange. Zhu Jue remained silent as he opened Phantom's message, revealing a dark web interface that decrypted a line of text. The Observer, a covert group within the Summer Country Coordination Office, has confirmed and agreed to prepare safe relocation points along the coast following the extreme cold as per your proposal. They will assist with the markings. Additionally, the Jiang City Coordination Office has just received an urgent communication from higher authorities regarding recent frequent thefts of supplies within the country, suspected to be the work of a mysterious figure crossing borders. However, the specifics are vague, with only a note about blurred facial recognition and garbled data remaining. Lastly, a brief note concluded. The Observer instructed me to convey that the permissions you requested will be granted following the extreme cold eruption. Zhu Jue finally exhaled, tapping the screen with his fingertip. The Observer represented a hidden power lurking behind the Coordination Office in the Summer Country, which only surfaced during the extreme heat crisis in his past life. In this life, he had utilized Phantom to facilitate connections, exchanging Ark defense data for the cooperation of the Observer to open official channels, while he provided disaster warnings and some resource allocation plans, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Zhou Mo's anxious voice called out, "Zhu Jue, Yako, quickly get up. The supermarket downstairs is in chaos. Uncle Zhou wants you both to hurry to the fortress's central control room." Yako hurriedly released her hold, grabbing a down jacket nearby and hastily putting it on. misbuttoning it in her haste. Zhu Jue reached out to help her adjust, his fingertips brushing against her hand, causing her cheeks to flush anew. As they approached the door, Zhou Mou burst in, holding a shopping basket, her hair tousled. I just want to buy breakfast, and the rice and noodles in the supermarket have all been snatched. Someone even pushed an elderly woman to the ground to grab the last bag of flour. Also, the community group says that the grain and oil store on the west side was smashed, and the owner was beaten bloody. Let us go to the central control room, Zhu Jue urged, pulling the two of them downstairs. As they reached the courtyard, they heard police sirens blaring from the alley. The 3 police cars marked with Coordination Office security sped towards the supermarket, their loudspeakers repeating, "Citizens, please purchase orderly. Looting is prohibited. Violators will face legal consequences." Yet the sirens could not drown out the clamor of the crowd. One could faintly hear shouts demanding limited supplies for their starving children, alongside the sharp sound of breaking glass. Inside the central control room, Zhou Qi was fixated on the surveillance screens, surrounded by Old Chun, Li Rui, and Lu Meng, all clutching walkie-talkies. The footage displayed chaos across Jiang City's various neighborhoods. Residents of Sunshine Garden were hauling suitcases to their vehicles, while people in Riverside Community climbed onto rooftops, tossing empty oil barrels down. The most tumultuous scene was at the City West supermarket, where a throng of people surged at the entrance, some climbing through windows, while security personnel struggled to hold the line against the overwhelming force. I just received a call from Zhang Hai at the coordination office. Zhou Qi turned to them, his face grave. He said this temperature drop is unusual and instructed us to prepare for a prolonged response. He also asked whether the raw materials you entrusted to me could be allocated to the city for emergency use. I didn't dare to agree without consulting you. We cannot allocate them. Zhu Jue fixed his gaze on the crowd, scrambling for supplies on the screen, his expression hardening. If we send them out now, it would be akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. When the extreme cold truly arrives, we will not have enough for ourselves. Reply to Zhang Hai, stating that the raw materials are contracted with southern manufacturers and cannot be moved. If necessary, I will have Phantom procure a batch of ordinary food from the dark web to assist them temporarily. Understood. Zhou Qi immediately picked up his phone. When suddenly Old Chun pointed at the surveillance screen, Zhu Jue, look. Over at the Jinxiu community, someone is using a steel pipe to smash the community gate, seemingly attempting to rush out and rob the neighboring pharmacy. Zhu Jue leaned in to observe the screen, where a dozen men dressed in thin clothing wielded steel pipes and kitchen knives, relentlessly striking the community's iron gate, while frightened residents cowered indoors, some shouting, "Open the door. We need medicine. If you don't open it, we'll burn the building down." Have the security vehicles arrived? Zhu Jue inquired. Li Rui adjusted another surveillance feed. A vehicle just passed, but with only 3 security personnel, they cannot hold them back. Send Lu Meng with 2 others in the Hummer to assess the situation. Zhu absolutely instructed Lu Meng, don't take action yet. Simply park the vehicle at the entrance of the community and set up the machine gun for deterrence. It is not yet the time to sever ties. Let's not escalate matters. Lu Meng promptly grabbed his helmet, assuring, rest assured, I will handle it. Suddenly, Yazzie pointed at a corner of the screen, exclaiming, look, that man in the black jacket. Didn't we see him at the Blackwater base in M Country last time? Following her gaze, Zhu absolutely scrutinized the surveillance footage, spotting a masked man mingling among the crowd of looters, clutching a spring knife, stealthily making his way toward the supermarket warehouse. The figure distinctly resembled a remnant mercenary from Blackwater. Ghost, investigate the recent influx of outsiders into Jiangcheng, particularly those with entry records from M Country and our country, Zhu ordered, dispatching a message via WeChat. A swift reply followed. Found it. In the past week, 12 tourists from our country have entered, all residing at the West City Hotel. 3 of those who just smashed the door at Jinxiu Juan are among them. Looking to stir up trouble? Zhu scoffed, mentally activating the space to prepare several electromagnetic pulse grenades acquired from M Country for immediate retrieval. Old Chun, you and Li Rui adjust the fortress's electric grid to 1000 V and turn on all infrared sensors. If anyone approaches within 50 meters of the alley, sound the alarm immediately. Understood. Old Chun and Li Rui promptly set to work. Suddenly, an alarm blared in the control room. and a notification popped up on the screen. 3 suspicious individuals detected within 50 meters of the alley, moving toward the fortress. Zhu clicked on the surveillance feed to see 3 men in tactical jackets, each holding a black bag, feigning a casual stroll while their eyes constantly darted toward the fortress. They're from our country. Yazi instantly recognized their jackets, which were the standard attire of the royal guard from our country. They've come to find me. Just in time, Zhu said, feeling the tactical knife at his waist. Let them experience what it means to come and not return. He instructed Zhou Moyu. You and Yazi head to the second basement level and secure the seed vault. Do not come out. Then to Uncle Zhou, he commanded Uncle Zhou, keep watching the control room. I will confront them. As he stepped into the courtyard, the cold wind intensified. The 3 men had reached the fortress entrance, and one stepped forward, shouting in stilted Chinese, "We are looking for Princess Zhao Renyazi. Let her come out. Otherwise, we will." Before he could finish, Zhu surged forward, seizing the man's wrist with his left hand and twisting it outward. A resounding crack echoed as the bone fractured. The other 2, reaching for their guns, found Zhu had already teleported behind them, delivering a swift chop to their necks, causing them to collapse. Bending down, Zhu rummaged through their black bags, retrieving a locator that displayed coordinates in Tokyo, our country, along with a line of Japanese text. Locate Yazi and bring her back to our country. If resistance is met, eliminate without mercy. Thinking of taking her back? Not a chance. Zhu stored the locator in the space and dragged the 3 unconscious men to the fortress's backyard, tossing them into a pre-dug pit intended for storing supplies and covering them with wooden planks. Upon returning to the control room, he found Uncle Zhou shouting into the intercom. Lu Meng, how the people from Jinxiu Jiyuan retreated? The security team is about to give in. They've retreated. Lu Meng's voice came through the intercom. I parked the Hummer and set up the machine gun. They dared not move. The security team expressed their gratitude for the assistance. Zhu sighed in relief, glancing at his phone. Only 3 days and 22 hours remained until the extreme cold would erupt. The screen displayed a new announcement from the coordination office. Starting tomorrow, the entire city will initiate a low-temperature emergency response, closing certain non-essential venues and having public transport operations. Citizens are advised to minimize outings. In the dark web, Go sent another message. Observers indicate that the extreme cold may be more severe than anticipated. Prepare for temperatures as low as -30 degrees. Additionally, they have secured a temporary docking point for the Ark at the abandoned port east of Jiangxing. It will be the safest route after the extreme cold. Zhu stared at the screen, tapping the table as he contemplated the predicted -30 degrees. 10 degrees lower than the initial stages of extreme cold he recalled from his past life. Clearly, this natural disaster would be more brutal than he had imagined. Uncle Zhou, have Old Chun and the others add another layer of insulation to the heating pipes on the 3rd basement level, Zhu instructed. Also, retrieve 200 sets of polar cold weather gear from the space and distribute them to the people in the fortress, 2 sets for each person to alternate wearing. Uncle Zhou nodded, just as Zhou Moyu rushed in, holding a phone. Zhu Jue. The community group says the power department just issued a notice starting tonight. The urban area will experience 4 hours of daily power outages. There's also news that the northern reservoir is beginning to freeze. It's only October. Yazi approached Zhu, gripping his hand. In our country, winter temperatures of -20 can be lethal. At -30, those outside without preparation will have no chance of survival. Zhu tightened his grip on her hand, gazing at the crowd still looting on the surveillance screen. They were oblivious to the fact that no matter how much rice and flour they hoarded, without warm clothing and shelter against the cold, the arrival of the extreme cold would lead to their demise. His task was to safeguard this fortress and protect those around him. As for the others, compassion was the least useful commodity in the face of doom. As nightfall descended, the streetlights of Jiangxing flickered on, only to suddenly extinguish as the power outage arrived early. In the darkness, the sounds of police sirens, screams, and shattering glass echoed. Only within the ancestral nuclear fortress did the lights blaze brightly, the electric grid glowing a soft blue, resembling an island steadfastly holding the last warmth and hope amidst the impending snowstorm. The countdown to the extreme cold, 3 days remaining. Chapter 35. A cold night. Relatives disturbing the fortress gate. Face slapping by the hotpot. The warm glow of the fortress dining hall enveloped the fragrant aroma of beef tallow hotpot, bubbles rising from the bubbling broth where tripe and fatty beef swirled. Zhu leaned back in his chair, his left arm draped over Yazi's chair, while his right hand accepted the shrimp paste Zhou Moyu offered. Just as he placed it in his mouth, a loud banging echoed from the courtyard door, mingled with a shrill voice shouting, "Zhu Jue, open the door. I know you're inside. You little brat are hiding the fortress and not letting me in. Have you lost your conscience to a dog?" It was his second uncle, Zhu Guodong. Zhou Moyu bit her chopsticks, furrowing her brow. How'd he find us? He must have seen the chaos outside and wants to take refuge in our fortress. Yazi nestled closer to Zhu, whispering, "Should I go and secure the door tighter?" "No need. The show is just beginning." Zhu picked up a piece of fatty beef, leisurely dipping it in sesame sauce. Let them make a fuss outside. It was an ideal opportunity for the looters to see that not everyone could enter his fortress. No sooner had he spoken than the banging intensified, now accompanied by a booming voice. "Zhu Jie, you scammed me out of 8 million with a fake Jade. Today, you either return my money or let me into the fortress. Otherwise, I will call the police." "Oh, he's still bringing up the fake Jade issue." Zhu chuckled, pulling out his phone to access the audio files Ghost had saved long ago. Conversations from his past life where Zhu Guodong pressured him to trade the ancestral home for life-saving provisions. Alongside recordings of Zhu Guodong boasting about how the Jade was worth 10 million and how Zhu Jie was at a disadvantage. "Let's go take a look." Zhu stood up, with Yazi and Zhou Moyu flanking him. As they reached the courtyard door, they saw Zhu Guodong accompanied by his second aunt, cousin Zhu Chong, and several distant relatives, all frantically banging on the iron door. 2 individuals in security uniforms stood nearby. They were members of the Coordination Office's security team. "Zhu Jie, you finally dare to come out." Zhu Guodong's voice grew louder upon seeing him, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "You little brat scammed me out of 8 million with a piece of worthless Jade. Now, with the weather freezing outside and all the food in the supermarkets looted, you occupy the fortress and refuse to let us in. Are you trying to starve us to death?" His second aunt joined in, wailing, "Shao Jie, we are your own second uncle and aunt. Your cousin is about to get married. You can't let him freeze or starve to death, can you? Please, have mercy and let us in." Several distant relatives chimed in, "Yes, Zhu Jie, we are all family. You can't be so heartless. The fortress is so large. Having a few more of us won't make a difference." Zhu crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at the security team members. "Comrades, my relatives claim I scammed them. Are you here to deal with a fraud case?" The security officer on the left retrieved a notebook. "Mr. Zhu, we have received a report from Mr. Zhu Guodong, alleging that you deceived him into parting with 8 million yuan for counterfeit Jade and subsequently denied him entry to your residence. We kindly request your cooperation in this investigation." "Cooperation is no issue," Zhu Jue replied, pulling out his phone to commence a recording. The loud voice of Zhu Guodong resonated through the speaker. "Xiao Zhu, I have had this Jade appraised. It is old pit Jade, worth at least 10 million. Selling it to me for 8 million is a bargain. There is no need for formality between relatives. I'll transfer the money right away." Once the recording concluded, Zhu Jue produced a document and slipped it through the gap in the iron gate. "This is the voluntary purchase confirmation signed by my uncle at the time of the transaction, stating that I, Zhu Guodong, willingly purchased the Jade pendant held by Zhu Jue for 8 million yuan. Regardless of the authenticity of the Jade, I shall not retract my decision. The signatures and fingerprints are all present. Feel free to examine it." The security officer received the confirmation and scrutinized it before glancing at Zhu Guodong, his brow furrowing. "Mr. Zhu Guodong, this recording and confirmation were both made voluntarily, correct? According to regulations, voluntary transactions with written confirmation do not constitute fraud." "I was deceived." Zhu Guodong's face turned a deep shade of crimson as he pointed at Zhu Jue, shouting, "He knew the Jade was fake. He deliberately trapped me." "I did no such thing," Zhu Jue retorted with a cold smile. "I told you then that this Jade was passed down from my grandfather. I am not an expert, yet you insisted on purchasing it, claiming it was worth 10 million. How have I now become the one who deceived you?" Besides, you boasted about this fake Jade to others, swindling boss Zhang out of 5 million. Should I inform my comrades about that too? Zhu Guodong's face drained of color, and he quickly covered his mouth. That was something he had done in private. If the security team found out, he would end up in prison. Seeing the situation deteriorate, his aunt changed her approach, crying as she pounded on the iron gate. Xiao Ju, even if we were at fault regarding the Jade, it's freezing outside. On our way here, we saw someone frozen at the roadside. Have pity on us and let us in. We promise we won't steal anything. Have pity on you? Zhu Jue's gaze turned icy. In his previous life during the extreme cold, this uncle's family had seized his last bag of grain and even pushed him towards marauders. Now they sought refuge in his fortress? Not a chance. When you stole my grain, where was your pity? If you wish to enter the fortress, fine. But first endure 3 days outside in the cold, experiencing hunger alongside those who could not obtain grain, and then return to plead for sympathy. You ungrateful wretch! Zhu Guodong shouted in fury, charging at the iron gate. Zhu Jue swiftly raised a hand and pressed the nearby electric fence switch, causing it to emit a faint blue glow. Zhu Guodong stumbled back in fright, nearly falling. Zhu Jue, do you dare electrocute me? Zhu Guodong screamed. As the security officer hurriedly restrained him, Mr. Zhu Guodong, do not act impulsively. This is private property, and the owner has the right to establish defenses. Comrades, Zhu Jue addressed the security officers calmly. This relative of mine is causing a disturbance and attempting to forcibly enter my private residence. I kindly ask that you escort them away to maintain order here. The situation outside is chaotic. If they remain here, they may attract the attention of those desperate for food, which could lead to serious trouble. The security officers, fearing the situation might escalate, began to escort the still ranting Zhu Guodong away. Mr. Zhu Guodong, come with us. If you continue to cause a ruckus, we will charge you with disrupting public order. Zhu Guodong struggled, shouting, Zhu Jue, you wait. I will not let this go. His aunt and cousin joined in the tirade as they were taken away. And Zhu Guodong's voice echoed in the distance. You wait. I will find Kuan Yi. Kuan Yi will surely deal with you. Kuan Yi. Zhu Jue scoffed, turning to head towards the dining room. Just what I was hoping for. Yazi followed him, whispering, Who is Kuan Yi? Is he formidable? Once a notorious figure in Jiangxin, he possessed a band of mercenaries and had seized a considerable amount of resources in my past life. Zhu Jue replied as he sat down, continuing to pick up shrimp for the Hotpot. If he dares come, I will gladly seize his mercenaries and resources, adding to our fortress's supplies. Zhou Mo brought over a cup of tea and offered it to Zhu Jue. Do you think Kuan Ye's mention could truly bring trouble? Trouble is trouble. It must be faced sooner or later, Zhu Jue stated, sipping his tea. His gaze drifted to the darkening night outside, where distant screams could be faintly heard. The extreme cold had yet to arrive, yet Jiangxing was already in disarray. Who could say how many would survive when the real ice and snow descended? Enough of such thoughts. The Hotpot will soon cool. Zhu Jue picked up a slice of beef tripe and placed it in Yazi's bowl, then added a piece of fatty beef for Zhou Mo. Eat well. When the extreme cold arrives, we won't have such warmth available outside. Yazi and Zhou Mo nodded, and the dining room regained its warmth, the aroma of the beef Hotpot drowning out the external chill and clamor. Zhu Jue observed the two beside him, feeling a sense of security. The commotion caused by his troublesome relatives was merely a minor interlude. The true test lay ahead. However, as long as he could safeguard this fortress and those around him, no matter how great the trouble, he would endure. Outside the courtyard, the departing Zhu Guodong continued to curse, while his aunt secretly messaged Kuan Ye's underlings. Zhu Jue has built a fortress at the ancestral home, stocked with food and warmth. Come quickly to seize it. In the darkness, a shadow received the message, a cruel smile forming on his lips as he turned and vanished into the alley. A conspiracy against the fortress was quietly brewing, and Zhu Jue was already prepared, with weapons and missiles in his arsenal, waiting for the prey to arrive. The countdown to the extreme cold stood at 2 days. The frigid nights of Jiangxing were destined to be sleepless. Chapter 36. Countdown to the extreme cold. The morning mist over the extreme fortress had yet to dissipate, and as the sound of water flowed out, mingling with the scent of sandalwood, Zhu Jue had just tucked the hand warmer Zhou Mo had given him into the blankets. Last night, she had complained of the cold, wrapping herself around him for half the night, and now she remained curled up in the quilt, her lashes adorned with the morning's dew. He approached the bathroom door, which opened slightly from within, revealing Yazzie wrapped in a cream-colored towel, her hair dripping with water and her cheeks flushed as though painted with rouge. Upon seeing him at the door, she hurriedly attempted to close it, only to have Zhu Jue press his hand against the door, his fingertips brushing against her warm wrist. "I brought the hairdryer for you. It's outside," he said, his voice low and slightly hoarse from sleep. Yazzie's ears turned even redder, and rather than push him away, she shifted to allow him a slight entry. 2 hours later, as Zhu Jue led Yazzie out of the bedroom, the hot pot in the living room was already steaming. Zhou Mo was sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, the screen's light illuminating her face. Upon seeing the two, she slipped on her slippers and hurried over, holding her phone aloft. "You two finally emerged. The neighborhood group is buzzing. Aunt Wang just said her son was robbed at the corner of the building while out buying water by 2 masked men who specifically target individuals going out alone." Yazzie sat beside Zhou Mo, taking the warm milk she handed over, her fingertips still retaining a hint of warmth. Zhu Jue approached the dining table, where Zhou Qi was dropping fatty beef into the pot, while Lao Chun, Li Rui, and Lu Meng gathered around. A freshly warmed bottle of liquor set before them. The phone on the table chimed with messages from the Jiangsheng Emergency Response Team, warning that 3 households in the western part of the city had been robbed after opening their doors to take out the trash, advising residents to refrain from going outside unless necessary and to secure their doors with iron chains. It has just begun to spiral into chaos. And already there are those daring to act maliciously in the shadows. Li Rui gripped his wine glass, his brow furrowing in concern. These are nothing but cowardly scoundrels, preying on the vulnerable. Just as Lu Meng was about to respond, a loud banging echoed from outside the gate, mixed with his aunt's shrill cries. "Zhu Jue, open the door. You ungrateful wretch. Open up quickly. We are freezing to death." Zhu Jue paused with his chopsticks, pinching a piece of fatty beef. A chill sweeping through his gaze as memories of his past life flooded back. It was the same sound that echoed outside his dilapidated shelter during the bitter cold. A voice calling out before kicking the door down, seizing his last half bag of compressed biscuits, and pushing him toward the marauders, claiming, "This brat still has food. Catch him." It was his second uncle and the others. Zhou Moyu leaned towards the window for a glimpse, and, upon turning back, spoke hesitantly. They seem quite disheveled. "Uncle's coat is torn, and Aunt is crying." Yazzie also peered out, whispering, "The wind is so fierce. If they stay out there, they might freeze." Zhu Jue remained motionless, slowly placing the beef into his mouth, chewing deliberately while cold laughter echoed in his heart. Freeze? In his previous life, when he was on the brink of freezing in the snow, these people were gathered around, drinking and reveling over the food they had stolen, never contemplating that he might succumb to the cold. "I'll go take a look." He set down his chopsticks and stood, with Yazzie and Zhou Moyu trailing behind him. As he pulled open the door latch, he found Zhu Guodong's family huddled under the porch. Zhu Guodong's face was frozen purple, with fresh claw marks etched into his cheek, as if he had been scratched. Aunt's scarf hung askew around her neck, her hair a chaotic mess, clutching an empty plastic bag, sobbing uncontrollably. Zhu Chong fared worse. His pants torn at the knees, the exposed skin a bright red from the cold, his hands empty, devoid of even the bag he had previously carried. "Zhu Jue, you finally opened the door." Aunt lunged at the iron gate, her fingers gripping the bars, dirt lodged beneath her nails. "We came out from home to borrow some food, but we were robbed at the alley. They took our phones, wallets, even the gold ring your cousin was going to use for his wedding. They even shoved me. Look at my waist." Zhu Guodong joined in, his voice trembling. "Little Jew, I beg you. The heating at home has stopped, and our food is gone. If we stay out here any longer, we will truly freeze or starve to death. Let us in the fortress. We can work for you, move things clean. Anything you need." Several distant relatives who had come along echoed their pleas. One elderly man in a cotton coat even attempted to squeeze through the door, only to be halted by old Chun, who had witnessed Zhu Jue's previous attitudes towards these people and dared not let them in easily. Zhou Moyu, observing Ant's trembling form, tugged at Zhu Jue's arm. Zhu Jue, perhaps we should let them in? It's too cold outside. Someone might actually freeze to death. Yazzie nodded in agreement. Even if they were in the wrong before, we can't just watch them die. Zhu Jue did not respond to them, but instead fixed his icy gaze on Zhu Guodong. His voice colder than ice. Robbed? Where were you robbed? What did the assailants look like? Did you report it to the emergency response team? Zhu Guodong was taken aback. Stammering, unable to articulate a response, they had not reported the incident, nor had they even seen the faces of those who robbed them, only caring to escape for their lives. Now, they were simply knocking on his door, seeking a warm refuge from the disaster. Can't articulate? Zhu Jue laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. I see you weren't robbed. You simply couldn't stay at home any longer and wished to come here to mooch off my food and drink. Am I wrong? No, we were truly robbed. Ant exclaimed, jumping in desperation. Little Jew, we are your dear uncle and aunt. How can you be so heartless? Don't you remember when your uncle took you to buy sweets as a child? I haven't forgotten. Zhu Jue's gaze grew colder, yet his mind drifted back to the scene from his past life, when he was on the verge of freezing to death. And Ant had handed Zhu Chong the stolen sweets, insisting, "This is for little Jew, the fool. You eat." But I have not forgotten last life. You stole my last bag of food and pushed me to the marauders. I have not forgotten how you reveled in the warmth of your home with the stolen goods while I froze in the snow. He did not voice these thoughts, but instead stared at Zhu Guodong's family, enunciating each word with precision. You wish to enter the fortress. It is possible. But not now. Zhu Guodong's eyes lit up then when. Just tell us. As long as we can get in, we will wait. Wait until you survive the extreme cold, endure the heat, and weather the forthcoming pestilence. Zhu Jue paused, observing their suddenly pale faces, continuing, wait until you prove that without my supplies, you can also survive. Wait until you remember what you did to me in the last life. At that time, come back and discuss entering the fortress. You want to drive us to death. Zhu Guodong trembled with rage, pointing at Zhu Jue, cursing, you ungrateful wretch. Had I known you were this heartless, I would never have taken you to buy sweets. Curse me as you wish. Zhu Jue raised his hand to close the door, but Ant suddenly lunged forward, gripping the door panel tightly. Zhu Jue, if you don't let us in, we will go find Lord Kuan. Lord Kuan said that as long as we bring him to your fortress, he will provide us with food and shelter. Just wait. We will let Lord Kuan deal with you. Zhu Jue's expression darkened instantly. Lord Kuan was finally coming. He ceased any further conversation with them, forcefully pushing Ant's hand away and slamming the door shut, locking it behind him. Upon returning to the living room, the hot pot continued to bubble, and Zhou Moyu looked at him, softly inquiring, were you too harsh just now? They mentioned seeking Lord Kuan. What if he truly comes? Let him come. Zhu Jue sat down, picking up a piece of tripe to place into the pot, his mind already calculating that Lord Kuan's mercenaries were armed and could be used to test the fortress's defenses while also collecting some weapons. I want to see if he has the capability to breach my fortress. Yazzie observed the tautness in his profile and refrained from saying more, silently placing a slice of fatty beef into his bowl. The warm light in the living room enveloped the fragrant hot pot, but did little to dispel the coldness lingering in Zhu Jue's eyes. The grievances of his past life and the tribulations of this life, he would settle them one by one, and those who had harmed him previously would not be afforded another chance to inflict pain upon him. Outside the courtyard, Zhu Guodong's family continued their raucous cursing until the bitter wind forced them to depart, heading towards Lord Kuan's domain. Meanwhile, a shadow lurked in the corner of the alley, observing this entire scene, pulling out a phone to send a message. Target rejects entry of relatives. Defenses are tight. Recommend a night raid. The countdown to the extreme cold had begun, with only one day remaining. The chill in Jiangxing grew increasingly intense, while a storm brewing against the fortress was quietly taking shape. Chapter 37. Night raid on Kuan's nest to eliminate the villain. In the dead of night in Jiangxing, the frigid wind rattled the corrugated metal roof of the abandoned factory. Zhu Jue parked his modified Hummer 500 meters away in the woods, the night vision scope fixed on the factory's entrance, where rusted metal sheets were entangled in barbed wire. Two sentries dozed off, their guns cradled in their arms. with gleaming machetes hanging at their waists under the moonlight. Inside, at least 30 mercenaries were stationed, with Lord Kuan in the innermost office of the factory. A voice crackled through the earpiece, the static mingling with the sound. The coordination office just issued an internal message. Lord Kuan raided the Eastern Granary last night and captured 2 emergency response team members, planning to use them as hostages. Additionally, he is searching for those who pilfered from the Northern Gold Vault, threatening to flay them alive. Zhu Jue's lips curled into a cold smile as he drew out a laser rifle from his spatial inventory, the weapon emitting a faint blue glow. Old Chun, you 3 enter through the back door with me and take care of the sentries. Li Rue, set up the machine gun and cover the side entrance. Do not let a single person escape. Understood. Old Chun gripped his tactical knife, his eyes fierce. He had long harbored disdain for Lord Kuan and his gang, who had previously robbed food and harmed civilians, and now dared to capture members of the emergency response team. He was ready to settle both old and new scores. Zhu Jue stealthily approached the factory's back door, his spatial awareness extending to reveal 2 hidden sentries lurking behind a container, smoking. He crouched low and advanced. Seizing the moment, the left sentry turned, covering his mouth with one hand while the other swiftly sliced across his throat, blood spraying onto the container as the lifeless body collapsed, instantaneously stored away in the temporary corpse section. The right sentry, just realizing the commotion, barely had time to react before Zhu Jue teleported behind him, snapping his neck with bare hands, the body vanishing without leaving a trace, not even a cigarette, but... The back door is clear, Zhu Jue reported softly into the intercom. Old Chun, Li Rue, Lu Meng, coming immediately. The 4 of them crept into the factory, moving along the shadows of the building. The factory was ablaze with light. A dozen mercenaries encircled a wooden crate, indulging in libations, the edges of sackfuls of rice peeking out, an ill-gotten grain haul from the previous night. Brothers, have you heard? Master Kuan is searching for that scoundrel who filched from a northern Myanmar treasury. Have you found him? A burly mercenary brandished a bottle, shouting, "If I catch him, I shall surely dislocate his arm." What's the rush? Another mercenary chuckled. Master Kuan has proclaimed that whoever captures that scoundrel shall receive half of the remaining goods from the northern treasury. Zhu Jue concealed himself behind a pillar, his gaze icy. The gold from northern Myanmar was his first score upon his rebirth. He had intended to lay low and hoard supplies, never anticipating that Master Kuan would remember for so long. He gestured to Old Chun, who promptly understood and produced 2 smoke bombs, pulling the pins and hurling them into the crowd. Boom! Boom! The smoke enveloped the area instantly. The mercenaries erupted in a cacophony of coughing and chaos. And Zhu Jue seized the opportunity to charge forth, his laser rifle sweeping across. 3 men collapsing at once, their bodies instantaneously absorbed into his spatial realm. Lu Meng grasped a steel pipe from the ground and struck a mercenary squarely on the back of the head, sending him crashing down. Meanwhile, Li Rue stood guard at the door, his machine gun aimed at any would-be escapees. Move, and you shall face my wrath. You, a mercenary, untouched by the smoke, recognized Zhu Jue and bellowed as he lunged at him. Master Kuan is looking for you, the scoundrel who stole from the treasury. Zhu Jue sidestepped deftly, seized the mercenary's wrist, and with a swift twist, the audible crack of bone rang clear. He then kicked the assailant in the chest, sending him crashing into the wooden crate, blood spilling forth as he breathed his last. Indeed, the gold from northern Myanmar is mine. Zhu Jue coldly regarded the remaining mercenaries. Do you wish to avenge Master Kuan, or do you desire to live? The mercenaries exchanged glances, 2 attempting to retreat, only to be felled by Zhu Jue's swift gunfire. Thinking of fleeing? It's too late. Spare me. I surrender. A lanky mercenary fell to his knees. Master Kuan has captured members of the emergency response team and locked them in a small storage room. I can take you there. Please don't kill me. Zhu Jue remained silent, motioning for Old Chun to keep an eye on him as he ventured deeper into the factory. Upon reaching the door to Master Kuan's office, he heard the sound of objects being hurled inside. Useless. You can't even capture a single person. Where is that scoundrel who stole from the treasury? Zhu Jue kicked the door open with force. Master Kuan sat in his executive chair, gripping a gun, his complexion paling as he saw Zhu Jue enter. "It's you? The scoundrel who robbed my northern treasury." "Scoundrel?" Zhu Jue advanced step by step. "You rob the innocent, harm the populace, and capture members of the emergency response team. You are far worse than any scoundrel." Master Kuan aimed his gun at Zhu Jue, but when he pulled the trigger, no sound followed. The gun was devoid of bullets. Zhu Jue had stealthily removed the magazine during the chaos. "Impossible." Master Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Jue seized his collar and delivered a punch to his face, blood splattering from his nose. "Did you think hiding here would ensure your safety? The extreme cold is approaching. No matter how much grain you seize, you will not survive this winter." Another punch landed, and Master Kuan's face swelled grotesquely, his consciousness beginning to fade. "Help! Someone save me!" Master Kuan pleaded, struggling, when suddenly the office window burst open, and 3 shadows leaped in. Local refugees, hoping to seize the opportunity amidst the chaos. The leader brandished a kitchen knife, shouting, "Don't move. Hand over the money, or else we will." Before he could finish, Zhu Jue spun around, his laser gun sweeping across, the 3 men collapsing instantly, their bodies absorbed into his spatial realm. Hoping to profit from misfortune, Zhu Jue glared at the lifeless forms of the refugees, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You should consider whether you have the life to claim any spoils." Master Kuan was utterly paralyzed with terror, prostrating himself on the ground. "I beg you, spare my life. I'll give you all the stolen grain. There are still goods in the northern treasury. I can lead you there. Please, grant me a chance to live." "A chance to live?" Zhu Jue crouched down, gripping his throat. "When you stole grain, you afforded no mercy to those who were starving. When you captured members of the emergency response team, you showed them no mercy. Now you seek mercy from me? It's too late." He tightened his grip, Master Kuan's face turning purple as he gasped for breath, his struggles ceasing, his body swallowed into the spatial realm. After resolving the matter with Master Kuan, Zhu Jue followed the lanky mercenary's guidance to the small storage room, rescuing the 2 bound emergency response team members. "Thank you," one of the team members exclaimed gratefully. "The coordination office has been searching for you all over. I didn't expect you to find us first." "No need for thanks," Zhu Jue replied. "You head back first. I will handle the supplies here." After the team members departed, Zhu Jue and Old Chun began inventorying the supplies. 50 tons of rice, 100,000 bottles of drinking water, 20 boxes of canned goods, along with 3 tons of gold and 10 submachine guns hidden by Master Kuan. All accounted for. With a thought, Zhu Jue summoned the supplies into his spatial realm. The panel notifying him stored remaining supplies from Master Kuan. Spatial capacity expanded to 90,000. Batch processing function for corpses unlocked. As they returned to the fortress, dawn was breaking. Yako and Zhou Mayu stood waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing them, Yako rushed forward. "Are you all right? Were you hurt?" "I'm fine." Zhu Jue patted her head. "Master Kuan has been dealt with, and the supplies have been secured. With the extreme cold approaching, we are safer now." Zhou Qi examined the newly acquired supplies within the spatial realm, grinning. "Good lad. Now our fortress has enough grain for 10 years. Zhu Jue did not smile. He gazed towards the distant sky, where the cold fog thickened. The extreme cold had but 1 day left. He retrieved his phone and messaged Ghost. "Master Kuan has been dealt with. Please convey to the coordination office that the supplies from the granary have been recovered, and the emergency response team members are safe." Ghost replied instantly. "Received." The coordination office sends their gratitude and states that after the extreme cold outbreak, they will grant you full access to regional supply dispatch permissions to assist you in coping with subsequent disasters. Zhu Jue pocketed his phone, understanding that resolving Master Kuan was merely the beginning. The extreme cold, the sweltering heat, and the impending pestilence were yet to come. His spatial realm, and those beside him, were the true foundation for surviving all calamities. The countdown to the extreme cold read, 1 day remaining. The last vestiges of warmth in Jiangsheng were being devoured by the biting winds, while within the ancestral fortress, lights shone brightly, and supplies brimmed, awaiting the impending snowstorm. Chapter 38. The cold approaches Jiangsheng. Frozen to the bone, The fortress radiates warmth amidst the apocalypse. The warmth of breath at the nape of his neck stirred Zhu Jue from slumber. When he opened his eyes, Yako lay nestled in his embrace, her long, raven hair cascading across the pillow, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against his arm. Outside the window, the familiar morning light was absent, replaced by a dull, gray brightness. The cold wind howled against the glass, resembling the wails of phantoms. He reached for the temperature regulator on the bedside, the screen displaying 25 degrees. Last night, he had specifically instructed everyone to set the fortress's central air conditioning and underfloor heating to maximum, with winter apparel neatly folded on each bed. And even the temporary quarters in the underground storage had electric blankets added. Awake? Yako's voice was laced with sleepiness as she cuddled closer. It's so noisy outside. The wind is howling. Yes, the extreme cold has arrived. Zhu Jue leaned down and kissed the top of her head, reaching for the phone on the nightstand. The screen was inundated with unread messages. The homeowner's group chat was ablaze with red notification dots, along with an emergency notice from the coordination office sent in the early hours. Opening the group chat, the messages scrolled past, causing his eyes to ache. Homeowner Li Jie, crying voice message everyone, do not go outside. The Zhang grandmother next door hasn't opened her door this morning. The property management pried it open only to find her frozen, holding her grandson. Thinking that burning coal was enough, she didn't turn on the air conditioning. Homeowner Wang Gu, we found a frozen body in the hallway. It's the young man renting downstairs. I heard he tried to go out to buy food last night and collapsed just outside the unit door. He was discovered this morning, his face already purple from the cold. Property manager Xiao Chun, official notice. The current heating points available: City Stadium, First Hospital, International Hotel, Convention Center. Please try to go in groups and do not linger on the way. But there are too many people. The queue outside the stadium stretches into the street. Many are too frozen to stand. Homeowner Zhaoani, my neighbor, Old Li, said just yesterday that it wasn't that cold. Just wear a sweater. This morning, there has been no movement. I knocked on the door, but no one responded. Yes, probably. Zhu Jue scrolled down to find a short video. Within the frame, workers clad in orange emergency suits were propping up a utility pole. The sleeves of their cold-resistant garments were torn, exposing arms that were bright red from the cold. In the next moment, one of them collapsed rigidly to the ground, while a colleague attempted to assist, but was thwarted by hands frozen stiff, leaving them to crouch down and weep. The caption lamented that the emergency responders had become frozen, asserting that the authorities had truly exerted their utmost effort. How tragic! Ayako leaned in to peer at the phone, her eyes instantly glistening with tears as she clutched Zhu Jue's arm tightly. Why didn't they wear thicker clothes? Why didn't they seek shelter? There were simply too many people to manage. Zhu Jue turned off the device, drawing her closer. The announcement from the coordination office was clear. Jiangqing's resident population numbered in the millions, yet the few locations equipped for centralized heating could accommodate only 500,000. The rest had to fend for themselves. Unfortunately, most had not stockpiled cold-resistant clothing in advance, nor reinforced their doors and windows. The temperature had plummeted to 30 degrees last night, an unbearable chill. Let us go check on Uncle Zhou. Zhu Jue rose, assisting Ayako into a thick polar cold-resistant suit, zipping it up to her chin and wrapping a scarf around her neck, leaving only her eyes visible. As they entered the monitoring hall, Zhou Qi was seated before the screens, idly holding an unlit cigarette between his fingers, staring blankly at the footage. The scenes on the screens depicted a haunting stillness across Jiangqing. The snow blanketing the roads had frozen solid, and occasionally, blurred silhouettes could be seen huddled motionless at the roadside. A long queue at the city's stadium resembled a frozen dragon, with some collapsing in the snow from exhaustion, while others behind them attempted to assist but found themselves equally incapacitated by the cold. Outside the International Hotel, throngs of people clamored to enter, but were halted by security. Some, in desperation, pounded on the glass doors, only to have their hands stick painfully to the surface, eliciting cries of agony. In the previously chaotic Jinxiu, the surveillance captured individuals tossing items from windows, presumably seeking help, yet receiving no response. Uncle Zhou, Zhu Jue approached, snapping Zhou Qi from his stupor. He gestured toward a corner of the screen, Look over there in the west of the city. A household insisted on opening their windows for ventilation last night. And this morning, the window froze shut. There has been no sign of life from them since. And the emergency responders? Zhu Jue inquired. What else can they say? They're urging localities to take measures for self-rescue. They've dispatched heating equipment from the north, but the roads are all ice. Vehicles simply cannot navigate. Zhou Qi sighed, tucking the cigarette back into his pocket. Our fortress is perhaps the safest place in Jiangxing. Just then, old Chun burst in, clutching a tablet. Xiaoju, Shu Ye. Look, this was taken during the patrol. The snow outside is nearly knee-deep, and the ice on the road is half a foot thick. I even saw refugees attempting to breach our alley, but Li Rue scared them off with his machine gun. The images on the tablet revealed snow piled at the alley's entrance like a small mountain, the biting wind swirling snowflakes, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. Most of the windows in the distant buildings were dark, save for a few flickering lights, resembling candles struggling against the wind. Tell Li Rue and Lu Ming not to get too close. It's too cold out there. We can't afford to have them freeze. Zhu Jue instructed, acutely aware that this was merely the onset of an extreme cold. 30 degrees was not the lowest. He had witnessed temperatures plummet to 50 in previous winters. And that would be the true descent into hell. Ayako walked to the window, gazing at the vast expanse of white outside, murmuring, I wonder how my brother is faring. Is it equally frigid in her country? Zhu Jue joined her, taking her hand, which felt somewhat cold even within her gloves. Do not worry. Your brother is in the Ark's confinement chamber, where the temperature is regulated, and he will remain warm. Once this extreme cold passes, we shall venture to Antarctica to find my parents and also to check on the situation in our country. Ayako nodded, leaning against him. The monitoring hall was enveloped in silence, the only sounds being the faint glow of the screens and the howling wind outside. Zhou Qi remained transfixed on the monitors while old Chun organized a list of supplies. Each face bore the weight of solemnity. They understood that the warmth within the fortress was a result of prior preparation, while the outside world of Jiangxing had morphed into a frozen hell. Zhu Jue retrieved his phone and messaged Ghost. The extreme cold has arrived. Conditions in Jiangxing are dire, and the coordination office's heating points cannot sustain. Is there any way to divert some supplies here? Ghost replied instantly. The coordination office has already sought assistance from the observers. They've asked me to inquire if you would consider opening certain areas of the Ark to temporarily accommodate some capable individuals. However, your approval is necessary, as the Ark is under your jurisdiction. Zhu Jue contemplated the message for a few moments. Opening the Ark could save more lives, but might also introduce complications. The refugees were a mixed lot, and if any had ulterior motives, they could disrupt the fortress' stability. He glanced at Zhou Qi, who nodded in understanding. Let us save some lives. After all, it's a matter of human life. Have the observers screen them. Only emergency responders, doctors, and technicians capable of repairing equipment will be accepted for now. No one else. Zhu Jue replied to Ghost, then turned to Zhou Qi, instructing him to prepare. When the observers' people arrive, ensure they're searched first and only then direct them to the temporary areas in the Ark. Do not allow them into the core zone of the fortress. Understood. Zhou Qi immediately set off to make arrangements. Ayako looked at Zhu Jue and softly remarked, You're not as cold-hearted as you seem. Zhu Jue chuckled, ruffling her hair. In these dire times, every life saved counts. But the priority is ensuring our own people remain safe. The wind howled outside, and the snowfall intensified. On the monitoring screen, the queue at the stadium had grown longer. Some were huddled together for warmth yet persevered. They were all waiting for a glimmer of hope to survive. Within the fortress, the warm glow resembled a lighthouse in the night, illuminating not only this small space, but also guiding Zhu Jue's heart. No matter how arduous the future may be, he would strive to lead those around him, those who could be saved through this extreme cold and all impending apocalyptic disasters. On the first day of the extreme cold's official arrival, the ice and snow of Jiangxing had only just begun to blanket the city. Chapter 39. Transoceanic ship seizure and blind box opening, stockpiling resources for foreign lands. The temperature control panel in the fortress monitoring hall read 25 degrees. Yet Zhu Jue rubbed his hands together, gazing at the satellite imagery of the M country port. Ghost had just sent a return transmission. The USS Kennedy, a Ford-class aircraft carrier, was precariously lodged in the icy sea, its hull encased in half a meter of ice, resembling a glimmering metallic sculpture. The escorting 3 destroyers and 2 frigates fared little better. The aircraft on the deck were frozen, their wings drooping. "Ayako, I'm heading to M country. I'll be back in no more than 2 days." Zhu Jue patted her head. Ayako, who was assisting Zhou Yu in organizing the newly acquired cold-resistant clothing, looked up, a hint of worry in her eyes. "The ice is so thick there. Please be careful and don't freeze. Rest assured, the space is climate-controlled. I won't freeze." Zhu Jue pulled out his phone to message Ghost. "Coordinates locked on Boston Harbor. Help me block M Country's satellite signals." "I'm heading over now." Ghost replied instantly. "Consider it done. Additionally, here is some extra information. Boston Harbor is the largest cargo port on the east coast of M Country, with over 3,000 containers piled up, filled with all sorts of supplies. You can take your time opening the blind boxes. Also, the coordination office just inquired when you would be available to discuss the nuclear base. They've prepared 3 alternative locations for you to choose from." Zhu Jue smirked. Activating the spatial transoceanic teleportation, a newly unlocked feature after acquiring the Arkansas. As long as there were precise coordinates, he could instantaneously move across continents. With a flash of white light, he found himself standing on the icy surface of Boston Harbor, the biting wind whipping ice shards against his face. Yet a protective barrier automatically deployed by the space shielded him, leaving not a single hair out of place. "Goodness, this ice is thick." Zhu Jue kicked at the layer of ice beside him, which was as hard as steel. Looking down, he could vaguely see frozen figures in the icy sea below. They were port workers, likely caught unawares during the extreme cold and now frozen solid along with their patrol boats, transformed into ice sculptures. He made his way toward the Ford-class aircraft carrier, where the ice encasing the hull needed to be melted with a laser gun. With a sizzling sound, the laser beam swept across, and the ice shattered and fell away, revealing the steel body beneath. Zhu Jue swiftly entered the cabin, where an eerie silence reigned. The control panel screens glimmered, yet the frigid air rendered them unresponsive. The lifeless body of a crew member slumped in the seat, devoid of breath. With a mere thought, Zhu Jue summoned the 50,000-ton Kennedy aircraft carrier into the void, the panel indicating storage of 1 Ford-class aircraft carrier complete, including 80 aircraft and 200 missiles. Spatial volume expanded to 150,000. Following this, he collected the escort fleet comprising 3 destroyers, 2 frigates, and a supply ship, along with the anti-submarine helicopters on the deck, all neatly packed into the vehicle zone, side by side with the previously acquired Changlong-class submarine from Country R. Having dealt with the military vessels, Zhu Jue turned his attention to the towering pile of over 3,000 containers like a small mountain, resting on the icy surface, each adorned with a label. He casually pried open the outermost one, and out tumbled bags of northeastern rice, their packaging emblazoned with Wuchang rice aroma, accompanied by a production date, freshly delivered to Country M just a month before the extreme cold. "Is this for real?" Zhu Jue mused, chuckling as he moved aside the rice, uncovering foam boxes beneath. Upon opening one, he discovered frozen Australian lobsters, each measuring the length of a forearm, still encased in ice, as fresh as if just hauled from the ocean. He then pried open an adjacent container, releasing an enticing aroma of vacuum-packed Peking duck, the packaging marked with Quanjude, alongside several cases of Qingdao beer, their caps still unbroken. Zhu Jue grabbed a can, effortlessly removing the frost, and with a satisfying pop, the foam surged forth. Icy and refreshing. They even import this? He pondered, continuing to sift through the boxes, unexpectedly uncovering several cases of Beibinjiang soda, the orange-yellow cans adorned with old Beijing motifs. Production dates even more recent than the beer. Upon opening a third container, Zhu Jue was taken aback to find it filled with boxes of Durex condoms, the premium variety, boasting extra-large capacity on the packaging. How long would this last? He chuckled, adding them to the daily necessities section of his storage. Perhaps they might prove useful someday. The subsequent unboxing became an exhilarating spree. The 12th container yielded a fleet of Tesla Model 3s, keys still inserted in the ignitions, albeit frozen and out of power. They began charging automatically once stored. The 58th container revealed RVs. American-style motorhomes complete with expandable sections, replete with refrigerators, ovens, and beds. 20 were collected in an instant. The 139th container harbored medical equipment, MRI machines, ventilators, operating tables, and even a half container of radiation protection suits, perfect for supplementing the Fortress-S medical area. The 300th container was brimming with military supplies. The latest night vision goggles from Country M, bulletproof vests, portable missiles, more advanced than what he had previously acquired. Triggering the panel to announce, military supplies stored, weapon upgrade functionality unlocked. From dawn till dusk, Zhu Jue emptied over 3,000 containers, the spatial volume soaring to 250,000. Organized by category: food zone, rice, flour, compressed biscuits; fresh produce zone, Australian lobsters, steaks, Peking duck; beverage zone, beer, Beibinjiang, red wine; vehicle zone, aircraft carrier, destroyers, RVs, cars; military zone, weapons, bulletproof vests, night vision, and even a luxury zone stacked with several boxes of LV bags and Rolex watches. Likely the maritime cargo of a luxury goods store. Time to explore other ports. Zhu Jue brushed off the dust from his hands, channeling his thoughts into the space. Teleporting to New York Harbor, where containers were even more plentiful, including a nuclear submarine frozen in the ice. Without hesitation, he collected the submarine along with 10 adjacent cargo ships, expanding the spatial volume by another 50,000, reaching a total of 300,000. By the time he had scoured all the ports along Country M's east coast, night had fallen. Zhu Jue settled onto the sofa of the RV within his space, savoring a freshly heated Peking duck while messaging Phantom. I've wrapped up here in Country M. Aircraft carriers, submarines, and supplies all secured. Next, I'm heading to Country Y. Target, the British Museum. Help me find the coordinates. Phantom replied instantly. Awesome. The coordination office just pressed for an update, asking which nuclear defense base you prefer. They also mentioned that as long as you share some of the high-tech weapons you've acquired from Country M for their research, you can choose any base you like. Zhu Jue responded with a smile. Tell the coordination office I want the nuclear defense base in the northwest. Just the shell will suffice. Once I return from Country Y, I'll allocate some of the weapons to them, along with a portion of the medical equipment and food I've collected to aid disaster victims. However, the base needs to be cleared out promptly. My space is running out of room. He paused, adding, "Oh, and make sure to clarify with the coordination office that the cultural relics and museum artifacts I've collected will be returned after the disaster, provided they are well preserved and not lost." Setting down his phone, Zhu Jue gazed at the mountain of supplies within his space, feeling reassured by their presence. Whether facing the impending extreme heat, a potential insect plague, or embarking on a journey to the Antarctic to find his parents, he felt fortified. With a mere thought, he teleported to London Port in Country Y, the silhouette of the British Museum faintly discernible in the night. Gripping his laser gun tightly, a smile crept across his face. Next stop, it's time to collect some treasures. On the second day of the extreme cold, Zhu Jue's transoceanic treasure hunt was just beginning. Chapter 40, Regrets in the Cold of Los Angeles Port. Banana people weep for the apocalypse. The icy winds of Los Angeles Port, tinged with the scent of rust, stung Zhu Jue's face as he fixed his gaze upon the Qingdao beer label on the container. This was the 187th box he had pried open today. Alongside the beer, he discovered boxes of fulling pickled vegetables, the packaging boldly showcasing the flavors of China, particularly striking against the icy backdrop. Suddenly, a woman's wail pierced the air, sharp and desperate, mingling with intermittent gunfire. Zhu Jue holstered his laser gun and followed the sound towards the warehouse. At the entrance, several individuals clad in thin hoodies huddled around a tattered cardboard box, fighting over its contents, a few bags of moldy bread. Among them, a woman with yellow skin and curly hair wept most bitterly, her tears freezing into tiny ice crystals on her cheeks. "Stop fighting. That's my last bit of food," she cried, throwing herself over the box, only to be violently shoved aside by a tall, gaunt man, who then fell upon the bread, stuffing it into his mouth while muttering curses. Damn it! If you hadn't stopped us, we'd have been on a charter back to Xia country long ago. Will we be freezing like this? The woman shot back, her eyes reddening. How was I to know the cold would be this severe? When Xia country sent recall messages saying the extreme cold was coming and arranged flights for us to return. Didn't you also say that country M was so developed that they could handle it? You even mocked Xia country for overreacting. I was duped by you. The man retorted angrily, throwing the bread bag to the ground. You said country M's heating would last until next spring, that their houses were bigger than Xia country S, and that going back would only bring ridicule for not being able to survive abroad. And now, the heating has been gone for half a month, the supermarkets have been ransacked, and even the water has frozen. Go ahead, laugh now. Zhu Jue leaned against the container, coldly observing what Phantom had described as banana people of Xia country descent, yet with their minds wholly captivated by the allure of country M. Just 2 months prior, the Information Coordination Office of Xia country had issued 3 waves of recall notices, promising not just flights, but also temporary housing and winter supplies upon return. Many dismissed it as a publicity stunt, even ridiculing Xia country on social media for trying to ride on country M's coattails. Now, they were the ones crying. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from the warehouse, and a white man in a black jacket burst forth, brandishing a weapon and demanding, "Hand over the bread, or I'll shoot." Panic washed over the group, their faces paling. The tall man attempted to flee, only to be shot in the leg by the white man. Collapsing onto the ice with a pain scream, blood quickly freezing. The woman curled up in terror, sobbing, "Please don't kill me. I have money. I'll pay you." Money? Right now, money is just worthless paper. The white man scoffed, aiming the gun at her. At that moment, Zhu Jue raised his hand, the blue light of his laser gun slicing through the air, severing the weapon in the man's grip, the barrel clattering onto the ice with a crisp sound. The white man froze, turning to see Zhu Jue, terror flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" Zhu Jue remained silent, his thoughts commanding the bullets and spare magazines from the man's grasp into the void of space, not sparing even the lighter tucked away in his pocket. Frightened, the man attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue delivered a swift kick to his knee, sending him sprawling to the icy ground. Leaning down, Zhu Jue picked up the broken gun and tossed it back to him. "Get lost. Don't linger here." The man scrambled away, crawling on the ice, leaving behind only a few survivors of the Xia nation. A tall, thin man, suppressing his pain, looked up at Zhu Jue with pleading eyes. "You're from Xia, aren't you? Can you take us back? We want to return to our country. We realize our mistakes." A woman also got up, clutching Zhu Jue's sleeve. Weeping, "I no longer think M is better. I still have the recall message from Xia saved. I regret believing that M was superior. Please take us back, even if it's just to a place where we can keep warm." Zhu Jue gently pushed her hand away, his voice devoid of warmth. The recall notice from Xia was issued in 3 rounds 2 months ago, and the charter flights waited for half a month. You made your choice then. Now you must bear the consequences. He pointed to the moldy bread on the ground, saying, "Old wisdom teaches us to heed advice and fill our bellies. The path you chose is yours to walk. No one can pay the price for you." Tears streamed down the woman's face as she squatted on the ground, sobbing. "I regret it. I shouldn't have thought ill of Xia, nor should I have believed that M was superior in everything. If I had returned with the charter flight back then, I would be in a warm house now, enjoying hot meals." The tall man said nothing further, merely staring at his frostbitten hands, his face etched with regret. Zhu Jue turned away from them, walking towards a warehouse stacked with more containers. The gunfire he had heard earlier came from deep within the warehouse, suggesting that others were still fighting for supplies. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with chaos. A dozen survivors were engaged in a fierce struggle around a refrigerated cabinet containing several boxes of frozen meat. Some wielded knives while others brandished steel pipes, and 2 injured individuals lay on the ground, groaning, ignored by all. Zhu Jue furrowed his brow, using his mind to manipulate space, causing the refrigerated cabinet and its frozen contents to vanish. The fighters froze in shock, staring at the empty ground in bewilderment. "Stop fighting. If you want supplies, go find them yourselves," Zhu Jue declared, not lingering any longer as he pressed deeper into the warehouse. Here, the containers outnumbered those in the Los Angeles port, many marked as imports from Xia. The pickled vegetables and beer he had earlier pried open were merely the beginning. As he pried open a container labeled as food, he was astonished to find boxes of frozen dumplings and several cases of Lao Ganma, the labels indicating they were produced in Guiyang. Another container revealed northern Xia as frozen dumplings, buns, and even bags of northeastern sauerkraut. Zhu Jue couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed these were orders placed by MS Chinese restaurants that never arrived due to the extreme cold. After collecting the warehouse as supplies, his spatial capacity expanded by another 20,000, the food section brimming with Xia specialties. As Zhu Jue reached the warehouse entrance, he noticed the earlier group of banana people still huddled on the ice, no longer fighting, merely shivering together. He did not look back, manipulating space to teleport to his next destination, the San Francisco port, where even more containers awaited him. As for those who disregarded his warnings, they would have to rely on themselves. The icy wind continued to howl, the cries from Los Angeles port fading into the distance. Zhu Jue gazed at the ruins of MS cities in the distance, feeling little turmoil within. In this apocalyptic world, choices mattered more than effort. Those who failed to heed warnings now found themselves suffering in the cold, a fate of their own making. He took out his phone and sent a message to Phantom. "I finished at Los Angeles port and am heading to San Francisco. Coordinate with the nuclear defense base to expedite their clearance. I've gathered plenty of CIA specialties to share with domestic disaster victims later." Phantom replied instantly. "Received." The coordinating office says the base is already clearing out. They also mentioned that the high-tech items from you collected will be studied by experts upon your return, ensuring nothing goes to waste. By the way, there's a batch of CIS medical equipment at San Francisco port, previously intended as aid for still unshipped. You might want to focus on that. Zhu Jue smiled, pocketing his phone and quickening his pace toward San Francisco port. The extreme cold persisted, and the road to gather supplies remained long. As for the regretful banana people, they would serve as a lesson in this apocalypse. To heed advice is to secure sustenance. This truth has never been mere words. Chapter 41. Chaos and gunfire at the old port. The icy surface of San Francisco port still bore the stains of dry blood. As Zhu Jue approached the medical equipment warehouse, he was forced to retreat behind a container, dodging the relentless gunfire that erupted from two factions locked in fierce combat. Bullets rained down like a torrential downpour, splintering the ice and sparking against the containers. The firepower of was indeed unparalleled. Zhu Jue squinted to observe. To his left, a group clad in camouflage brandished two M249 machine guns, their barrels glowing red-hot, while another member aimed an RPG at an opposing truck, launching a rocket that soared just above its roof, exploding against an ice mound in the distance, scattering ice shards like shrapnel. The right faction was equally formidable, with several snipers perched atop containers, their barrels smoking after each shot that felled an adversary. Others wielded shotguns, their close-range blasts drowning out the sound of machine guns with the wails of the wounded. Astonishingly, both sides had boxes of ammunition piled at their feet, casually discarding empty magazines and reaching for new ones, as if in an endless supply mode. Zhu Jue's objective lay within the warehouse, the Xia Aid medical equipment. Phantom had informed him that this shipment had just arrived and had yet to be unloaded, comprising MRI machines, portable ventilators, and several cases of radiation protection suits, perfect for replenishing the fortress's medical area. However, the warehouse was caught in the crossfire between the two factions, making entry a perilous endeavor. He decided to wait for an opening. Just as Zhu Jue contemplated moving to another container, he suddenly heard a whizzing sound as a stray bullet grazed his arm, striking the container behind him and leaving a deep bullet hole. His heart raced, and he quickly crouched down, inwardly cursing. These lunatics, bullets have no eyes. At that moment, the nearby supermarket erupted with the sound of shattering glass as several individuals clad in hoodies charged in with baseball bats, followed closely by armed companions. Shelves toppled, chips and canned goods scattered across the floor, and one desperate soul shot another in the thigh over the last bottle of cola, blood streaming down the shelves. But no one paid any mind too busy stuffing their arms with whatever they could seize. Such a zero-sum game had led to bloodshed. Zhu Jue shook his head, his gaze returning to the battleground. Suddenly, the man with the RPG on the left shouted and fired another rocket, this time accurately hitting the sniper's position on the right. With a resounding explosion, the sniper atop the container was sent flying, causing chaos among the right side S ranks. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue darted out like a cat, swiftly gliding across the ice as bullets whizzed overhead, the chilling wind from the stray rounds brushing against him. As he neared the warehouse entrance, a man in camouflage spotted him, raising his gun to fire. Zhu Jue reacted lichtning using his mind to draw the machine gun from the man's grasp. The man stood frozen for a second before being shot down by an ally on the right. Upon bursting into the warehouse, Zhu Jue released a sigh of relief. It was largely empty, save for a few boxes of medical equipment stacked in the corner, emblazoned with the words, "Xia aid supplies." Without hesitation, he unleashed his mental power, drawing all the boxes into the void: 10 MRI machines, 50 ventilators, 20 surgical tables, and 30 cases of radiation protection suits. A notification appeared. Medical supplies collected, space capacity expanded to 330,000, medical equipment repair function unlocked. Just as he completed the collection, the warehouse door was suddenly flung open, and 2 men from the right burst in, guns raised, shouting, "Come out, or we'll shoot." Zhu Jue didn't waste time with words. He summoned the shotgun he had just collected from his space and fired beneath their feet. The bullets struck the ice, sending shards flying, and the 2 men, terrified, turned and fled, leaving their weapons behind. Zhu Jue picked up the discarded gun and stored away. Turning to exit the warehouse, the clash outside continued unabated, with the individuals on the left nearly at their breaking point. After firing the last RPG, they were swiftly suppressed by gunfire from the right. Zhu, resolute in his desire to remain uninvolved, maneuvered alongside a shipping container, making his way out of the port. As he passed the supermarket, he found it in utter disarray. Some were seated on the floor, clutching crates of beer, while others heated stolen steaks in the supermarket's microwave. There were even those dismantling shelves to ignite fires for warmth. Madness indeed. Zhu quickened his pace, soon distancing himself from the scene of chaos. Focusing his thoughts, he teleported to another dock at San Francisco port, which was relatively tranquil, with only a few cargo ships frozen in the ice. Upon investigation, he discovered they were laden with military components from the United States, which he promptly collected into his space as an unexpected bounty. He retrieved his phone and messaged Phantom. "I've completed the medical equipment collection at San Francisco port and inadvertently gathered some military parts. The fighting here has escalated into madness. RPGs and machine guns flying about. I nearly got grazed by a stray bullet. Where to next?" Phantom replied instantaneously. "I've sent you the coordinates for London port in the UK. The security system at the British Museum is likely frozen, so you can enter directly and collect what you need. Additionally, the coordination office reports that the nuclear defense base in the northwest has been cleared. They are awaiting your return to store supplies and asked if you need a team to assist with unloading." Zhu smiled as he replied, "No need. I can manage on my own. We'll discuss further once I return from the UK." As he pocketed his phone, he glanced back at the still smoldering battleground, shaking his head at the gun culture in the United States, which had spiraled into catastrophe in this apocalyptic world. This turmoil would likely persist for a considerable time. With a thought, Zhu vanished from the icy surface of San Francisco port, his next destination, the British Museum in London. Within his space, the newly acquired medical equipment and military components awaited their moment to be deployed, preparing for the impending calamity. Chapter 42. The warm embrace of the fortress. The geothermal warmth of the fortress enveloped him in a fragrant embrace as Zhu teleported through the door, where Yako awaited him. Seated on the living room sofa, a cashmere blanket draped over her lap, her hands busy with a half-knitted cherry blossom scarf. Hearing his arrival, she looked up suddenly, her eyes lighting up. "You're back. Are you hurt?" Zhu approached her, bending down to enfold her in his arms, his fingertips brushing against her slightly chilled earlobe. "Do not worry, it's just a minor scrape." The spatial barrier absorbed most of the danger. He deliberately exhaled against her neck, causing her to shiver and push him away playfully. "Stop it. MOU is in the kitchen making ginger soup, saying it's to ward off the cold when you return. Just as she finished speaking, Zhou Mou emerged from the kitchen with a pot in hand. Upon seeing the two embraced, her ears flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze as she stirred the soup. I'm glad you're back. Quickly, have a bowl of ginger soup. It must be freezing outside. Zhu released Yako, stepping over to take the bowl, shaking it teasingly. Ginger soup alone, 1 tea suffice. I brought back some delightful treasures from the United States. With a thought, several cans of Arctic Ocean soda materialized on the table, their orange-yellow cans reflecting the warm glow. I know you adore this, so I saved some for you. Zhou Mou grasped a soda can, her fingers warming against its surface, mumbling softly. Who likes this? I just find it a bit nostalgic. Yako chuckled beside her, quickly spinning around to retreat to the kitchen, her back exuding shyness. Don't tease her, Yako urged, pulling Zhu to sit down, her fingers tracing the sleeve of his combat uniform. Are you heading to the UK next? Indeed, I'll return after collecting artifacts from the British Museum. Zhu sipped the ginger soup, the warmth cascading down his throat. First, let us visit the nuclear defense base in the Northwest to allocate some of the supplies collected from the United States to the coordination office, lest they keep pestering us. Half an hour later, Zhu, accompanied by Yako, worried she might fret at home, teleported to the massive underground entrance of the nuclear defense base. Personnel from the coordination office awaited them, led by a bespectacled middle-aged man adorned with the emblem of the office as supply department, trailed by a dozen scholars in white lab coats and a cameraman. So, you must be the esteemed Mr. Mysterious? The middle-aged man approached, extending his hand, but upon seeing Zhu's face, he froze before the camera lens. Zhu's visage was obscured by a faint blue aura, although visibly clear to the naked eye. The moment one attempted to commit it to memory, their minds seemed to be shrouded in mist, leaving only a vague impression of the figure in black combat attire. Zhu did not extend his hand, merely nodding. Where shall I place the supplies? This way, please. The middle-aged man quickly gestured, pondering the reports he had heard from Phantom about the elusive nature of this man's visage. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he found it peculiar. While the nearby cameraman grumbled softly, the footage is all just blurs. It's impossible to archive. As they entered the base's core warehouse, Zhu concentrated, and an overwhelming quantity of supplies instantaneously filled the empty space. Vehicle section. 3 Ford-class aircraft carriers, parked after scaling down, 12 destroyers, 8 American RVs, along with 50 neatly arranged Teslas collected from the United States. Medical section, 100 MRI machines, 200 ventilators, 50 surgical tables, with 300 boxes of radiation protection suits stacked nearby, the labels clearly indicating aid from the Summer Nation to the United States. Food section, 5,000 tons of northeastern rice, 2,000 tons of flour, 100,000 portions of compressed biscuits, and even 1,000 boxes of Peking duck and 500 boxes of fulling pickles sourced from American supermarkets. Military section, 20 M249 machine guns, 50 laser rifles, 10 portable missiles, alongside boxes of military components collected from San Francisco port. The personnel from the coordination office gazed in astonishment, the middle-aged man's mouth agape, struggling to articulate. This must weigh several hundred tons. Have you emptied the ports along the east coast of the United States? Zhu leaned against the doorframe, a smile gracing his lips. Pretty much. You should prioritize distributing these supplies, especially medical equipment and food, to the disaster-stricken areas, while retaining the military equipment for research purposes to prepare for any subsequent calamities. The scholars gathered around, tablets in hand, to document the findings. But after only a brief glance at Zhu, one frowned. How strange. Why can't I recall this gentleman's appearance? I saw it clearly just moments ago. Another researcher with an IQ of 150 nodded. The database refuses to record his information. Every upload results in data corruption. This defies scientific logic. The middle-aged man sighed. Stop analyzing it. Phantom has mentioned that this gentleman prefers to keep his identity concealed. Let us focus on our tasks. The magnitude of the supplies he provided is enough for us to withstand 3 disasters. Zhu ignored their speculations and turned to Yako. I'll make a quick trip to the UK and return within a day at most. Will you wait for me here? Or would you prefer to head back to the fortress? Yako shook her head. I'll wait here. It's a good opportunity to familiarize myself with the layout of the base. It may be useful in the future. As they bid farewell to the coordination office personnel, the middle-aged man continued to repeat, Sir, should you require assistance, feel free to contact us. We can also coordinate if there are any issues at the British Museum. Zhu waved his hand dismissively, channeling his thoughts to manipulate space, and his figure vanished from the warehouse. Yako watched the empty spot, smiling and shaking her head. He always hurried in and out, but managed to arrange everything meticulously. Meanwhile, the scholars from the coordination office remained perplexed, lamenting their inability to remember his appearance. Even the sound of his voice felt indistinct. The middle-aged man patted their shoulders. If we can't remember, then let it be. As long as he can assist us in facing calamities, that is more valuable than anything. Quickly, tally the supplies and dispatch them to the disaster zones. Let's not squander this goodwill. The cold winds of London port mingled with the rain as Zhu landed through teleportation. The silhouette of the British Museum's dome faintly visible against the night sky. He drew out his laser gun, a smile curving his lips as he thought, next, it's time to collect some truly precious treasures. Chapter 43. The Vibrant Streets of London. Encountering a damsel in the museum, the rain, mixed with snow, pelted against the crumbling walls of London, carrying a scent of blood that wafted into the nostrils. Zhu Jue treaded upon the frozen remnants of corpses as he advanced. The distant ruins of Big Ben skewered into the snow, its clock face shattered like a spider's web. This was the capital of Wine Nation in the apocalypse, once a realm of gentlemen, now reduced to scavenging wild dogs and desperate, ravenous refugees. Sir, wait. A woman's voice called from behind, trembling with urgency. Zhu Jue turned to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman hastening towards him, clad in a tattered mink coat. Her exposed calves reddened from a cold. It was Sophie, the once celebrated film star of Europe before the world fell apart, whom he had glimpsed at the street corner, now being pinned against a wall by two refugees as they snatched the last morsel of bread from her. Is there something you need? Zhu Jue inquired, producing a pack of compressed biscuits from his storage, the packaging glistening in the snow. Sophie's eyes sparkled with hope as she swallowed hard, her voice dripping with charm. I know where the back entrance of the British Museum is, and I can help you find the most valuable treasures inside. If only you could spare me a box of bread or a few bags of biscuits. She leaned closer, the coat slipping off her shoulder, revealing her delicate collarbone. In the past, many a wealthy man would have lavished fortunes for such a figure, but now it was worth merely a box of bread. Zhu Jue chuckled, a thought prompting a box of whole wheat bread to materialize on the snow. Lead the way. If you dare to deceive me, you're aware of the consequences. Sophie nodded eagerly, seizing the bread as if it were a lifeline. Her fingertips grazed the back of Zhu Jue's hand, lingering deliberately. Rest assured, I have volunteered at the museum, and I am well acquainted with the collection prior to its closure. I can assist you in ways more valuable than you might imagine. As she spoke, her eyes glimmered, retreating into the shadows of the nearby ruins, her silhouette exuding a sense of submission. Zhu Jue offered no reply, following her towards the British Museum. The absurdity of the post-apocalyptic world surrounded them. Men in suits bartered Rolex watches for half a bottle of mineral water. Pearl-necklaced ladies knelt on the streets begging for a sip of hot soup, and refugees even resorted to murdering their companions over a single sausage. He had once marveled at Wine Nation's wealth, but now he realized that human life was worth less than a loaf of bread. Sophie lamented as they walked, her tone rife with self-deprecation. Upon reaching the rear entrance of the British Museum, Sophie expertly pried open the rusted lock. The security system inside has long since frozen, but a few exhibit rooms require a code, which I know. Zhu Jue followed her inside. The grand hall thick with dust, several ancient Greek statues toppled to the ground, and the emaciated corpse of a security guard lay before a Venus statue with a severed arm. The most valuable treasures are located 3 floors below, including the Rosetta Stone, the Egyptian golden mask, and a bronze vessel from the Shang dynasty. Sophie whispered, pointing towards the staircase. but suddenly halted as rustling sounds emerged from the darkness. 3 refugees were gnawing on stolen gold artifacts, attempting to bite off the gilding. Zhu Jue guasti noveres. With a flash of blue light from his laser gun, the trio collapsed instantaneously, their bodies relegated to a temporary storage space. Sophie paled in shock, inching closer to Zhu Jue. "Sir, you are truly formidable." Zhu Jue ignored her, striding towards the 3rd underground level, with Sophie hurrying to keep pace. Clutching his clothing like a lifeline. In the collection room on the 3rd floor, the Rosetta Stone stood proudly in the center. The golden mask nestled within a glass display case, and in the corner, a lineup of artifacts from the Huaguo region: Tang Sankai horses, Song Dynasty porcelain vases, Ming and Qing calligraphy and paintings, even fragments of Dunhuang scriptures. Collected, Zhu Jue commanded, his thoughts activating, and the stone, the golden mask, and the Huaguo artifacts were instantly absorbed into his space. A panel indicating world-class artifacts collected, spatial volume expanded to 350,000, unlocking artifact restoration function. "Sir, there's a secret storage room over here." Sophie suddenly grasped Zhu Jue's arm, leading him to a corner, where she pushed aside a loose stone slab, revealing a hidden compartment filled with boxes of diamonds and royal jewels. "I discovered this in secret. It belongs to the museum's curator. No one knows of it." Zhu Jue smiled, producing 2 bags of compressed biscuits and handing them to her. "Well done. You have earned your reward." Sophie accepted the biscuits, her eyes lighting up. Suddenly, she rose on tiptoe, leaning towards Zhu Jue's cheek, only to be met with his sidestep. "Doesn't tea the sir like this?" A flicker of disappointment crossed her gaze as she twirled a strand of hair, appearing even more enchanting. "I harbor no interest in expired allure," Zhu Jue retorted, turning to leave. Just as he reached the stairway, a woman's cry for help pierced the air. A dark-haired beauty in a museum staff uniform was being held against a display case by 2 refugees. The collar of her uniform torn, revealing her fair neck. "Lia!" Sophie exclaimed, recognizing her as a researcher at the museum, knowledgeable about many of the artifacts. Zhu Jue raised his hand, the laser gun illuminating once more, and the refugees collapsed to the ground. Lia, shaken, scrambled to her feet, her gaze towards Zhu Jue filled with wariness yet tinged with reliance. "Are you here to rescue us? I know where medical supplies are stored, and I can tell you the location of the royal shelter, if only you could take me away from here." Zhu Jue appraised her. Her black hair and blue eyes framed a face as exquisite as a painting. Her uniform, though tattered, could not conceal her poised stature, possessing a degree of intellect and resilience that Sophie lacked. "Where are the medical supplies?" he inquired. Lia nodded vigorously. "In a medical room on the 2nd underground level. There are antibiotics, painkillers, and several unopened defibrillators. I can lead you there." They followed Lia to the medical room, which indeed housed a substantial stockpile of medical supplies. Zhu Jue collected everything, expanding his storage by another 10,000. Lia stared in astonishment at the vanishing supplies, her eyes wide. "What are you?" Zhu Jue interrupted. "What does the royal shelter contain?" "An abundance of compressed food and fuel, along with several helicopters, though they are currently occupied by refugees," Lia whispered. "My parents are doctors at the shelter, and they're still trapped inside. If you could rescue them, I would do anything for you." Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow. He was in need of someone familiar with the complexities of Y Nation, and Lia proved to be more useful than Sophie. With a flick of his thought, a bag of compressed biscuits appeared in Lia's hand. "Lead the way to the shelter. If you save your parents, I will take you away from London." Lia nodded eagerly, clutching the biscuits tightly, her eyes igniting with hope as she hurried towards the museum's exit. Sophie followed behind, watching Zhu Jue and Lia's retreating figures. A flicker of jealousy igniting within her, yet she dared not voice it. She understood that in Zhu Jue's eyes, she was merely a tool worth a box of bread, while Lia evidently held far greater value. The snow continued to fall in London as Zhu Jue accompanied Lia towards the royal shelter, the artifacts and supplies in his space accumulating ever more. He retrieved his phone, sending a message to the Phantom. "I've nearly collected the treasures from the British Museum. Just need to gather supplies from the shelter before leaving." Here, a box of bread can exchange for a starlet's company. And the people of Y Nation are worth even less than those in M Nation. The Phantom replied instantaneously, "Impressive. The coordination office is inquiring about your return. The personnel at the nuclear base are eager to see the artifacts you've gathered. By the way, I've checked on Leah. She is a top student from the archaeology department at Cambridge. Very useful." Zhu Jue chuckled, pocketing his phone, his gaze fixed upon the path ahead with Leah leading the way. In this apocalyptic world, only those of value could survive, while the useless were but dust, easily exchanged for a box of bread. His mission was clear: to bring back these valuable individuals alongside ample supplies to Jiang City, preparing for whatever calamity lay ahead. Wait a moment. Heisenberg hasn't finished yet. Suddenly, the iron door of the laboratory was thrust open, and Zhu Jue, clad in polar thermal gear, strode in, carrying two boxes, one filled with whole grain bread and the other with fresh milk, the words imported from Xia country glaringly visible on the packaging in the dim light. "Professor Heisenberg, Mr. Cohen?" Zhu Jue placed the boxes on the table, a laser gun holstered at his waist. "I am the liaison from the Xia country Comprehensive Information Coordination Agency. Here to take you away." Heisenberg was taken aback, while Cohen's eyes widened in disbelief. They had been trapped here for 3 days, devoid of food and water, surrounded by marauding refugees. How could anyone suddenly appear with bread and milk? "Take us away? Where to?" Heisenberg inquired warily, his hand stealthily reaching for the wrench under the table. Zhu Jue paid no heed, glancing at his watch. "To Xia country, where there is a temperature-controlled fortress, ample supplies, and laboratories that will allow you to continue your research. You have 5 minutes to decide. Either come with me, where bread and milk are plentiful and research resources are limitless, or stay here, awaiting the inevitable intrusion of refugees or freezing into new specimens in this laboratory." No sooner had he finished speaking than a loud bang echoed from outside the laboratory, the shouts of refugees growing ever closer. Cohen's face turned pale as he grabbed Heisenberg's arm. "Professor, we must go with him. Our research cannot be interrupted." Heisenberg's gaze was fixed on the milk on the table, his throat tightening. His life's work had been in particle physics. To perish here would be too bitter a fate. He looked up at Zhu Jue. "I will accompany you, but I must bring my experimental data along with my students." The 3 minutes elapsed. With a thought, Zhu Jue summoned Heisenberg's experimental hard drive and Cohen's circuit boards, along with the boxes of bread and milk, into his spatial storage. "Your students are in the adjacent building? I will fetch them. You wait at the entrance. No more than 2 minutes." 2 minutes later, Zhu Jue returned with 5 graduate students, each clutching their share of bread, their eyes reflecting the relief of survival. Without delay, he activated spatial teleportation, transporting everyone to a temporary safe point on the outskirts of Munich, where a helicopter from M country was already fueled and ready. Does Xia country truly offer conditions conducive to our research? Heisenberg couldn't suppress his curiosity before boarding. Zhu Jue smiled, tossing him a tablet displaying images of the laboratories at Xia country's Northwest Nuclear Defense Base, a constant temperature of 25 degrees, a brand new particle collider, and an abundance of research supplies. Indeed, the conditions there are tenfold superior to what you currently have. Now, we must depart. Our next stop is Berlin, where several materials science experts await. As the helicopter ascended, Heisenberg observed the chaos below. Refugees looting supermarkets, tanks frozen on the streets. Once a technological powerhouse, now reduced to ruins. Gripping the tablet tightly, he suddenly comprehended. In a world on the brink of collapse, the value of talent could be ignited by a mere box of bread. And Xia country was their only lifeline. After collecting the materials science experts in Berlin, Zhu Jue's satellite phone rang. A dire communication from the Xia country Comprehensive Information Coordination Agency. The voice of the director came through. "Zhu Jue, urgent assistance from the Bear country. They have 1 million soldiers and civilians in the Siberian military district, resilient against the cold, but facing starvation. They possess 100 piece bombs and 3 sets of hypersonic missile technology, seeking to exchange them for our latest Siberian cold-resistant potato seeds. You must personally oversee the transfer." "Peace bombs for potato seeds?" Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow. This trade was indeed unexpected. The Bear country's military technology was world-class. yet they were bowing for food. They have no choice. The director's tone turned somber. Their grain stores have been devastated by the extreme cold. Potatoes are the only crop that can thrive at -30 degrees. Our cold-resistant variety yields 3 times more per acre. Remember, this is not exploitation. It is mutual assistance. They will also provide data from the Arctic Research Station, helping us locate the wreckage of your parent survey aircraft. A flicker of hope ignited within Zhu Jue as he promptly replied, I will head to Moscow right away. What about the seeds? They have already been transmitted via spatial remote delivery to you. 10 tons of raw seeds, sufficient for planting 1 million acres. The director paused, adding, the bear representatives will be waiting for you in a bunker beneath Red Square in Moscow. Exercise caution. They are currently a bit sensitive. Ending the call, Zhu Jue directed the helicopter straight to Moscow, retrieving the 10 tons of potato seed bags from spatial storage, each filled with plump seeds, still imbued with the moisture of recent harvests. He turned to Heisenberg with a smile. Professor, what we are pursuing in Xia country is not plunder, but shared victory. In the bunker beneath Red Square in Moscow, the Bear Country's Minister of Defense, Varnin, paced anxiously, clutching the activation key for the peace bombs. Upon seeing Zhu Jue, he rushed forward, speaking rapidly. Mr. Zhu Jue, have you brought the seeds? Our peace bombs and missile technical data are all ready. As soon as the seeds are in place, we will provide them immediately. Zhu Jue wasted no time. With a thought, he manifested the 10 tons of potato seeds in the center of the bunker, each bag brimming, causing Varnin's eyes to light up. This is the seed. You may begin testing. He handed over the testing report, indicating a yield of 5,000 pounds per acre, capable of being cultivated outdoors at -30 degrees. With a growth period of just 60 days, Varnin had a bag open on the spot, cooking a few potatoes that turn out soft and sweet, far superior to their local varieties. No longer hesitating, he handed Zhu Jue an encrypted hard drive. This contains the maintenance manual for the peace bombs, the design schematics for the hypersonic missiles, and all data from the Arctic Research Station. We honor our word. Zhu Jue accepted the hard drive and connected it to the spatial terminal of the coordination agency for real-time synchronization. Soon, confirmation messages arrived. The data was authentic, and the seeds had been validated, permitting the transfer. Why doesn't Xia country take advantage and demand more? Varnin could not help but ask, bracing for a sky-high price, only to be surprised that Xia country accepted only the weapon data, even including a planning technique manual as a bonus. Zhu Jue regarded him calmly. The extreme cold is not a calamity for a single nation. It is a crisis for all humanity. Xia country seeks not to exploit, but to endure this disaster together. Once your potato harvest is successful, perhaps you could share some with us. Varnin was taken aback, finally saluting respectfully. We will remember Xia country's vision. In the future, whenever you need anything, the Bear Country's military arsenal will always be open to you. As Zhu Jue exited the bunker, the snow in Moscow fell heavier. He pulled out his satellite phone, calling the coordination agency. The transfer is complete. We have secured both talent and technology. Shall we head back to Jiang City? First, we must visit the Arctic Research Station. The director's voice brimmed with excitement. The data provided by the Bear Country includes suspected coordinates of the wreckage of your parent survey aircraft. You should take a look. Zhu Jue's heart raced, and he gazed towards the Arctic direction. The truth behind his parents' disappearance was finally within reach. He commanded the helicopter to fly deeper into the icy expanse, the potato seeds in spatial storage still warm, while Heisenberg and the other experts discussed improvements to the particle collider in the cabin. In the distance, the aurora unfurled across the night sky, a beacon of hope. In the struggle of the apocalypse, it has never been about survival of the fittest. Xia country exchanged a bag of potato seeds for the bear's trust and cutting-edge technology. Zhu Jue traded a box of bread for world-changing research talent. And all of this was merely in pursuit of one goal: to endure the disaster and survive until the day of blossoming spring arrives. Chapter 45, The Chaos of Jiang City, a spectrum of perspectives, refusing to transport building materials while upholding cooperation. In the frigid Jiang City, the biting wind whipped snowflakes into the corridors of the residential complex. Aunt Wang from Building 3 was weeping against the icy windowsill. The last bag of flour from her home had just been snatched away by Young Li from across the hall. An elderly woman huddled with her grandson next to a radiator that had long since gone cold, the child's face turning purple from the chill, too weak even to cry. In the vacant lot below, several young men surrounded half a bag of frozen buns, fighting fiercely. One of them seized an ice pick and plunged it into an opponent, blood dripping onto the snow, instantly freezing into dark red shards. Zhu Jue drove by in a modified Hummer, slowly passing the entrance of the residential complex. The windows tinted with a one-way film, concealing the interior from outside eyes. He gazed at the chaotic scenes on the surveillance screen, where the emergency response team's vehicle was ensnared in an icy pit. The team members disembarked to push the vehicle, only to be surrounded by desperate refugees who were seizing food supplies. Even the first aid kits within the vehicle were pilfered. In the distance, at the supermarket entrance, someone had ignited a shell for warmth, sending plumes of black smoke billowing, yet no one came to intervene. The officials in Jiangsheng were preoccupied with more pressing matters. Reports from the Regional Information Coordination Agency indicated that they were busy establishing underground migration bases in the suburbs, aiming to relocate coastal residents inland before the extreme cold subsided. The turmoil in Jiangsheng had to take a back seat for now. It was a dismal sight. In the passenger seat, Zhou Mou tightened her scarf, her gaze fixed on the frostbitten, homeless individuals huddled by the roadside, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Can we not help them?" she implored. Zhu Jue remained silent, merely pressing down on the accelerator as the Hummer navigated around the icy patches toward the ancestral fortress. Yako, seated in the back, spoke softly. "It's not that we refuse to help. It's simply that we cannot." Moments ago, Zhang Hai from the Coordination Agency had sent a message stating that at least 100,000 households in Jiangsheng were lacking food and warmth. No matter how vast our resources, we cannot save everyone. Zhu Jue nodded in understanding. He was not devoid of compassion. He merely recognized the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Urgent aid for the critical, not for the overwhelmed, prioritizing the essential over the widespread. Previously, he had delivered medical supplies and military equipment because those could stabilize the situation for the authorities. Now, being asked to transport construction materials for the bases, Jiangsheng had planned 12 underground bases, each requiring tens of thousands of tons of steel and cement, was a different matter altogether. Even if his space could accommodate it, the round-trip transport would consume much of his energy. Moreover, with the impending threats of extreme heat and pestilence, he needed to reserve his strength for the people within the fortress. Upon arriving at the fortress entrance, Zhu Jue's satellite phone rang. It was Zhang Hai from the Jiangsheng Emergency Response Team. "Mr. Zhu, have you returned to Jiangsheng? May I trouble you for a favor? The number 3 migration base in the suburbs is lacking construction materials. We can't transport steel and cement over. Would you be able to assist?" "Not convenient," Zhu Jue interjected, his tone calm. "Team Leader Zhang, I am in a cooperative relationship with the Coordination Agency, not a transport service at your beck and call. The previous deliveries of medical equipment and food were life-saving. Now, for constructing a base, you have trucks and emergency routes. Follow the official procedures. I am under no obligation to assist with transport." There was a pause on the other end as Zhang Hai's voice turned resigned. "I understand I'm putting you in a difficult position, but the ice is too thick for trucks to pass. And the higher-ups at the Coordination Agency are unaware of your situation. They can only turn to you. They are unaware because I do not wish for them to be informed." Zhu Jue's voice turned colder. "The Phantom only liaises with your Jiangsheng officials to prevent the higher-ups from becoming overly reliant on me. Your base construction is a long-term endeavor. I can assist once, but cannot do so repeatedly. Find your own solutions." After hanging up, Zhu Jue observed Zhou Qi approaching with a wry smile. "Another request for assistance," he remarked. Zhou Qi sighed. "With the chaos outside, they have no choice. But you're right. We must not indulge them. The people in our fortress are a priority." Upon entering the fortress, warmth enveloped them instantly, the aroma of braised pork wafting from the kitchen, a dish Yako had instructed the cook to prepare. Zhou Mou dashed toward the kitchen to inspect the food, while Yako guided Zhu Jue to the monitoring hall. Pointing at the screen displaying a residential area, she said, "Look, the young man who stole the flour, Xiao Li, has been cornered in the hallway by the refugees. The flower he pilfered has also been taken from him, and he has received a beating. Zhu Jue leaned closer to scrutinize the screen, witnessing Xiao Li curled up in a corner, blood streaming down his face, his arms empty. The ferocity he had displayed while stealing food completely vanished, leaving only fear. He brought this upon himself. Zhu Jue noted devoid of sympathy. In a past life, this very Xiao Li had robbed his neighbor's supplies, ultimately succumbing to starvation and cold. This life was merely a repetition of that fate. As he watched, a message from the Phantom arrived. The higher-ups at the coordination agency inquired why you are not assisting with the transport of construction materials. I covered for you, saying you are occupied with artifacts brought back from country Y and have no time. Additionally, they have planted potato seeds in Bear Country and promised to send you 10 tons of vodka upon harvest. Zhu Jue replied with a smile. No need for vodka. Just have them send the latest data from the Arctic Research Station. Finding my parents' survey vessel is of greater importance. At dinner, the table was laden with an abundance of dishes: braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried greens, and beer that Zhu Jue had brought back from Country M. You serve him a piece of meat, whispering, I know we can't help everyone. It just pains me to watch. Zhu Jue gently patted her head. Once the extreme cold subsides, we will migrate with the officials to the new base and conditions will improve. For now, our task is to safeguard the fortress and prevent the chaos outside from encroaching upon us. Yako nodded in agreement. I organized the supplies in our space today. We have enough food to last us 20 years, and each person can have 5 sets of winter clothing. Even if the extreme cold lasts for another 6 months, we need not fear. Zhou Qi took a sip of beer, gazing at the swirling snow outside. If those people had adhered to the officials' advice and stocked up on supplies or sought warmth sooner, they wouldn't be in this predicament. Ultimately, it's a matter of misplaced hope. Zhu Jue refrained from responding, merely observing the food on the table, fully aware that the turmoil in Jiangcheng would persist. The authorities were too preoccupied, and he would not easily intervene. His collaboration with them would forever be confined to core necessities: disaster warnings, critical supplies, and talent transfer. As for the construction of bases, a conventional endeavor, it was the officials' responsibility to resolve. As night deepened, the fortress glowed warmly against the harsh elements outside. The wind and snow continued to howl, with distant cries and sounds of struggle faintly reaching them, yet failing to penetrate the thick nuclear-proof steel plating. Zhu Jue reclined on the sofa, while Yako and Zhou Mo watched a movie beside him, and Zhou Qi organized the inventory list. This was a rare moment of stability amidst the apocalypse, a small life that Zhu Jue was determined to protect. The extreme cold had not yet ended, and migration had yet to commence. He still had time to stockpile more supplies and seek more talents. When the spring arrives, he would carry those close to him forward into a better life. As for the myriad of human experiences outside, they were merely ordinary scenes in the apocalypse, something to observe, yet not to delve into deeply. Chapter 46. Benevolence leads to capture. Anger in the cold snow, fiery demons protect the heart. On the 31st day of the extreme cold, the trees around Jiangcheng had been largely felled. The poplar forest on the outskirts was left with only bare stumps, and even the ornamental trees in the parks had been cut down. Residents dragged tree trunks home, as burning would become their only hope for survival. In temperatures plummeting to minus 35 degrees, heating had long ceased, and the water pipes had frozen into icicles. Anything combustible had become a precious commodity. At the back door of the fortress, Zhou Mo stealthily advanced towards the alley, clutching 2 bags of compressed biscuits. She spotted the displaced family huddled within a cardboard box, a mother and daughter she had encountered yesterday. The little girl's lips were turning blue from the cold, while her mother held her tightly, cautiously nibbling on a piece of moldy bread tucked within her coat. "Auntie, this is for you," Mo whispered, extending the biscuits, her voice barely above a murmur, fearful of being discovered by Zhu Jue. Yesterday, she had expressed her desire to assist the refugees, but Zhu Jue had cautioned her against overextending herself, urging her not to risk her own safety. Yet, she could not bear to watch the children suffer from hunger. The mother hesitated, her trembling hand reaching for the biscuits. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, 3 masked men suddenly burst forth from the alley, brandishing steel pipes. One of them seized Mou's arm, covering her mouth and demanding, "Don't make a sound. Come with us." Terry feet, Montag Strucklit, causing the biscuit bag to fall to the ground, prompting the little girl to burst into tears. The mother, attempting to intervene, was kicked onto the icy pavement by one of the men, curling up in pain, helplessly witnessing Mou being dragged deeper into the abandoned building of the western city. Zhu Jue, Mou is missing. Zhou Qi rushed into the monitoring hall, clutching Mou's scarf that had fallen to the ground, her voice trembling. The backdoor surveillance had captured footage of her being abducted by 3 masked men, heading towards the abandoned building in the western part of the city. Zhu Jue had just retrieved data from the Arctic Research Project when he heard this and dropped the tablet in shock. He abruptly raised his head, an icy chill replacing the warmth in his eyes, as the air around him seemed to freeze. "Old Chun, take 2 people and follow me to the western city. Li Rue, guard the fortress. If anyone dares to approach, shoot on sight." "Understood." Old Chun grabbed a machine gun and dashed out alongside Zhu Jue. Yako attempted to follow, but Zhu Jue firmly held her shoulder. "Stay at the fortress and wait for me. I will return quickly." His voice was taut, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Mou was his Achilles heel. Touch her, and death would ensue. Inside the dilapidated building in the west of the city, Mou was bound to a radiator, her mouth sealed with tape, tears brimming in her eyes. 3 kidnappers were huddled around her phone, sending a message to Zhu Jue to rescue Zhou Mou. Bring 10 boxes of compressed biscuits and 5 extreme cold weather suits to the 3rd floor of the abandoned building in half an hour. Do not alert the authorities, or we will kill her. One of the taller kidnappers spat disdainfully. "This girl must be Zhu Jue's woman, right? I heard he has a fortress brimming with supplies. Once we obtain what we need, we'll head south and lay low." Another shorter, stocky man chuckled and patted him on the back. "You're clever. I saw her delivering biscuits to the refugees yesterday, clearly a soft-hearted one. Easy to kidnap." They remained oblivious to the figure of Zhu Jue, who had already arrived outside in the biting wind. He did not rush inside, but instead extended his spatial awareness, noting that in addition to the 3 kidnappers, 2 refugees were hidden in the stairwell, clutching knives, likely waiting to seize the moment when the kidnappers retrieved the supplies. "First, clear the perimeter." Zhu Jue drew his laser gun, aimed at the refugees in the stairwell, and with a flash of blue light, they collapsed instantly, their bodies absorbed into the void. He ascended the staircase step by step, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor like the countdown of death. "Who?" The tall kidnapper heard the noise and rushed out with a steel pipe. But as soon as he spotted Zhu Jue, the laser gun pierced through his knee, his scream reverberating in the corridor as blood splattered onto the icy floor, instantly freezing. The remaining 2 kidnappers panicked, seizing Mou and pressing a knife against her neck. "Don't come any closer. If you do, we'll kill her." Zhu Jue halted, his eyes cold enough to freeze a soul. "Release her, and I'll grant you a swift death." "You're full of crap," the stocky man shouted in desperation, pressing the knife harder against Mou's neck, drawing blood. Mou winced in pain, but gazed at Zhu Jue, shaking her head, her eyes pleading him not to intervene. Zhu Jue's breath caught sharply. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the knife from the kidnapper's grasp. The stocky man froze, not yet comprehending, when Zhu Jue lunged forward, seizing his hair and slamming his head violently against the wall. The sickening sound of brain matter splattering echoed, and the lifeless body crumpled. The last kidnapper attempted to flee, but Zhu Jue delivered a powerful kick to his back, sending him sprawling before Mou. Zhu Jue crouched down, gripping the kidnapper's throat, his voice frigid as ice. "Who ordered you to kidnap her? Are there any accomplices?" "No accomplices. It was our own idea. We just wanted some supplies. We never intended to harm her." The kidnapper trembled. "We just wanted some resources." "Wanted resources?" Zhu Jue laughed, a humorless sound devoid of warmth. "Did you not consider that she would feel pain? That she would be terrified?" He tightened his grip, the kidnapper's face turning purple as he writhed, eventually succumbing to unconsciousness. "So you were untit montaku," ripping the tape from her mouth, then gently touched the wound on her neck, his fingertips trembling. "Does it hurt? Don't be afraid. I'm here." Mou collapsed into his embrace, tears finally escaping her eyes. Zhu Jue, I was wrong. I shouldn't have sneaked out. It's not your fault, Zhu Jue murmured, holding her close. I should have protected you better. As they descended, Zhu Jue noticed an elderly woman outside, trudging toward the snow-laden ground, clutching a photograph of her son and daughter. Nearby, someone urged her, Granny, don't go. It's too cold outside. The elderly woman shook her head, smiling softly. I'm old and can barely eat. I'll save what little food I have for my children. I'll find a place over there. So I won't be a burden on you. Her figure gradually faded into the storm, never looking back. Not far away, a man was forcefully pushing a woman toward a group of refugees. Go with them. They'll give me half a bag of flour. And the kids are waiting to eat. The woman cried out, struggling, but I'm your wife. How can you sell me? The man turned his face away, hardening his heart. There's no choice. To survive, I must sacrifice you. You leaned against Zhu Jue, feeling a chill run through her body. Zhu Jue tightened his embrace, hastening toward the Hummer. This is the essence of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world. The light of an elderly woman's sacrifice for her children, juxtaposed with the malevolence of a husband selling his wife for food. There exists kindness like MOUs and cruelty akin to that of the kidnappers. Upon returning to the fortress, Yazi quickly tended to MOU's wounds, while Zhou Qi berated the kidnappers for their wickedness. Zhu Jue sat before the surveillance monitors, observing the chaos in Jiang City. Trees had been stripped bare, food supplies dwindled, and the extreme cold would persist for another 2 months. The more arduous days lay ahead. He retrieved his satellite phone and messaged Ghost. Help me locate all the refugee encampments in the west of the city, particularly those with kidnapping records. I do not wish to see anyone else set their sights on MOU. Ghost responded instantly. Received. Additionally, the coordination office said the construction materials for the coastal migration base are still insufficient and asked if you want them. No time, Zhu Jue interrupted. Right now, I just want to protect the people in the fortress. As for the rest, let the authorities figure out. After ending the call, Zhu Jue approached MOU and gently patted her head. Promise me you won't sneak out again. If you want to help others, wait until I can accompany you. MOU nodded, resting against his shoulder. She understood that Zhu Jue was not cold-hearted. In this dark, apocalyptic world, he needed to first safeguard their small flicker of light before he could muster the courage to face the outside world. The wind and snow continued to howl, but the fortress's lights shone warmly. In the frigid Jiang City, humanity's light and darkness continued to unfold. And Zhu Jue knew that his task was to protect those beside him, to safeguard this warmth, until the extreme cold passed, until the migration began, and until the day he could witness the blossoms of spring. Chapter 47. A beauty's whims break a tough man. Space labor offsets emotional debt. The underfloor heating in the fortress's living room lulled one into a lazy stupor. Zhou Mou nestled in Zhu Jue's embrace, her fingers entwined in his clothing, softly rubbing against his chest. Brother Zhu, the coordination office said the high-temperature resistant materials for the migration base are running low, and there are stacks of cement and steel bars in the suburbs, but the ice is too thick to transport. Can you help a little? Zhu Jue pinched her chin, letting out a weary sigh. The last time I helped transport medical supplies, a third of my spatial energy was depleted. This time, the construction materials are enough for millions. I'll have to make at least 20 trips. Do you have any idea how much energy that requires? Despite his words, he did not push her away. MOU had recently been shaken by the events. Her eyes held a hint of timidity, and with a mere pout, he found himself powerless. MOU's eyes sparkled as she leaned in and pecked him on the corner of his mouth, her cheeks reddening like ripe cherries. I knew Brother Zhu is the best. Now that you've kissed me, I'll leave the door open for you tonight. Without waiting for Zhu Jue's response, she covered her flushed face and dashed back to her room, leaving behind a faint scent of shampoo. Zhu Jue touched the spot where she had kissed him, chuckling and shaking his head. Nearby, Yazi, who had just brewed tea, couldn't help but laugh. You claim you're not soft-hearted, yet when that young lady pouts, you completely forget about the dire straits. What are you laughing at? Zhu Jue stood up, scooping Yazi into his arms and making her wrap her legs around his waist as he walked toward the room. You have your soft tactics, and I have my rewards. Otherwise, Wouldn't my 20 trips of hard labor be in vain? Yazi's ears flushed bright red, and she lightly punched him, yet buried her face closer into him. 3,000 words omitted here. 3 hours later, Zhu Jue emerged from the room, rubbing his sore back, muttering, even in the apocalypse, one must toil like a beast. This debt to the beauty is truly hard to repay. Yazi leaned against the doorframe, handing him the energy detector. The screen displayed that spatial energy remained at 45, with a note stating that a single transport of 100,000 tons of construction materials would consume 5 energy units. Stop complaining, Yazi said with a smile. Ghost just sent a message. The coordination office knows you need energy replenishment and has prepared 3 tons of gold and 2 boxes of Hitian Jade. They said if that's not enough, they'll provide more. It's even more than what you collected for M Country last time. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up, and he instantly ceased his complaints. Now that's what I call being sensible. The last time I helped transport medical equipment was for the greater good. This time, with construction materials for millions. If I were to work for free, my space would threaten to go on strike. Gold and jade are perfect energy sources. Transporting once consumes 5 energy, and 20 trips will just about replenish it. He retrieved the satellite phone and returned the call to Ghost. Inform the coordination agency. Send me the address. Transfer 10,000 tons each time, starting with gold and jade to the energy zone. I cannot afford to lose power midway. Ghost replied in an instant. I've prepared everything. The coordinates for the suburban construction materials have been sent. The gold has already been delivered through the temporary spatial channel to your energy zone, and it has been tested purity at 999. It is sufficient for 25 trips. With a thought, Zhu Jue instantly teleported to the suburban construction site, where piles of steel bars, cement, and boxes of high-temperature resistant ceramic tiles lay like mountains on the icy surface. In the distance, emergency response personnel huddled around a bonfire for warmth. Upon seeing his sudden appearance, they nearly dropped the sweet potatoes they were holding in shock. Don't panic. I'm here to transport construction materials. Zhu Jue brandished the temporary pass from the coordination agency, unleashing his mental power as the first batch of 10,000 tons of construction materials was swiftly absorbed into the spatial realm. The panel displayed consumed golden energy, 5. Remaining energy, 48. Materials transmitted to migration base number 1. The captain of the emergency response team, Zhang, gaped in astonishment at the now barren, icy surface. Is this the power of the mysterious individual? 1,000 times faster than a truck. Zhu Jue disregarded their astonishment, turning to teleport to the next construction point, where supplies from the M Country port were still piled in the spatial realm. The amount of construction materials he was transporting this time exceeded the combined total of the 2 M Country ports. He grumbled while transporting, with a base of millions. Do they really see me as a free porter? Thankfully, I have gold to offset the costs. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Upon completing the 5th trip, Yazi sent him a message via VChat. MOU is preparing ginger soup for you in the kitchen. She said to drink it when you return. Don't overexert yourself. Zhu Jue glanced at the message, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he accelerated the transmission speed. Although he worked like an ox, with the concern of beauty and the energy replenishment from gold, this apocalyptic endeavor didn't seem so arduous after all. As the sun set in the west, Zhu Jue finally completed the 20th trip, the spatial energy replenishing to 50 just in time. The panel indicated total materials transmitted, 2 million tons. High-temperature resistant materials, 500,000 boxes. Coordination agency payment, 3 tons of gold, 2 boxes of Hitian Jade. Energy reserves ample. Upon returning to the fortress, he found MOU waiting at the door, holding steaming ginger soup. Brother Zhu, you're back. Quickly drink some ginger soup to ward off the chill. Sister Yazi has already prepared dinner. Zhu Jue took the ginger soup and drank it in one gulp, warmth cascading down his throat. Yazi emerged from the kitchen with a smile, saying, The coordination agency just messaged, saying you've been a tremendous help. The migration base will be completed 2 weeks ahead of schedule and asked if you would like to engage in long-term cooperation, calculating your appearance fee. Zhu Jue set down the bowl, pulling both young women into an embrace and laughing. long-term cooperation is out of the question. Occasionally lending a hand in exchange for gold and the rewards of beauty is quite worthwhile. The warm light of the living room illuminated their figures, while outside, the wind and snow continued to howl. Yet Zhu Jue knew that as long as he had these two girls by his side, with ample supplies and energy, even if he toiled like a beast in the apocalypse, it felt rather sweet. Chapter 48. The toil of laborers is bitter. Yet laughter at the hot pot alleviates the strain. In the fortress's living room, Zhu Jue collapsed onto the sofa, clutching a cushion and letting out a groundhog-like scream. This is the apocalypse. How is it that as a transmigrant turned tycoon, reborn with a golden finger, I still have to work every day? His voice was filled with indignation, and the cushion in his grasp was contorted under his grip. Yazzie sat beside him, knitting a scarf, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Who was it that said yesterday that trading gold for debt was very advantageous? How come today you're having second thoughts? Zhou Mo was even more direct, leaning in to poke his side. Brother Zhu, yesterday you said the beauty rewards were worthwhile, and today you're lamenting like a beast of burden? Zhu Jue sat up abruptly, pulling Missouri Yu close and planting a kiss on her cheek. Both exasperated and amused. Isn't it you two? One is pouting, the other offering rewards. How could I refuse? Besides, the coordination agency added 2 tons of gold, saying once this transport is complete, they'll help me find the latest coordinates for the Antarctic exploration aircraft. Who can resist that? Ultimately, it was simply too much. Yazzie set down her yarn and handed him a glass of ice-cold cola that Zhu Jue had collected from the M country, stored at a constant temperature in the spatial realm, still fizzing with bubbles. Zhu Jue accepted the cola and took a hearty gulp before pulling out his phone to message Ghost, his tone instantly shifting to that of a big shot. Tell the officials I agree to continue transporting, but with added conditions. First, another ton of Hitian Jade. Spatial upgrades require energy. Second, before the extreme heat, provide me the coordinates for the Antarctic exploration aircraft. I need to find my parents. Third, don't rush me too much. I also need to rest. He concluded with a haughty emoji. Ghost replied in an instant. The officials agreed immediately. They also mentioned that the Hitian Jade you requested is already on the way, and the coordinates for the Antarctic will be prioritized for you by the Bear Country, guaranteed before the extreme heat. By the way, they also asked if you would like an exclusive energy supply channel, so that in the future, gold and jade can be transported directly into your space without you having to make a trip. How considerate of them. Zhu Jue put away his phone, just as he was about to grumble again when the enticing aroma of Hotpot wafted up from downstairs, instantly revitalizing him. Uncle Zhou, is the Hotpot ready? E.M. starving. Zhou Qi's voice came from downstairs. Almost done. The top-grade snowflake beef is just being sliced. Your spatially cut meat is too neatly done, lacking soul. Nothing beats my hand-cut technique. Zhu Jue's eyes lit up as he grabbed Yazzie and Mou, racing downstairs. We must have the hand-cut version. How can the spatial cuts compare to my father-in-law's skill? Who is your father-in-law? Zhou Qi poked his head from the kitchen, a knife in hand, but a smile on his face. Mou hasn't agreed to that yet. Don't be presumptuous. Mou's face immediately flushed, hiding behind Yazzie, revealing only her smiling eyes. Yazzie grinned and gave her a gentle nudge. What are you hiding from? It's bound to happen eventually. In the kitchen, the hot pot bubbled, and the aroma of beef tallow filled the air. Zhou Qi was focused on carefully slicing the snowflake beef, the slices so thin they were translucent, resembling flowers arranged on a plate. Zhu Jue leaned in, attempting to snag a piece, only to have Zhou Qi gently swat his hand away with a knife. What's the rush? Mou and Yazzie aren't seated yet. Wait for everyone to eat together. Understood, father-in-law. Zhu Jue chuckled and ceased his mischief, turning to help set the table with the fine-boned china bowls and silver chopsticks he had collected from the spatial realm, filling the table completely, along with the red wine sourced from the M country. Once opened, the wine's aroma mingled with the fragrance of the hot pot, tantalizing the senses. By the way, little Jew, Zhou Qi said while arranging the beef, Old Chen mentioned that the number of vagrants at the alley has decreased. I heard the officials set up temporary porridge shelters in the suburbs. It should help a bit. You don't always have to worry about someone breaking in. Zhu Jue nodded. The officials are finally doing something useful. Otherwise, there will always be people trying to encroach on our fortress. Once I finish transporting this batch of materials and upgrade the space, our defenses can be bolstered further, giving us more confidence against the extreme heat. MOU placed a piece of beef into the pot, grinning. When the extreme heat arrives, we can enjoy air conditioning and Hotpot in the fortress, without fearing the heat outside. And we can go find our uncle and aunt, Yazzie added. The Bear Country-esque coordinates are definitely reliable. We'll surely find them. Zhu Jue gazed at the boiling beef in the pot, and then at the smiling faces around him, and the grievances of laboring faded away. Despite toiling like a beast of burden, with golden energy replenishment, coordinates to find his parents, and this group of people accompanying him for Hotpot. Life was a tease so grim after all. He picked up a freshly cooked slice of beef and placed it into MOU's bowl. Hurry and eat. It'll taste bad if it cools down. When I finish working, let's throw a party and bring out the Australian lobster and red wine from the space to celebrate properly. Sound great. MOU's eyes sparkled, and Yazzie and Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. The laughter from the kitchen mixed with the bubbling of the hot pot, echoing warmly within the fortress, drowning out the cold winds of the apocalyptic world outside. Zhu Jue watched this scene, quietly thinking, let it be work, as long as I can preserve this warmth. Being a beast of burden for a lifetime seems worth it. Chapter 49. Laboring encounters Japanese stowaways, trading gold for sisters, rejecting vermin. As Zhu Jue emerged from Yazzie's room, his dark circles prominent, the morning light had just begun to filter through the fortress windows, still infused with the lingering fragrance of last night's incense. He hurriedly splashed cold water on his face, grumbling that if he continued to be so overworked, he would inevitably strain his back. Nevertheless, he seized his tactical jacket. Today he had to complete the last 5 deliveries of heat-resistant materials. The Coordinating Bureau's promise of 1 ton of Hitian Jade awaited entry into the spatial energy zone. Upon instantaneously teleporting to the suburban construction materials site, a message from Phantom popped up, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Brother Jew, on the Eastern River, a few rickety boats are drifting over, carrying illegal immigrants from our country. Leading them is Yamamoto, the president of Mitsubishi Group, who previously claimed the extreme cold was a hoax, along with a dozen executives. It seems they intend to sneak into Jiangsheng to seize supplies. Zhu Jue raised an eyebrow, expanding his spatial perception. Indeed, 3 icebreakers were anchored on the icy river, their hulls encrusted with frost, and dozens of individuals huddled on the deck, clad in thin winter attire, shivering from the cold. Yamamoto, wrapped in a mink coat, still managed to retract his neck like a turtle. Quite amusing. Zhu Jue holstered his laser gun and sauntered toward the riverbank. Upon seeing someone approach, Yamamoto hurriedly gestured for his men to prop up their ice picks and called from 10 meters away. Sir, we are from Mitsubishi Group of our country. We wish to pass through Jiangsheng, seeking merely a morsel of food. If you allow us entry, we are willing to offer gold. Zhu Jue crossed his arms, standing on the icy surface as his gaze swept over several small crates piled on their deck, presumably containing gold, alongside a few young women in kimonos. Their faces pale from the cold, protected in the center by the executives, like bargaining chips ready for trade. Pass through, if you intend to seize supplies. Just say so and spare the pretense. Zhu Jue scoffed before the extreme cold erupted. Weren't you the ones claiming that the Summer Nation was alarmist? Didn't you repatriate everyone from the Summer Nation school, asserting that our country could handle it effortlessly? Why are you now resorting to being illegal immigrants? Yamamoto's face turned a shade of liver, yet he dared not retort, merely offering a forced smile. We were blind. Our country has turned into an ice cellar, and we have run out of food. We implore you, sir, grant us a chance to survive. Survive, indeed, but at a cost. Zhu Jue pointed at the crates on the deck. Leave the gold. Consider it a toll for your illegal entry. The spatial energy could use this. He then regarded the women with a smile. As for them, there are plenty of single men in the Summer Nation and with a low birth rate. Let them stay and work. They'll be provided food and shelter and can send supplies back home, which is far better than freezing to death with you. Yamamoto was taken aback, while the nearby executives grew anxious. Sir, we can provide the gold, but they are our people. We cannot. Zhu Jue's gaze turned frosty as he summoned spatial energy, instantly confiscating their ice picks and the meager remaining supply of compressed biscuits. You will either comply with my terms or return to our country and become ice sculptures on the river surface. Choose. The women on the deck's eyes sparkled. They were gifts brought out by Yamamoto from our country, intended to bribe officials in Jiangxing. Now, hearing they might be allowed to live and send supplies back home, they looked at Yamamoto with expressions full of hope. Yamamoto gritted his teeth and nodded resolutely. Fine. You shall have the gold. They can stay. But you must provide us with some cold-resistant potato seeds. We can still save some people back home. Potato seeds can be provided, but compliance is mandatory. Zhu Jue's thought directed 10 bags of cold-resistant potato seeds to land on the deck, adding, tell our country to stop scheming like rats. Sneaking into the summer nation for profit. Becoming ice sculptures is entirely self-inflicted. If you wish to collaborate, come and negotiate openly. We welcome the women to stay for work. As for the rest, they should return whence they came. Yamamoto received the seeds as if they were treasures, hastily instructing his men to unload the gold crates, 2 tons in total, with purity exceeding that of what the coordinating bureau had provided. Zhu Jue's thought absorbed the gold, and the spatial system prompted. 2 tons of gold added, energy reserves raised to 65, bulk personnel resettlement function unlocked. These women, I will ensure they are arranged at the temporary base of the coordinating bureau where they can find work. Zhu Jue addressed the leading woman, work diligently, and the summer nation will not let you go hungry. You can also send supplies back home. The woman nodded eagerly, tears brimming in her eyes. Thank you, sir. We will work hard. Watching Yamamoto's icebreakers head back, Zhu Jue pulled out his phone to message Phantom, dealt with the illegal immigrant from her country, collected 2 tons of gold, and kept 12 women for the coordinating bureau, so they can be assigned to the base's textile factory or cafeteria to resolve the single men's issue. I'll continue transporting construction materials and return to the fortress for Hotpot afterward. Phantom replied instantly, Brother Zhu, you're amazing. The coordinating bureau wants to award you a population introduction bonus. They mentioned that some of those women speak Japanese and English, which is perfect for helping the base with translation. By the way, coordinates for Antarctica have been sent over from the Bear Country. Once you finish transporting the materials, they will be forwarded to you. Zhu Jue smiled as he tucked his phone away, teleporting back to the construction materials site. With 2 tons of gold secured, the spatial energy was sufficient, and he had also helped address some of the single men's dilemma in the summer nation. This labor trip not only bore no loss, but resulted in a profit. By evening, after completing the last delivery of construction materials and returning to the fortress, he found Zhou Qi simmering beef bone soup, while Mou and Yako were tidying up the fruits just retrieved from the space. Welcome back. Mou rushed over, offering him a cup of hot milk. I heard you collected gold from our country and kept 12 women. Indeed, Zhu Jue replied, wrapping an arm around her and planting a kiss on her cheek. I secured benefits for the single men in the summer nation while garnering some energy, a win-win situation. By the way, the coordinates for Antarctica are on their way. Once the extreme heat arrives, we'll go find my parents. Yako approached with a platter of fruits, smiling. Then we must prepare swiftly. We still need to inventory the heat-resistant equipment in the space. Zhou Qi's voice boomed from the kitchen. The beef bone soup is almost ready. I added ginseng from M country today to replenish your laboring back. Laughter filled the living room once more, while outside, Yamamoto's icebreakers had long vanished into the twilight. The warm light of the fortress reflected the most grounded happiness amidst the apocalypse, with gold replenishing energy, women alleviating troubles, and family companionship, even if laboring was still necessary. Zhu Jue felt that this end-of-the-world existence was far more comfortable than in his previous life. Chapter 50. A frigid night, diverging paths, and the blade enters the borders. In the second month following the eruption of extreme cold, the morning light over Jiangxing always carried a chill tinged with frost. Zhu Jue sat on the sofa in the fortress's living room, the lingering warmth of a cup of hot sake from the Our Country warship still lingering on his fingertips. As he disembarked from that 5-star equipped icebreaker yesterday, he had jokingly remarked that despite the freezing conditions, life seemed rather comfortable. However, Yako had unceremoniously thrown the kimono he brought back outside the door, while Mou, when handing him milk, did not even spare him a glance. And Zhou Qi's commotion in the kitchen while stewing beef bone soup sounded as though she were dismantling the stove. All right, I admit I was wrong. Zhu Jue tugged at the zipper of his tactical jacket. His satellite phone in his pocket vibrated, delivering an encrypted message from the Summer Nation's central hub regarding the heat-resistant panels for 6 coastal super cities and winter supplies for 3 million residents. All to be transported to the Morning Star hub in the Himalayas in 3 batches within 3 days, specifically assigned to the mysterious figure. Rubbing his temples, he was just about to initiate spatial teleportation to the suburban construction materials site when the white jade pendant in his palm suddenly grew hot. The spatial panel flashed a red alert. Unknown energy interference detected, teleportation function limited, effective range 1 kilometer, interference source located. Country area, 51. An interference device? Zhu Jue frowned, opening the satellite map sent by Phantom. The Earth resembled a glass orb wrapped in white frost, with a faint blue beam piercing the clouds above the country desert, detectable even by the Beidou star chain for energy fluctuations. He dared not inform Yako and Mou, instead vaguely stating that the teleportation was lagging and that he would take a military helicopter. As he turned to grab his backpack filled with compressed biscuits, Mou quietly slipped 2 warmers into his pocket, while Yako left a meticulously arranged list of cold-resistant equipment at the entrance, filled with caution without mentioning forgiveness. Simultaneously, in the underground base of Area 51 in Country, Kane, the leader of the ARC team, was lost in thought before the holographic map. Clutching a photo of his daughter Lucy in his left hand, the little girl with twin ponytails holding freshly baked cookies, the edges of the photo worn from constant handling. Captain, the small-scale spatial interference device has been calibrated. It can suppress the mysterious figure's teleportation within a 20-kilometer radius. Miller, a member of the team, handed over a silver-gray cold-resistant suit, its cuffs embroidered with the black ARC emblem. The director from Chelsea remarked, "Seize him, and you and Lucy shall gain access to the main cabin. Fail to do so, and she will be reassigned to the nuclear reactor as expendable personnel next month." Kane accepted the cold-resistant suit, his fingertips digging into his palm. Behind him, 14 teammates were inspecting their gear. Parker, the genetically enhanced soldier, concealed his sister's medical records, pulmonary fibrosis, treatable only at ARC Base, within the tactical boots. Sophia, the scout, had her brother's dog tag in her backpack, an engineer at the base. A failure would result in being sent to clean up nuclear waste. And Jones, the demolitions expert, had a photograph of his pregnant wife's ultrasound pinned to his collar. At 3 a.m, the lift platform opened slowly, revealing 5 snowmobiles parked on the icy surface. In the distance, the sound of an invisible transport aircraft's engines rumbled softly like distant thunder. No other teams occupied the cabin, only their ARC squad, whose mission was to cross the East Sea clandestinely. The other 4 teams had long departed on their respective routes. At the military base in Hokkaido, Russia, the leader of the Shadow Team, Sato, pried open a frozen ration bar with his katana. Team member Yamada stealthily retrieved his phone, revealing a picture of his 3-month pregnant wife, Miho, with the frozen cherry trees of Tokyo Bay in the background. He quickly stowed away. Sato's voice was sharp as an icicle. His sister, Yuriko, had vanished after being taken by a mysterious figure last year, and Chelsea had promised that capturing him would ensure Yuriko's return to her homeland. Suzuki handed him a tattered Chinese cotton-padded jacket, scavenged from a deceased refugee. Still flecked with ice. "Captain, there are many refugees along the northeastern border. We'll disguise ourselves as those attempting to cross into the east. The code phrase is Imperial Jade Liquor. 180 for a cup. Memorize it." In an underground bar in Seoul, South Korea, the captain of the Universe First Team, Kim Min-cheol, gulped down the last sip of soju. The bar lacked heating, frost clung to the bottles, and his sister, Kim Min-ji's voice echoed in his ears. "Brother, if no one captures the mysterious man, I will be sent to become a genetic test subject." He smashed his glass against the wall, shards spraying his face without registering. Team member Park Chan handed him a fake ID, bearing the name Lee Jeol, a clothing merchant. The unfamiliar face in the photo, a stark reminder. They would circumvent the Korean peninsula, as the summer country's border guards had recently intensified their checks. And a wrong code would lead to immediate gunfire. In the Siberian steppes of the Bear Country, the leader of a mercenary team, Ivan, was on the phone with his mother. Her intermittent cough echoed through the line. "Ivan, don't come. I won't be treated anymore." He clenched the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. His mother's emphysema could only be sustained by ARC Base's respirators. "Mother, wait for me." He hung up and accepted the snowmobile keys from teammate Nikolai, who had concealed 3 modified sniper rifles in the vehicle's cargo. Enter through the northwestern border. Follow the tracks of the herdsmen. Their dogs are keener than sentinels. In the ruins of Paris, the captain of the United Team, Mark, embraced his pregnant wife one last time. The woman, her lips turning blue from the cold, pressed a piece of chocolate into his pocket. The child has yet to meet his father. As he turned away, teammate Thomas was writing a farewell letter to his daughter, his handwriting trembling. His daughter was in the base's nursery. Failure would mean being sent to the lower living quarters. 5 sleds pulled by dogs rested in the snow, their barks echoing far across the ruins. On the coastal highway of the summer country at 4 in the morning, the snowplow's headlights pierced the darkness, crunching over the frozen bodies on the road with a sharp snap. A woman lay in the snow, clutching her frozen child. Half of the cotton blanket that wrapped the infant torn away by refugees, her fingers frozen in a grasping position. Beside the road, members of the protection brigade brandished welded rifles, surrounding an overturned supply truck to seize ration bars. The leader, Zhao Hu, kicked an elderly man aside, bellowing, "If you're going to steal, do it quickly. Don't waste my time." At 6 o'clock, Zhu Jue's military helicopter took off on the dot. Pilot Lao Wang's eyes were bloodshot. He had completed 4 consecutive evacuation missions. The lingering scent of sweat and coal smoke from the refugees filled the cabin. "Mr. Mysterious, ahead lies Zhoushan Port, where the first batch of heat-resistant panels awaits." Lao Wang pointed out the window, the port's cranes frozen like sculptures, while soldiers from the summer country used blowtorches to melt the ice off containers, refugees gathering at a distance, their eyes filled with longing. Zhu Jue summoned a panel from the space. Half of the 100,000 space already freed up. The 2 tons of gold collected yesterday lay in the energy zone, boosting the reserves to 65. He touched the hand warmer in his pocket, suddenly recalling the expression on MOU's face when packing supplies, a smile tugging at his lips. Despite the biting cold outside, the warmth within the fortress was sufficient to endure this transport. On the surface of the East Sea, Kane's ARC squad lay concealed behind a floating ice sheet. The snowmobile engines had been set to the lowest power, and Miller used night vision goggles to observe the distant summer country Coast Guard ship. As the searchlight swept across the icy expanse, everyone held their breath. Only 5 kilometers to shore, Kane whispered after landing, "Split up and meet at Wui Mountain. If anyone gets caught, do not implicate your teammates." On the snowy path of the northeastern border, Sato's shadow team blended in with the refugees. An elderly man, frozen, reached out for food. Yamada attempted to kick him away, but Sato grasped him and retrieved half a bag of expired biscuits from his backpack, tossing it to the refugees. They scrambled frantically, taking the opportunity to slip into the nearby woods, the anguished cries of the trampled elder echoing behind them. Along the border of the Korean peninsula, Kim Min-cheol's team had just crossed the barbed wire when gunfire erupted from the border station. A refugee who failed to answer the code was pinned in the snow. As the bullet pierced his skull, blood splattered onto Park Chan's cold-resistant suit, quickly freezing into a dark red stain. "Run," Kim Min-cheol urged, pulling Park Chan toward the forest. The sled dogs paused, leaving chaotic prints in the snow. In the northwestern steppes, Ivan S.'s team had stolen 3 snowmobiles from the herdsmen. The barking of dogs grew increasingly closer, and Nikolai shot 2 of the closest pursuing sled dogs. The herdsmen's curses drifted far in the wind. "Outsiders, may you die a miserable death." On the snowy path southeast of the Paris ruins, Mark's team had lost 2 members. Thomas had fallen into a crevice, and another had been struck by a frozen branch. Mark bent to retrieve Thomas's farewell letter, which read, "Tell Lily, Daddy is gonna find her some candy." He tucked the paper into his coat, gritting his teeth. "We must go, for our families, We must survive to reach China. As Zhu Jue's helicopter landed at Zhoushan port, soldiers from the summer country had already piled the heat-resistant panels into a small mountain. Captain Zhang Yong approached, handing him a cup of hot ginger tea. Mr. Mysterious, thank you for your hard work. If these panels do not reach the Morningstar hub, the coastal people will freeze during the winter. Zhu Jue nodded, a thought passing through his mind, and with a mere gesture, the mound of heat-resistant panels vanished, leaving only a sheen of ice on the ground. Zhang Yong's eyes widened, but he quickly regained his composure. He only knew that this mysterious individual possessed unique abilities, unaware that he had the capacity to contain half a city within his space. In the distance on the sea surface, Kane's squad finally made landfall. They took shelter behind an abandoned fishing boat as Miller activated the satellite locator, a red that was moving toward Wui Mountain. Captain, the patrol from the summer country is approaching, Parker whispered suddenly, as 3 military trucks' headlights drew nearer along the road. Soldiers in the cargo area, raising their rifles and scanning the surroundings warily. Kane signaled for silence, and everyone slipped into the ice hole beneath the fishing boat. The tremors from the passing trucks caused ice chips to fall. Parker's feet grew numb from the cold, yet he dared not move. He recalled his sister's voice in the video. "Brother, I'm waiting for you to come back," his nails digging into his palm. Chapter 51. Shadows of Espionage. A frightening code. The sea breeze at Ningbo port whipped ice particles against the helicopter door, creating a staccato sound. Zhu Jue had just retrieved the list for the second batch of heat-resistant panels from his space when he noticed a gathering of people on the road below. 3 men clad in thick cotton coats were pressing a man wrapped in a black headscarf, one of them brandishing a steel pipe and shouting, "Tell me, what is the next line after no gifts for the festival this year?" "Failed to answer, and you're a foreign spy." The man in the black headscarf stuttered, his face turning purple from the cold, as the ration bar in his arms fell to the snow, instantly snatched away. Zhu Jue instructed pilot Lao Wang to lower the altitude, catching a clearer view of the man's high nose and blue eyes, an unmistakably European visage, which could not be concealed despite being bundled up. Soon, the patrol truck from the Xian Nation approached, and the soldiers alighted, swiftly taking the individuals away. The commanding officer addressed the onlookers among the displaced populace. "Capture foreign spies for a reward of 10 kilograms of potatoes. Report unfamiliar faces to the authorities without taking matters into your own hands." The fervor among the citizens for apprehending spies was palpable. Zhu Jue withdrew his gaze as his satellite phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from Phantom. The jammer was still causing disruptions. The beam from Area 51 remained strong, yet no precise information on the number of personnel dispatched had been obtained. Only that a small squad was converging on the transport route from various directions. He furrowed his brow, his fingertips gliding across the spatial panel, where the first batch of thermal shields was neatly stacked, with the energy reserve indicator still at 65. He needed to expedite the transport of the second batch to make room for residential supplies. Simultaneously, in the temporary office of the Jiangcheng Coordination Bureau, Wang Ku, Agent 8 from the M Nation, trembled before his computer. On the screen was Zhu Jue's transport route, arriving at Ningbo port at 1,400 hours, transferring to Wenzhou port at 1,800 hours, with the second batch of thermal shields weighing approximately 80,000 tons. Just as he sent the message, he heard footsteps outside. It was Director Li coming to deliver evacuation documents. Wang Ke hastily closed the chat window and moved the cursor to the supply report, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. "Wang Ke, why do you look so pale?" Director Li set down the documents and offered him a cup of hot ginger tea. "Are you cold? If it's too much, take a break. We will manage the logistics for this batch." Wang Ku accepted the tea, feeling the warmth seep into his fingertips. Yet he was gripped by anxiety. His daughter was studying abroad in the M Nation, but in reality, she was a hostage seized by Chelsea. If he failed to relay information, she would be sent to the ARC base's experimental chamber next month. "It's nothing, Director Li, just a bit tired." He forced a smile and watched as Director Li departed. He quickly opened the reply from the M Nation. "Continue to monitor closely. The ARC team has reached the vicinity of Zhoushan, waiting for the mysterious individual to be alone." Wang Ke's gaze fixated on the ARC team on the screen, his hand trembling uncontrollably. He did not know the number of individuals in the team, but each message he sent brought him one step closer to the abyss. By the abandoned fishing boats at Joshanport, Kane's ARC team was gnawing on frozen, hard-compressed biscuits. Miller removed his black headscarf, revealing his deep brown hair, scanning the surroundings cautiously. I just saw the patrol team take away a European. The Xian nation is really strict. We stand out too much. We must maneuver around them. Parker's foot was still swollen. The medical record in his tactical boot was pressing painfully against him. His sister's pulmonary fibrosis had worsened recently, and the base doctor had warned that if they did not find an effective treatment soon, she would not last more than half a month. Captain, there's a group of displaced people ahead. Should we steal some winter clothes? He pointed towards a distant shack with smoke rising. But Kane shook his head. The displaced have sharp eyes. If we're recognized, it won't be worth the risk. Let's endure until we reach Wui Mountain. No sooner had he spoken than they heard cries from the direction of the shack. Catch the foreign devil. There's one more here. Kane quickly instructed the team to squeeze into the icy hollow beneath the fishing boat. Through the gaps, they witnessed two displaced individuals chasing a blond man, who fell into the snow and was swiftly subdued by the approaching patrol team and taken away in a truck. Good thing we didn't go. Miller wiped the ice from his face, his voice trembling. In the snowy forests of the northeastern border, Sato's stealth team was navigating around a settlement of displaced individuals. Yamada clutched a fake ID bearing the name Wang Chong, hailing from Jilin, but his accent kept slipping. Just moments ago, at a temporary checkpoint, a sentry had asked him which place had the best excavator technology. He hesitated for half a second before responding, Shandong, China, looking for Lanxiang, nearly revealing his cover. Stay focused. Saito kicked him, pointing toward a nearby village. Let's go there for some water, but don't speak. Use hand signals. As they approached the village entrance, they saw an elderly woman wielding a hoe, chasing a burly man, shouting, "How dare you steal my potatoes? I'll beat you to death, you thief." The man stumbled in his flight, potatoes spilling from his arms, quickly surrounded by villagers who beat him mercilessly. The Xiao people are really ruthless to foreigners, Suzuki whispered. Saito remained silent, quickening his pace, recalling his sister Yuriko's letter, which mentioned she was doing well in the Xiao nation, yet every line expressed fear. He had to capture the mysterious individual to bring his sister back. On the northwestern grasslands, Ivan's mercenary team was hiding in a frozen riverbed. Nikolai had lost his sniper rifle. Earlier, they encountered a group of herdsmen who, seeing their Slavic faces, chased them for 3 miles with hunting rifles. Seizing 2 bags of compressed biscuits. We should have found a guide with a Han face. Ivan kicked at the ice beside him, his teeth chattering. His mother's respirator was low on fuel, and Chelsea had stated that only by capturing the mysterious individual would they secure more fuel. Suddenly, barking dogs echoed from a distance. Ivan quickly instructed his team to lie low as a squad of Xia soldiers passed by, leading sled dogs that sniffed the snow, coming within mere meters of their hiding spot. "Don't breathe," Ivan whispered urgently. The team stifled their breaths, watching the sled dogs leave traces in the snow until the soldiers moved on, allowing them to finally exhale deeply. At the supply station in Wenzhou port, Zhu Jue was assisting soldiers with unloading thermal shields. A young soldier rushed over with a frozen bun, exclaiming, "Mysterious sir, please have something to eat. This is today's ration." Zhu Jue accepted the bun, taking a bite that sent a jolt of pain through his teeth from the icy crust. Yet he couldn't help but recall the beef bone soup Zhou Qi had prepared. If only he could return to the fortress now, the soup would still be warm. "Have you heard? They just apprehended our nation's spy at the port. Someone with a Han face, but the accent gave them away." Another soldier's words made Zhu Jue's heart race. He pulled out his phone to inquire with Phantom. "Is there a possibility of a spy with a Han face?" Phantom quickly replied, "Not excluded. The M Nation would certainly seek familiar faces to infiltrate. Be vigilant of those around you, especially in the Coordination Bureau." Zhu Jue nodded, intending to place the bun into his spatial storage when he spotted a black sedan approaching on the distant road. It was a vehicle from the Coordination Bureau, and the figure stepping out was none other than Wang Ke. "Mysterious sir, Director Li sent me to coordinate the supply list." Wang Ke handed over a sheet of paper, though his hands trembled. As Zhu Jue took the list, he noticed bruises on Wang Ke's wrist, resembling Martram grip. Thank you for your hard work. Coming out in this cold weather, Zhu Jue observed without revealing his thoughts. Wang Ke's gaze darted away as he muttered, "It's the least I could do," before hastily getting back into the car and driving off. Watching the sedan disappear into the swirling snow, Zhu Jue touched the white jade pendant in his palm. The spatial storage showed no anomalies, yet he sensed something was amiss. At the foot of Wui Mountain, Mark's European Union team was down to 5 members. After Thomas fell into a crevice, 2 more team members were captured by the displaced people as suspected foreign spies and handed over to the military. Mark pulled out a letter he had written, the name Lily smudged with tears. He tucked the letter into the inner pocket of his cold weather gear and addressed his team. "We only have 20 kilometers to go to the ambush point. No matter what we encounter, we must not stop." The team members nodded, trudging through the knee-deep snow, the sled dog's paws wrapped in tattered cloth, slipping with every step. On a distant hilltop, the Xian Nation's lookout tower glimmered with lights, its searchlights sweeping across the snow. Mark quickly instructed his team to lie flat in the snow, praying silently that they would not be discovered. Back at the Jianshan Coordination Bureau, Wang Ke returned to his office, just about to sip some hot ginger tea when he received a message from the M Nation. "Send the transport route for the next batch of supplies, or your daughter will not see the sun next week." He stared at the threatening message on the screen, tears falling onto the keyboard, freezing into tiny ice crystals. He knew what he was doing, but for the sake of his daughter, he could only walk this dark path to the end. Zhu Jue's helicopter arrived at Wenzhou port at dusk, successfully transporting the second batch of thermal shields into the spatial storage. Pilot Old Wang rubbed his frostbitten face and said, "Mysterious sir, we can transport the final batch tomorrow, and after that, we can finally catch our breath." Zhu Jue nodded, gazing out the window at the swirling snow. In the distance over the sea, a stealthy little boat was heading towards Wui Mountain. He could not discern the boat's appearance, but he felt that within that darkness lay countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him. Chapter 52, Nuclear Box Deterrence, a Terrifying Underbelly. The twilight at Wenzhou port was suffused with cold, pressing down on the icy surface of the sea, which shimmered with a chilling glow. As Zhu Jue had just stowed away the second batch of 80,000 tons of thermal insulation boards into the space, he observed a commotion in the distance where a group of refugees had suddenly erupted. Several men restrained a man clad in a tattered jacket, brandishing a steel pipe, demanding, "Speak. What do you drink to avoid getting fired up? If you can't answer, you're a spy." The man, panic-stricken, waved his hands frantically, his accent distinctly marked by an our-country dialect. "I came to seek refuge with relatives. I know nothing about drinks." No sooner had he uttered these words than gunfire erupted from the patrol team. A soldier immediately pulled the trigger, and a bullet shattered the man's kneecap, dragging him through the snow and leaving a dark crimson trail. Unable to respond to the Chinese cipher, how dare he masquerade as a refugee? Take him back for interrogation. Furrowing his brow, Zhu Jue averted his gaze, his satellite phone vibrating in his pocket with an urgent message from Phantom. The Tiansu space station has captured footage of a light beam from Area 51 connecting to a nuclear power plant. The jammer operates on nuclear power, and the Summer Nation's headquarters has contacted the Bear Country and the European Union, aiming to convene a global satellite conference to compel M Country to shut down the equipment. His fingertips glided across the spatial panel, where the 100,000 square meters were mostly occupied by thermal insulation boards, leaving just enough room to accommodate the third batch of supplies and some residents' winter bedding. He needed to finalize the last route promptly. Simultaneously, in the basement of the Jiangshan Coordination Office, Wang Ke, M Country Spy No. 8, was trembling as he stared at his phone screen. In the video, his daughter, Xiaoya, was bound to a frigid iron chair, her face marked with handprints. Chelsea's voice crackled through the receiver. "Zhu Jue's third transport route. If you delay for another half hour, all you'll have left are Xiaoya's experimental records." Wang Ke's nails dug into his palm, blood droplets staining the keyboard. He had just gleaned information from Director Li, 1000 to Fuzhou Port, picking up 300 coastal residents, direct to the Himalaya Morning Star headquarters. Each word felt like a knife, dragging him deeper into despair. He opened the chat window, his fingers trembling so violently that he mistyped Fuzhou port twice. He understood that sending this message could very well cost Zhu Jue his life. But Xiaoyu was still waiting for him in M Country's experimental chamber. "Dad, save me." Xiaoyu's intermittent cries echoed through the video. Wang Ku abruptly closed his eyes and pressed the send button. The screen flashed with Chelsea's reply. "Excellent. Once we capture the mysterious person, you will be reunited with your daughter." He slumped back in his chair. No amount of warmth from the heating could dispel the chill running down his spine. He was uncertain whether he was saving his daughter or endangering many others. In the snow-laden forest at the foot of Wui Mountain, Mark's European Union team was dragging an injured comrade towards their ambush point. Moments earlier, when the refugees had spotted them, team member George had been struck in the ribs by a steel pipe while attempting to cover their retreat. Now, each step he took was accompanied by a cough of blood. Mark pulled out a letter from his pocket, the name Lily softened by his body heat. He touched the piece of chocolate his wife had tucked inside, intended for their daughter, now uncertain if he would ever live to see her again. "Captain, there are patrol tracks ahead." Team member Pierre suddenly halted, pointing at the boot prints in the snow, clearly belonging to the Summer Nation's border guards marked with the 81 insignia. Less than a kilometer away, Mark quickly signaled for the team to hide in the frozen cave. George leaned against the rocky wall, coughing as he said, "Don't worry about me. You all go. Catch the mysterious person and check on Lily for me." Mark said nothing, simply placing the chocolate in George's hand. He understood that no one could afford to give up. To do so would mean total despair for their families. Outside, the howls of sled dogs pierced the air as Pierre gripped his laser gun, his palms slick with sweat. They had only 3 operational weapons left, and their ammunition was dwindling. If discovered, they would have no choice but to fight. In the abandoned warehouse at Zhoushan Port, Kane's ARC team was gnawing on frozen venison. Miller's cold weather suit had torn, allowing the frigid wind to seep in, causing him to shiver. I just saw a snowplow from the Summer Nation transporting supplies. It bore the insignia of the Morningstar headquarters. Zhu Jue is undoubtedly sending them that way. Parker's foot had swollen to the point that he could no longer wear his tactical boots, and his medical records had become crumpled from constant handling. His sister had messaged him yesterday, stating her breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. The base doctor had ceased her temporary medication, awaiting his capture of the mysterious person to exchange for the special medicine. "Captain, our small jammer is running low on power. We need to find an opportunity to steal diesel from the Summer Nation." He gestured towards the fuel tanker outside the warehouse, his eyes glinting with determination. Kane shook his head, pointing towards the distant lookout tower. "The Summer Nation's sentries are watching. Any movement will lead to discovery. We must endure a little longer. When Zhu Jue passes Wui Mountain, we will spring our ambush, and at that moment, the stealth fighter will arrive for extraction." He took out a photo of Lucy, his daughter's smiling face brushing against his fingertips. No matter how arduous the journey, he had to return alive. In the conference room of the Summer Nation's headquarters, the atmosphere was as frigid as ice. On the large screen, the left displayed a schematic of the nuclear power plant connected to the light beam from Area 51, while the right showcased blurred trajectories of 5 suspicious teams. Director Lee stood before the screen, his voice resonating with resolve. M Country is using nuclear power to drive the jammer, aiming to trap the mysterious person and sever our supply lines. We must compel them to shut it down. The highest authority, Old Chun, rapped on the table and pressed the button to connect the satellite conference. Instantly, dozens of windows popped up on the screen, with the figure of the Bear Country's emperor appearing first. He pointed at the Area 51 diagram. M Country orchestrates this to monopolize survival resources post-extreme heat. If they do not shut down the equipment, Bear Country's strategic missiles will target that nuclear power plant. M Country Representative Johnson's complexion paled as he hurriedly explained, "It's merely cold resistance equipment, not a jammer. We will shut it down immediately." No sooner had he finished speaking than the EU representative Macron scoffed. "Cold resistance equipment requires nuclear power? Does M Country think we are fools? If you dare lie again, the EU will join forces with the Summer Nation to cut off your energy supply." Old Chun observed the quarrel on the screen and pressed the communicator. "Have space-based weapons target the power lines of Area 51, should they attempt any tricks." We will sever their electricity. Outside, in the night, the lights of the Tianxiu space station flickered in the cold void of space. That was the Summer Nation's confidence and the shield protecting millions of refugees. When Zhu Jue received the message in the temporary tent at Fuzhou port, he was assisting soldiers in distributing blankets to the refugees. An elderly woman grasped his hand, her fingers trembling and purple with cold as she said, "Sir, thank you. With this blanket, my grandson will survive the winter." He smiled and nodded, yet his heart felt heavy. Phantom had just sent him a lead on Wang Ke's message. Someone in the coordination office had leaked the route to Fuzhou port to M country, suspected to be an internal spy. He felt the Jade pendant in his palm, and the spatial panel popped up a notification. Jammer power reduced. Effective range shrunk to 15 kilometers, but not completely shut down. It seemed the global conference had made an impact, but M country would certainly not play fair. He pulled out his phone and messaged MOU. "Once the last batch is transported, I'll return. I've reviewed the list of cold resistance equipment for Yazi. Everything is in order." MOU quickly replied, "Uncle Zhou has made mutton soup. Wait for you to return to warm up. Stay safe." Zhu Jue gazed at the message, a smile tugging at his lips. No matter how cold it was outside, the warmth within the fortress was sufficient to sustain him. In the office of the Jiangshan Coordination Office, Wang Ke sat staring blankly at his computer. On the screen was M Country's reply. "The ambush point is set. We're just waiting for Zhu Jue to take the bait." Suddenly, he seized the water cup on the table and smashed it against the wall. The cup shattered, hot water splattering on the ground, quickly freezing into ice. He knew he could not turn back. Yet watching the refugees carrying their belongings towards the interior from the window felt like a knife twisting in his heart. At the ambush point in Wui Mountain, Mark and Kane's team finally reunited. Originally a group of 60, only 28 remained, each person's cold weather suits riddled with holes, their faces tinged with purple. Kane pulled out his laser gun, checking the ammunition. "Zhu Jue will pass here tomorrow. We will use tranquilizer darts. We must capture him alive. Only then can we enter the Arkansas." Mark clutched the letter in his arms, nodding in agreement. In the snow, the team began to set traps. The shells of the tranquilizer darts encrusted with ice. They had to warm them with their body heat before use. The distant lookout tower glowed with light. The Summer Nation's patrols were still scouring the mountains, resembling wolves hidden in the ice crevices, waiting for their prey to appear. As Zhu Jue boarded the helicopter at 5 in the morning, the dawn was just breaking over Fuzhou port. Pilot Lao Wang rubbed his frostbitten face and said, "Mysterious person. After the last batch is delivered, we can finally take a good rest for a couple of days." Zhu Jue nodded, casting his gaze out the window at the icy surface of the sea, which shimmered with a cold luminescence. In the distance, a faint blue light flickered atop a mountain peak, tightening his chest with sudden apprehension. That was the light of a small interference device from Country M. He retrieved his satellite phone and messaged Ghost. "There's an interference signal in the direction of Wui Mountain. Advise the artillery battalion of Xia Country to move that way. I suspect an ambush." As the confirmation of successful transmission appeared, the helicopter ascended, soaring towards Wui Mountain. On the spatial panel, amidst a vast area of 100,000 square meters, supplies were piled high, representing the hopes of 3 million coastal residents. He could not allow the team from Country M to obliterate all of it. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Area 51, Chelsea watched the surveillance screen with a cold smirk. The trajectory of Zhu Jue's helicopter was clearly visible, and the ambush team was already prepared. Capturing the mysterious individual would secure the ARC project for Country M. He pressed the communicator, instructing his team to ensure that Zhu Jue remained unharmed. A live target was far more valuable. In the snowy expanse, Kane received the message, tightening his grip on the laser gun. The roar of the approaching helicopter grew louder, and he gestured to his comrades to prepare. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Capturing Zhu Jue would allow them to reunite with their families. Failure would mean perishing in the snow. As Zhu Jue's helicopter entered the airspace of Wui Mountain, a red alert suddenly flashed on the spatial panel. High-intensity interference detected, teleportation functionality disabled, ambush point locked in, distance 5 kilometers. He straightened abruptly, shouting to Old Wang. "Lower altitude." Their an ambush. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a laser missile shot forth from the forest, glinting coldly as it hurtled toward the helicopter's engine. Chapter 53, Rotor Panic, Blood in the Snow. The moment the laser missile collided with the helicopter's engine, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the snow, shaking the ground. Zhu Jue was momentarily blinded, a wave of heat engulfing him as ice particles struck his face, akin to being sliced by a searing blade. Black smoke billowed from the right engine, the rotor speed plummeting, and the aircraft tilted sharply to the right at a 45-degree angle. The dashboard lit up with red warning lights, the piercing alarm drowning out the howling wind. "Hold steady. I'm going to force a landing." Old Wong's voice trembled as he gripped the controls fiercely, but the helicopter spiraled down like a kite with severed strings, plummeting through the snowy sky. Zhu Jue was thrown against the cabin door, catching sight of blood trickling down Old Wong's temple, freezing on his chin. There was no time to hesitate. He focused intently on Old Wong's silhouette, his mind tightening in urgency. A glimmer passed through the spatial panel, and Old Wong's form suddenly vanished from his seat, leaving behind only the swaying safety belt. "Sir," came a voice from outside the cabin. It was Captain Zhang Yong of the Xia Country Army. He had just arrived at the foot of the mountain with a dozen soldiers. Witnessing the helicopter under siege as he raised his rifle and charged forward. However, before they could close the distance, a second laser missile shot toward them, this time targeting the cockpit. Zhu Jue lunged for the controls, straining with every ounce of strength to pull left. The helicopter barely tilted another 10 degrees, the missile grazing the cabin door and exploding in the frozen forest nearby, sending snow and splintered wood raining down like a deluge. "The rotor is about to stop. Abandon ship," Zhu Jue shouted toward the cabin exit, gripping the edge of the door and using the tilted fuselage to leap down. He landed heavily in the snow, the hardened surface jabbing painfully at his knees. As he attempted to rise, he heard the whistling sound of tranquilizer darts flying overhead, embedding themselves in a tree trunks behind him, their tips glinting with a pale green liquid in the snowy light. "Mysterious individual. Over here." Zhang Yong waved from behind a snowbank, while soldiers fired into the trees, bullets striking the frozen trunks and sending shards of ice flying. Just as Zhu Jue was about to run towards them, a shadow darted from behind a tree, the muzzle of a laser gun aimed squarely at his chest. Kane's teammate, Miller. In a critical moment, soldierly Bing suddenly lunged at Zhu Jue, pinning him to the snow. With a sharp crack, the laser beam narrowly missed Li Bing's helmet, scorching a black pit into the snow. "Quickly go," Li Bing urged, pulling Zhu Jue down the slope. But a stray bullet struck his left arm, blood instantly soaking through his winter gear and trailing a dark red streak in the snow. "Li Bing," Zhang Yong shouted in fury as he fired, the bullet hitting Miller in the shoulder, causing him to scream and roll back behind the tree. Zhu Jue looked at the wound on Li Bing's arm, ice and blood mingling on his clothing, and clenched his fist. He had been so focused on protecting Old Wong that he had forgotten these soldiers were fighting desperately for him. With a sudden thought, a thick steel plate manifested in front of them, clanging as another volley of tranquilizer darts struck it, shards scattering onto the snow. The snowy fields of Wui Mountain erupted into chaos. Kane crouched behind a frozen rock, his eyes fixed on Zhu Jue down the slope. Filled with malice, tranquilizer darts are ineffective. Use live ammunition. Don't kill him. Mark, clutching his injured ribs, swept his laser gun across the snowy slope, the beam scorching the ground and turning frozen grass to black ash. Zhu Jue sheltered Li Bing behind the steel plate, retrieving an M249 machine gun he had previously acquired from Country MS Supplies, which he had not yet used. "Press on the wound. Don't move." He handed the machine gun to Li Bing and grabbed a few blocks of frozen ration, tossing them into the forest. The rations thudded against the tree trunks, prompting Kane's team to assume there were grenades, and they all dropped to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue snatched a rifle from the ground and fired at the nearest shadow. Bang! The bullet struck Parker's tactical boot, and he cried out, falling to the ground, his medical record tumbling out of his boot, pages flapping in the snowy wind. Zhu Jue caught a glimpse of the words pulmonary fibrosis and momentarily hesitated. But the next instant, another hail of bullets whizzed past, grazing his ear and snapping him back to reality. Now was not the time for compassion. These individuals sought to capture him and destroy the supplies meant for 3 million residents. Team Zhang, reinforcements have arrived, came a shout from the distance. It was Ghost notifying them that the artillery battalion had arrived, several armored vehicles crunching through the snow and their mounted machine guns firing into the forest. Kane, seeing the approaching armored vehicles, gritted his teeth. Retreat. Leave 2 behind to cover. Mark attempted to resist, but was pulled deeper into the forest by Kane. The 2 covering soldiers had just risen when they were struck down by the machine gun fire from the armored vehicles, collapsing in the snow, their blood quickly freezing into dark red ice. Zhu Jue helped Li Bing to his feet, the ground littered with shell casings and tranquilizer dart tips. The frozen trees still emitting smoke from the laser gunfire. Zhang Yong rushed over, inspecting Li Bing's wound. Fortunately, it didn't hit the bone. We need to get him to the medical station quickly. Li Bing shook his head, pointing at Zhu Jue. Protect the mysterious individual first, the supplies. The supplies are safe. Zhu Jue patted his shoulder reassuringly, his mind focusing. He could sense the thermal plates and blankets in the spatial realm were intact. I will ensure the supplies reach the Morningstar Central. Your injuries will not be in vain. He looked towards the depths of the forest, where Kane's team had retreated, leaving a chaotic trail of boot prints soon obscured by the wind. He knew this was merely the beginning. Country M would not relent. In the distance, the wreckage of the helicopter continued to smolder, its rotor askew in the snow like a fractured wing. Zhu Jue retrieved his satellite phone and messaged MOU. Encountered some trouble, but it's resolved. I'm fine, don't worry. A swift reply came. The lamb soup is still warm, waiting for your return. He gazed at the message, his fingertips lingering on the screen before sending Ghost another message. Investigate the retreat, route of country, MS team. And please extend my thanks to Captain Zhang Yong and Li Bing. The snowy wind began to howl again, pelting icy particles against his face. Zhu Jue observed the soldiers around him, some collecting shell casings, others assisting the wounded, and still others inspecting the helicopter wreckage. Their winter gear was speckled with snow and blood, yet not a single complaint escaped their lips. Chapter 54. Laser Pursuit, Spatial Fortification. The moment the armored vehicle's steel plating was breached, a sharp clang mixed with the acrid scent of melting metal erupted in the snowy expanse. As Zhu Jue assisted Li Bing onto the medical vehicle, he caught sight of Kane in the frozen woods not far away, wielding a silver-gray rifle adorned with the ARC base emblem. The muzzle emitted a faint blue mist, and it was from this very weapon that the laser, which had pierced the armored vehicle moments ago, had been fired. It was a specially crafted laser gun capable of penetrating tank armor. Just as Zhang Yong's roar faded, a second laser shot forth, this time aimed at the tires of the medical vehicle. Zhu Jue leapt forward, immediately channeling his thoughts to manipulate a thick steel plate from the surrounding space, which fell with a clang beside the medical vehicle. The laser struck the steel, instantly melting a hole the size of a fist, molten iron flowing down the plate, producing wisps of smoke in the snow. Retreat. Head towards the frozen valley. Zhu Jue urged Zhang Yong as he pulled him back into the woods. The medical vehicle revved to life, its tires crunching through the snow, mingling with the sizzling sound of the laser gun. He fumbled for his satellite phone, his fingers numb with cold. Ghost, investigate the origin of that gun and the movements of Kane's squad. 3 minutes later, Ghost transmission crackled through, interspersed with electrical static. We only managed to capture the injured Miller, an ARC squad member. He revealed that the gun is a custom-made ARC weapon with enough energy to last a day and capable of automatic targeting. Furthermore, Miller only knows about his own squad. He stated that only Captain Kane is aware of the other international teams. The ones we encountered earlier, Mark and Sato, are all under Kane's command. A heavy weight settled in Zhu Jue's heart. It was not merely a single squad, but an alliance of multinational captains encircling them, and he had only just realized it. The spatial panel flashed a red alert. Interference range still 15 kilometers. Teleportation function supports only 500 meters short distance, with a 2-second delay. Relying on teleportation to escape was simply impossible. They had to withstand the assault. The sizzling sound of a third laser shot through the air, striking the tree Zhu Jue had just hidden behind. The frozen trunk snapped in two like it was sliced by a knife, the severed edge emitting wisps of smoke. Kane's voice echoed from the woods, laced with mockery. Mysterious one, stop hiding. It's only a matter of time before my gun pierces through your iron shell. Grinding his teeth, Zhu Jue summoned a military dagger from the spatial realm, recalling the close-quarters combat techniques he had honed in his past life during the apocalypse. Techniques he had scarcely utilized in this life. He pressed against the tree trunk, listening as footsteps approached closer. Suddenly, he lunged forward, aiming the dagger at Kane's wrist. Kane reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping to evade, and aimed his laser gun at Zhu Jue's chest, firing. Zhu Jue quickly fell backward, the laser grazing his shoulder and searing through his tactical jacket, the sensation of burning pain radiating through his skin. Decent firepower, but futile. Kane laughed as he squeezed the trigger, the laser gun automatically targeting Zhu Jue's vital points. Yet this time, Zhu Jue focused his thoughts, and a bag of cement blocks suddenly plummeted from the spatial realm, landing squarely between them. The laser struck the cement block, exploding in a cloud of dust that mingled with snowflakes, momentarily blinding Kane. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue lunged forward, delivering a punch to Kane's jaw, causing him to stagger backward, the laser gun clattering to the snowy ground. However, before Zhu Jue could retrieve the weapon, he heard a whoosh as Sato's katana sliced toward him from the side. Zhu Jue hastily dodged, the blade grazing his waist and striking the frozen ground, sending shards of ice flying. The shadow team? Zhu Jue furrowed his brow, finally realizing who Kane had referred to when mentioning other squads. Sato, gripping his sword with a fierce glint in his eyes, vowed, "Last time, you stole our gold and took Princess Yako. This time, you will pay with your life." Behind Sato, Suzuki raised his rifle and fired. Zhu Jue, drawing on his spatial manipulation, conjured several sheets of scrap metal to shield himself. The bullets struck the metal, ringing out with a clanging sound. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he noticed Kane had already retrieved the laser gun, once again aiming it at him. "Don't get distracted. Your opponent is me." The laser gun crackled ominously, forcing Zhu Jue to continuously summon materials from the spatial realm. Steel plates, cement blocks, even the scrap car shells he had previously collected. Yet each material struck by the laser was left with a gaping hole, some instantly melting into molten iron. He could feel the temporary barriers in the spatial realm becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, while Kane's laser gun continued to fire, showing no signs of dwindling energy. This was an untenable situation. The enemy had enough energy to last a day, while their supplies would inevitably be depleted. Zhang Yong, along with his soldiers, raised their rifles in support, but ordinary bullets could hardly pierce Kane's specially designed cold-resistant gear, which was also from the Ark base. Mysterious one, we must devise a strategy to exhaust his energy. Zhu Jue's gaze fixated on Kane's laser gun, and suddenly, an idea struck him. He feigned a retreat towards the frozen valley, where numerous previously frozen boulders lay. Kane, predictably, pursued him, aiming the laser gun at Zhu Jue's back. In a swift motion, Zhu Jue turned, using his thoughts to manipulate a massive boulder to shield himself. The laser pierced through the boulder, yet the resulting debris flew towards Kane, forcing him to dodge and momentarily disrupting his firing rhythm. Now it was the moment. Zhu Jue charged forward, thrusting his combat knife towards the barrel of the laser gun. Kane hastily retreated, but the knife still grazed the gun, leaving a scratch. Sato attacked from the side again, his katana aimed directly at Zhu Jue's neck. Zhu Jue bent low to evade, simultaneously conjuring a steel pipe from the spatial realm, striking Sato's wrist with a resounding crack. Sato let out a pain scream, his katana clattering to the ground. At that instant, Kane's laser gun emitted two warning sounds, the faint blue mist from the muzzle dimming. Was the energy running low? Zhu Jue's eyes brightened. His earlier tactic of luring Kane into shooting the boulders was a deliberate ploy to deplete the opponent's energy. The boulders, dense and sturdy, required significantly more energy to penetrate than steel. Kane, too, recognized the issue as the laser gun's targeting system began to flash red. Damn it, only 10 energy remaining. He attempted to retreat, but Zhu Jue was already upon him, summoning steel plates from the spatial realm to encircle Kane, forming a makeshift iron cage. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Zhu Jue punched Kane squarely in the chest, causing him to grunt and collapse into the snow, the laser gun falling outside the iron cage. Seeing Kane captured, Sato attempted to slip away, but Zhang Yong's soldiers had already surrounded him, rifles aimed at his back. Don't move. Move again, and we will fire. Sato, gritting his teeth, dared not resist. Without his katana and with no bullets in his rifle, he was no match for them. Zhu Jue approached Kane, retrieving the now-cooling laser gun, its body still warm to the touch. He aimed it at Kane, who glared back defiantly, filled with resentment. Don't get cocky. There are other squads. They also possess laser guns. You'll fall eventually. Zhu Jue's heart tightened. He had nearly forgotten about Mark's European squad and Ivan's Russian mercenary team, who undoubtedly also had custom laser guns. The spatial panel flashed another alert. Detected 3 new interference sources located in the northwest, northeast, and southwest at a distance of 10 kilometers. It seemed the other squads were indeed closing in. Take Kane and Sato back for interrogation, Zhu Jue commanded Zhang Yong, while he pulled out his satellite phone to message Ghost. The other squads have surrounded us, all equipped with custom laser guns, energy enough to last a day. Prepare for a new ambush. Ghost's prompt reply followed. Received. I will monitor the satellite map and inform you immediately of any developments. The snowstorm intensified, swirling flakes in the frozen valley. Zhu Jue gazed towards the distant shadows, knowing that the danger was far from over. The ensuing pursuit would be more fierce than before. He tightened his grip on the laser gun. Chapter 55, Barrage of Cannons, Town Pursuit. Commander, another helicopter has crashed in the southeast. Soldier Xiao Chen's shout mingled with the snowflakes as Zhu Jue just ushered Kane and Sato into the temporary interrogation tent. Outside the tent, the distant skyline flickered with orange-red light. The artillery bombardment from the Summer Nation. Calculating geniuses were pinpointing suspicious coordinates on the satellite map, indiscriminately covering all uninhabited areas. Zhu Jue lifted the tent flap, the cold wind rushing in, carrying the scent of gunpowder. On the snowy ground, a communications soldier was shouting into the radio. Artillery Company. Coordinates 372N, 1185E. Confirmation of no residents from the Summer State. Requesting coverage. Soon, a response crackled over the radio. Acknowledged. Bombardment in 3 minutes. Take cover. Kane, how long can your portable jammer last? Zhu Jue turned and entered the tent, gripping the special laser gun that had run out of power, its warmth still lingering. Kane leaned against the tent pole, a smirk of blood at the corner of his mouth, coldly retorting. Until I take you back. Don't think you can extract information from me. Beside them, Sato's fingers involuntarily tightened at the mention of the jammer. Zhu Jue noticed this detail, crouched down, and fixed his gaze on Sato's eyes. Your sister, Yuriko, is still waiting for your return. Isen Tishi? If you don't divulge the positions of the other squads, her life in the royal court of our country may become quite unbearable. Sato's shoulders trembled, yet he gritted his teeth. I don't know. Only Kane knows the whereabouts of Mark and Ivan. Zhu Jue ceased his pressing inquiries, instead pulling out a spatial panel that flickered with 2 new interference sources, one in the northeast at Lijia Village and one in the southwest at Shattered Stone Town, both within 8 kilometers. It seemed they would reveal themselves without needing you to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar erupted outside the tent. The first round of artillery bombardment had arrived, shaking the tent poles. Xiao Chun burst in. Commander, there's movement from the direction of Shattered Stone Town. It seems a squad is attempting to flee towards Lijia Village to avoid the bombardment. Zhu Jue rose and stepped outside, manipulating several steel bars from the materials just collected in the space, perfectly suited for constructing a temporary barrier. Zhang Yong, take a team to guard the interrogation point. The rest follow me to Lijia Village. He dashed towards the village, the zipper of his cold weather suit rattling in the wind. The spatial panel suddenly alerted him. Detected a decrease in energy fluctuations from the interference source. Suspected rapid depletion of the portable device. It's the portable jammer. Its energy consumption is akin to that of the town's monthly usage, disposable. Kane's voice bellowed from the tent. Filled with reluctance, you can't win. Ivan's laser gun still has half a bar of energy. Zhu Jue didn't look back. He already understood their weakness. Lijia village lay ahead. The old locust tree at the village entrance still bore frozen corn, yet the village was eerily silent, the echoes of the bombardment reverberating through the alleys. Be careful. There's movement on the roof. Xiao Chun suddenly shouted, and just as his words fell, a laser beam shot down from the rooftop, striking the snow at Zhu Jue's feet and scorching a black pit. It was Ivan's bear mercenary squad. Nikolai, wielding a special laser gun, lay prone in a snowdrift on the roof, the gun's muzzle emitting a faint blue mist. Capture him alive. Don't kill the mysterious man. Ivan's voice echoed from within as several squad members emerged with rifles, bullets ricocheting off the barrier Zhu Jue had constructed from steel bars, ringing sharply. Zhu Jue sidestepped behind the barrier, mentally maneuvering a piece of concrete from the space, smashing it violently onto the rooftop. Nikolai quickly rolled to evade, his laser gun misfiring and hitting the adjacent earthen wall, instantly creating a hole. There's little energy left. Don't waste it. Ivan's voice was laced with urgency. Zhu Jue looked up to see Nikolai's laser gun's sight blinking ominously red. Artillery unit. Coordinates 373 N 1186 E. Requesting a second round of coverage. The communications officer shouted into the radio, seizing the opportunity to charge out, a military dagger clutched in his hand, lunging towards the doorway. Just as Ivan raised his gun, Zhu Jue blocked with a piece of scrap metal from the space, the dagger slicing towards Ivan's wrist, eliciting a pained scream as the laser gun clattered to the ground. Retreat. Run towards Shattered Stone Town. Ivan yanked Nikolai back into the alley. But after just a few steps, the second round of bombardment struck, shells landing at the village entrance, snow and debris pelting down like a torrential rain. One squad member, slower than the rest, was buried under the rubble, only a frozen hand protruding. Zhu Jue refrained from pursuing. He knew Mark's European squad remained in Shattered Stone Town, and the artillery bombardment continued. Blindly chasing them would only lead to a disadvantage. He picked up Ivan's discarded laser gun. It was already cold. The sight utterly black. Energy was indeed depleted. Commander, news from the interrogation point. Kane attempted to escape amidst the chaos, but was subdued by Zhang's team. They even found the switch for the portable jammer on him. Xiao Chen approached, holding a palm-sized black device, its indicator light extinguished. The technician reported that this device had run out of power, just as Kane had described. Disposable. Zhu Jue took the jammer, squeezing it in his hand. This was the culprit responsible for downing 3 helicopters, now rendered useless. He gazed towards Shattered Stone Town, the interference source still shifting on the spatial panel. Mark's squad was still evading the bombardment, seeking an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Inform the artillery unit to halt bombardment on Shattered Stone Town. There may be refugees there. Zhu Jue directed the communications officer, then turned and walked toward the village. The earlier gunfire had startled the refugees hiding in the basement. An elderly woman was peering through a crack in the door, her eyes filled with fear. Elderly lady, do not be afraid. We are the Summer State Army, here to eradicate the enemy. Zhu Jue softened his tone, pulling out a bag of compressed biscuits and handing them over. The old woman accepted the biscuits, her hands trembling. Thank you, Commander. Those on the roof earlier, wielding guns that could pierce through walls, terrified me. Zhu Jue nodded, fully aware that Mark's squad lurked in the shadows. Once the bombardment ceased, they would undoubtedly exercise greater caution. The next round of conflict would unfold in the narrower alleys of the town. He touched the white jade pendant in his palm. The space still held ample materials and supplies, sufficient to sustain them until Mark's squad exhausted their energy. Commander, Zhang asked whether we should transfer Kane and Sato inland. It's too dangerous here, Xiao Chen inquired. Zhu Jue shook his head. No need, they are still of use. Mark and Ivan will surely come to rescue them, or to silence them. We can set a trap. The snow began to fall again, covering the traces of the earlier gunfire. Yet the acrid scent of gunpowder and the charred aroma of laser guns lingered in the air. Zhu Jue gazed towards the direction of shattered Stone Town, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He could hardly contain his anticipation for a counterattack. Once Mark S. Squad S laser guns ran out of energy, it would herald their demise. Chapter 56. The Warehouse Hunt, Stranded Soldiers. In the abandoned warehouse at the west end of Ligia Village, Mark was wrapping George's wounds with frozen strips of cloth. George had 2 broken ribs. Blood-streaked phlegm accompanied his cough, his lips turning a shade of purple. "Captain, don't worry about me. We cannot escape." Mark remained silent, merely stuffing a piece of chocolate into George's hand. This was the last gift from his wife for their daughter, Lily, which he had never had the heart to consume. Outside the warehouse, the aftershocks of the bombardment continued to dislodge snow from the roof, while Pierre, holding a pair of binoculars, spoke in a trembling voice. "The Summer State Army has deployed defenses east of the village. The mysterious ones have surrounded the warehouse. We have no way out." The laser guns had long since depleted their energy, leaving only a few rifles and 2 grenades. Mark took out a photograph of his daughter, showing Lily proudly holding a crayon drawing of her father, albeit crookedly. "We still have a chance." He tucked the photo back into his embrace, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "The mysterious ones seek captives, and we can use George as bait to draw closer to them, then fight back." Just as George was about to speak, the warehouse door was suddenly blown open by the wind, cold air rushing in along with footsteps from afar. Pierre quickly aimed his gun at the door, only to see an elderly man bundled in a thick cotton coat peering in. It was Grandpa Wong from Ligia Village, clutching half a bag of frozen potatoes. "Young men, don't hide. Commander Zhu Jue is outside. You should surrender. He does not kill prisoners." Mark's eyes lit up. He lunged forward, grabbing Grandpa Wong's arm. "Where is the commander? Take us to him. Otherwise, I will kill you." Grandpa Wong trembled in fear, the potatoes slipping from his grasp and rolling to Pierre's feet. "Don't harm him." Zhu Jue's voice resonated from outside, accompanied by the sound of steel bars being dragged. He was using his mind to manipulate the steel bars, constructing a barrier around the warehouse to half-human height. "Mark, your laser gun has run out of energy. Futile resistance is pointless. Where is Ivan?" Mark dragged Grandpa Wong deeper into the warehouse. The rifle pressed against the old man's temple. "Get your people to back off. Otherwise, I will kill him." He believed that Zhu Jue would relent. Yet he witnessed Zhu Jue raising his hand to signal Zhang Yang's men to halt, while he himself stepped forward through the accumulated snow, clutching a specialized laser gun that was devoid of power. "Your daughter Lily is still waiting for you at the Arc Base nursery, isn't she? If you kill him, you shall never see Lily again for the rest of your life." Mark's hand trembled. He had never uttered his daughter's name to anyone. How could Zhu Jue possibly know? You investigated me?" His voice quavered with panic, causing the muzzle of his rifle to waver. Seizing the opportunity, Grandpa Wong pushed Mark's hand aside and fled towards the warehouse exit. Zhu Jue swiftly reached out to steady him, conjuring a concrete slab with his mind to shield the elderly man from harm. "Hurry back to the village. It's dangerous here. Kill!" Mark shouted, his eyes ablaze as the bait fled. Pierre, brandishing his rifle, fired a shot that whizzed past Zhu Jue's ear, striking the steel barrier behind him and sending shards of ice scattering. Zhu Jue sidestepped into the cover of the barrier, and with a flick of his mental energy, several discarded car steel plates, previously collected as scrap, suddenly rose from beneath the snow at the warehouse entrance, effectively blocking the exit and severing Mark's team's retreat. "Zhang Yang, encircle from side. Be wary of their grenades." Zhu Jue commanded into his communicator while retrieving a military dagger, stealthily approaching the warehouse's shattered window. The frost-laden window was thick with ice, and he shattered the icy surface with his dagger, peering inside to find George slumped against the wall, coughing and unable to rise, while Pierre was busy wrapping cloth around a grenade, attempting to fashion a makeshift incendiary device. Mark, on the other hand, stood with his rifle trained on the doorway. Bang! Zhang Yang's men opened fire from the warehouse's rear door, bullets ricocheting off the doorframe. Pierre, startled, dropped the incendiary bomb onto the snow, which failed to detonate. Mark quickly pivoted to return fire, and in that instant, Zhu Jue leapt through the window, aiming his dagger at Mark's wrist. Mark reacted swiftly, raising his rifle to block the attack. The dagger scraped against the stock, leaving a deep gash. For Lily, Mark roared, swinging his rifle toward Zhu Jue. Zhu Jue ducked to evade the blow, landing a punch squarely in Mark's gut. Mark grunted and collapsed into the snow, his rifle falling from his grasp. Just as Pierre attempted to rush over to assist, he was met with the barrel of a gun pressed against his back. "Don't move." George, witnessing the scene unfold, coughed and pleaded, "Stop. We surrender." He reached into his clothing, producing a crumpled letter, a farewell note from Thomas to his daughter, speckled with snow. "Please deliver this to Lily and tell her father is sorry." Zhu Jue took the letter, clenching it in his hand, a heaviness settling in his heart. He turned his gaze to Mark, who lay face down in the snow, tears frozen against his cheek. "I just wanted to live long enough to see Lily. She's only 5. She can't be without her father. Where is Ivan?" Zhu Jue crouched down, fixing his gaze on Mark's eyes. "Where did you last contact him?" Mark paused, then managed a bitter smile. "He ran towards the Black Wind Pass in the northwest. Said he was going to find the remaining disruptor and would try once more to capture you." Zhu Jue felt a tightening in his chest as he retrieved his spatial panel, which indeed flickered with a faint disruptor signal in the direction of the Black Wind Pass. Less than 10 kilometers away. Disruptor energy extremely low, expected to deplete within 1 hour. Zhang Yong, take Mark and George back for interrogation. Keep a close watch on Kane and Sato. Do not let them escape again. He rose, clutching Thomas's farewell letter. "Xiao Chun, accompany me to the Black Wind Pass. We must pursue Ivan." Outside the warehouse, the snow continued to fall, reaching calf-deep. Zhu Jue trudged through the snow towards the Black Wind Pass. The collar of his cold weather gear dusted with frost. He felt the smooth, jade pendant in his palm, and the spatial panel indicated that short-distance teleportation was still available. Within 500 meters, 2 seconds delay. Yet the terrain of the Black Wind Pass was treacherous, littered with frozen rocks that could easily obstruct a teleport. "Sir, Ivan's laser gun is out of power, leaving only conventional weapons. Can we catch up?" Xiao Chun panted behind him. Zhu Jue nodded, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. He cannot escape. The portable disruptor is nearly depleted, and the Black Wind Pass offers no refuge. This time, we shall eliminate every last escapee. In the distance, the artillery bombardment from Xia country had ceased, leaving only a few drones hovering low, searching for remnants of the scattered team. Zhu Jue gazed toward the direction of the Black Wind Pass, fully aware that Ivan was the last one remaining. Capturing him would signify the conclusion of this hunting expedition. Yet he did not forget the vague energy response still flickering on the spatial panel, indicating the possible presence of other concealed teams. He pulled out his phone and sent a brief message to MOU. "It's nearly over. Wait for me to return for mutton soup." Before receiving a reply, he quickened his pace. The wind at the Black Wind Pass howled fiercely, stinging his face with snowflakes, while Ivan's footprints lay ahead, like a trail of dark markers leading him to the final confrontation. Chapter 57. The Peril of the Black Wind Pass. A cornered beast's death struggle. The frigid winds at the Black Wind Pass struck like countless ice spikes, stinging his face painfully. Zhu Jue followed Ivan's footprints, the snow barely reaching his calves. With each step, he had to clear away the frozen rocks, their sharp edges capable of slicing through his cold weather gear. In the distance, several corpses of displaced persons lay frozen in a crevice, their arms dangling limply, resembling withered branches. "Sir, Ivan's footprints lead toward that pile of rocks," Xiao Chun shouted, pointing forward, his voice carried away by the wind. The cuffs of his cold weather gear had been torn by sharp stones, exposing his wrists, which had turned a purplish hue from the cold. Gripping his rifle tightly, he recalled nearly tripping over a snare Ivan had left behind while crossing an ice crevice. Fortunately, Zhu Jue had timely used steel rebar from his spatial panel to block the fall, preventing a tumble into the abyss. Zhu Jue raised a hand, signaling Xiao Chun to halt as he checked the spatial panel. The disruptor's energy was waning, remaining energy below 10, expected to fail completely in 20 minutes. He focused intently on the rock pile, anxiety building within him. Ivan was left with only a rifle and 2 grenades, and would undoubtedly use the terrain to set traps. Indeed, as they approached the pile of rocks, the sound of cracking ice echoed ominously. Zhu Jue swiftly seized Xiao Chen's arm, pulling him backward just as a massive stone beside Xiao Chen tilted precariously, revealing a bottomless crevice beneath. Had they delayed a second longer, one of them would have plunged into the abyss. Think you can hide? Not so easily. Ivan's voice erupted from behind a rock pile, followed by a grenade thrown in their direction, rolling through the snow, its fuse sputtering ominously. Zhu Jue instantly summoned a concrete block from his spatial realm. A half-meter thick slab crashed down beside the grenade, muffling the explosion as shrapnel was deflected, only a few fragments striking Zhu Jue's gear, leaving faint scratches. Xiao Chen, flank to the left of the rock pile. Watch out for the crevice. Zhu Jue hissed, then picked up a frozen stone and hurled it towards Ivan's direction. The stone struck the rocks, creating a loud clatter, causing Ivan to fire in response, the bullet ricocheting off the spot where Zhu Jue had just stood, sending frozen debris flying. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue dashed to the right, reversing his grip on his military dagger. He noticed Ivan crouched behind a large boulder, his rifle aimed left, his back exposed. However, just as he took a few steps, the spatial panel flashed a warning. Close-range trap detected, triggering ice spike array. He halted abruptly, glancing down to see several steel rods encased in ice jutting from the snow, their tips sharpened menacingly. Stepping on one would puncture his boot. Mr. Usman, aren't you quite the fighter? Come over here. Ivan's head peeked from behind a rock, his face twisted with madness. My mother is still waiting for me to return. If you want to let me live, I want to let you live either. Suddenly, he raised his rifle, aiming at 3 displaced persons hidden in the crevice. Individuals Zhu Jue had seen earlier while passing by, now caught in Ivan's crosshairs. Tell your people to back off. Otherwise, I will kill them. Among the displaced, a little girl clung to her mother's leg, crying in fear, while the mother desperately covered her child's mouth, tears frozen on her face. Zhu Jue's fists clenched tightly. He anticipated Ivan would use the displaced as hostages. Previously, in the northwestern plains, Ivan had even killed herders for supplies. Now, in desperation for survival, he showed no moral restraint. Release them, and I will let you go. Zhu Jue lowered his voice, advancing slowly while concealing the dagger behind him. You cannot seize me, nor will the Ark base provide fuel for your mother. However, Xiagua can procure a respirator for her, provided you release them. Ivan's hand trembled, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He recognized the truth in Zhu Jue's words. Yet Chelsea's threat reverberated in his mind. If the mysterious figure eludes capture, his mother's respirator will cease to function. He clenched his teeth and suddenly fired, the bullet whizzing past the young girl's ear and striking the frozen ground. Do not deceive me. If I release them, you will undoubtedly apprehend me. At that moment, Xiao Chen emerged from a pile of rubble on the left, aiming his rifle at Ivan's back. Drop your weapon, or I will shoot. As Ivan turned, Zhu Jue seized the opportunity, telekinetically manipulating a steel rod in the vicinity, smashing it forcefully against Ivan's wrist. The sound of impact echoed. Ivan's rifle clattered to the snowy ground as he let out a scream, his wrist twisted at an unnatural angle. Run! Zhu Jue shouted to the refugees, while the mother hurriedly pulled the little girl away to hide in the crevice of a distant rock. Seeing the hostages flee, Ivan's eyes reddened as he pulled out his last grenade, yanking the pin and hurling it toward Zhu Jue. We die together. Zhu Jue's heart raced. The distance was too perilous to evade. Suddenly, he recalled the short-range teleportation ability, his mind locking onto a rock behind Ivan. Teleportation initiated, 2-second delay. Those 2 seconds felt like an eternity as the grenade fizzled ominously at his feet. He could even see the sparks from the fuse. With a buzz, Zhu Jue's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing beside the rock behind Ivan. The grenade exploded, sending snow and debris crashing against the rock. Ivan was thrown by the blast, crashing heavily onto the ice, blood spewing from his mouth. Zhu Jue rushed forward, planting a foot on Ivan's chest, the dagger pressed against his throat. Ivan, you have lost. Ivan coughed up blood, his eyes filled with frustration, his hand fumbling into his pocket. Zhu Jue bent down to retrieve a crumpled photograph. A woman. An elderly lady wearing a respirator, smiling gently. I will never see my mother again. Zhu Jue hesitated, then shoved the photograph back into Ivan's grasp. Xiaoguo will find a respirator for your mother, as long as you cooperate with the interrogation regarding the Ark base. He called out to Xiao Chun, come help bind him. Xiao Chun rushed over, pulling out rope from his backpack. Just as he prepared to bind Ivan, a red alert suddenly popped up on the spatial panel. Weak, unknown energy source detected, located 15 kilometers northwest of Haifengku, unable to pinpoint exact location. Zhu Jue's heart sank. This was not Ivan's jamming device, but a new energy response. It seemed the previous vague signals were not mere illusions. Commander, what is wrong? Xiao Chen noticed Zhu Jue's troubled expression. Zhu Jue shook his head, gesturing towards Ivan. First, take him back. Zhang Yang's reinforcements should be arriving soon. He glanced towards the northwest, where the biting wind swirled snowflakes, obscuring his view. Yet, he sensed a new threat lurking there. The Ark base's actions likely extended beyond just these 5 teams. At that moment, the distant roar of vehicles signaled the arrival of Zhang Yang's support. The truck's headlights pierced the darkness, illuminating a beam of light in the snow. Zhu Jue helped Ivan to his feet. Although his wrist still bled, he ceased to struggle. Fixated on the photograph in his hands, tears silently falling onto the snow, quickly freezing into tiny ice pellets. Commander, we have extracted information. Kane possesses an encrypted chip from the Ark base, and our tech team is currently cracking it. Zhang Yong approached, holding a black chip. Furthermore, the Central Command relayed news that the energy beam from Area 51 in M Country had weakened again, indicating that nuclear power supply was insufficient. Zhu Jue took the chip, squeezing it in his hand. The Ark's emblem was etched upon it, identical to that on the laser gun. He looked towards the northwest direction, the energy alert on the spatial panel still blinking. Let us return to the interrogation point, decrypt the chip, and uncover the Ark base's intentions. The snow continued to fall, and the chill of Haifengku gradually subsided. Zhu Jue trudged back through the snow, Xiao Chun and the bound Ivan following behind, the truck's headlights appearing like warm beacons in the distance. He pulled out his phone and messaged MOU. We've captured the last one. Soon we can return and enjoy lamb soup. MOU's reply was swift. I'm waiting for you. The soup is still warm, and Yazzie has also stewed ribs. Zhu Jue glanced at the message, a smile creeping onto his lips. The earlier battle seemed less exhausting. As long as he could return to see them, he would traverse any perilous path. Unbeknownst to him, behind a pile of rubble in the northwest of Haifengku, a figure clad in black winter gear raised binoculars, observing their departing direction, while a voice crackled through the communicator. The mysterious figure's strength exceeds expectations. Initiate the contingency plan and prepare the Shadow Squad. Chapter 58. Secrets of the Chip, Shadow Blade Assault. Inside the temporary tent at the interrogation point, the mingling scents of coal smoke from the heater and gunpowder swirled in the warm air. Technician Xiao Li's fingers danced on the laptop keyboard. The decryption progress bar for the encrypted chip stalled at 98. Nearby lay Kane's custom laser gun, its Ark emblem glinting coldly under the light. Commander, it's almost done. The chip conceals the Ark base's core data. Xiao Li's voice brimmed with excitement, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. Just as he reached a critical point in the decryption, a fierce wind suddenly swept outside the tent, nearly severing the generator's wires. Thankfully, Zhu Jue had secured them in time with iron wires from the spatial realm. Zhu Jue stood at the center of the tent, clutching Ivan's photograph, as Zhang Yong reported. Kane has confessed. He said the Shadow Squad is the Ark base's elite, equipped 10 times better than us, employing silent weapons specifically for eliminating targets. The previous 5 teams were merely bait. He retrieved the spatial panel. The unknown energy source still flickered to the northwest. Energy intensity moderate. Suspected new portable jammer. Unable to penetrate shielding. With a buzz, the laptop emitted a soft sound, and the decryption progress bar jumped to 100. Xiao stared at the screen, his expression shifting dramatically. Commander, there are predictions of extreme heat data arriving 10 days ahead of our estimates. Moreover, the Ark base is researching the replication of spatial abilities. They intend to capture you to extract your spatial genes. Zhu Jue's heart plummeted. No wonder Chelsea resorted to using nuclear-powered jammers and even dispatched the Shadow Squad. They sought not only to capture him, but also to seize his spatial capabilities. Just as he prepared to instruct Xiao Li to relay the data to the Xiaogua's central command, a faint sound pierced the air outside the tent. The sound of a silenced bullet penetrating the canvas, followed by a muffled groan from the soldier stationed at the entrance, who collapsed into the snow, a warm mist rising from the bloodied wound on his forehead. "It's the Shadow Squad," Zhang Yong shouted, swiftly drawing his sidearm and yelling, "Everyone, remain alert. Protect the technician." Zhu Jue immediately summoned thick steel plates from the spatial realm, 3 plates clattering into place around the tent, forming a protective barrier just as a second silenced bullet struck. A rustling sound from the tent's roof alerted him to someone attempting to scale it, employing specially designed ice claws without making sound. "Xiao Li, transmit the data to Central Command. Hurry." Zhu Jue thrust the laptop into Xiao Li's hands, seizing a military dagger himself. As he lunged towards the weak point in the tent's roof, a shadow dropped down, a silent submachine gun aimed at Zhu Jue's chest, the muzzle still equipped with a suppressor. Zhu Jue sidestepped, aiming the dagger at the shadow's wrist, but the opponent's specialized cold-resistant suit blocked it. The material was metallic, leaving only a shallow mark. The shadow had no intention of engaging, swiftly turning towards Xiao Li, intent on destroying the computer. Zhang Yong quickly fired, the bullet striking the shadow's back, but ricocheting off, leaving only a white mark. "It's a bulletproof, cold-resistant suit. Aim for the helmet," Zhu Jue shouted, simultaneously directing a steel rod from the spatial realm to fly towards the shadow's head. The shadow reacted swiftly, bending low to evade, the rod barely missing and crashing into a tent pole, causing snow to cascade down from the top of the tent. Xiao Li, clutching the laptop, sheltered beside the heater. "Continue typing. It's transmitted." The Central Command responded, "Let us safeguard the data. The drones and artillery will arrive within 5 minutes." No sooner had the words been uttered than the steel plate of the tent was suddenly drawn towards something. Zhu Jue looked up to see a shadowy figure adorned with a silver device on its wrist, emitting a faint blue light directed at the steel plate. "Space panel notification. Magnetic adhesion device detected. The steel plate is about to be lifted. Xiao Chun, use a grenade to destroy their adhesion device," Zhu Jue shouted, launching himself towards the shadow, his dagger reversed in hand, aimed at the gap in the opponent's helmet. The shadow attempted to retreat, but was held at bay by Zhang Yong's pistol, leaving it no choice but to raise its submachine gun and sweep the area, bullets striking the steel plate and leaving a multitude of pockmarks. Boom! Xiao Chen's grenade exploded outside the tent. The blue light from the magnetic adhesion device vanished instantaneously, and the steel plate clattered down onto the snow. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Jue lunged forward, driving his dagger into the gap beneath the shadow's helmet. The shadow emitted a muffled groan before collapsing, convulsing a few times before lying still. "There are 2 more shadows outside the tent," a soldier stationed on the side shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a laser shot through a hole in the tent fabric, not from the previously used specialized laser gun, but from a finer beam that perforated the iron of the heating stove, sending coal scattering onto the snow. Zhu Jue hastily retrieved a scrap metal shell from the space and positioned it to shield against the incoming laser. The beam struck the shell, instantly burning a small hole but failing to penetrate. "It's a new type of laser dagger, weaker in energy compared to the previous guns, yet more agile." He called into the communicator, "Artillery Company. Coordinates 371N, 1183E. Request for cover. The drones have arrived. They're scanning the shadow positions," came the response from the radio, followed by the thrum of drones buzzing outside the tent. 2 beams of searchlight swept across the snow, illuminating 2 retreating shadows clad in the same black winter gear as before, their laser daggers still emanating a faint blue mist. Trying to escape? Zhu Jue lifted the steel plate and, stepping onto the snow, pursued. He summoned several iron wires from the space, casting them towards the shadows like a fishing net. The wires ensnared one shadow's ankle, causing it to stumble, and Xiao Chun seized the moment to fire, the bullet striking the shadow's helmet. Although it did not penetrate, It left the enemy dazed. The other shadow, seeing its comrade ensnared, turned and severed the wires with its laser dagger, pulling its companion towards the northwest. As Zhu Jue prepared to chase, the space panel suddenly notified him. 51st Zone light beam has completely vanished. Global disruptor has failed. Short-range teleportation restored to normal. With no delay, a thrill of excitement surged within him as his mind locked onto the shadow lagging behind. Teleportation initiated. In the next instant, he found himself behind the shadow, his dagger pressed against its throat. "Don't move." The shadow abruptly produced a grenade from its pocket, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the snow. Not a lethal explosive, but a smoke bomb. White smoke billowed forth, and by the time it dissipated, both shadows had vanished into the frozen woods, leaving behind a silver badge inscribed with the word shadow. "Don't pursue. They have an alternate escape route." Zhang Yong rushed over, holding the badge in his hand. "The Central Command just informed us that the nuclear power at the 51st Zone is completely down, and the disruptors have all failed. Your spatial teleportation has returned to normal." Zhu Jue retrieved the space panel, where the notification now read, "Spatial functions fully restored. Teleportation can proceed normally without interference." He exhaled with relief and turned to see Xiao Li tidying up the computer in the interrogation tent, while soldiers carried away their injured comrades. The blood in the snow gradually obscured by fresh flakes. "What about Kane and Ivan?" Zhu Jue suddenly recalled the two captives. Zhang Yong quickly replied, "They are in the inner tent. The Shadow Squad attempted to blow it up to eliminate them, but we blocked it with steel plates." They were terrified, and Kane even expressed a desire to provide more information about the Ark base, pleading for our protection. Zhu Jue entered the inner tent to find Kane huddled in a corner, his face pale. Upon seeing Zhu Jue, he scrambled over. "Commander, I know the location of the Ark base. It lies deep within the Huada Mountains of M country. Furthermore, I have information regarding the next attack time of the Shadow Squad. They will strike when you transport the last batch of supplies." Ivan sat beside him, clutching a photograph of his mother, and looked up at Zhu Jue. "I can help too. I know the weaknesses of the Ark base's energy system. If we cut off their backup power, all their equipment will be incapacitated." Zhu Jue regarded the two, fully aware that they were merely seeking to save their own lives. Yet their information could potentially assist Xia country in preparing ahead of time. He pulled out his phone and messaged MOU. "The disruptor is down, spatial teleportation is restored, and the last batch of supplies will be transported by tomorrow. We will surely be able to return to enjoy lamb soup." MOU's reply was swift, accompanied by a photograph. Yazzie was stewing ribs, while Zhou helped nearby, the pot steaming with hot broth. Zhu Jue gazed at the picture, a smile creeping upon his lips. Although the threat of the Shadow Squad lingered, the spatial abilities were restored, and with the support of Xia country's military and central command, he felt confident in safeguarding the supplies and returning alive. Outside the tent, the drones continued to circle, and the distant sound of artillery fire echoed as they cleared the traces left by the Shadow Squad. Zhu Jue examined the Shadow badge, scrutinizing it closely under the light. The back of the badge bore a series of numbers, 0715, resembling the date of the next attack. He handed the badge to Zhang Yong. "Investigate the significance of this number. Furthermore, for tomorrow's supply transport, double the troops. The Shadow Squad will undoubtedly come." The snow continued to fall, yet the heating stove inside the tent had rekindled its fire, and the smell of coal smoke gradually dissipated. Zhu Jue stared at the data on the Ark base displayed on the screen, his fingers gently tapping the tabletop. With the Shadow Squad lurking menacingly, the final transport was destined to be a fierce battle, but he was prepared. Chapter 59. The Powers Quarrel. Shadows lurk in Port City. In the virtual venue of the Global Satellite Conference, the holographic projections of national leaders floated in the cold light. Director Li of Xia country pointed to the screen, where the extreme heat prediction map extracted from the chip magnified the red heat wave region covering half of Asia, with a bold annotation indicating an outbreak 10 days in advance. Piercing the eyes painfully, adjacent to it was a scanned report of the experimental results from the Ark base's spatial gene extraction. Representative from M country. "Is this what you call cold-resistant equipment?" Director Li's voice was laced with chill, accusing them of using nuclear power disruptors to hunt down Xia country's mysterious individuals, Zhu Jue, while also researching the replication of spatial abilities. Now, with the extreme heat arriving early, do you intend for the entire world to bear the cost of the ARC base's ambitions? Sweat beaded on the forehead of M country's representative, Johnson, his fingers gripping the edge of the table until they turned white. This is fabricated. The ARC base is merely an ordinary research project. His words were cut short as the holographic projection of the Bear Emperor leaned forward, knocking on the virtual table with his knuckles. Fabricated? Our reconnaissance aircraft has just captured images of the underground entrance in the Hotpot Mountains, and the laser defense systems inside are more advanced than your aircraft carriers. If you dare to lie again, our strategic missiles will target that location. The representative from the European Union, Macron, cleared his throat lightly, appearing neutral while discreetly sending an encrypted message to Director Li of Xia country, revealing the concealed coordinates of M country's nuclear submarine in the East China Sea. M country needed to provide an explanation to the world. He raised his gaze to Johnson, stating that the early arrival of extreme heat concerned everyone's survival, and the ARC base must disclose its data and accept international oversight. On the other side of the conference table, the representative from Vietnam shrank his neck, not daring to look up. Half an hour earlier, M country's Secretary of State had just sent a threat, warning that if they did not cooperate in restraining Xia country's border, they would cut off their cold-resistant material aid. Yet at this moment, looking at the Bear's nuclear button box and Xia country's space weapon deployment map, he lacked even the courage to defend M country. In the shadowy lines of the virtual venue, various nations were in constant motion. The Bear's reconnaissance aircraft had reached the skies above M country's 51st zone, returning images that displayed the base dismantling the remnants of the disruptor. The EU privately sent the energy distribution map of the ARC base to Xia country's central command, and Kangaroo country quietly withdrew its joint military exercise troops from the Xia country border. No one wished to confront Xia country, which possessed spatial abilities, before the arrival of extreme heat. In the operations room of Xia country's central command, the large screen was synchronizing with the satellite conference footage. Commander Zhang pointed at the three-dimensional map of Fuzhou Port, his voice resonating with authority. 3 artillery battalions and 20 drones have been dispatched to secure the transport route. Our space-based weaponry is precisely aimed at the coordinates of M nation's nuclear submarines. Should the Shadow Team dare to make a move, we will unleash a barrage of saturation bombing. Suddenly, Technician Xiao Li raised his hand, and the screen displayed the decrypted results of 0715. Commander, the transport date is tomorrow. The Shadow Team intends to strike at Fuzhou Port. At the dock of Fuzhou Port, Zhu Jue was meticulously cataloging the final batch of supplies. 80,000 thermal insulation boards, 500,000 winter coats, and urgently needed compressed biscuits for the displaced persons. A small boy, clad in a tattered cotton jacket, tugged at his tactical coat, holding out a half-frozen bun. "Uncle, could you spare a coat for my mother?" She asked on the verge of freezing. Zhu Jue bent down, retrieved a new winter coat, and handed it to him, also producing 2 bags of biscuits from his space. "Give these to your mother. Come with us to the Morning Star Central tomorrow. There will be hot porridge." The boy's mother approached, leaning on a wooden stick, her hands, now numb and purple, clutching a cloth bag containing her child's textbooks. "Thank you, Commander. We followed the refugees. Many perished along the way. Without your aid, we wouldn't have survived to this day." Zhu Jue gazed at the long line of refugees in the distance, a heavy weight settling in his heart. With the extreme heat arriving 10 days early, these individuals must be relocated to a safe zone within 5 days. The final transport must not falter. With a mere thought, the supplies in his space vanished, leaving only icy residues on the ground as the teleportation function was fully restored, allowing precise location tracking even 10 kilometers away at Morningstar Central. Zhang Yong rushed over, clutching the latest intelligence on the Shadow Team. Kane has been recruited. The Shadow Team consists of 5 members, armed with silenced sniper rifles and ice claws, capable of lying in wait for 12 hours in sub-zero temperatures. Their objective is to destroy the supplies and then capture you. At the ARC base in the Hotpot Mountains of M Nation, Chelsea was furiously shouting at the holographic map. On the screen, Summer Nation's artillery had already fortified Fuzhou port, and the beams from space-based weapons illuminated Area 51. The previously threatening Vietnam only dispatched a few patrols to the border, hardly daring to constrain Summer Nation's military. Useless. He shattered the coffee cup in his hand and shouted into the communicator, "Shadow Team, change plans tomorrow. First, blow up Summer Nation's drone base, then capture the mysterious individual." The voice of the Shadow Team leader, Phantom, emerged from the communicator, cold and mechanical. Understood. We are already lying in wait at an abandoned warehouse in Fuzhou port. The weapons have been calibrated, just awaiting the commencement of transport tomorrow. Chelsea hung up the communicator and stepped to the window, where snow continued to fall. Yet he knew that once the extreme heat arrived, this snow would transform into a deluge. Only by mastering spatial abilities could one survive the apocalypse. As night deepened over Fuzhou port, Zhu Jue stood beneath the lighthouse at the dock, gazing out at the distant sea. Suddenly, a prompt appeared on the spatial panel. Weak thermal energy signal detected, located in the direction of the abandoned warehouse. Suspected human body temperature, strong shielding and disguise. He clenched his military dagger tightly and said to Zhang Yong, "The Shadow Team has arrived. During the transport tomorrow, let the drones sweep the warehouse first. We cannot afford to give them an opportunity for a sneak attack." Zhang Yong nodded and turned to arrange the defenses. Zhu Jue pulled out his phone and sent a message to MOU. "I'll be back tomorrow. Save me a bowl of lamb soup and check the heat-resistant equipment list for Yako." MOU's reply came swiftly, accompanied by a short video of Zhou Qi adding coal to the heater, while Yako checked the list. In the corner of the screen, a bowl of lamb soup was still steaming. Zhu Jue watched the video, a smile creeping onto his lips. The sea breeze, laden with snowflakes, brushed against him as he felt the Jade pendant in his palm. The spatial restoration was complete, and Summer Nation's army was prepared. Even if the Shadow Team proved cunning, he would safeguard the supplies and protect those awaiting relocation, determined to return to the fortress and savor that bowl of hot soup. In the distant, abandoned warehouse, the Shadow Team leader, Phantom, was calibrating his silenced sniper rifle. The number 0715 glimmered faintly on his helmet under the night vision. The arc insignia on the rifle, but reflecting the intensity in his eyes. Tomorrow marked the day he would acquire the spatial gene and enter the Ark's main chamber. Chapter 60. The sudden onslaught of heat waves and the prevention of the corpse tide. As the morning light of Fuzhou port pierced through the clouds. Just as Zhu Jue's hand touched the icy shell of the final batch of supplies, he heard a whoosh as a silenced bullet whizzed past his ear, embedding itself into a nearby container, leaving a deep hole. The Shadow Team, on the roof of the warehouse. Zhang Yong's shout barely faded when 20 drones simultaneously ascended, their searchlights locking onto the high ground of the abandoned warehouse. Zhu Jue concentrated, and 3 steel bars from his space shot toward the rooftop with a whoosh. A loud clang resonated as a shadow tumbled from the roof, the silent sniper, rifle slipping from his grasp and falling into the snow. Before he could rise, Xiao Chen's rifle was already pressed against his temple. "There are 4 more. Behind the containers on the east side of the dock." Xiao Li's voice came through the radio as he tracked the thermal signals of the Shadow Team via satellite. Zhu Jue pivoted and dashed toward the east side, the spatial panel flashing with a faint light as he instantaneously teleported to the top of a container. Looking down, he saw 4 shadows using laser daggers to cut through the locks of supply boxes filled with urgently needed biscuits for the displaced. "Want to destroy the supplies? Have you consulted me?" Zhu Jue's dagger slashed through the wrist of the foremost shadow from behind, causing their laser dagger to clatter to the ground. Without waiting for a response, he kicked the assailant into the container, the boxes of biscuits collapsing and burying half of him. The remaining 3 shadows attempted to flee but were cornered by the arriving soldiers. The leader, Phantom, was about to pull a grenade when Zhu Jue pressed a steel plate from his space onto his arm, rendering him immobile. "Subdue him. Thoroughly interrogate the backup plans of the Ark base." Zhu Jue brushed the snow off his hands and was about to notify Xiao Li to initiate the transport when he suddenly felt a warmth on his face. Not from the warmth of his cold weather gear, but a palpable heat wave surging from the sea. "Commander, the temperature is rising. From 30 to 0. Xiao Chen's thermometer beeped incessantly. the numbers continuing to climb. 30 degrees in just 5 minutes. Zhu Jue's heart sank. The extreme heat had arrived prematurely, and with ferocity, he looked toward the sea, where the distant ice was visibly melting at an alarming rate, the cracking sounds echoing with the waves. The frozen corpses along the shore began to thaw, some floating on the surface, others trapped in the fissures of the ice, their swollen arms swaying with the tide, sending shivers down one's spine. The flood is coming. Quickly organize the refugees to higher ground. Zhu Jue shouted into the radio, simultaneously channeling his thoughts to gather the 500,000 winter coats and 80,000 thermal boards that had yet to be transported into his space. He could not allow the flood to wash away the supplies. Zhang Yong was already leading the soldiers toward the refugee group, urgently announcing through the loudspeaker, "Everyone, run to the small hill behind. Leave your belongings. Your lives are the priority." The refugees panicked. Some clutched their children and rushed toward higher ground, while others attempted to return for their belongings, only to be firmly restrained by the soldiers. The boy who had asked for a winter coat was tightly held by his mother, the cloth bag containing his textbooks dropping into the snow, quickly becoming soaked by the melting snow water. Zhu Jue rushed over, bent down to retrieve the textbooks, stowed them in his space, and then lifted the small boy. "I will take you to safety." The temperature continued to rise, now reaching 10 degrees. The accumulated snow along the shore began to melt extensively, and the flood surged down the slope of the dock, submerging their ankles, with the frozen corpses drifting ever closer, some even colliding with the soldiers' legs. "Quarantine team, quickly come over and disinfect," Zhang Yong shouted into the radio. Soon, personnel clad in protective gear rushed over, carrying disinfectant sprays. Dousing the water's surface and the frozen corpses, the acrid scent overpowering the stench of decay. "Commander, the Central Command has reported that the extreme heat will rise to 30 degrees within 24 hours. Coastal cities will be submerged by floods. We must expedite the relocation while preparing for the corpse tide prevention to avert a plague." Xiao Li's voice quivered with urgency as beads of sweat soaked through his protective suit. Moreover, there's movement at the Ark base. Chelsea seems to be heading south toward Antarctica to avoid the flood. Zhu Jue stood atop the high ground, observing as the flood gradually engulfed the dock. The epidemic prevention personnel were still in the water, dealing with frozen corpses, some of which had begun to decay, necessitating immediate incineration to prevent the proliferation of bacteria. With a flick of his mind, he summoned gasoline from the realm of space, pouring it over the gathered frozen bodies, then ignited a lighter. Flames surged upward in an instant, illuminating half the sky and dispelling the panic among the refugees. "Xiao Chun, keep vigil here, continue the disinfection, and incinerate the corpses," Zhu Jue instructed as he handed a small boy back to his mother. Turning to Zhang Yong, he urged, "We must transport the refugees to the Morning Star Nexus via spatial transfer, swiftly." Closing his eyes, he locked onto the coordinates of the Nexus. The spatial panel flashed with a brilliant light, and the first batch of 500 refugees vanished from the high ground in an instant. Once the spatial transfer function was restored, mass relocation became remarkably effortless. The specters of the Shadow Team were confined within a makeshift tent on the high ground, their pallid faces reflecting the chaos of the flooding and the flames outside. "The extreme heat has truly arrived. Chelsea has deceived us. He claimed the Ark base could withstand the flood, but he intended to abandon us all along." Zhu Jue entered the tent, brandishing the Ark base map he had confiscated. "Is the coordinate for Antarctica genuine?" "Indeed, it is," the Spectre replied, his shoulders slumping. "I must go to Antarctica to activate the Ark's main chamber. Only by obtaining your spatial genes can I unlock it." Zhu Jue did not inquire further and exited the tent. Antarctica might hold the key to finding his parents, but for now, he needed to ensure the safety of the refugees and address the aftermath of the epidemic and flood. The temperature soared to 15 degrees, and the flood submerged over half the dock. The epidemic prevention team continued their efforts in the water, while flames consumed the frozen corpses. Refugees were being transported in batches to the Morning Star Nexus, their expressions gradually shifting from panic to relief. Zhu Jue watched as the last group of refugees disappeared into the radiant expanse of space, exhaling a sigh of relief. He retrieved his phone and messaged MOU. The last batch of supplies and refugees has been relocated. The extreme heat has arrived. The flood has inundated Fuzhou port. I must manage the epidemic response and may return later. MOU's reply came swiftly, accompanied by a photograph. Yazzie was organizing heat-resistant equipment in the spatial realm, while Zhou Qi was cooking mung bean soup nearby. The caption read, "We await your return. The mung bean soup is cooling and the heat-resistant equipment is prepared. Please take care." A smile tugged at Zhu Jue's lips as he gazed at the photograph. The flood continued to rise, the flames blazed on, and the epidemic response persisted. Yet he knew that as long as he safeguarded these people and their supplies, no matter how fierce the extreme heat or how vast the flood, they could survive. In the distance, the silhouette of an American nuclear submarine gradually faded from view. Chelsea had fled to Antarctica, but Zhu Jue understood that once he resolved matters here, he too would journey to Antarctica to find his parents and the Ark base, ultimately putting an end to this apocalyptic crisis. Chapter 61. The flood devours the city. Multitudes of dust in the air. The streets of Wenzhou port had transformed into a murky torrent, with a 30-degree heat wave enveloping the moisture that clung to his face. Sticky as if coated in oil, Zhu Jue stood atop the temporary transfer point, observing the energy bar on the spatial panel. Having just transported 5 agricultural experts to the Morningstar Nexus, it had consumed energy equivalent to 100 pounds of gold. The panel indicated batch relocation energy geometrically doubles. Current reserves support the transfer of only 12 core personnel. He clenched his fists, the grim scene below piercing his eyes like needles. Yet he could only watch helplessly. "Father, save me!" A boy's cries echoed through the floodwaters. Zhu Jue looked down to see a man in work attire, tearing his coat into strips, tightly binding his wife and son as they clung to a floating door panel. "Hold tight. Don't let go." The man's voice was hoarse, the flood reaching his chest as he struggled to paddle the door panel towards the transfer point. Suddenly, a wave crashed down, overturning the panel. The man pressed his son onto the door, while he himself was swept away by the torrent, leaving only the haunting words, "Take care of the child," before vanishing into the murky depths. The wife clung to the door, weeping until she fainted, while the boy's small hand reached out towards the direction of his father's disappearance. Zhu Jue's eyes welled with tears as he contemplated summoning a life preserver from the realm of space to throw down, only to witness a man in a suit suddenly push his daughter into the flood from a nearby rooftop. "Get down! You're taking up space!" The man's shout was jarring. The little girl flailed in the water, crying, "Daddy, save me!" But he turned and seized an elderly person's life raft, paddling away alone. The elderly individual trembled with rage, pointing at the man's retreating figure, cursing him, then glanced at the medicine bottle cradled in his arms, the one meant for his bedridden spouse, who had already been swept away by the flood. After a moment of silence, the elderly man suddenly smiled, climbed to the edge of the rooftop, spread his arms, and jumped. The splash was quickly consumed by the raging waters. "Commander, to the west, refugees are raiding the supply vehicles." Xiao Chen's shout pulled Zhu Jue back to the present. He looked westward to see 3 trucks laden with compressed biscuits surrounded by a throng of refugees. Some were smashing the windows with stones, while others climbed onto the trucks to seize food. The soldiers guarding the vehicles shouted, "Don't loot. There's enough for everyone." But their words fell on deaf ears. Suddenly, a refugee brandished a kitchen knife at a soldier, who was forced to fire his weapon. The refugee collapsed into the flood. The blood quickly diluted. The remaining refugees panicked and scattered, some falling into the water, others being apprehended by the soldiers who arrived shortly after. Zhu Jue descended from the rooftop and joined the migrating throng. There was no shortcut through spatial transfer here. Ordinary people could only rely on their feet to reach the Morningstar Nexus. The line stretched like a dragon, moving through the ankle-deep water. At the front was an elderly woman leaning on a wooden staff, cradling a cloth bag containing her grandson's ashes. With each few steps, she coughed, her complexion ashen. Suddenly, she swayed and collapsed into the water. Those nearby attempted to assist, but were pulled back by their companions. "Don't touch. Be careful of the plague." Soon, a recovery team arrived, using hooks to drag the elderly woman to the roadside's makeshift pyre, stacking her with others who had fallen, dousing them in gasoline and igniting the flames. Black smoke billowed as the migrating throng moved on, none looking back. Only the sound of silent footsteps and the crackling of burning fabric filled the air. "Hurry! Over there! A child has been swept away!" A soldier's shout rang out nearby, and Zhu Jue sprinted over to see 5 soldiers charging into the floodwaters toward a little girl trapped between broken walls, the water rising perilously close to her neck. The soldiers formed a human chain, inching toward the wall. Just as they grasped the girl's hand, a larger wave crashed in, breaking the chain, and all 5 soldiers were instantly swept away, while the girl was pulled back by a nearby soldier. "Thank you, uncle," the little girl cried, but the 5 soldiers' figures vanished without a trace. Zhu Jue halted, gazing at the floating furniture, corpses, and the distant refugees scrambling for food. The silent migrating throng, the burning pyre, all stirred memories of a previous life when there was no space. He could only run alongside the refugees, watching helplessly as those around him perished from hunger, cold, or drowning. In this life, with the power of space to transport supplies and core personnel, he still could not save everyone, forced to witness the duality of human nature swirling amidst the floodwaters. "Commander, it's time to relocate the last batch of researchers." Shaoli approached, holding a list of experts studying heat-resistant crops, the hope for the future reconstruction of Xiagua. Zhu Jue nodded and followed Shaoli to the temporary transfer point. As they passed the little girl who had just been rescued, she was being held by a soldier, clutching a compressed biscuit given to her. Spotting Zhu Jue, the girl raised the biscuit high. "Uncle, would you like some?" Zhu Jue knelt down, gently ruffling her hair. "You eat? Uncle isn't hungry." As he stood, he noticed in the distance the life raft of the man who had pushed his daughter into the water had overturned. He struggled in the flood. Yet no one came to his aid, slowly sinking beneath the surface. The spatial panel illuminated once more, and Zhu Jue locked onto the coordinates of the Morningstar Nexus. The final 12 researchers vanished in an instant. The energy bar dwindled to just 15. He pulled out his phone to message MOU. "The last batch of core personnel has been relocated. I encountered many people along the way. I can only bring a few, not all." MOU's reply came promptly. "You have done remarkably well. Yazzie has organized the heat-resistant equipment, and Uncle Zhou has prepared mung bean soup. We await your return to cool down." Zhu Jue gazed at the messages, his throat tightening as he realized that this was not the time for sorrow. The flood continued to rise, the extreme heat persisted, and the Ark base in Antarctica awaited his return. He needed to hurry back to the Morningstar Central, organize supplies, and prepare for the next course of action. The migrating crowd pressed on in silent determination. The flames of the pyre still flickered, and the tragic scenes in the flood remained unrelenting. Zhu Jue turned and walked toward the Morningstar Central, each step weighed down by an unbearable heaviness. A similar narrative unfolded elsewhere. Lu Chang hoisted his daughter, Lun Yin, onto his shoulder, as the floodwater seeped through the cracks of the 5th-floor window, now lapping at their ankles. The icy water, mingling with shards of ice, sent shivers through his calf muscles. A resounding crash echoed from below as the iron door of their apartment building was deformed by the flood, resembling a crumpled sheet of metal drifting on the water-esque surface. The once crouching golden retriever was now frantically barking from the 2nd-floor balcony railing, its cries filled with terror. "Daddy, the dog is going to be swept away." Lun Yin's small hand clutched his hair, her voice trembling. Just as Lu Chang opened his mouth to speak, a massive wave crashed toward them, snapping the balcony railing with a sharp crack. The dog's barking suddenly ceased, as if swallowed by the flood, leaving only a tuft of brown fur swirling in the water. He turned to look outside. The once neatly trimmed greenbelt had been ravaged. The sycamore trees were uprooted, their stout trunks floating on the surface, branches adorned with torn curtains and plastic buckets. The bushes had been reduced to muddy clumps, mixed with unmelted remnants of snow, rolling about in the water. In the distance, a resounding collapse echoed from the Jinxiu Jiyuan shopping mall, its glass facade shattering and sending a spray of water higher than the rooftops. Several individuals clinging to the mall's advertising boards were instantaneously struck by falling chunks of concrete. disappearing beneath the surface after barely surfacing twice. "Hold on tight, Daddy." Lu Chang embraced Lu Nian, carefully navigating the swaying staircase downward, evading falling debris from the ceiling. By the time they reached the first floor, the floodwaters had risen to his chest. He spotted their neighbor, Elder Zhang, floating in the water with a wooden basin, half a bag of rice, saved from the extreme cold nestled inside. As he approached, Elder Zhang reached out for his arm, but was swept back by a sudden current. Her cries for help mixed with pleas to save her rice, drifting slowly toward a submerged tree. When Lu Chang finally climbed onto the high ground with Lu Nian in his arms, his entire body had succumbed to the numbing cold. In the nearby ruins, someone was prying apart the shattered floors of the mall with rebar, searching for cans of emergency supplies that had survived the flooding. Once a lifeline, now the most precious commodity in this post-disaster world. Lu Chang set Lu Nian down and picked up a stone, and as his fingertips brushed against the cold steel, memories of delivering hot water to Elder Zhang during the extreme cold flooded his mind, leaving his heart feeling as if it had been submerged in the icy waters, both cold and heavy, like the plight of all humanity. Chapter 62. Nightlights and Bicycles. The Rules of Zhu Family Lane. The iron gate of Jiangcheng Fortress creaked open, a gust of hot wind carrying the scent of scorched earth rushing in. Zhu Jue raised a hand to shield his brow, his tactical boots thudding against the cement floor of the threshold, the soles sticking slightly to the ground that had baked under the sun all day. In the evening, the temperature was still warm enough to make the rubber of his soles tacky, leaving a faint white mark as he lifted his foot. "Brother Zhu is back." Yazzie scampered over, clutching a blue and white checker towel wrapped around an ice pack, pressing it against the nape of his neck. "Wow, it's burning hot back here. Is it still 38 degrees outside?" Zhao Gang soldiers had just shouted from the alley, reporting that the bicycle tires had become soft from the sun, having been patched 3 times, now smelling slightly charred. Zhu Jue took the towel and wrapped it around his neck, the coolness seeping down his collar as he walked toward the living room. His feet brushed against the welcome mat at the door. The dew collected there, dripping onto the tiles with a soft plop before disappearing. During the day, the roads were hot enough to fry an egg. Parked cars had become relics, their hoods bleached yellow and windshields cracked, with seat covers sticking to the seats. Only the shared bicycles modified by them proved resilient, with thickened tires that could withstand a day in the sun. The cold white light of the living room illuminated the ledger clearly. Mou sat on the L-shaped leather sofa, flipping through accounts, the radio crackling beside her, blending static with an official broadcast, high prices for gold and Jade recovery. Uniform exchange for transport resources tonight from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., with the western part of the city designated as the evacuation window. She looked up, gesturing with her wrist, tossing a porcelain bowl adorned with blue floral patterns toward him, the rim smeared with green bean paste. "I just warmed it in the temperature-controlled cabinet. 55 degrees is perfect for consumption, paired with pickled cucumbers, crisp and refreshing." Zhu Jue caught the bowl, his fingertips brushing the cool surface. He scooped a spoonful of porridge into his mouth. The refreshing mint mingled with the soft texture of the green beans, cooling his throat as he swallowed. "Has Zhang Hai sent more gold?" Earlier, he had received news from Ghost about a batch of vaccines set for transport. Just receive his encrypted message. 3 gene of pure gold in exchange for Lu Chang's vaccine transport quota. Mou tapped her pen on the ledger, her voice sharp with a hint of jest. The Central now relies on this as hard currency. The populace is trading gold for goods. A nugget the size of a fingernail can be exchanged for a new kitchen knife, much more convenient than trading grain, which takes up space and can spoil. Zhou Qi emerged from the kitchen, a silver-gray wrench in hand, his pant legs smeared with a bit of oil, the sound of his footsteps echoing. "That scoundrel. Look at that cooling fan at the alley entrance. I adjusted the speed 3 times, and now the breeze is just right, not scorching the face." The nuclear power generator hummed lowly, blowing cool air from its vents, steadier than the air conditioner at home. Zhu Fuguei just delivered a steel rebar, weighing a pound, in exchange for 2 biscuits. I tossed it in the corner. Our warehouse steel has started to mold. Let him have fun with it. Zhu Jue sipped his porridge, his ears perking up at the sound of a gentle knocking at the courtyard gate, rhythmic yet slow, as if afraid to knock too hard. "Come in." The door creaked open slightly, and Zhu Fuguei squeezed in, carrying a steel rebar as thick as his arm, his back bent like a bow. His blue cloth jacket soaked through, clinging to his frame, revealing the outline of his bones beneath. The hem of his pants had a tear, and clumps of mud clung to the threshold, falling away in small grains. Zhu Jue, this rebar weighs 2 Jin. Can it be exchanged for a liter of water? My grandson is at home, crying from thirst. The half-liter I exchanged earlier wasn't enough for him to have 2 sips. He glanced around the living room, his gaze lingering on the bowl of porridge in Zhu Jue's hands before quickly lowering his head, fingers digging into the rusty surface of the rebar. The soldiers of Zhao Gang were repairing bicycles at the alley. They said anyone caught hoarding bicycles would lose their supply quota. 3 had been apprehended in the western part of the city last night, and now the refugees dared not touch them. Zhou set down the wrench and retrieved the scale from the corner, the iron weighing pan clattering as it hit the ground. Let us weigh the rebar. According to the rules, 2 Jin can be exchanged for a liter of water. How many heat-resistant panels did you help move last night? Yazi counted them with Zhao Gang's soldiers. Don't hide it. Zhu Fugue hurriedly placed the rebar on the scale, the iron pan sinking slightly as the needle wavered before settling at the 2 Jin mark. 5 pieces. I really moved 5. The soldiers of Zhao Gang saw it. I didn't slack off. Those panels are heavy, and I didn't even rest. His hand steadied, but his back bent lower, and the cooling fan at the alley entrance seemed to have slowed down, the breeze not as cool as yesterday. If Zhou has time, I just replaced the filter. Yazi dashed down from the 2nd floor, clutching a cylindrical white filter, still in its plastic wrapping. Zhao Gang soldiers said this fan is powered by the nuclear generator. If the speed decreases by 1 level, the temperature in the alley rises by 2 degrees. I specifically felt the heat vent. The breeze is still cool. Maybe you're just standing too far away. Zhu Jue scooped another spoonful of porridge, raising his eyes to ask, on your way over, did you see anyone stealing? Zhu Fugue's face turned pale. His lips moved twice before he managed to speak. I saw, at the corner of North City Road, a refugee in a tattered cotton jacket was stealing a biscuit from an elderly lady. The lady wouldn't let go of her biscuit box and was pushed to the ground. People nearby couldn't stand by and went over to pin him down, fists hitting with a loud thud. Shanghai's patrol team rode up on bicycles and took both of them away. The broadcast said that those who reported thefts would receive half a bottle of medicine, but that was just saline for treating heat stroke. Who would be willing to part with it? At the end of the alley lived an elderly lady who succumbed yesterday afternoon to heat stroke, her face flushed with a fiery hue. Her son collected 20 pounds of rebar today, intending to exchange it for some biscuits, while accompanying her ashes to the evacuation team heading inland. Dr. Lu Chong had no medicine to save her, merely covering her with a cloth. Mou set down his pen, tapping the ledger with his fingertips. Dr. Lu's medical tent could only sustain a stable temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, thanks to the equipment we provided. Yesterday, he relayed a message indicating that if the vaccines were not placed in the incubator soon, they would become ineffective. Alcohol swabs were torn into tiny pieces, with just a small fragment used to wipe hands. Each day, 4 or 5 victims of heat stroke had to be carried away, and stretchers lined the street outside the tent. Zhu Jue reached into his pocket and pulled out a jade pendant, a deep green piece with a sheen so lustrous it reflected his silhouette. He turned it in his hand twice before tossing it to Mou with a snap. It had arrived yesterday from a merchant at Fuzhou port in exchange for 10 pounds of fresh tuna, which they intended to enjoy as sashimi that evening, accompanied by chilled soy sauce and wasabi. He tucked it away, knowing the space's energy was already at capacity, yet hoarding more gold and jade could never be a misstep. Should the need arise to transport heavy items, insufficient energy would pose a dilemma. Mou caught the pendant and stowed it in a drawer, locking it with a click. A ghostly whisper hinted that M Country was also hoarding gold, while nuclear submarines in Antarctica continued to linger in the Ross Sea, not budging an inch. The search for clues about his uncle and aunt would have to wait for developments from Antarctica. Yako leaned closer to Zhu Jue, tugging at the sleeve of his tactical jacket. Shouldn't we apply some ointment to your back injury? I've prepared warm water in the bathroom. The nuclear machine maintains a stable temperature of 38 degrees, just enough to avoid scorching the bathroom tiles, which I've already wiped down. And the non-slip mats are in place. Take it slow while bathing, so you don't hurt yourself again. Not in a hurry. Let's first observe the evacuation team's situation. Zhu Jue set down his bowl and accepted the icy mint water that Yako offered, the condensation on the glass bottle cooling his hand. Which route will the evacuation team take tonight? Is there enough room on the bicycles? They will take the old highway west of the city, with 5 resettlement points along the way, each guarded by Zhao Gang's soldiers with bicycles. Zhou Qi took a wrinkled note, filled with numbers written in pencil, detailing the shared bicycles stockpiled before the extreme cold, all fitted with reinforced tires. Zhao Gang's men had inspected them this afternoon, repairing any that were damaged, ensuring there were enough for the evacuees. The refugees in the alleys were now huddled against the walls, their eyes lighting up at the sight of bicycles. Yet none dared to touch them for fear of losing their quota. Zhu Fugue hefted a plastic jug filled with water, its handle nearly deformed from strain. As he was about to leave, he turned back, his voice barely above a whisper. Zhu Jue, someone from Zhang Hai's group, just said at the alley entrance that last night, the Jingxi home community in the south collapsed, half the building submerged in floodwaters, entombing over a dozen refugees who missed the evacuation. Zhao Gang soldiers were clearing the ruins there, claiming the salvaged steel could be exchanged for food. But the heat was stifling, and the cement on the bricks was crumbling, flaking off at the slightest touch. Zhu Jue remained silent, walking towards the window and pushing open the aluminum frame. A rush of hot air filled the alley, mingling with the sounds of the people outside. The bright lights of Zhu's alley illuminated the scene, powered by the nuclear generator, casting a warm yellow beam onto the pavement. The refugees shuffled along the walls, their shoes scuffing against the searing green bricks, moving cautiously, some shouldering burdens while others pushed bicycles laden with plastic bottles and rags. A child sat in the bicycle's rear seat, clutching half a biscuit, nibbling at it piece by piece, crumbs falling onto their lap, quickly caught and stuffed into their mouth. Zhao Gang soldiers, clad in light blue insulated suits, squatted under the streetlight at the alley's entrance repairing bicycle tires, the wrench clanging against the rims. Occasionally, they would look up and shout, "Stay close to the walls. Don't block the tire repair." A refugee rode by, ringing the bicycle bell softly, pedaling slowly, fearful of falling, the only means of transport available. If it broke, they could only rely on their legs, and venturing out during the day was impossible, leaving them unable to catch up with the evacuation team. The temporary restroom at the alley's entrance had a line of refugees stretching to the streetlight. Zhou Qi strolled over, glancing outside. His tone dripped with sarcasm. The tiles are cracking under the sun, and the toilet tank has long been out of water. We can only use buckets to flush. The refugees are holding it until nightfall. Who would dare run to the restroom during the day? The pavement could melt a person. Yako joined him, pointing towards the end of the alley. Look at Aunt Zhang's kid, riding his bicycle to exchange for biscuits. He's got a bunch of plastic bottles in the basket, 10 for a single biscuit, counting them repeatedly, afraid he'll be short. Zhu Jue took a sip of the icy mint water, feeling the coolness glide down his throat. Did Zhu Chong come by earlier? He did, Zhou Qi exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He secretly asked me if he could trade his wife's silver bracelet for medicine, saying his grandson had a fever and was flushed, fearful of heat stroke. I told him a silver bracelet wouldn't suffice. According to the rules, it's half a bottle of cool boiled water plus a biscuit. He didn't dare ask for more and left with his head down. Let us stick to the rules, no exceptions. Zhu Jue replied firmly, turning back. If we make an exception once, everyone will come asking next time, and that would be troublesome. We're not short on supplies, but we cannot bend the rules. Allowing them to exchange steel is not due to a lack of it. It's to keep them occupied and prevent unrest. Having something to do keeps them calm. Understood, Zhou Qi replied, turning towards the kitchen. I'll go get the wasabi and soy sauce for tonight's tuna sashimi. The soy sauce is chilling in the incubator for a refreshing taste. Mo, you closed the ledger and placed it into the drawer. I'll send Ghost to collect the 3 pounds of gold from Shanghai tomorrow. The vaccines can be transported the day after. Lu Chong mentioned that if we can acquire more saline solution, he'll set aside 2 boxes of fever-reducing medicine for us, claiming it's quite effective since it just arrived from the central supply. Sounds good. An equivalent exchange is fair. Zhu Jue moved towards the bathroom, with Yako trailing behind, carrying the ointment. Just place the ointment on the sink. I'll apply it myself. You should check the cooling fan-S wiring at the alley entrance. If it trips the circuit in the middle of the night, the refugees rely on that fan for relief, and chaos would ensue if it fails. Yako called out as she dashed towards the door, then turned back to shout, "I've put the tuna in the fridge. It's frozen solid. Zhou Jue will slice it later, and you can eat right after your shower." Zhu Jue stepped into the bathroom, turning on the hot water faucet, and warm water gushed forth. As it flowed over his ankles, he could hear the steady low hum of the nuclear generator within the walls, a sound as reliable as a heartbeat, sustaining the temperature within the fortress alongside the night lights and cooling fans at the alley entrance. He splashed his face and gazed at his reflection in the mirror. The wound on his back had already scabbed over, a remnant of the laser incident at Fuzhou port, now long devoid of pain. The supplies within the space were plentiful, and the energy was sufficient. He had accumulated a fair bit of gold and jade, leading a leisurely existence. Yet, the search for his parents lingered in his heart like a taut line, the space's energy having reached capacity several times without any upgrade notifications. Perhaps only by finding his parents could he unravel the secrets of this space. Outside, Zhao Gang's voice called out, "Zhu Jue, the bicycles at the alley entrance have all been repaired. The evacuation team can depart on time tomorrow." Zhu Jue responded affirmatively, warm water cascading down his back, a comforting sensation spreading across his skin. In this apocalypse, the fortress felt secure, and the supplies were ample. He, along with Yako, Mou, and Zhou Jue, busied themselves with tasks, repairing the nuclear generator, managing accounts, and changing filters, merely to pass the time, while the refugees collected steel in exchange for supplies to survive, and officials hoarded gold for transport to deliver vaccines and seeds. Each person had their own way of life, each seeking purpose as the days passed slowly, waiting for news from Antarctica and the day they would find their parents. In the living room, Zhou Jue was slicing tuna in the kitchen, the knife gliding through the fish with a soft sound. Mou was organizing a list of gold, the pen scratching across the paper. Yako carried tools to check the cooling fan's wiring at the alley entrance, her footsteps echoing on the staircase. The radio crackled with the official broadcast repeating, "Please evacuate in an orderly manner, collect supplies with your ID, and refrain from monopolizing shared bicycles." Chapter 63. The transmission of potato seeds, illuminating the heart's gaps. By the window ledge of the Jiangcheng fortress, Mou was pouring the heat-resistant potato seeds distributed by the authorities into a bamboo basket, the light brown tubers carrying the earthy scent of moist soil, glimmering in the 35-degree heat wave. The authorities stated that each person could collect 3 seeds daily to be planted on balconies or rooftops, promising a harvest in 40 days sufficient to feed a family for half a month. She lifted a seed potato to the light, observing how the eyes on its skin had begun to swell. Uncle Zhou mentioned that our fortress's rooftop could indeed accommodate a garden, and that the soil could be turned this very afternoon. Zhu Jue leaned against the doorframe, clutching the white jade pendant around his neck, a gift from his parents before their departure, said to be a souvenir from an Antarctic research team. The pendant still retained warmth, as if his parents' hands were gently cradling his palm. He had just sent a message to the ghost to instruct the authorities to pile the collected supplies at the old steel factory in the east of the city, and that he would come by every evening to collect, prioritizing heat-resistant materials and seed grains. As the confirmation of his message appeared, he was suddenly reminded of his previous life during the time of extreme heat outbreaks, when he had hidden in an abandoned supermarket, watching as refugees fought over a moldy piece of bread, while he remained aloof behind the shelves, that icy detachment still lurking within him. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yazzie approached, carrying a bowl of chilled mung bean soup, her fingers lightly brushing against his arm. "You're sweating. You should drink something cool." She handed the bowl to Zhu Jue, her gaze falling upon his hand gripping the pendant. "Are you thinking of your uncle and Anne again?" Zhu Jue nodded, taking a sip of the mung bean soup, the coolness descending down his throat, soothing the heat simmering within. His parents often said, in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. In prosperity, one should benefit the world. He gazed out the window, where soldiers were pushing carts door to door, distributing seed potatoes. The refugees were queuing patiently, No one cutting in line, even the children dutifully holding their elders' hands. In his previous life, he had been solely focused on his own survival. Yet now he felt an urge to contribute more. Zhu Jue emerged from the rooftop, carrying a rusted hoe, his pant legs covered in dirt. If you want to do it, then let's do it. Our fortress rooftop can plant 200 seed potatoes, enough for us to eat for half a year. And we can share some with Zhu Jue. That kid just came by with half a bag of plastic bottles to exchange for seed potatoes, saying he wants to plant them for his grandson. He seems much more honest now. Zhu Jue followed Zhu Jue up to the rooftop, where the sun had heated the concrete floor to an unbearable temperature, making it feel like walking on a stove. Zhu Jue pointed to a pile of wooden boards in the corner. These are the scrap wood we collected yesterday. We can build a frame for the potato vines. Yazzie said she would weave bamboo baskets, so when we harvest the potatoes, we can store them to prevent moisture. Zhu Jue watched as Mou and Yazzie turned the soil in the corner of the rooftop, both sweating yet smiling earnestly. And he suddenly felt that dark notion within him melting away like ice under the sun. At 3 in the afternoon, Zhu Jue walked towards the old steel factory in the east of the city. The street's puddles had long since dried, revealing cracked pavement. Soldiers had erected temporary shelters along the roadside, where refugees were delivering supplies, some carrying scrap metal, others cradling old iron pots, and elderly individuals trembling as they handed over their hidden copper kettles, claiming they could be melted down for heat-resistant parts. The soldiers collecting the supplies held registration forms, marking a check for each item received, while the accumulated supplies resembled small mountains, stretching from the shelter all the way to the factory entrance. Commander Zhu, a man in a tattered shirt, rushed over, cradling a bundle of dried straw in his arms. This can be used as fuel for cooking or heating. Please take it. Zhu Jue recognized him. He had nearly been swept away during the flood, saved by soldiers. Thank you, Zhu Jue replied, accepting the straw and mentally storing it in his space. Fertilizer was needed for planting potatoes, and straw could be used for compost. The man's eyes lit up. Can it really be used? Then I'll go collect more tomorrow. My son is an apprentice of the Morningstar Hub and said your heat-resistant panels are being utilized. We want to help too. Zhu Jue patted his shoulder, saying nothing, recalling how in his previous life, this man had starved to death on the street. Clutching half a photograph of his son. Now, providing him with hope seemed more important than anything else. Venturing deeper into the factory, Zhu Jue spotted a familiar figure, Zhu Jue, struggling under the weight of a thick steel pipe as he made his way to the supply pile, his shirt soaked with sweat. Uncle, that pipe looks quite heavy, Zhu Jue called out. Zhu Jue turned around, quickly placing the pipe on the ground and wiping his brow. I salvaged this from the old factory. It can be used to build heat-resistant equipment. I traded 3 seed potatoes for it, which is enough for my grandson to plant. He paused, then added before, I was foolish, always trying to take advantage. Now I realize that life has to be earned through hard work. Accepting my things is doing me a favor. Zhu Jue watched as he clumsily arranged the steel pipe, feeling a sudden softness in his heart. The apocalypse is the most grueling experience, yet the most revealing of one's true character. He mentally summoned his space to gradually absorb the supplies within the factory. Watching the energy bar on the space panel decrease slowly, current energy, 40. Upon collecting the last steel pipe, he touched the jade pendant around his neck, recalling news of his parents in Antarctica. Chelsea had gone to Antarctica, where the main cabin of the Ark base was also located. He needed to finish gathering supplies in Jiangxing swiftly, to rendezvous at the Morningstar Hub, and then head to Antarctica to find his parents. Returning to the fortress at dusk, the seed potatoes had already been planted on the rooftop. Mou was watering the seedlings. Yazzie was weaving bamboo baskets. And Zhu Jue was modifying a heat-resistant fan. You're back. Mou waved, a few drops of water splashing from her water bottle onto the scorching ground, instantly evaporating. We made potato soup for dinner, adding in the dried vegetables you collected. It smells wonderful. Zhu Jue sat beneath the cool shade of the rooftop, watching the bubbling potato soup in the pot, the aroma mingling with the evening breeze. He took out his phone to message the ghost. The supplies in Jiangxing are nearly gathered. I'll head to the Morningstar Hub tomorrow, and I'll bring the heat-resistant seed potatoes for the agricultural experts to see if they can be improved. He then opened his album to look at his parents' photographs. Where they stood at the entrance of the Antarctic Research Station, smiles radiant. He gently touched the screen with his fingertip and softly spoke, "Mom and Dad, I will come to find you soon and help more people survive." Zhu Jue adjusted his clothing, gazing out at the sweltering sky of Jiangcheng before stepping out of the fortress. At that moment, the humid wind of Jiangcheng enveloped him, clinging to him like an unwrung cloth. The temporary settlement was established in the open space outside Longshan Base, with a dense cluster of blue tents packed together like sardines in a can. The canvas was scorched by the relentless sun, and a mere touch would leave it sticky with sweat. The air was thick with the scent of perspiration, the oily odor of compressed biscuits, and the distant stench of floodwaters, all mingling together and suffocating his breath. Zhu Jue was assisting Mou in passing bottled water, his palms slick with sweat from gripping the bottles. Just as he handed a bottle to a woman holding a child, he heard a stifled sob behind him. A young couple crouched in a corner of the tent, the mother clutching her child tightly, the child's face flushed and lips cracked, clearly suffering from heat stroke. The mother's tears fell upon the child's damp hair, only to be quickly evaporated by the scorching air, leaving behind faint traces of moisture. The father clenched his fists, knuckles whitening as he stared at the submerged cityscape in the distance, his throat moving yet not uttering a word, his shoulders trembling slightly. Mou could no longer bear to watch. She discreetly pulled a small packet of fever-reducing medicine from her space, wrapped it in a tissue, and handed it over. As the woman accepted it, her trembling fingertips brushed against Zhu Jue's hand, cold as shards of ice in floodwaters. "Young man, have you seen my wife?" A frail voice suddenly intruded. Zhu Jue turned to see an elderly man with graying hair, clutching a set of rusty house keys. A faded little doll dangling from a keychain, a promotional item from the supermarket before the extreme cold. The old man's wrinkles were embedded with mud and sweat, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Yet he did not cry out, merely fixating on the half-submerged apartment building in the distance. His voice trembled as he spoke. "My home is on the 3rd floor of that building. I saw the flower pots on the balcony floating in the water this morning. If she comes out, she will surely look for these keys." Zhu Jue followed the old man's gaze. The building's walls were already cracked, revealing twisted rebar within, while the floodwaters continued to batter the foundation, threatening to collapse it entirely at any moment. He offered a bottle of water, but the old man did not accept it, gripping the keys tighter instead. Tears finally streamed down his wrinkles, dripping onto the scorching concrete below, disappearing instantly. "Have you seen them? Have you seen them?" A sudden, urgent shout shattered the oppressive silence. A man rushed towards them in a frenzy, clutching a photograph dampened by sweat, its edges curled. The image depicted a woman and a little girl, both clad in durable jackets typically worn in scorching heat, their hems stained with remnants of coal from the bitter cold. The man seized Zhu Jue's arm with a grip so forceful it felt as though he intended to crush the bones. His voice rife with despair. "This is my wife and daughter. When the flood struck, they went to that intact office building in the west of the city to gather supplies. The very building where we stockpiled canned goods during the frigid season. Did you see them when you were distributing supplies? They were still carrying a blue canvas bag." Zhu Jue gazed at the photograph, the sweat-blurred features igniting a memory of this morning's reconnaissance at the building, where he indeed noticed fragments of a blue canvas bag floating in the floodwaters, sending a wave of dread through him. Zhou hastily offered a tissue, softly encouraging, "Wipe your sweat first. We will keep an eye out for them and inform you the moment we hear any news." The man momentarily paused, then sank to the ground, pressing the photograph tightly against his chest, his sobs resembling the cries of a cornered beast, mingling with the surrounding calls of those searching for their loved ones, blurring the lines of pain. At that moment, a piercing engine sound echoed from afar. Zhu Jue lifted his gaze and spotted a military supply truck approaching the relief station, laden with compressed biscuits and bottled water. Yet before it reached the distribution point, several men suddenly emerged from behind tents, wielding crowbars and shouting as they clambered onto the truck. "Leave the supplies. My son is starving." The driver, frantic, honked the horn, but the men had already ascended the truck bed, beginning to hurl down boxes of biscuits. "Don't move." Two sharp gunshots abruptly shattered the air. Two soldiers rushed from a nearby guard post, their weapons aimed at the men atop the truck. One man attempted to resist, raising his crowbar to strike at a soldier, only to be accurately shot in the thigh, collapsing to the ground with a thud, writhing in agony. The remaining individuals, terrified, descended from the truck, escorted by soldiers towards a temporary detention point. A few boxes of biscuits lay scattered on the ground, but no one dared to approach. Only a timid child reached out, swiftly pulled back by their mother. Zhu Jue observed the bloodstains on the ground, quickly darkening under the sun, as if a weight had settled in his heart. He turned his gaze towards the distant flood, where shards of unmelting ice from the bitter cold still floated on the surface. Despite the sweltering heat, the ice exuded an eerie chill. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his possession began to radiate warmth, as if resisting something. He had long since noted that since the intense heat had arrived prematurely, the spatial perception range had significantly diminished, and even the collection of supplies had become slower than before. The Ark, he murmured, the words from his parents' journal flashing through his mind, realizing it could influence the pace of natural disasters. Zhou Mayu, noticing his pallor, gently nudged his arm, inquiring, "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Zhu Jue shook his head, surveying the densely packed crowd at the relief station, surrounded by cries, shouts, and the wails of children, alongside the distant sound of floodwaters battering the ruins. He inhaled deeply, feeling the jade pendant's warmth pulse again, as if urging him onward. "We must expedite the evacuation," he resolved, directing his gaze towards the Antarctic direction, where the secret of the Ark lay hidden, along with the hope of finding his parents. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he had to proceed, for himself and for those still struggling here. The wind swept through again, still humid and warm, yet tinged with a newfound resolve. Zhu Jue tightened his grip on the bottled water and turned back to assist Zhou Mayu in distributing supplies, with each bottle handed out. His determination to reach the Antarctic grew stronger. He was resolute in uncovering the reasons behind the spatial disruption and ensuring that those battling through the flood had even the slightest chance of survival. Chapter 64. Central Defense. Transmission of warmth from the hot soil. The crackling sound from the radio intertwined with the heat wave, swirling in the living room of the Jiangxing fortress. This was the central broadcast of the Summer Nation, reporting that the global extreme heat had persisted for 72 hours. With actual temperatures in high-altitude regions of Asia reaching 42 degrees, while low-altitude cities exceeded 50. Mayu adjusted the volume, her fingers tracing circles on the cool ceramic cup. The Morningstar Central had completed its first phase of expansion, with 60 branch bases